Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Reach the Summit. Before we get started, I'm here with an interview with Furret. How's it going, guys? Okay,
Going good.
Seed 17 making it through to top 8. It's a pretty exciting thing for you guys, and I'll start with Ripstick and Daboom. When you guys started in OSAS, did you ever actually picture yourself in a situation like this, playing with this many Tier 1 players?
I'll step in first and say, no, not at all. I personally didn't see myself as someone that would get that involved with the game. When we first joined OSAS, it was back in Season 2 for OSAS, and now there's 14 or so? We were pretty newbie at the game, and you could show us. We played Dubu forward back in the day, and here we are now. I didn't see myself here in a million years. I don't know what Daboom thinks, though.
At that time, my goals have moved a lot throughout playing the game. I think at that time, my main dream was I hope I can get to a high rank, Chowie, Omega, Pro League. I think that was my main goal at the time. After I got that, I think it was just I want to be a recognizable player in the community. Then after that, I want to be in a league at some point. So I definitely didn't imagine being at this point.
Hey, but now that you are, right, this is maybe that next future for you, perhaps getting into it again. For Rayboy, you had a little bit of a different path, right? Coming in from solo queue and then going into ISS, maybe not being the most successful in ISS, and now becoming ISS ineligible, if I recall. How does that feel for you now being able to come to this land and actually hit top 8?
Yeah, I mean it's great. So for a long time, I was just spamming solo queue, and I played tournaments and other games. And here is okay, I told myself, okay, as soon as I hit Challenger, I'm gonna start entering tournaments. And I hit Challenger. I'm like, okay, as soon as I hit Omega, I'm gonna start entering tournaments. Blah blah blah. And then eventually I hit Pro League, and it's all right, I better start entering tournaments now. So that was kind of the thing. Just doing this, and then just glad to be here. Glad we were able to synergize well and do so well so far.
So with this in mind, you plan on continuing to enter tourneys?
Yes, I am really looking forward to entering Launchpad. I'm a free agent right now. I'm looking for a team, so I mean, if there's any teams that need established teams that need someone, I'd be welcome to consider it.
Hey, pick this guy up. He's up next. But hey, next question, right? About this tournament in particular for you guys. So you guys have had a few upsets, and part of that is due to this unconventional style that you guys have been playing. So I kind of want you to talk me through it, either how you guys go about it mentally or strategically. How have you guys been able to accomplish these upsets?
So I'll step in here and first say that when this team came together, we understood that at first we wanted a forward and a midfielder, but it did not work out. We had games together where we practiced having that forward midfielder duo with Ray on forward, we on midfield. Not something that panned out. So we said, screw it, we want to go into double midfield, play to our strengths, and for this entire tournament, that's what we've been focusing on. Anytime we make an interaction happen, we are just setting up these two to perform the best they can in their positions, whether it be Daboom playing super far forward with Juno in the middle of their net, or Ray holding it down on defense when I'm gone or something like that. Doesn't matter. We're playing to these twos out because they are the ones that make us work.
Yeah, and I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything, but before you do, I'll kind of mention it again, right? Seed 17, you guys made it so far with that unconventional playstyle. One thing I do want to talk about is something you may have mentioned a little bit to me off stream about how you have this little royal flush analogy.
Ray is not a huge fan of it, but I'll give it here. I like to use the word luck, but I'll use it very generously here. Now, poker is a game of luck. There is a lot of skill involved with being good at poker. There are some people that are consistently good at it. Now, I would say that's kind of where we fall, where we rely on luck to make our plays work. But here's the thing, it's the law of big numbers. If we want to draw a royal flush, that's not going to happen. But if we make a million instances of us drawing a hand, we're going to hit it eventually. So we just need to play to our outs, make sure that we can go toe-to-toe with any individual team we go up against, and keep our morale up. Because as long as we do that, as long as we hold our ground, luck will be on our side.
Yeah, for sure.
You want to add to that?
Go ahead.
I wanted to say a little thing, Alex, and that is as opposed to other teams that might try really hard to go for some kind of checkmate scenario versus the goalie where you exhaust all the goalie's ability and then your Julie comes in there with dash punch to guarantee your goal. Or more so just get as many chances in there to score as possible. They're going to mess up eventually. We're going to get a good situation where both me and Duboom are up there pressuring the goalie, and then that's when we score. We just got to hold it down until then, and then that's kind of our strategy. So.
And that's kind of what Ripstick does, right? Anything else you want to say, Daboom? You want to add on to this?
I think I've never been a very good defensive player. I'm just glad to have teammates that can hold it down for 10 years before something happens. Like,
Hey, this Daboom guy makes so many holds that I would never believe were possible. Okay, don't listen to him.
Yeah. Okay. Well, another question, right? I'll give this to each of you guys one by one. We'll start with Rayboy P. Is there any specific team or player remaining in the bracket that you're very excited to face?
Well, I'm really excited to play Mangoes. He's on the oncoming Trafficker team. Because, like, way back in the day, before I was even, like, in Discord or, like, new competitive scene or anything, I would, like, ping the looking for group Discord in the OS Cord, like the main OS Cord, and me and Mangoes would, like, duo queue there, just norms and stuff. So that was fun. It's like, he remember that too, which is great. So I'm glad to get to play him here, at the big stage in top 8, so.
Have you talked to him yet, actually? Okay,
I'm
cool.
actually gonna let Daboom take this one for a second because I have my own take.
as people in general, I am a very big fan of playing in games with Cakes and ZZZ.
They're eliminated, though.
Yeah, but we by us. Like,
Yes, by you
That's what I'm
guys.
saying. Like, we already played them. Like, I'm kind of fulfilled at that. Like, I had a good time playing against them. They're great people.
This guy wanted to check out, but I won't let him. We're going all in, and for that reason, I haven't been looking at the future teams all that much. It's focus on the one team that we're up against next and go from there. The moment we start planning for teams after this, that's when we lose our momentum, because now we're thinking about things other than the game directly in front of us. So I am excited to play against Coin, Mangoes, and Tempo. Absolutely. Tempo being someone that has appeared in Seraphim quite a lot,
Yes.
myself included, absolutely. And they are someone that I've looked up to for a long time now. So I guess if I were to say that, I'd say Tempo is the person that I'm looking forward to playing against and eventually overcome.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty interesting one to think about, right? Tempo being, I guess, one of the trademark high elo players of this Seraphim group, one which I've also been a part of. It's been fun, being able to go into them in the main houses a lot. Is there any sort of worries that you might have with playing the Tempo?
I'll add to this. I'm not sure if these two have thought about it. I did have some worries in the past, but I am far beyond that. We have made it further than any of us have ever expected, and at that point, we just need to get out there and give it our all, and make the adjustments as things go. We played our outs, as we mentioned previously, and any worries that we have, we need to get rid of them as soon as possible. Make sure we don't let it interfere with how we're playing or what we want.
Another one is like with double field. It's like they do very well in our hours.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's just like I'm not worried about getting KO'd or anything. So.
Okay. And I guess my last question for each of you guys can take it. What is one message you may have for anyone who's watching and people who are maybe unfamiliar with your game at this point?
Play tournaments. Tournaments are phenomenal. I have not touched competitive queues for the long. Look here, these two are. Daboom and Ray both are, but they've both been looking for tournament teams for the longest time, and I bet they're super happy that they have. So I highly recommend that if you have yet to do so, look for a team, sign up, doesn't matter. Put yourself out there. Just get your name on a board on any tournament. Doesn't matter if you overperform, underperform. Just do it. It's worth it.
Okay. Rayboy P?
Any message you want to leave?
Yeah, I'm just glad to be here, glad to come to the LAN, see all the faces, for everyone. Like I said, I played solo queue a lot. You know what? I'm going to say it. Join VC. If you're queuing comp, join VC. I want to talk to you. So.
W Rayboy. And Daboom.
Sign us off.
I just want to say, my methods and how I play is basically the exact opposite of what Rip said. I don't play tournaments at all. I just solo queue. I have like 1,900 games in solo queue by now. But like, just if you're making mistakes, I just keep on playing until I fix them. To be honest, there's not much strategy. I just keep going until it gets better.
Brute force.
Yeah, just brute force method.
Hey, brute force is actually what has gotten you guys thus far, right? And I think all things considered, you guys will continue to go so far, and I believe in you guys. But with that, we will be going to a short break before we get to our games. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Denver. We are here for winners semis today. I'm here with Sloth, and we are excited to cast Polar against Go. I'm not going to say their full names because it's just too much, too many syllables.
Way too many.
But this should be a great game. I'm really excited for this series.
Yeah, I'm really excited for it as well because both of these teams have been performing themselves really well, and also there's some in-house fighting there. You know, it's the Sundu strikers playing against each other. 3Z going to the Polar Cortex for brawling for them for this event. Meanwhile, Snake slotting in for Grimella and Shape.
Yep.
Exactly. It's going to be an absolutely great match I'm looking forward to, and I'm looking for some of the maps as well. One of them that I was thinking about also Oni Village that we're starting on apparently now. So interesting to see what's going to be played up here, as we do see the entire game already. The draft's coming through as well, and as I feel like the kind of theme of this tournament has been so far, lockdown goalies being selected from both sides.
Yeah, and we saw that when we played against each other yesterday.
Yes.
They seem very strong, and especially on this map, in any meta really, it's traditionally lockdown goalies, but especially right now with Dubu looking so strong and Atlas as well. We might have a long one on our hands here. And yeah, like we talked about, there's a lot of history, and it's kind of always been Sundubu's map, Oni Village. But I think we kind of get to see here if it's more about Grimella, if it's more about 3Z, or who's going to be more dominant on this map, which I assume both teams are pretty happy to be on here.
Yeah, most definitely. I do favor, in terms of just raw team comp, I do favor the side of Polar Cortex, soon Polar Cortex a little bit better, because they have the Estelle. Estelle's just such a valuable pick on a map like Oni Village. You can just do so much, create so much pressure, and even though Shape is on a solid Atlas goalie, Estelle can be one of the characters that can play around it pretty well.
Yeah, and you're already seeing just how difficult that Dubu is to get through. And yeah, the Amy, like the secondary was the thing that got nerfed in this last patch. I don't know who did that. But that's really the way that you would punish these out clears, and the cooldown being longer, I think, will be in effect here. So we'll see if Grimella can make use of those opportunities. But so far, it is Soon Polar Cortex who have the goal open first here. A lot of energy built on their side as well. We'll see if A or the Fool can potentially use this flip to score, but they're having to play a lot of defense right now.
Yeah, very much so, especially with Snake having a flip available for himself as well. It's a bit dangerous to be losing that barrier, but as of right now, Polar Cortex can't give it away, but a beautiful cancel from Snake actually will take the barrier. Flip coming out to answer the situation as Freezy's trying to get an attack through, but Shape's holding strong in the attack as now both midfielders have a flip soon, and A just got his through in the end. Beautiful goal to get the lead for Polar Cortex in this first set.
Yeah, hit it off of the Asher ultimate, so it's 3Z getting credit for the goal. And I think we're going to see a lot of that getting to overtime. Both goals end up being open, but it takes so much to get through this Atlas and this Dubu, who both have no energy right now, so it's kind of a window where those evade clears aren't possible. Maybe they can get something, but we'll see if that's able to happen in time as one barrier goes down. 3Z now trying to set up in the corner, but a lot of space for Shape Grimella to play defense here.
Yeah, and the Tofu Fortress is just such a solid answer as well into the Amy turret, right? Because Amy turret's so difficult to deal with due to the constant pressure. Well, you don't need to worry about it if you have just a wall, right, that just catches all of it. So, really good answer from the Fool there, as the side of Go are trying to get this, their first barrier. But right as it stands right now, Soon Polar Cortex are doing a very solid job at keeping up the attack and keeping up the pressure.
Yeah, and on this map, I know this is something that both of these teams think about. I think the Dubu and the Asher are going to be really strong at when the vertical barriers are on the same side. When you can push up and put that Asher ult on the short side and you can put the Dubu ult as well, it's going to be so much pressure and you just get the core bouncing around where you're not having to use as many cooldowns. So I think that's really going to be what they go for. And the side of Go is going to look for more of this setup where you have them in the opposite corners, because I think it's going to work stronger to their dash-focused offense.
Yeah, exactly. And then as well, it makes it more difficult for 3Z, as you said, because the Asher, she's not really like mobile, so you want to play in one lane and push from one lane. So if you're playing opposite barriers like that, you have to cross to top and bottom continuously and kind of make that trek, which Asher doesn't really do that well in. But we'll see how it's going to play out, because 2 flips have been dropped. It's immediately going into chaos again, and Snake needs to get that Atlas ultimate to stay alive. But still, no second barrier drop from either side. Both of these goalies doing so well defensively.
Yeah, I am interested if the KOs ever end up being a factor here. It seems like in this first set, there's just not enough for it to happen. It's a great save from Shape, just barely getting it away that time. So far, you know, the Atlas ult has been used once. We had one person staggered, but really it's just 3v3 the entire time, and who can use their cooldowns better. And we're in overtime here, still 2 barriers up.
Barriers up. I feel like the game's already been going for like almost 5 minutes, and we're not even 2 points in. At least that's what it feels like. Flip coming up from Shape there as well to hold on to the barrier. The ultimate not able to find the barrier at the end. And Snake's trying to get an attack going, but the Fool again answering so smartly as well. The flip from Freezy coming out, doing the job to get the barrier out, but Shape's still going to be there to hold the barrier, but a great redirect from Freezy will actually put it into the net, and this is going to put Zoom Polar Cortex up 2-0.
Yeah, really well done there. Waited till the Atlas was out of cooldowns to get the barrier with the flip there, and then a beautiful dribble as well. As much as Asher doesn't have as much mobility as a lot of other brawlers like Zentaro, she still has a lot of different kind of mix-ups like what you just saw there.
Yeah, most definitely. And also a lot of just pure force as both barriers immediately drop, and Shape not able to hold on to that. Now still has some abilities available to himself, more than likely, but Atlas on open goal is very difficult to play out, and especially if you're going into something like an Estelle that can just hit your cross clear so well. We're going to have to see how Shape's going to be approaching the situation, as the side of Go are going to try to get the second barrier down.
Yeah, and Grimella trying to set up, using the dash, using the glitch pop, just has no abilities now, except for the turret. We'll see if that gets any value, but there's just so much room for the Fool to work with every single time. As A now is very low, we'll see if they can find a KO. Not a lot of cooldowns up to try to confirm it, but he does take a dash there. Still staggered maybe, still pushed out of the play for now, but the Dubu just has so much space to work with, and they're not able to do it for now.
Yeah, it's so difficult to find the KO confirm on a map like this. Even though A is getting low again, Snake probably waiting on the ultimate here and will get the kill to confirm power play now in favor of Go. Can they actually get the barrier? You know, the flip from the Fool comes through, and Shape not able to react in time and properly, as the core's going to find its way in. The Fool with a beautiful flip there is going to secure Soon Polar the first set victory here, and going to get a first pick to 3Z.
Yeah, and I think maybe even reacted a little too early, because he sent the Atlas primary up. It was already past where the core was. He had the read, but just did it a bit too early, so that'll go through. And it is 3Z who's going to get the first pick here. No size showing up, so I think there's no super clear first option. Oh no, there is the one size in the corner, so it'll be that, and that'll mean that Dubu doesn't get any size, which is important, but does get the extra special, which will help them, I think, on offense and on defense. So a very strong start for them. But Amy getting the dash range is, I think, exactly what they needed. It means you have to deny it away from the Zentaro, but at least one of them getting that, I think, will be very important.
Yeah, the Centaur also getting Adrenaline Rush maybe opens up some kind of damage win condition later on in the game. Right now you still need more Awakenings to properly scale into it, but it opens up that window. It opens up that opportunity to try to play for that in future drafts as well. And Siege Machine also, a very strong pickup for shapeshifting there, as range on Atlas is just so strong.
Yeah, and I think especially on this map, you'll even feel it more when you're on the defense. Like for the Fool and A, you'll feel those Atlas primaries coming from so far when shapeshifting is able to push up. But right now, he's having to stay on that barrier because they're the first one with one down. 3Z having to drop back and get the orb for now. A couple strike wars lost. Somehow the core goes straight through there, so they will get one barrier. They'll set themselves up for offense, back pass to Shape as well, but a little miscommunication as Grimella dashed up. The core went down, so they move back to defense now. They have a lot of energy. The Fool not quite having the Tofu Fortress yet, but 3Z going for the angle, but a bit of some MOBA aim there means that it misses.
Yeah, and the attack is going again, but into the side of Zoom Polar as of right now. 2 flips available, almost 3 on the side of Go as well. We'll see if they can make use of those. But as it stands right now, the attack's coming through. The extra special is going to show its worth as the Tofu Fortress comes through. 2 abilities being used to defend to it. The barrier still up, a KO being found on 3Z there actually. That's where that explosive entrance is coming in. Grimella finding that, and they cannot get past the Fool. He's holding it down so well. Doesn't even have to use a flip for it, just finds the strikes. Flip coming up from Grimella, Snake trying to get it, but no, the strikes are still good. The Fool holding on still, and the barrier still stands.
Yeah, beautiful defense by the Fool there. And you know, you have a lot of championship kind of winning pedigree on both sides in this match, but for A and the Fool, it's been NASA that they won. You add a former LAN winner in 3Z to this side, and then on the other side you have the other 2 LAN winners. So it's just a lot of experience. I don't think the nerves are quite getting to anyone, but right now it's just the execution that's been that way for Polar as we're still on the first point of this set.
Yeah, and we're just fighting back and forth continuously. 3Z being staggered then as well, needs to get the bear, get some orbs, but A with a beautiful interrupt there on the Estelle, finds the angle. Grimella not able to interrupt with it anymore, and Shape doesn't have the ability to reach it. So after a very, very long point, soon Polar are able to find the first goal of the second set.
Yeah, and it feels like with the dash range on Amy, the dashes and the ults from Zen as well, they should be able to keep a more consistent offense and kind of, you know, keep those out clears on their side of offense. But it doesn't feel like they've just quite got into their rhythm yet, and I'm not sure what kind of changes they need to make. I'm sure they're trying to talk about that right now, but it just seems like Polar Cortex is executing better, and 3Z finding a KO on the side there. Atlas had the ult potentially for himself, but didn't use it, and A with a great show of the patience there sends it to the top side, and that's 5 points to Polar Cortex.
Yeah, I think it's just the simplicity of the comp that Polar has, right? You have very, very I don't want to say simple, but non-complicated game plans on Asher and Dubu, right? Once holding down the back, Asher's just going to try to push through Shape on the defense. And they're able to successfully do that, and you have that glue character as Estelle in the middle that can just connect these cores from the back to the front continuously, while being such a menace at dealing with cross clears as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Go, who's playing an Amy Zentaro, which are still very effective, but they're a lot more heavy on the execution side. You need to find the abilities at the right time. You need to find the abilities at the right angle to really get those barriers. And if you're going up against something like a Dubu, and especially the Fool on the Dubu, it's just really difficult to do that consistently, and that's kind of where the score is right now as well, as almost a second barrier drops as well, but still, barrier stands.
Yeah, they had a great execution as far as the positioning there, but Grimella just barely missed the second barrier. He invested the flip there as well, but 3Z did go down. A might be next as they go for the barrier. They're going for the kill a bit as well, as Snake would love to get this adrenaline rush proc here, but A is doing a great job staying alive. Grimella finds himself a blow as well now that 3Z's back up, almost kills his former teammate there, but both are staying up for now, so the KO still not be able to be found, but it does go on to Grimella there, and it switches the other way. Now it is Polar Cortex who have the power play. They also have the barriers set up that they're looking for. The wall went in there, a great dash from Snake, and it's just so hard for either team to get through these goalies right now.
Yeah, it's so difficult. Both Atlas do, but just being so strong defensively, and you can see that with all these interrupts. But when you find an angle like that, the angle that 3Z just found, just gets it around the ability so well, dashes down as well and reaches it, just puts it in the top corner. Shape doesn't have an ability to answer it anymore, and this game has been everything Polar so far, as they're taking yet another, I believe, 3-0 set. Yeah,
not a single point found. As close as the points themselves have been, it's all the execution on the side of Polar Cortex. And this goes map pick as well, so a little bit scary for them. They're going to look for the scaling here, and it is Atlas who has that first pick, which is a little bit unfortunate for the rest of them. But I think there's still enough that they're going to be able to get something here. The Dubu denies the speed away from Zentaro, who's going to wait with the pick here. 3Z getting even more sizes. It's really undeniable there with both and Big Fish showing up. He will find some speed himself and some survivability and peak performance, and Grimella will go for that stinger, so I think they really need to find these adrenaline rush procs if they're going to turn these points around from how they have been going. But it's a lot found for the side, that hot shot and the size on Asher as well. So I think Sundubu really, Polar Cortex rather, really has everything that they need to close this one out.
Yeah, most definitely, especially if you do need to find these KOs, right? You did have some awakenings for yourself for Go to try to find them, but look at what Polar's got. They got Stagger Swagger on the Fool, so now if you're trying to get the Dubu, he's just going to run up and be a forward menace. Big Fish gives you not only size for 3Z, but it also gives you some HP to be working with, and Estelle as a base is already very evasive. Hotshot giving you more cooldowns, and especially that core speed, just making it even faster in transitional play, is going to be very, very strong for Polar. And you saw that already, because the points that felt like taking like 8 minutes at least almost,
yeah,
just are done within the first 30 seconds of it, because Polar is just such a strong setup now.
And it's Deadeye and Hotshot as well, so those crosscores are really going to be punished. As you see the core speed right there. 3Z now with the flip, being patient, and it ends up finding it. The primary as well takes out shapeshifting, so now just need to get the core in a scoring position, and it's 3Z. Feels like he's been doing that all game, just winning the strike wars when they count once the goal is open. And that's an 8-0 so far. Backs completely against the wall for Go here, and we'll see if they can turn it around, but it feels like it's all Soon Cortex.
Yeah, and you can see that in the levels as well, by the way. On average, a level to 2 differences between the players. It's just so much control on the side of Polar Snake. Trying to find an angle here, but that Dofu Fortress just shuts it down immediately. They do get a KO and a barrier with it. This is their chance to find their first goal of the game, so we'll see if they can do it. Grimel has a flip available as well. Does not use it just yet. Defense holding on. 3Z and the Fool doing so good defensively there, but a nice flick from Snake will actually find the goal. This is an important goal for the Go, but they still need a lot more if they do want to start winning this game.
Yeah, they found the KO very quickly there, which feels like the only win condition they have, really, with that adrenaline rush. So there's a lot of damage on the side of Amy. The Zentaro can make it happen as well, but it feels like you have to have perfect execution and some mistakes on the other side to get those KOs. Found one there. They found a few in other points. That was the first time they were finally able to convert one of those for a goal, as a great offensive opportunity for a moment there for Zoom, but now having to fall back for the defense. It gets through the IME turret, though, so it will set up very quickly. Amy going to out of position, but it is won by Snake and Shapeshifting on that side lane, so maybe a bit of momentum in their direction finally.
Yeah, we will see Shape getting the top clear as well. The Fool's there to answer it. There's a flip available on 3Z and the Fool as the Tofu Fortress comes out as well. 3Z not able to find the core with a flip, though. Now no evades, potentially a target of a KO here as well. Flip from Grimella coming out to call to kind of interrupt the play as Snake's trying to dribble up top, trying to get the core up, but the Fool's going to be there to answer it. 3C down to Stagger, so that's probably going to be their win call. And Grimella or Snake trying to secure that KO if they can, but A almost gets Grimella off the map, matter of fact. As the KO gets found, another power play now for the side of Go. 3v2, can they find the attack, though? The Fool has a flip available as well if he does want to use it. Pass is going up and down, and it goes past the somersault. Excellent angle to be found by Go, and suddenly they're just one goal away from finding a set victory here.
Yeah, it's a angle both on the pass and on the shot because they both got out of the way of the roll. That does mean that the flip stays up for the Fool, but just 1 point needing to be found. And that time, Snake actually didn't get the adrenaline rush proc on that KO, so it seemed like maybe the play would dissolve just in time. Although great coverage by A and 3Z here means they're just 1 point away. The core is in the corner here, and the flip on the Fool as well means not a lot of pressure on that side, so it's going to be a big hill to climb in this point for them. But Snake finding the KO, the adrenaline rush as well, and this could be what they need to end this game.
We'll see if they can, though, because the Fool has a flip as well. They can definitely get through the power play. Best case scenario, you at least get the flip out of him, though. But as I said right now, Ace doing such a good job holding on, and the piercing shot will do it. Ryan gets caught off guard there. The KO coming through. And soon Polar finding that first game victory in a 3-0 fashion. Go was having a run back, trying to find their way back. But the advantage from Soon Polar was just a bit too strong.
Yeah, and I didn't see if an evade was available for Shape there, but that was the Deadeye that A got in that second draft that made that happen there. And it felt like maybe the momentum was starting to shift, like there was a window for them to bring it back, but 3Z and A were just converting so well. You see 4 goals for each of them, a very balanced attack the entire time. And it is the first map, which was Go's pick, going to them in 3-0 fashion. So, you know, this is Seed 1 against Seed 5. I think everyone expected this to be close, but that first map going in that fashion has to be pretty encouraging if you're a Super Cortex fan.
Yeah, most definitely. I do wonder where the draft went as well in terms of the first pick, because obviously getting a first pick on a start like this and on a map like this, it is so valuable. And I feel like that kind of came into play this time around as well, that they just decided Super Cortex just got themselves a really nice comp to play with. Probably an Estelle first pick is what I would imagine, as it just allows everything to be picked around it and do well with it. And it kind of really came into play this time around. And I'm curious to see how the next game is going to plan out or play out as we're going into Night Market, where now the side select is going to go into Go's favor. Maybe they can secure themselves a pick they really wanted to be playing for.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, will that end up being Dubu? Because it looked very strong there. It's looked very strong all weekend. It's hard to say how much of that game was the Dubu versus the Atlas, if it was really about the Estelle, or if it's just execution and one team playing better. You know, it was a lot of things going together, and they started to bring it back. They ended up having more KOs. They had the adrenaline rush, but it didn't matter. They just executed all game. So, yeah, we're going into Night Market. It should be a very different draft, at least in some way. But I'm interested in what the priority is, if it's those melee goalies or if both teams kind of see it as, you know, you trade one for the other.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm also curious to see if there's going to be more KO or more comps leaning into KO, because in Oni Village it's very difficult to make use of a comp like that.
Yeah.
Very difficult to actually execute it. Night Market, it allows it a lot more. And for brawlers as well, a pick like a Julie pops into mind as well. That is very lethal and very strong on that map. That's definitely going to hold some priority. So maybe you're also willing to give the enemy goalie their prio pick between the Atlas and the Dubu in turn of getting something like a strong brawler forward combination for yourself. So we'll see what I feel like the Awakenings are going to dictate it quite heavily, so we'll see where those are going to lie.
Yeah, and I think you and I, and also players on both of those teams, know about the win rate of 3Z Breezy on Juliet.
Yes.
So I think that is going to be the priority. You're either picking it or you're banning it here if you are Go. So we'll see with the Awakenings if that possibly changes it, but I think no matter what, you're going to see Julie gone by the time Soonpolar Cortex is picking. So it'll be interesting to see what direction they go instead. I think the Asher looked really strong, not always as consistent on other maps where, their game plan, like we talked about in the middle of the game, was so clear as far as just push that one lane. You have the Dubu wall, the Asher wall. I think you can make that happen on Night Market as well. But we'll see what they go for if they end up changing it up. It is the Dubu band away, so we'll see if that Julie goes this first pick here. As Aerials, Might of the Colossus, I think will kind of give something for most characters in the game. So a bit of a more neutral start, no adrenaline rush or anything like that. But yeah, I would expect Julie in this first pick slot here.
Yeah, most definitely. With a little bit of size as well, she's going to do fine. It does feel like Go is just going the safer route, saying, this Dubu was a really big issue for us in the Zony Village game. Yeah. And Night Market defensively as well. It's not quite the same map, but it kind of plays similarly. So you just don't want to deal with it outright. And yeah, the Asher pick coming through here as well. Just saying, hey, these two picks work really well for you and Oni Village. This Awakening start kind of allows for a similar game plan. We're just not giving you either of them, and we're just going to play him ourselves. Now, I'm not certain if this is going to be a forward Asher or if Shape might be cooking with a goalie on Asher, because I know he plays it. I don't know where he thinks it's in the meta right now. I would probably lean more towards Snake playing the Asher, but I'm always down to be surprised.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe they haven't even decided yet either. It might be a flex pick for them here as well, which will give them a little more optionality here. The Kai being first pick, I know that Gramella has really valued that pick in this meta the entire time. He said that Kai, he thinks, is maybe the strongest midfielder, at least when it's not a clear damage start. So A, or possibly, no, it is A taking it because they picked Atlas second. So yeah, we'll be on the Kai there. With this aerial start, I think will be really strong for them. Julie does end up going all the way down here to pick number 4. So that means it will be the Asher goalie. Potentially they hadn't decided yet, as we said. And it is going to be 3Z Breezy on X here. Going to have a lot of scaling, and you're starting with that Might of the Colossus. But it does feel like those early sets might be very favored for Go.
Yeah, most definitely, because you just have so much immediate pressure off of the forward pairing, Juliet and Estelle on the baseline. So much value in these abilities and in that force. So, and Atlas has long cooldowns. Without Awakenings, he's going to be run out of those cooldowns fast, which means there's going to be plenty of avenues for them to score through. However, I do feel like if this game is going anywhere past like set 4, set 5, I'm heavily starting to favor Soonpolar, because this X can be such a menace with the right Awakenings, and like you said as well, it's a might start already. So any really great for the X, it's just amplified even more, as now he also gets damage to be playing for. And the issue that I usually see with X as well is that he's very immobile, very much just stationary up front. Well, if you have a Kai behind you that's just going to be running across the entire map with aerials, I don't think that's really a problem anymore for you.
Yeah. It does feel like the Asher will definitely, I would assume, go here, especially with the might start, which means that X isn't going to exactly have that condition of killing the goalie, but it's going to have to be the midfielder that you're going to be targeting. It's going to be the scaling as well. That also means the Asher will have a lot of power and potentially be able to fight back as well. So I think either team, once we get into more drafts, will kind of have the optionality of going more into KO, going more into just finding those barriers. But both of these teams are going to be ready for that potential adaptation. But yeah, after that draft, I'm still really surprised to see that it's Snake who ended up getting the Julie in that 4-5, and immediately, as I'm saying that, finds a KO straight away on A on the Kai there.
Yeah, that is the thing you want to watch out for, right? Because that Juliet is going to be an absolute menace. Barrier down, both barriers down from the side of Zoom Polar now, as Go is immediately starting off with a power play here, trying to get the core into the death as well. The Fool holding on for now. 3Z's taking a lot of damage as well. Atlas ultimate coming out to save him there a little bit. The Snake's trying to dribble at the bottom, gets interrupted by 3Z. Shape playing in a very aggressive line, but it's being rewarded. Gets a KO. That Pauldrons that you mentioned coming in together with that Might, just giving enough power to just take him out off the map. And even though the game's basically just started, we're 40 seconds in, 2 KOs have already been found by the side of Go.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of XP as well for that, Julie. If they do end up winning the draft, we'll put them in a good position here. As Grimella going into the corner, and the Fool doesn't end up using the flip. Tried to use the primary, but the core just got a little bit behind him, so it will be the first point going for Go. It took them 9 points for that to happen last time, so that has to feel good here. And they have a ton of energy on their side that they saved as well.
Yeah, I didn't even have to use a flip. You just keep all your energy. You have 3 flips available, basically. Meanwhile, 3Z and A don't have the same energy because they got taken out once, right? So only the Fool has a flip, has to burst it here as well. Snake does almost die here, will probably end up dying. The Atlas ultimate is not going to help Snake there. It's going to come out either way, though. Scrimella's on the attack again to witness a stealth KO found in the end. The Snake's taken off the map, and now it's time for Soon Polar to get an attack going and get these barriers down.
Yeah, beautiful job running on the edge. Snake there bought him a little bit of time and meant that 3Z had to use more cooldowns to find the KO, and that means that they're not able to get both barriers on the power play there, but both team is able to keep one up for now. Grimella using the flip now, the expanse comes out, and then a KO as well from the Atlas primary means that it's another power play for 3Z and A here. Snake trying to find a KO, and the flip will have to be used by A pretty soon here as they find a second one. Shape doesn't use it, so it goes down. A might get KO'd here if they're not able to convert immediately, so really this point is still in the balance even though they found 2 there.
Even though, like, looking at I was aware there's going to be KOs looking at both of these comps. It feels like there's too many KOs, though. It's just kind of going back and forth all the time. And if that's a gameplay that we're going to be looking at, your positioning is going to be so important because you do not want to be giving anyone free KOs. And especially the side of Go has so much pressure around the edges with a Juliet and a Pauldrons Asher in the back as well. So as long as I think Super Cortex can be wary of that, they are going to be in a good position. But for now, they still need to find the first goal of the game.
Yeah, and even beyond the dash punches, like the might means that these combos, even if they don't knock them out, find so much damage. As you see 3Z already staggered here. Great strike shot from the Fool, keeps it on offense for now, but it is Snake now dribbling in the bottom. A has to win some important strike wars, and he does, just running all around and keeping the core from getting back means 3Z is able to heal up, and we'll see if he can get involved in the play once again as so many strike wars, so many interactions won by A, sets up the offense here in a good position, but there is a lot of energy coming online for Go here.
Yeah, 2 flips available on both the forwards. Meanwhile, 3Z fighting for his life on very low HP. Needs to be careful. Snake probably just looking to get a kill with that flip, and it will find it. As the attack is now being built, it's a 3v2 for Go. Can they find the barrier off of the Fool? He does have a flip available, but the barrier does drop. The strike wasn't there in time. As now Grimella jumps up, the flip coming up from the Fool. A gonna be able to receive that core, but Grimella still on the attack. Will probably want to use the flip soon. Almost doesn't have to with the piercing jump, but a beautiful flip into Snake's dash punch will do the trick. And Go going up 2-0 in the set.
And despite how different the game has looked from that first Oni village, every point is still taking just as long. It's still, those melee goalies are able to defend so well right now against the attack, against power plays even, that it still really comes down to the execution of not just the kills, but finding those KOs in difficult positions. And Grimella is doing a beautiful job executing, finding that second barrier. That means they'll be going down quick as 3Z uses the X Maximus, tries to find something here, but they just don't really have the KO pressure in this point to put it on. Shape uses the flip there. 3Z though winning the strike war means that it does get open here. He'll try to set up the flip for A. Used a little bit far away that all 3 members are able to get there in there and strike, and they don't convert it yet.
Yeah, but 3Z does have a flip up front. It does get defended, but A is there to cover. It gets a goal in, and it gives you the first goal for Soon Polar in this game. And looking at the energy overall, it does seem roughly even, but a slight advantage towards Go, which is not what you like to see if you're Soon Polar, because you're still down 2 goals as opposed to 1 that Go needs.
Yeah, 3Z's still not at an evade yet, so watch for a dash punch potentially, as the Fool does put down the ultimate to heal A. But it means that they lost both barriers, and Snake, right as it goes away, finds the KO there. Grimella covering the out clear with the ultimate as well. I mean, it's a first set going toward Go, their first of this series, and that has to feel great after how that first game started. And really just so much momentum, and all the KOs being found on Snake means they're going to get the first pick here. Going to typically go for the extra special to deny it away from Atlas because really you've seen that their win condition has been those KOs.
Yeah, most definitely. And it makes so much sense to get rid of that as well, right? Because not only is it good to deny it off on Atlas, the Juliet ultimate is doing so much work as well just to keep pressure up front and also kill confirm, right? You do have a lot of damage just passively by Asher and Estelle behind you, so it's going to help quite a bit on that front as well. Across the draft, though, you just got a lot of like scaling picks. I don't think there's any like large standout one. You get a Spark on 3Z, which could be dangerous further down in the game. You get some more HP and movement speed on Shape, which is going to allow him to actually be even more aggressive than he's already been, which is going to do a lot of work for him as well. But I feel like as a whole, nothing insanely game-changing picked up. So I feel like we're going to look at roughly the same game that I've been looking at in the first set.
Yeah, but the draft order does mean when you lose a set and you're able to get the single spark and no other spark showed up, that is really strong for 3Z here, and I think X is one of the best users of those sparks. So that could be some scary scaling here. I think A is the only one too unhappy with this draft. You didn't really want the Stinger, most likely, but it is finding a lot of damage onto Grimella right there. He does get staggered right here. No pressure going on the KO, instead just the pressure on the goal, but Grimella is able to dash back. A KO is found on him, but it did mean that he extended the point here. We'll see what Snake and Shapeshifting can do.
Yeah, 3Z also very low, tries to farm for this flip, I'm pretty certain, as the attack's going to be built again. Fool has a flip as well, Shape holding on to the defense. Snake also getting low, flip having to come out by 3Z, flip being answered by Snake as well, as now both Prowlers are staggered. It's just a battle of who's going to be taken out first. No, 3Z does stay alive, the dash punch doesn't connect, as now A is trying to get the build up top again, with Shape and Grimella holding it down so well defensively.
Yeah, and everyone who was low just fighting for that speed gate there, they end up sharing it. It means no one can really KO each other as A, very quick actions by Shape, is able to keep that up. We'll see 3Z trying to stay alive with this Celestial intervention. Snake almost KO'd as well, but doesn't even get staggered, so the pressure won't quite be there as 3Z trying to find these opportunities, just barely misses the shot right there, so it'll continue to go.
Yeah, and it's still going back and forth. Chaos trying to be found. Snake almost finding one, but the defense from the Fool is going to be good enough. The flip not having to be used by Shape just yet. Asher just really being that strong defensively. Pip coming out, and the dash by 3Z. He's going to read the clear, and a point that was being battled for so long does go to the side of Soon Polar.
Yeah, beautiful execution, and this game just feels so much more back and forth than the other one. It feels like both teams have similar game. They're going for those KOs, and they're both trying to get through these melee goalies on the power plays, as Shape has to dash down to make sure the double barrier doesn't happen. Snake with the dash through puts a lot of damage onto A, but it seems like in this set he's been able to do a good job staying alive so far, as he will into the side. Every time that Aldrin's Asher ultimate goes clear, it's a lot of damage that they end up not taking, so that time it means big things as Grimella uses the flip here, and we'll see if they KO pressure now that he has no energy.
I do believe so. 3Z could be starting to look for a little bit of a cheeky combo towards yet, but as of right now, the attack's going to be on the barrier. Flip not being used by 3Z yet, trying to get the barrier without having to use it, as it does go out to try to KO Grimella. Grimella holding on to dear life for now, as the KO isn't found just yet, but he's still going to be so careful with his positioning not to be taken out just off the map right now.
Yeah, great passing from Snake, and Grimella gets it on offense for just a moment there, but the Fool is doing a great job of just core, I think exactly where Soon Polar Cortex needs it, really setting A up for success as they almost get the barrier, but 3Z going down. The speed of this Kai means that the power play gets stalled out for a little bit, and the angle there goes wide, so still no barriers found. 3Z going to be back in just 2 seconds. They get one. We'll see if they can convert the second, but flips burn there and no barrier found.
Yeah, no barrier found. We're in an even game state, and the attack's still going in favor of Go right now, but the defense remain. The Fool is going to hold strong as they're trying to get the core over to Shape, but even if you do get it there, Shape does have a flip available on top of just being an Asher defensively, right? So we'll see if they're going to be able to find an angle. The core going really fast into their half again, but the defense from both of these goalies are it's just so strong and so difficult to get past as of right now.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed by A in this game, and if you think about all the other players have, as they open the barrier there, have lands or they play traditionally on servers that are good for them, but he's Canadian. He's usually on very high ping, and I bet it has to feel good right now playing on 16, 20 ping, whatever they're on right now, and I think he's really showing out in this game, controlling the midfield and making use of that speed, winning so many strike wars. But once again, it's just an even game state. They're trying to get the core to 3Z in a good that flip, but not much pressure being put quite yet.
Yeah, the flip from Grimella doesn't really find its target either there, which isn't really great because now you have an energy advantage for the side of Soon Polar. 3Z up front will use it, but it gets offended. Grimella there to strike it. Snake is going to use that ultimate to get it out again and again. It's just a lot of like contention around that midfield. Both sides are just like looking for that one mistake, for like that one misposition for a KO or a misuse of an ability defensively, but just both teams are just playing it out so cleanly and so excellently that it's just not happening, which just draws out these points for so long.
Yeah, the Fool pushed back, a great clear there as the dash does stun him, but he found it just barely in time, but no that time. Great use of that extra special that Snake in the last draft as they'll try to set it up to him now. The flip up that time and great patience to win the strike war against Snake, but still a lot of pressure for them. We'll see what the X can do with those slick kicks, but once the core is away, it's just so hard to set up 3Z in a good here as he takes a lot of damage in the corner.
Yeah, the core immediately going back into the Ace hand, so 3Z trying to get it past the defense here and will find the angle, and I feel like that's almost the only angle that he could have found there to find the goal. This is going to put Soon Polar Cortex up 2-0 in a set that, again, just feels like we've been sitting here for ages already because it's just such a heavy back and forth.
Yeah, already 3 members set level 8 here in set 2, and the Fool and Shapeshifting have both been doing such a great job in this game, and also those characters right now on this map, especially when you're not finding quite as many KOs. It does feel like the KOs have been a lot more scarce in this second set, even though no clear survivability was found apart from on the Asher with the peak performance, but the Asher wasn't getting KO'd anyway. So it may be just better execution, better jobs evading this damage, but the game really has changed from that first set.
Yeah, most definitely. In the first set, there was a lot of like feeling out, where can I stay, where can't I stay, and at this point it's been figured out, right? A is being everywhere on the map, but in the places where he can get dash punched as of right now, which makes it so much easier for him to position. Same thing for Grimella as well, right? Being so aware of where that danger zone is and just playing around it. As A, though, with a beautiful run-up, will get 2 barriers there for free. 3Z's taken off the map, but the power play, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get it past the Fool with a flip on Atlas.
Yeah, the Asher ultimate doing a great job there. Feels like they haven't been able to set much on offense with them to this point. Grimella with the dash range is able to catch that core on the bottom, which could have been a little bit scary. But now trying to win this to Snake, trying to get it through. 3Z doing a good job with that size, just standing right in front. A beautiful job with the X Maximus there. Means it's a 3-0 set for Soon Polar. They tie this game up, and this draft I think is going to be really important. You had that single spark on 3Z previously last time. He's going to be picking 3rd or potentially 4th, actually 5th in this draft, but we'll see what he can find. Just the one spark showing up, someone's probably going to have to deny it.
Yeah, the thing is, like, there's going to be 2 people from Go picking before him, and there's Quick Strike, 1-2 Punch, Spark of Eternity.
Adrenaline Rush as well.
Adrenaline Rush as well. X is getting something good. So at this point, I think Go just picks for what they do best and what they deal best with. So they do deny the Spark. They don't want to deal with that scaling. And they get Quick Strike for Snake, which is very high value as well. But the 1-2 Punch is going to be so much damage on the X. And also, Missile Propulsion Atlas. I don't know, like, you've probably played it plenty as well. That is disgusting.
And Siege Machine and Aerials. So
wait, that's all.
he has absolutely everything possible to help out the offense here with these primaries and just poke the core away from Snake every time that he's getting it. You see right there, he's setting up Snake with these primaries, and it's going to be, I think, really a powerful tool for their offense, as much as you talk about the Atlas being a defensive weapon, of course.
Yeah, at this point, I don't even think he's a defensive weapon anymore. This one, he's an offensive weapon because he's just going to clear the entire map with that range. I didn't even realize that. But as of right now, Go is the one on the attack. Snake taking a lot of damage, but the barriers are down on the side of Soon Polar. They're trying to get the second one off of Shapeshifting, but I cannot find it. The dash punch going into the expanse there. So Snake not able to get value out of it. 3Z trying to run up and get something out of it. The barrage almost getting rid of Snake there, as 3Z just trying to kill confirm on him. And 8 holding on to core. The Giga coming through as well. And Snake still not dead. Almost 3Z the one dying, but in the end it was enough. Flip coming up from Mela, but being answered by the Fool. And now power play for Soon Polar.
Yeah, and not just the range that the Fool is going to be able to help. That time he was able to confirm the KO, and the extra damage from the missile prop from the Siege Machine as well is going to be a big weapon for them as he tries to set A up. Using this speed, almost has a flip, and trying to set 3Z up. A great job winning that there. Snake and the Fool. The 1v1 is won by the Fool and won again a second time. Now the flip will be used by A, and the is just defending everything right now. They're trying to set up 3Z now as the field turns, potentially Snake going for the dash as well, but it just feels like this Atlas is absolutely impenetrable, and the just can't stay up for long enough with that projectile range. And that time it's 3Z finding it in the corner. The dash is just a little bit too late from Shape, and all the momentum here has shifted now to Soon Polar Cortex.
And what a performance by the Fool, that defensive fortress there. So many attacks just excellently cleared, sending it to the sides where the side of Go cannot interact with it at all, making it so difficult to really be trying to get these attacks through. And I mean, if you have a defensive performance like that, if you have Fool playing like that, I'm not sure how Snake and Grimmel are going to get past them, because what are your most consistent tools going to score if you are Go? It's going to be a dash punch off the Julie, it's going to be the piercing shots, but if those get answered like that, it's going to be really difficult. But obviously I'm also a little bit cursing it because both the barriers are already down, so we'll see.
Yeah, but it was a good job by the Fool. He made them use the flip, so they don't really have anything at the moment for this goal. And it feels like, yeah, with how many tools that Atlas has and how well the Fool is playing, they have to kind of find the KOs. They have to put their sights onto A, most likely, potentially 3Z. They have the adrenaline rush just like last game on Grimella here too, but it just doesn't feel like they can make use of that, and it's them who get KO'd right now. Grimella goes down from his former teammate 3Z Breezy, and A will try to set up the situation here. The primary, I believe, still up for Shape, so they might not be able to do it, and a great job by Snake really on the defense there. Didn't even make Shape do much that time, and Grimella is back on the pitch.
Yeah, the strike layering is just so excellent from both of these teams here. 3Z trying to get an attack through the bottom though, and it's largely just Soon Polar that is in control of the core, trying to get these attacks going, get the second barrier now, open nets on both sides. 3Z almost getting connection there, but the defense from Shape is still holding strong. A now running up as well on this Kaya. KO being found by 3Z there, flipping forced to be used by Snake, and A just gonna calmly get the core all the way up to 3Z to get another goal for Soon Polar, and they're just playing this out so well as they're going into another 2-0 lead in the set.
Yeah, that's 5 points in a row for them, as close as things have been. And yeah, you've seen a few pitches on the goal line there on Shape, who has the pauldrons, but you know, the knockback reduction isn't there like it used to be. And 3Z this time does find a KO on Snake, a rare mistake, I think, as far as survivability from Snake, who's usually so good at that, but the play does get stalled out a bit. The only barrier found is on the other side, so a good job by Go to stall that out. And maybe that can mean Snake and Grimella set up for a KO of their own, but it just feels like they're never able to use those cooldowns offensively and to try to put damage, so they can't get those adrenaline rush procs that they need.
Yeah, it's because they're under so much pressure all the time, right? That range on the Atlas, basically, even if he's in goal box, he feels like a second midfielder with that ability. And obviously, A being everywhere on the sky, having so much movement speed, it makes it so difficult to really get yourself into a position where you can attack the enemy net comfortably without much issue. So we'll have to see if they maybe can find an adjustment, or like you said, the KOs, but it's just so difficult to find those KOs against such experienced players. As another barrier drops, flip coming out by 3Z, does not find the goal yet, but Grimella's so low, is going to be at risk of dying here as well, because the Atlas is going to do a lot of damage with that missile prop as well. Or 3Z could just decide to hunt them down. The attack's still alive. Snake, beautiful dribble in front of the net, will use the flip. Can he fight the goal with it? And yes, the angle is found. A not able to get there in time, and that is a much needed goal for Go, because that breaks the streak from Soon Polar.
Yeah, and even though it's not game this time, it kind of feels like in the last game, they were up 0-2 in that last set. They started to find things turned around, and like, while you were talking in that last set, there were windows where A had absolutely no energy. He was about half stagger, but because they're playing defense the whole time, there's just no opportunity to try to find those adrenaline rush procs like they could here. A, without a flip, but the offense is just so consistent that they can't make it happen. But in the last one, they were able to convert enough to find that goal. We'll see what they can do now, as they are having to play a little bit more defense. Shape loses the one barrier there, but still has it up, and the Giga Blast from A ends up sending it a little bit backwards. Grimella pretty low here, but we'll see if they can find any KO pressure here. 3Z, once he has that X Maximus, is going to have his sights set on Grimella.
Yeah, 100%, but as of right now, Snake's trying to get a dribble up front, but with a three-man defense, it's difficult to get it through. But a beautiful blink by Grimella will get the barrier, almost a goal as well. Snake does get the dash in, and a much-needed goal now, putting us into a 0.5. And I feel like it's going to be such an important point as well now, because that's going to give you the set advantage. It's going to put you one set victory away from winning this game. So this is going to be arguably one of the most important points of at least this game.
Yeah, and Grimella with absolutely no energy and Snake about to have a flip means they want to find stuff quick in this point, and they haven't quite found the offense yet. Snake has the flip now, so that'll be some KO pressure to anyone who dares to go near the edges by him. Snake, like in these last points, has done it all. 3Z uses the flip to try to find a KO, but just not in a great spot, so it is set up there. And Garmella with a beautiful job, so maybe the tides are turning here. Maybe this is the momentum. As much as it has felt like Super Polar Cortex, if they can find the point right here, they'll be in the lead of this game and able to find some scaling of their own as the core goes a little bit backwards, but Shape is big enough to catch it. And Snake trying to find this last goal.
Oh, almost gets it through, but the defense from the Fool is holding on. A now trying to get a counter push going, but Shape being so aggressive there, using the flip as well to just keep it in the enemy half, knowing that the Fool has low cooldown, so they want to take maximum usage out of that. That's a primary, will get it out, but Shape again there to just answer it immediately. Snake's taking a lot of damage now, needs to be a little bit careful, but the core still going into the half of Super Polar Cortex. They can't really find themselves in an attacking position. The dash punch not finding the KO just yet there though, as the core again goes into the Fool's hand. 3Z trying to do something, but the Asher ultimate will just completely stop that, and flip come out from the Fool to keep the point alive for them. Snake and Gramella still very much on impressive force here though, as now 3Z trying to get something on Shape.
Yeah, great dribbling from Shape, keeps it away from 3Z for long enough that they're trying to set up Snake again, but you just see the health bars of Snake and Gramella slowly being whittled down, especially by these Atlas primaries that their clocks might be ticking to get KO'd here, but A finding himself low a bit, but he has that Atlas primary, but it's just going back and forth. The goal needs to be found, it feels like, from Go here to keep their momentum up, but they've had these last 2 points as Gramella tries to set Snake up, but just a great job by A and the Fool of not letting him get those opportunities. A great clear by Shape gets it to him for a moment, but the Atlas doing a great job of putting it away, and now 3Z set up for an opportunity to try to find it, dribbling all around, and he ends up getting it. A crazy mix up there, has the flip, Shape uses it first, so the pressure is on, but hits it right down to Gramella, so it will be set up. Now Snake's gonna have a flip of his own, and we'll see if he can convert it.
We'll see if he can. The ult push comes through. Snake has a flip, will use it right now, and the piercing shot comes through. The Fool is able to answer it successfully. As the 3Z is now trying to get the attack going. Energy bar's not that high anymore across the board, so we're going down to a very base level game. Just getting the strikes right, getting the abilities right, but at this point it's been going on for so long already. The tensions are running high, the stakes are high in this one as well. The attack's still being found. The Fool has a flip available defensively as well if he needs to use it, and does use it immediately here to just disarm that situation.
Yeah, and that's step one. They got through that. Now they need to get but 3Z with that 1-2 punch that he got in the last draft, the extra power he has as well, is able to convert that so much back and forth in that set. It felt like the momentum all was on that point, and it is. Super Polar Cortex now 1 set away from taking this series. The Atlas will have the first pick, and that means he beats Estelle out for that hot shot, which I think is going to make their job even harder getting through here.
Yeah, if Atlas already had a really good time getting core into enemy half with all that range on primary, having hotshot now as well is just going to make that even stronger. You do get a consolation bulk up for the Estelle, which is going to help a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be a win come for you, as some more speed finds its way onto Kai as well. Some size is going to be nice for Shape defensively, and a second spark pickup for 3Z is dangerous, because you're now in a situation that even if you win this next set for Go, you're gonna have to deny that spark off of 3Z, because I do believe there's still agility left in the pool.
Yeah, Shape decided not to go for the spark. He actually has agility,
yeah,
so there
right.
are none left.
Yeah.
He could have denied and made them go for the spark of leadership there, but instead just going for some more cooldowns on himself, which I think he really needs to get through this Asher, which has been a tall task as well. Snake finding himself low here, you know, not any more direct damage really found on their side, but the more cooldowns on X's means it's going to be a little bit harder to stay alive, and the Fool has just done such a good job of never getting pumped by these Estelle primaries, which are always so scary and such a threat on this map. As they find a KO on Snake here, they have a little bit more damage, and 3Z is able to convert on that first one. The Asher ult is going to make it difficult, going to put damage on him as well, but the Fool with that primary setting up the offense, they have the goal open now, and 3Z didn't even have to use the flip yet.
Yeah, 2 flips available for the side of Super Polar, and they still have a barrier advantage, so as of right now looking very favored for them, but the attack from Go are still alive. The flip has to be used by the Fool to dissolve that situation, as now 3Z is going to run into Shape. Shape's going to be able to hold on to it defensively though. Has a flip as well and does not use it, as 3Z just sends it right in between Gramella and Shape, neither of them reacting in time to just the pure speed of that core.
Yeah, the aim all day, like we saw in the last point of that last set, we saw in the first point of that set, has been on from 3Z. These conversions have been absolutely perfect. As much as we've talked about the Fool, Shape has been doing a great job, and when they get these open goal situations, it's been so difficult to convert, but he finds it there. Now dribbling to the bottom side, that 1-2 punch, it's so much power that these just get around where it's not possible for Shape to save some of these situations, and every time they're on offense, it feels like they have every tool that they need right now.
Yeah, most definitely. A barrier down on the side of Go already. Snake taking a lot of damage as well, and doesn't really want to use evades here, because if you do, you're losing out on the flip essentially. Gets that to put Stagger into now as well, as he almost gets taken out by 3Z. The attack now being built again by Soon Polar. Grimella has a flip available soon though. We'll see if he's going to use it. Shape again still holds one defensively, which can be quite valuable, as the Strike War win is going to be enough. But 3Z with the X Maximus will be able to find the KO power play now in favor of Soon Polar. A Snake is also put down into Stagger. If they chain this correctly, they could extend this power play. Almost finds the barrier though. Snake there, flip forced to be used by the Fool, as the attack has not found its target, and we're back to a 3v3 game state.
Yeah, once again, Snake on a power play, doing a great job of setting up, keeping the core away from shapeshifting. As a great clear, the flip war was won by 3Z, but they're able to get it out there, and the core going now around to the Fool. A little bit of, they haven't been able to put that point-blank pressure on him in so long, it feels like. Both Snake and Grimella finding themselves low. The first KO found by 3Z right there, but the Astral does get the core away, so nothing found yet, but the aim over and over by 3Z. These conversions have just been perfect, and they're just 1 point away.
Yeah, 3Z's just doing such a good job at finding these angles in front of the net. Shape on the Asher pick can do defense really well if you're playing into him, but 3Z's continuously finding these angles around them, which makes it so difficult to get the Valley out of the play. Snake trying to find a KO there as well, but a great evade by A is going to keep him alive. The Atlas ultimate coming out now as well to get some of that energy back, as now 3Z's trying to get the attack going up top. Both barriers still alive on both sides. 3Z with the X Maximus trying to get the force through, but the strikes are going to be clean from the side of Go, as now Snake's trying to get one barrier. Does find it. The Fool still holds the second one though. Grimella taking a lot of damage as well. Needs to be careful to not be taken off the map either. So a beautiful dash punch by Snake will do the trick, as it's now an open goal on the side of Soon Polar.
Yeah, rare mistake by the Fool there. Didn't use the evade there. Now has a flip though for this open situation, but it is a big mountain for Polar to try to come back from. Both goals open. The flip, Grimella, Snake pressuring and getting close to the flip as well. But A with the speed, the Fool with so much range, it's so difficult for them to get Snake in those positions where he can potentially hit stun the goalie, and it feels like right now that's all you have to have. You have to have that checkmate situation, because the Fool is not making a lot of mistakes right now.
Yeah, very much so. They even rotated up Shape a little bit, and the Cancer Curse reigns supreme as the strike does find its way past the Fool. And more importantly, they were able to find this goal without really using a lot of energy for it. Shape and Snake will have their flip soon. 3Z has a flip available as well, but both A and the Fool have no energy to be working with, which could even open up our opportunity for a KO, but no! KO found by the Giga Blast, as the power play from Soon Polar Cortex is now live.
Yeah, Grimella goes down, but Snake, like he's done all day, doing such a good job in these power plays of not letting the core get past him. It means that he's going to take a little bit of damage. Doesn't have any energy either, but 3Z taking some as well and has the flip, so potentially some there. But if we go back to the first set that they were able to win, it was the KOs that they found on 3Z, on A as well, and it just feels like they never have the opportunity to set those up like they did last time.
Yeah, most definitely not, especially because the Fool is just so on top of his ultimates as well. Just makes it very difficult to actually find them and convert them, as now they're trying to get a second attack going. Soon Polar Cortex not able to find the barrier. The ultimate from Shape is going to be enough to get the top barrier out. Grimella almost taken off the map, doesn't have an evade either, so surely going to be the next target of 3Z as he's trying to dash in. Shape holding on defensively, flip having to be used by A to stay alive. And both of the teams, again, just fighting for core control in that midfield area. The barrier does, in the end, drop on the side of Soon Polar, and Go trying to now convert this into a goal. Can they find it? No, Strike War wins all around the board for the Fool.
Yeah, Grimella did a great job setting up the offense there, found the barrier, set up Snake for some actions as well, finds the hit stun, but the core isn't able to come with it, so Grimella will have to set up Snake again, and Breezy, this is what we saw in that last set. When it's these overtime positions, that 1-2 punch is going to make so many red core situations, and if they can get the goal open here, they'll just need one goal, but it is Snake and Grimella who are doing a great job on this point of keeping the pressure on the Fool, but he still has the flip. It's going to be a lot to get through here still.
Yeah, most definitely, but the dash punch will do the trick, and that's going to put Go just one goal away from... keep in mind, going set 5, this is still set 4. I feel like this is going to be one of the most tiring games I can imagine, because both of the goalies are doing so well defensively, and you just have to attack over and over and over again until you find the results, as we're now going into, despite the flip being found, but no barrier dropping for it, as now the side of Go are trying to get the barrier off of the Fool, but the Strike War wins by A in the middle are just so crucial.
Yeah, Grimella, beautiful job on defense there and is able to stay alive as well, but Threezy takes down Snake, and this could be what they need. This time it's Grimella trying to play hero ball in the midfield on this power play, and so far is able to do it, is able to stall it a lot of time with that middle situation, and even as the Fool is helping the offense with these primaries, they're not able to get anything, and it just feels like even when the power plays start, that's when the defense gets better somehow for the team that's fighting against it, and now a lot of damage is being found on A. He still has the evades, so not at too much risk right now, but we'll see if Snake will continue to posture for that dash punch KO. But it's really anyone's here, and it is Grimella who goes down. The same thing we've seen over and over. Let's see what Snake can do to try to help on this defense as he nears a flip and is able to stall out a lot of this power play already.
Yeah, and it's a power play just completely survived. Again, not a single barrier dropped on either side as Grimella immediately tries to get the attack going. And Threezy with the X Maximus was going to be able to find one barrier. Flip coming up by the Fool, not finding the core. Snake has a flip available as well now, potentially trying to eye A here for a dash punch flip KO, or just holding it to maybe get for a double play. The ultimate though from the Fool is going to come out. The flip does not have any value then for Snake, as now the attack is being built again for the side of Soon Polar. Grimella interrupts it beautifully, but the Fool just playing around with it in the back, holding on to this defense so well.
Yeah, that was a huge turning point right there, that ult, because the flip was invested. The KO would have surely been found. Trying to set up Snake now, and neither team can get this barrier. You know, they can't even get one barrier on the Fool here as the expense hits the core 3 times. A great setup from Grimella there, not quite finding the angle for the double, and a beautiful gig up A. Covers it up. Threezy with the flip now, sends it up to A. Situation on both sides. The flip is used this time, and it is A. Zoom Cortex taken in 2-0. It felt like everything was in the balance on that last point, and it is them moving on to winners finals as the 5 seed. The 1 seed goes down here as you see them celebrating right there, and what a run, what a couple of maps from them.
Yeah, and a really intense game, especially game 2, just going so back and forth. Game 1 as well, but in the end, they just were so much more consistent in their execution. They were able to find the results when they needed them the most, and very deserving to go into this winter finals. But to know this grace to go, they played an excellent game, and even though they're seed 1, they're going to have to go down to the loser side, where I'm sure they're going to be thriving as well.
Yeah, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that ultimate by Atlas, by the Fool, in that last point was potentially a game-saving play, because if that KO goes down, they have the power play, they have the adrenaline rush proc on Grimella as well, and it all turns around. But you see the scoreboard there. I'm not sure if we saw the timer of how long that game was, but 372 redirects, 112 redirects from A here. And, you know, like we talked about going into this series, there's so many S-tier wins in this series, but it really was A and the Fool who are the only ones in this series who don't have any S-tiers that really turned up in that series. Their whole team, Threezy did a great job converting, and just a really impressive showing from them in that series.
Yeah, most definitely. Might not have an S-tier win, but you do have a NASA win, and that's going to make you hungry for more. That's going to make you hungry for a potential national season, and right now it's making you hungry for the LAN win.
Yeah.
And they're very much showing that right now,
yeah,
as they did find that series.
Just 2 more series for them, and they would have an S-tier win here,
yeah,
right off winning NASA. So a beautiful showing from them. We'll have our next winner semis game right after this, I believe. But if there's anything else you want to say, just an awesome series there. And like we've seen all weekend, I played in a few of those. I played in one against you. Those long games where you're both over 100 saves. It's grueling. And, you know, the team with the mental fortitude to win that, they really show you something.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like that's going to be the decider, especially in these top 8 games where everyone's so good at playing these goalies as well. It's just going to be who's going to be able to hold down longer, who's going to be mentally stronger for the entire game. And we'll see who's going to do best, as we still have plenty of exciting games ahead of us.
Yeah, a long day ahead. So we'll be back with our next game soon. Thank you for watching this series. And there you go.
Welcome back. Reach the Summoners. I'm Zyoshi64, joined by... Which horse are you?
I'm Agnes Tachyon.
That one.
Yeah. But
So, sorry, I said...
I don't even know what series we're about to... Yeah, introduce. What teams are we rocking with here?
I'm on it. We've got ABAB versus... Sorry, it goes the other way. Overtime. Yeah,
Fantastic.
A little peek behind the curtain. We actually have the stream feed right in front of us in a crisp, I assume 1080p, maybe higher. It's good. It's good. But now I can like, I'm trying too hard. We can see it. Oh, watch this. The double Demon Deus, right there. It's just so much harder than it looks. Okay, it's mirrored. I don't care. We're going to AtLab. We've got a 1-2 punch start. We've got Siege Machine, whatever. We got a 1-2 punch start, and we've got a lot of damage on both sides coming out, especially on the side of ABAB. We got the Vice, we got the Zentaro, and like other side they had an Aimi, Atlas, and really blanket. It's not on screen anymore if you notice. That one, Juliet, and so we are loading in right now. Seed 2 versus Seed 3. This is absolutely guaranteed to be a heater match, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I am surprised at the prevalence of Vice in these drafts. Not because Vice isn't an incredible character. I'm quickly realizing that she might be one of the best characters in the game. But there are a lot of Vice players that have been coming out of the woodworks over the course of the last few months, and Cardbox is... I haven't seen him play too much Vice. I have to imagine that more than anything, this is a bit of a deny away from Hungry Boy, who is one of the foremost Vice players and has been for quite some time. But both of our barriers are now down, and it is a power play for the side of Overtime.
Yeah, Overtime looking to seal it out here in the power play. They've got the Juliet, they've got the Aimi, two great stuffing characters. We've got the Kai goalie, which I think is a big surprise. I was expecting a Vice goalie to come out here. But Dropletto on the breakaway looking to get it in. Not quite able to. Ton of damage onto Joker, being healed away by Luke here. Vaughn being patient with the core, looking for an opportunity. Drop has this flip. But Hungry Boy burning that one. Just both teams looking for an opportunity right here. Vaughn back with the core. Dropletto staggered. That's Zentaro with low stagger. But boom! Hungry Boy taken off the field by a Giga Blast. Dropletto needing to burn that flip to keep the core in play. And boom! Vaughn on the run up, able to squeeze it right in between the expanse and the wall. Put it in right there, and again, here's the Kai goalie. I thought the draft was expecting a big Vice. We've been seeing a lot of Vice goalie recently, but Kai received a lot of buffs in this recent patch, and so, you know, here Vaughn, one of the oldest Kai goalies in, I suppose, since launch. I'm old manning right now. It doesn't matter. He's really good at the Kai. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that, and Cardbox on the Vice. Don't look at Season 5 playoffs of Nassel, but hey, everything else, I'm excited to see this guy on the Vice here.
I will say one thing that did surprise me about this start of game draft is the Aimi opting for Siege Machine here. A little bit of duration and range on that turret. Oh, nice goal line save there by Vaughn from Joker's dash punch. We'll keep it in. And we still have 2 flips on the side of Overtime here, so they'll be able to make some progress. But one gets defended away once more.
Yep, Joker looking a little low. Luke has this flip. It's going to be hard to break him, hard to get this barrier. Things are looking a little tough for ABAB here. Vaughn looking for an opportunity to run in, get some damage onto Joker, stagger that guy. Now let his team take care of the rest. And here, Joker still alive. The ball's still in play. Joker getting taken out. Here's the power play opportunity. A big Thunderstruck launch onto Luke, being forced out of his goal box. And here, Dropletto with the ball. Dribble off the middle from Luke with the strike shot. Luke still has this flip, still has an opportunity to make a big save with it. Dropletto going in. The flip is burned. And here Vaughn with the ball just rotating around. We are in overtime. We do have the core speed strike shot. Going to be saving that one. Not expanse, the other one. Astral projection, catching that. And here Joker just looking to get anything. I mean, it's 1-2 punch, start overtime. The core is going incredibly fast. And .2. And both teams just looking for any opportunity, but both goalies just holding it down very, very well. Cardbox with the big ult, looking to get something, anything, but just both teams kind of at a stalemate here. But boom! Power chord from downtown. That's what ABAB was looking for, and that's going to be a second point on the board for them.
It was looking a little scary there for a minute for them. Stagger bars were dropping low. They were taking a lot of collateral damage from Hungry Boy's Aimi. but the pressure let up for just a minute. They were able to regen. They had plenty of energy on the board in case something went terribly wrong. And the consistent pressure that they were able to keep up did secure them a now 2-point lead in set 1. An unfortunate early flip doesn't get any value there from Vaughn, but ABAB is still looking strong and might be able to close out set 1 here.
Yeah, ABAB looking incredibly strong. I think on paper, this comp that they have is not supposed to be winning set 1. Huge revive coming out from Luke there, able to burn Cardbox's flip. But they're the damage team, ABAB. They've got the Vice, they've got the Dropletto. They do have the Dropletto.
They do have the Dropletto.
They've got the Zentaro, and just generally, you're supposed to expect like picks like Juliet, Atlas, and even Ivy in this situation where they're playing more of a stuff kind of game to win that early set. And here, they have the advantage right in this point. Joker a little low going for the orb, but the net is open, and I think Kai is a great goalie in net, able to hold it down as we've been seeing the past few points, but still just they have progressed further at this point. They have the opportunity. They just need to get their offense going. I think they've been having a lot of trouble getting the ball to Joker, who's been kind of lingering on the midfield line. That's a big KO coming out right there. And Hungry Boy looking to get the ball into a good position here, trying to set up Joker. Joker looking to get it, but the power play burns here. Hungry Boy not able to get through the barrage, and boom, that's going to be a great glitch pop pass right to Joker, able to get in the top corner, and that's 1 point on the board for overtime. And could be the start of a little bit of a comeback this set.
And overtime, what an appropriate team name for this game. I mean, we've just seen the past 3 points go into overtime. And with the prowess of these goalies, I bet we're going to be seeing a lot of that the rest of this game. I mean, Luke didn't even lose both barriers last point, but like you said, Vaughn is also an absolute beast on the defense. Look at him, he's passing to his own eject button there, and also has this flip to burn if necessary. So yeah, the defense of both of these teams is looking incredibly strong and is clearly very hard to get through.
Yeah, both teams locking it down right now. Absolutely. Vaughn, I think, in contest, if not unquestionably the best goalie in the world right now. So him pulling up on the Kai is going to be looking great. Luke also just had some great accolades, and on the Atlas, a character that he is incredibly familiar with. Just putting on a wonderful defense. Was looking incredibly unbreakable yesterday, but here both barriers go down. Things are looking a little tough. Having to burn the flip, and Dropletto able to cover it. Hungry Boy trying to stop him, but Drop just in the 2v1 situation, able to shut it all down, get through, and that's going to be Vaughn on the MVP here.
Yeah, no surprises. We said his name a lot that last set. And Missile Prop is early up on the draft here. A pretty strong deny away from Atlas, probably the thing that Atlas wants in this draft more than anything else, but it is also a fantastic pickup on Kai. You can get these massive gigas, especially with 1-2 punch. If you've hit someone with your barrage, you might be able to just straight up kill them with that. The rest of the draft, Aimi getting this heavy impact is very, very nice. Obviously, bulk up for Dropletto's Zentaro is going to be a big buff for them. And then we're also starting some sparking down at the back of the draft on Cardbox. So a healthy mix of scaling and BIS pickups for the side of ABAB. And then meanwhile, just grabbing whatever good stuff. That heavy impact on the Aimi is kind of the highlight for overtime. Yeah, I think both teams are pretty happy with the draft for the most part. Maybe maybe Joker would have liked to get something that buffs a little better, but size on Julie is never going to be a bad thing, certainly.
Yeah, I really like the Spark pickup on Cardbox. Starting with Power Spark, he's going to be really nice on the device. And like you said, Missile Prop going to be incredible. I mean, boom, going to be dropping the Giga right there. But going back to those patch notes on Kai, the barrage range was increased, which means that as Missile Prop is a percentage increase, it's going to, we're talking like cross map kind of stuff, but that's going to be Luke knocked out. That's going to be Joker shot dead with the barrage. Just talking about that. In the 1v3, Hungry Boy has a flip, but electing not to use it. Getting Giga Blasted 2 just done. Really tough situation. Dominant point coming out from ABAB. Not letting any of that fly. Getting the KOs. Shutting out all opportunities for OT to do anything. And it looks like we're taking a moment here. So,
You know, you were bringing up the patch notes. I think that a fantastic thing to talk about is this Zentaro pick coming off of the patch notes. Got hit pretty heavily. It was what, 2.5 seconds added to his primary cooldown?
yeah.
That primary has been an absolute menace pretty much since he was added to the game. It's one of the strongest primary abilities in the game, in my opinion. It's got a core stop, it deals great damage, and it's on a low cooldown, which means that you can prevent a lot of healing with it. So it just made Zentaro a fantastic hybrid core control damage character. I expected a lot less Zentaro to be seen on the other side of that primary nerf, but a lot of the Zen aficionados are still going strong at it and making him look quite good. What do you think of that?
I think that the secret is that you would have to like remove Zentaro's legs for him to be bad. That character, I remember launch people were like, it was hot off beta. Everyone was still playing the Julies, their X's, you know, familiarity. Zen was new. Zen was new, and people were like, I don't think he's very good. And like, sure. Again, comfort still very familiar with Julie X, and that kind of play style of we're gonna stuff the ball. We're just gonna be big brawlers and duke it out is not very much the Zentaro play style. But I don't know. The moment people figured out like Zentaro characters pretty good, it's always been that way. And there are times where people are like, I think Zen's pretty bad right now, and then you watch like Bells pick Zen and just 9-0 a team. You're like, well, like I know he's Bells, but he's doing Zentaro stuff that we're not seeing other people do. And the big thing is just staying alive. Always going to be the hardest part of the character. And so obviously I think Dropletto is in a good situation here, not playing into too much damage. Gotta watch out for the dash punches, gotta watch out for the Ami, but otherwise like sitting pretty comfortably on the Zentaro, got the bulk up, like we are shoring up the one weakness of the character here, picking up that stagger, and then you're just playing a phenomenal character. Like, gotta feel pretty nice, gotta be pretty cool. So,
and Dash Awakenings are still on the board. Always a massive power spike for Zentaro. I haven't seen even more players actually just opt to not go dash range. They're like, sometimes you can just get an insanely strong build without the dash range. But definitely, he's kind of an undeniable guy, that Zentaro.
Yeah, a little bit of a monster. I mean, on some maps like Demon Days or maybe Tycho, you can go no dash awakening and then just like today I'm gonna get 1-2 punch, heavy impact, and like only one other awakening because at that point you should just be winning the game in 3 sets. You know, close it out, boom. Just a little bit of a monster. I do think that the 2-second hit on his primary is really significant. Like if you want to talk about slowing down that character, that's a great way to do it because man, it was 7.5 seconds before, and that was one of the shortest primaries in the game. Very, very nice. But now we're talking 9 seconds. Like, still though, like you said, very good ability shown up, even with a little bit of a nerf on it. Character's still looking great, and so I think I'm also setting my eyes on Vice, who was really strong last patch, and I think I've been hearing a lot of different opinions about the character with this most recent patch, and so I'm very curious.
What have you been hearing through the grapevine?
Most goalie stuff, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Midfield Vice was pretty popular last patch. We saw it a lot, but has generally been kind of a weird pick that only works in some really big damage metas.
Yeah.
What I've been picking up on the Vice goalie is that it has some good matchups, especially into melee goalies, and some really bad matchups. Usually forward pairs like Juliet, maybe not X a little bit slower, but characters that could show up and shut down the Vice. Because like the pick's not super defensive. You know, today I'm gonna walk up and dash punch the Vice. What's he gonna do? Thunderstruck. Yeah, that's shown up in 3 to 5 business days. We're getting the barrier. Like the character excels at keeping the ball up and being offensive. So if you as the goalie and your midfield pair are able to keep the ball on the other side, maybe even the brawler can do a little bit of defense as a treat. Then you should win the game. That's the strength of Vice. But if the enemy team is able to keep the ball up, something like an Estelle goalie or just a speed midfielder that has a lot of coverage, obviously the speed midfielders all have lower stagger, which make them a nice target for Vice. Now, the chain lightning has hit me. Now I'm slow and also half my health is gone. Oops. That's tough, but I still think that if you're able to play around the damage, not let the Vice get what she wants, keep the ball up, then it can just be a steamroll. talked about it yesterday on cast, but that is a feast or famine character.
Yeah.
You were either blowing through the competition or waiting until set 3 where you get enough awakening to try and blow through the competition. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, and it's a really interesting take.
I do think that having a Zentaro as your other forward smooths out a lot of the inconsistencies, though. It allows you to get a little bit more into the feast territory, a little bit out of the famine territory, because again, Zen, fantastic character at controlling space, and his zone control is significantly more reactive, right? Like he has a little bit shorter wind up on all of his abilities than a lot of Vice's, and so the strength of Vice being able to apply pressure as long as it's in the area that they're trying to push on offense is really complemented well by Zentaro, who has 2 dashes in his kit, 3 if you count the passive, right?
Yep.
To catch those wild out clears, as well as all of the core stops that allow Vice to actually set up everything that she needs to do. It gives all the time for those long windups.
Yeah, Vice Zentaro is one of those historic pairs. Again, like the needle on the damage to core control spectrum tips towards damage, and then all of a sudden, Vice and Zentaro are in every game. You're like, you're on the enemy team, like, my bad. Sorry, it's time to do my best. Like, it gets tough because those 2 characters just put on so much damage, and like said, goalie brawler pair, both are just really, really nice because they cover for each other so well. I really like the goalie brawler pair when then you have either like an Estelle midfield for just a triple damage threat. Aimee works as well, or even just like drop a Kai in there, drop some fast guy, and it's like, you, Mr. Midfielder, you're gonna be John core control this game, and so you've got it all to yourself. We're gonna be hitting people. Good luck. And that's kind of what the Estelle and Aimee fill into in this kind of comp, but
yeah,
they play a little bit more damage, help the win condition a little bit. But either way, just a lovely pair.
I'm interested by it's overtime that's playing the Aimee Julie, right? Is the forward comp. I'm interested by that. It's a comp that I haven't seen in a while. I think that the last time that I really remember a team whipping out Aimee Julie is on the Julie, and they would just kind of make it work because it's Kai, Noob, and Snake.
Yep.
But I haven't really seen it's pretty unpopular. Usually you would want to pair the Aimee up with Asher. Is one that I've seen a little more frequently is Asher, because I think Asher is a little better at holding the core in one place than Julie is. Like Julie, you dump your kit and then like that's all that you have to offer. But Asher can kind of slow down the pace of an offensive push, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about the Julie Aimee? What's the vision there?
I feel very, very strangely about it. I think it's good. I do agree with the Aimee Asher. I think Asher, her primary and her ult, both really good at slowing the core and slowing down the play, giving the Aimee opportunity to move in. I like the Asher more with picks like Estelle or Kai, where you have someone to back you up, and like Estelle has a lot of ranged abilities to catch anything if it gets out of the Asher's, area of influence, which is quite small. Very slow character, melee abilities. And the Kai kind of fills a similar role, except instead of having long range abilities, it's just fast. The ability is him to get to where the core is once it escapes the Asher. I think this Aimee Julie works very similarly to Estelle Julie. The midfielder plays a very similar position where they're just like all in on stuffing the core. Like you see the enemy goalie and you're like, I'm gonna drop 15,000 big stuns on this guy. And they're not gonna do anything. Like dash punch and then dash from Aimee, like ouch.
Well, you have the turret to help set all that up, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like the turret is massive for that.
Yeah, it's nice to just like snipe out the goalie, really make their life hell. I think it lacks a little bit in the midfield area. Obviously, Juliet is not the CEO of midfielding, not quite that character's role, but the enemy also has a lot of coverage, has a lot of tools, but I think is very high execution, which is why I prefer the Estelle in this sort of situation. Estelle, I think, is much easier to pilot, and I like her core control ability. You've got the blink, which obviously, Blink comparison, fun segment we got on the cast. I mean, very good at scoring. You get to just blast the goalie's head off and put it in all at the same time. Still, you've got to kind of force it more because you're not getting a massive stun off. You're not, you can strike, but you have to catch an out clear more than you are stuffing directly through the goalie, which is a little bit harder. But midfield, the projectile that the blink sends out gives you so much control. It is so nice to just blink onto a spot, and then that entire area is yours until someone comes to contest you. And then the old
Well, it's instantaneous, right?
Yeah,
like,
it
Ivy's got big wind up on everything.
Yeah, you can just react. Okay, hey, bad news team. We're having a great analysis segment, but the venue internet, I'm sure you've noticed. Take a peek at the screen. The venue internet is not doing well, so we are going to take a short break. We will be right back with this heater match that's unfortunately getting stalled out by, I don't know, big ISP. So we'll be back soon. Sorry, it's me, Mr. Adjust My Mic. But hey, we're back. We're looking like we have internet. We were looking at the cameras and we leveled up from what's everyone saying, 214 pixels to maybe more than 215. It looked good. It looked good. We don't know if the internet's 100% back, but we're testing it out. We're being told we have no audio. So I don't know if that's true, but well, I could be getting one guide. There is audio. I hate you. You want not my problem. Not my problem anymore. So, hey, that's a game. That's a game that we were looking at.
Are we jumping back in or?
I think we'll be jumping back in soon. It looks like they're standing around. Dropletto is striking. He couldn't have been striking this whole time. So, I imagine it looks like they've been told to tap back in, get ready again. Luke just ripped an evade. That could be bad. But we're getting back into the game. And here, 1-2 punch overtime. If you remember, that's what we were dealing with before. Joker's already getting shot in the head, and both barriers are down for ABAB. Just balls to the wall action off the rip. Vaughn has this flip here. Hungry Boy has this flip here, though, and it's going to be sending it right up to that open space. Joker kind of zoning Vaughn out, trying to get him to cover the bottom side. And boom. There we are. 1 point in the books, and we're back on stage, back on show. The show must go on. The overtime must continue.
We're back, yeah, except Cardbox is about to be gone again. Low on the stagger here. Will grab that orb, though, but it removes him from the play for a minute and allows Joker and Hungry Boy to set up quite a nice offense here. It's cleared out by Dropletto and Vaughn now. Vaughn will burn the flip here to make sure Joker doesn't get any sneaky plays off here. Black Hole dealing damage to both midfielders, but ABAB's barriers fall here, and Cardbox is still staggered, as is Hungry Boy. They both retreat for their respective orbs, though. Massive barrier advantage, though, for overtime. Only now is the first one falling, and they still have that second one to get through. And Luke has plenty of abilities to burn to keep it safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Curse of Atlas. It's going to be so tough to get that second barrier. And here, Joker getting close to winning that strike war. Almost there in range, but not able to. Vaughn going to be saving that one. Bit of a close call. ABAB has this offense going. They have possession of the core, looking to get it through. But Joker playing back a little bit, trying to help out. And not a bad idea. In this 1-2 punch start, you have the core speed that you can catch the enemy team off guard. Cardbox flip burned. Going to be taking that Julie ult right there. And Joker almost winning that strike war too. It's not quite. Hungry Boy burning that flip. Dropletto looking to get an opportunity there, but actually just getting half a stagger taken away. Expands in that corner. And Joker, boom! Hitting into the top side of the corner. Vaughn almost able to catch it with the Giga Blast. Very close, but that's going to be an overtime point. I believe in overtime, so another one in the books, and one more. They tied this game.
Yeah, look at Vaughn. Vaughn is 2 levels above everyone else in this lobby. 3 levels above many of them. He's just hit level 9. and everyone else is at level 6 or 7. This guy might be doing a lot for the side of ABAB. And speaking of, they just got both of the enemy barriers down. Dropletto burns the flip here, but it's punched away by Joker. And Dropletto is now in dire stagger territory. Another flip defended away by Luke there. Good hold by overtime.
Yeah, we saw Vaughn just rushing in there, doing the Kai special, have a eject button, looking to get some offense going. But overtime able to shut it all out, and now Hungry Boy getting staggered, unable to get KO'd so far though. Giga Blast almost doing him in. I think with the 1-2 punch buff it would have done it, but not able to. Does get taken out eventually, and here Luke defending right, gets the core flip. Joker also helping out, and the strikes are coming out, almost able to defend everything, but the chain lightning able to tap it in right there from Cardbox, and we are going to a 0.5 here.
It seems like anytime that Vaughn has his secondary up, there is just a massive burst of pressure that comes out from ABAB, because Vaughn is able to walk. Look at them. He walks all the way up to the midfield, burning a ton of Hungry Boy's cooldowns there. It actually forces out the Atlas ult as well. His barriers do get taken, but in those brief little moments where Vaughn is absolutely zooming. Oh, nice ult by Joker. That'll take the set for overtime. But definitely we're seeing ABAB's game plan play out here. But that was a nice set from overtime, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, beautiful play from Joker there, able to force it into the unwinnable situation. Had the ult, had the checkmate. Might be taking might be taking his hat right there, or an unstoppable, but nope, it's hat time. And in this match, I really like him picking up Stagger Swagger. They're going into damage, and like I was mentioning before, I really do think that Overtime should be winning these first few sets before the damage really comes online, and so picking up that Stagger Swagger once they're playing into the damage, and it's already been coming out. We've been seeing the KOs. That guy's going to be moving at 30% speed, I think a lot of the game, and I think it's going to be very tough to take him down. We also saw Luke deny the Deadeye from Cardbox, and Unstoppable picked up by Hungry Boy, just full defensive draft, and this could be enough to weather the damage storm. We'll have to see, but on the other side, some good pickups. Demolitionist on Dropletto. Big fan of the size and turret, makes the ult bigger. It's just really useful, and it's one of his best abilities, going to be showing up and getting it. But until then, Overtime gets these barriers open and is looking for a chance. But now all barriers down, both teams looking to get an opportunity. Dropletto just so close to getting it in right there.
Yeah, very close, but caught that little corner, unfortunately. And now Luke has plenty to hold on to this gold. He does have the flip, and his primary should be coming back up shortly. Hungry Boy's back there to help him as well. But we have 3 flips coming up on the side of ABAB. But before they can come up, Joker manages to slide it on through with a strike into punch through Cardbox. Vaughn evading there, just a little too slow to catch it. It'll be 0.1 to overtime.
Yeah, I think that's a super interesting interaction right there. I think that Vaughn thought that a dash punch would be coming out, and that is like ideal dash punch location. You're in the corner and you just do the dash punch parallel to that slanted wall, try and get in there. Boom! Oh my God, Joker just let it all hang there, getting both barriers and ulting it straight to the goal, right behind Vaughn, slipping in a little incognito mission and able to get that second point. Overtime's starting to run away with this game here.
Yeah, that is some clean play there by Joker, who is now the highest level member of his team at level 9, putting in some plays over the course of the past few points. There's that flip burned by Luke to keep the pressure up. Dropletto has a flip, Vaughn has a flip here, so 2 on the side of ABAB, which gives them a little bit of breathing room for this point. But of course, flips can only take you so far when you're down 2 points in a set. There's Vaughn burning 1 right there, and that's a lot of damage onto Dropletto and Cardbox, and Joker finds the barrier. No evade on anybody on ABAB, and Cardbox finds the ult though, but the quickly traded away by a glitch pop from Hungry Boy. Dropletto still has the flip here. He's finding barriers despite being staggered. He finds both barriers. What an angle!
Yeah, oh my God, a little bit of Dropletto magic. We saw a ton of that in National Season 6, and he's bringing it here. Now, still staggered, Hungry Boy getting taken low. The Luke ult coming out. Not going to be having any healing to try and get him out of this one yet. Dropletto with the pass trying to get it forward, and is going to be sneaking that one right in there. Very clean point from Dropletto right there. Bringing him up to level 9. Had a Cardbox here and really showing up at that point. Looking to claw this one back from the little deficit that's been built by Overtime here.
And you know, one thing that I didn't even notice until now, but Vaughn actually picked up Twin Drive in that last draft, which I was talking about the importance of Vaughn's secondary in the offensive game plan of ABAB. He actually had to burn both of them pretty early on in this point on defense, but when he's allowed to control the midfield, it's very, very important. Right now, though, Overtime is the ones in full control of the midfield. Luke actually being able to walk all the way up to the midfield line here with his flip. Hungry Boy about to have one as well. A brief breakaway, but I don't think it's going to last too long. Hungry Boy flips up to Joker. 2 other flips still on the side of Overtime to close out the set. Cardbox burns his early before Joker can. Luke tries to get it to Joker, but nice strike away by Dropletto will prevent it from being a threat. And Joker almost KO'd there. He burns the flip, but it's traded by Vaughn. The Vice ult takes him out in the middle of Julie ult, and Vaughn misses the strike, but has the secondary to catch it. Little scary, but Luke holds on to this barrier, so even in the midst of this power play, Overtime are still looking good. Cardbox, nice power chord there, will find the final barrier, and Dropletto and Cardbox are keeping possession up front here.
Yep, a little bit of a turntables from the beginning of this point where Overtime just had the core the entire time. But now Dropletto burning that flip, unfortunate miss, and that's going to be a pretty big deal because they're really struggling to break this Atlas. Meanwhile, Joker and Hungry Boy getting the core up. Great dash punch, here comes the ult, but Vaughn with the evade clear, not letting that go through. Dropletto looking to push in, not quite able to, and a great glitch pop gets it right to Joker. Has free reign to shoot wherever he wants, takes the clean shot. towards the bottom, and that's going to be an overtime set right there. Second of them. One more to win the game, and we're going into this massive damage draft. This is what ABAB's been waiting for, and this is what's going to get them back into the game, if anything.
Well, and it's an important draft for them, not just because there's a bunch of damage on the table, but they have 2 draft priorities, 1 on the backside despite losing the set. So they've got Ad Rush on the table here. That is a 3rd spark picked up by Cardbox, feeding power and speed to his teammates with that leadership, and that's both dash range and damage on that Zentaro. You're absolutely right. This is, despite losing the set, ABAB's massive turning point, and they are a much scarier team this set than they were last.
Yeah, certainly. Just massive, massive swing in the Awakenings for ABAB. They're able to pick up, like you said, the Dash Awakening, 3rd Spark. We're talking Cardbox with probably 163 power or something crazy. And so that's going to be a ton of damage. You know, going to be burning evades left and right, and once those evades come out, the Vice abilities are going to hit like a truck. Vaughn also with the extra special, the Giga Blast is a massive part of a Kai goalie's defense. You know, it's a great preemptive ability to get a big hit stun, get the core past the brawler encroaching, not let them get any space, and just good for snipes. It's good. Like, it's good all over the place. More Giga Blasts is a big deal. That being said, the turret, the Timeless Creator, along with the Siege Machine start, going to be doing massive work for Hungry Boy there. I think that's the biggest pickup for overtime, and it's going to be, they're going to really need a lot of turret value. I think it's going to be pretty good into the Kai here. I think the longest the turret can be, maybe a Castellast, only way it can get any longer, but none of that matters because Cardbox is going to be putting it in right there. First point for ABAB, 2 more, and they tie up this game, but I think they got everything they wanted. They are fully online. This is their game to win right now, so overtime really has to hold their lead, get these next 3 points, and not let this game go to a set 5. Otherwise, it's going to be big trouble.
It's hard, because, I mean, even last set, it seemed like the only time that overtime was able to really make any sort of consistent progress was when they had core flips or IME turret. And with damage, there's less core flips on the board, and that IME turret, even though it's lasting longer, still is a long cooldown. And if Hungry Boy's off the board, you're not going to be placing down any of those turrets. So it's certainly a tough position for them. It's going to be really, really hard for them to stay in it. But even if they lose this set, overtime still has another one on the other side of this. Maybe something could come up. And you know what? Ad Rush procced on Luke and a dash punch power play found by Joker. So if they can make plays like that happen, overtime still absolutely have a shot to bring it home this set.
Yeah, certainly. Dropletto looking a little low right here. Cardbox is brought back. And like you said, the Evade Vampire, no core flips for overtime at all is going to be a big deal. Dropletto still low, still fighting for his life, looking to get something, able to get in there, and the Thunderstruck stopping the core in the perfect position. Both forwards on ABAB, dropping in right there and getting it in. Vicious plays coming out from ABAB, and it's, again, exactly what you'd expect. They're here to play. They're here to bring it to a set 5 and kind of suffocate overtime with all the damage they have here.
Yeah, we were talking about Zentaro being able to fill in all of the gaps in Vice's zone control. That's exactly what that point was. Dropletto was able to dash in across the map to set up Vice's teleport there and allow Cardbox to score that goal. And once more, that is a crazy fast push from them that immediately grabs both barriers. I think ABAB is going to take this shit in just a short few seconds.
Yeah, Hungry Boy with the flip, looking to confirm with the glitch pop too. Joker staggered. Tough situation, not going to be able to get a lot. Unstaggered now, going to be more helpful on the defense in that situation, but Hungry Boy now taking the brunt of the damage. Here comes the turret. It's going to be a big deal, but Vaughn just on the barrage, able to push it through, not let the turret get any value. Cardbox missing a flip right here, but the Thunderstruck is going to be stopping Luke in his tracks, getting it right through, and again, this ABAB is here to just show up and sweep. They have the Vice to shut out the Atlas, who they were having a lot of trouble with early on in the game. Now that they can drop more of these Thunderstrucks and kind of inhibit his gameplay, they're looking much better.
And that's spec training picked up on Cardbox. So even more massive damage coming off of those supernovas. Looks like prime time by the IME. that might help to smooth over some of the possession issues that Overtime has been having. Those glitch pops are really helpful for being able to catch those passing lanes, out clears, which they kind of, that's like really the only option that they have is the IME being able to do that. But that being said, Stinger on this Zentaro is absolutely terrifying. Even more damage than what was already coming out from ABAB, and the damage is really taking its toll. I mean, we're seeing Joker having to burn evade left, right, and center, even though this guy's got 2 Stagger Awakenings, and he's got Huss's hat, so yeah, this Vice Zentaro comp that we were talking about, kind of hard to live against these guys.
Yeah, certainly. I do like Joker's build right here. He's got the 2 Stagger Awakenings, a double size, and the hat, and the 1-2 punch. Like, you can't ask for a whole lot more as Juliet. He's got the Stagger Swagger proc right here, looking to stay alive. Stagger Swagger no longer healing, which means that he's going to be staggered for that much longer, not getting that healing. Going to be getting a big dash punch KO onto Cardbox here. This is their opportunity. Overtime, able to get something. That Astral Projection is going so far here, but Dropletto just shutting out all of that offense, and now another power play, this time for ABAB. Joker getting taken down, and Dropletto's almost sending it in. Luke has a flip, might have to burn it in the power play here. Things are looking scary, but oh my goodness, Cardbox with the great read. The strike primary confirmed, catching the pass between the midfielder and goalie, not letting that go through. First point going to ABAB. 2 more and they win this game. Been a roller coaster of a game. They started ahead, fell back down, and here bringing it to a set 5 overtime. Looking like they're struggling. They're going to have to find something different, some sort of reprieve from all this damage, just these opportunities, and this is starting to look like it.
Yeah, that was very nice. The IME turret burned most of Vaughn's cooldowns, and then including his flip, and then shortly after that, Joker was able to just put it on through. He strike wars the power chord there. Yeah, that is exactly the kind of momentum into goal that Overtime needs, right? Any one of those big cooldowns, either IME turret or a core flip, and then Joker is there to secure it. So as long as they can stall long enough to get more of those opportunities, Overtime is still very much in this game, but it's becoming harder and harder to stall as all of this damage gets pumped out by ABAB.
Yeah, really. But Dropletto looking worse for wear in this situation, running back for an orb here, and Cardbox also taking a ton of damage. We've been talking a lot about the damage out of ABAB, but the Juliet can get these KOs left and right. The IME able to put out a ton of damage. Like, OT still has plenty of damage themselves, and some great passing right between the forward duo of ABAB right there. Forwards in the net, as Vaughn might say, is going to be costing them that point. That's going to be match point here for Overtime. They have the chance to bring this game back. Again, this has been looking super ABAB favored ever since that 3rd draft, but here they have a chance to win it all, get this game, claw it from just such a scary situation against the higher seed here.
Yeah, and the energy bars of Overtime are looking quite good here. Hungry Boy burns the flip. Joker is well on his way to flip. And meanwhile, Dropletto and Cardbox have been having to burn evade this whole point. Vaughn walks up there too as well, has to burn evade. A big Julie ult comes off, and now Vaughn is almost staggered there. You're absolutely right. The damage is coming through from Overtime. And just a little bit longer, and they'll have another power play coming their way. There's Joker's flip that he's been working on, but Vaughn cleverly evades it. Prevents any disasters from happening. Luke having to burn a lot of defensive cooldowns on this conversion from ABAB now. The barrier does get lost. Vaughn is staggered on the other side of the field, though. Luke burns the flip there to get it off of Dropletto. The Celestial intervention coming out now. Heals up Hungry Boy a little bit, and now no one has a ton of evade on the side of Overtime. Suddenly the energy advantage has shifted over to ABAB. Dropletto and Cardbox both building up flips, but the barrier falls there. It's anyone's point to take.
Yeah, this point going back and forth here. Core just moving at Mach 12. Joker forced to evade that Thunderstruck right there. Would be devastating if he got caught out with that much damage. Almost gets caught, but big shot. Luke save. Oh my God. Dropletto confirming it, taking us to a 0.5. Set 5.5. Both these teams just showing out, showing everything they can do, and not a lot of energy on the side of Overtime. This could be dangerous for them. They might be able to pull something out though, as they have this whole set so far.
Nice attempt there by Joker. Almost gets both barriers, but only finds one. Dropletto's flip only finds one barrier, but Cardbox now has one as well. Finds it off the angled wall on the top side. Supernova comes out, keeps the pressure up briefly. Dropletto still in here and has a ton of cooldowns to work with. He wins the strike war! And that is game 1, headed over to ABAB on set 5.5.
Beast mode point coming out from Cardbox, especially with the Strike War win at the end, sealing the deal. And hey, again, ABAB, one of the teams that, you know, them and Go, top 2 seeds. I think everyone kind of walked into this tournament thinking one of these 2 teams is going to win. And right now, ABAB really showing up, really proving that they have what it takes. I mean, we got Vaughn on the team. That guy's won so many S tiers. Now playing with 2 Nassau teammates. Overtime. Feeling like a bit of a dark horse in this situation. Really putting up a good fight in that game. Showing up. Almost able to clutch it. But just not quite in the end. Also a roster of, you know, we've got Joker, who's got plenty of S tier wins under his belt. And 3 players that have played in Nassau before. So really, this is a big clash of titans coming out. And I would expect nothing less from that game. We've got another game coming up on Demon Deus, which is going to be wild. We saw both these teams kind of electing to go for that damage win condition, and we know what damage looks like on Demon Deus, and it's going to be a big match coming up. I'm excited to watch that one. I'm interested to see how Overtime is going to draft their comp, because again, they had the Atlas, they had the Julie, which are not damage characters, but Atlas especially, they're much more core control oriented. So I'm curious to see on this Deadeye peak performance start, holy moly, what they're going to be doing. Overtime is going to be banning Vice right off the bat, and I don't blame them. That character is in either position on ABAB doing so much, and they're going to be locking in the Finny. We're already seeing a massive change in the game plan here.
Yeah, I'm not at all surprised to see that Vice banned away, but Finny as the first pick. Demon Deus is the Finny map of all time. That ultimate is an absolutely devious tool because you could just get pretty consistent double barriers off of it as long as you can manage to get the core in range of it. That being said, Estelle X as the draft for ABAB. What do you think of that? That's, in my opinion, a little bit of an unconventional comp for Demon Deus. What do you think?
I think X is probably the best brawler on this map, and I think it's been that way even at the times where people were saying X is not looking very good. Now X is looking great, and even if you didn't believe that he was the best brawler on this map before, I think there's no question now. He's got so much stagger and so much control. He doesn't have to. This map is narrow. You don't have to go anywhere, you know. And so you pick big slow X, and you can just kind of walk around. You put out a ton of damage. You control a lot of space, which I think is a big deal. Estelle gets to then play off the ball, you know, shoot people with your abilities and cover more space in the area. I think Estelle and X work really well together on most maps. They complement each other pretty nicely. But on this map, where you're not really going anywhere, Estelle gets to put more of her ability investment into damaging people, which then helps out X, who, again, puts out a ton of damage, but kind of struggles to get that going. I feel like if you don't have someone already chunked, X is not... you have full stagger, X is walking at you. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, rounding out with the Kai goalie, a pick that Vaughn has been championing all day, but I know that he is very fond of this pick on Demon Deus, and I can't disagree. I think it looks really nice. On the other side, Overtime rocking on with the Now and the Asher. Asher is just X2, same deal. A lot of stagger is going to be tough to KO with the Now, especially going to be covering. But again, they have the damage picks, but they're opting for a more core control oriented kind of ideal with that one super significant, this is a core control character, they're not doing damage kind of pick in that Now. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about the Overtime comp?
Well, you're never going to be upset about Joker on Asher.
Yeah.
It's that guy. There are two characters that I think of when I think of Joker. There's the Octavia.
Yep.
And there's the Asher.
Yep.
And so he's kind of infamous for the pick, able to pull out some absolutely ridiculous combos. And I always like Now on Demon Days. I think, wow, what a dash punch there from Joker to start off the set 1. But yeah, I think now is fantastic at kind of the vertical rotations that Demon Days requires. Because not only does she, have speed to catch a vertical rotation, she's also got a lot of abilities that are really good at just keeping it behind the barrier consistently. And look, we just saw him use that ult as well to play on the opposite wall. And as both barriers get cracked by overtime, they're looking quite strong in set 1.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think Asher is a very strong character in set 1. We've been seeing, like, every game feels like it comes down to which team scales better at the end. And obviously, the X, Joe scaling, is going to be showing up doing a lot in these later sets. Asher fulfills a very similar role. It's like an X-Julie hybrid, where Julie is really good out the box, X not so much, but Asher plays more like the X. And here, overtime, really struggling to get through Vaughn here. Many such cases. I think everyone struggles to get through Vaughn, but they have both barriers, and I think like the Finny and the Now are going to be playing back a little bit more. And oh my god! Crazy Dorito! Not only clearing the ball, just barely missing the barrier, but sending it right in, going so fast. I think getting a little bit of a course correction on the Demon Days sound waves there, throwing Vaughn off and preventing that from going through. But yeah, I think overtime has a really strong comp going early. I think the offense is going to be up to Joker a lot, but on that Asher and on this small map, that's fine. Asher can 1v2 so many situations, but drop Leto on the X is going to be getting a big old KO onto Luke right there.
Yeah, well played. Nice power play for ABAB, but Joker and Hungry Boy actually just keep up the offense. Joker gets both barriers there. Yep. The Giga misses, so it stays up, and he just scores! That's a 2-point lead for OT!
Hey, and that's what I'm talking about. Like you said, think of two characters when I think of this guy. Octavia, not here. Don't care. Not playing midfield. Show me the Asher! Get in there. It's just crushing these barriers, getting these goals. It is an Asher masterclass out of Joker, as it is every time. That's both barriers again, and overtime is just smoking this game right now.
Yeah, 2 quick barriers, and one of them, again, taken by the Dorito. Like, Hungry Boy has been placing these wacky Dark Horse Doritos. Oh my gosh, they almost get it there again, but Vaughn is patient, waits for that strike, waits for the other end of the Asher primary. But, I mean, Hungry Boy and Luke have full control over this midfield. It's only Drop Leto there to contest them, and Joker gets full reign, putting up against Vaughn and Cardbox over and over and over again until one of them cracks.
Yeah, Joker just keeps getting these beautiful shots that are just out of Vaughn's reach. And Kai is fast. Kai, like, I think this is a very interesting match because Kai and Finny are both very similar in how they play, in that they're fast. And they're kind of like melee ranged hybrids. So being able to strike around the Kai is difficult. That guy gets a lot of coverage, but here we see Stagger Swagger being denied by Vaughn. More speed. Always going to be nice when he gets low, but again, denied from Joker, who's going to be picking up size, and that, I think, is really problematic. That's looking like the pick of the draft. That and the Super Surge onto Hungry Boy. More speed to share with Joker, and that guy's looking 22.5% bigger. So, if he can keep getting these crazy barriers and shots like he was doing in his last set, it might just be 2 sets for overtime real quick like.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Vaughn is really the only member of ABAB that got a real awakening that draft. Knife's Edge, not really going to do much. There were 3 sparks in that draft, and Drop Leto was just left to pick his favorite down at the bottom. So yeah, 3 fantastic awakenings picked up by overtime, and not really much picked up by ABAB. So I think we're about to see a bit of a rinse and repeat of set 1, unless some absolutely crazy plays come out of ABAB.
Yeah, it's going to take some monster plays, but hey, speaking of Joker, executing that guy on the goal line and getting it in right there. I 100% agree. Like, Knife's Edge after the nerf is a really tough awakening, especially with how Cardbox has been playing. Hasn't been playing super on the wall. I feel like Estelle doesn't really want to play on the wall against Now and Asher. Like, both those characters should just beat Estelle. So Cardbox just not going to be getting a ton of value out of this Knife's Edge. And like you said, 3 sparks on the board, 1 going to Drop Leto. Could get a second one later. Big, but... And Spark of Strength is the spark of choice, absolutely, but just not exactly the big booming scaling that you're looking for. And in the meantime, just both barriers down for ABAB. Overtime, pushing in right here. Joker did burn that flip. Drop Leto has one of his own, might have to use it soon to stay alive, but might not even get the chance because overtime just has so much coverage, so much control, and so many attempts on the offense here.
Nice little playing of the life there by Dropletto. He's still alive! Joker couldn't catch him! But finally, Luke will find him there. A little bit of a... I was expecting an ad rush proc, but I don't see ad rush procking, but it does mean a power play for overtime has commenced, and that'll be the big finish, finishing off that point. ABAB still has yet to score a point this game.
It's been a crispy 5-0 for overtime. I mean, they're getting that extra pay here, showing up and getting one after another. They want to go home. They're done with this overtime thing. Just goal after goal. They want to tie this game up. They do not want to be here any longer. And I think it's really interesting. I'm surprised. I would expect ABAB, been playing a ton of damage, to be a phenomenal Demon Days team. But right now, overtime, who I'd say not as strong on this map, is really showing up, really showing everyone how it's done right now. Net open. Joker looking to get it. Vaughn has a flip, able to win those strike wars. Cardbox with a flip, defending it away. Hungry Boy also has a flip, might be able to get something here. Joker looking to win it all right there in that interaction, trying to punish Vaughn's walk up. Not able to, and Dropletto with a great strike, getting that barrier. Cardbox no energy, but the push up is happening. ABAB, this is their opportunity, and they are looking to get it right now. Dropletto has that flip. Joker though, able to control the ball really well. That's gonna be the flip and a beautiful shot. Drop, calibrating, finding the opening, able to shoot it in that top corner. First point for ABAB. Could be first of many. Could be bringing it back this set, but I think they had to work really hard to get that point here.
Yeah, I gotta say though, big props to Vaughn on that point, because even though, it did take like 5 or 6 separate offensive attempts to get that point, Vaughn consistently was making those setups happen, and Dropletto just got a power play here, so Vaughn actually gets to walk up and join the offense himself this time with this core flip. Luke will take it out with the big finish, but Vaughn burns the flip here. It's defended away by Joker with the barrier beam. Now has a flip of his own.
Yeah, no barriers found in that power play. Really tough. Now Vaughn, no energy. Has the stagger swagger, not really in threat of his life, but can't evade, clear anything, and really both teams really pulling up on the defense here. I think that power play that ABAB got was really significant, was a big opportunity to not get anything out of it. I think it's really tough. This team, should be getting power plays later on as they scale, as the damage comes out from the Estella and the X, but being able to get something early is really nice. Being able to get nothing off of it, not so nice. Gonna be a little tough. In the meantime, though, this could be first barrier, but no, Hungry Boy able to save it right there. That's going to be first barrier, though, and the Finial not able to catch a barrier on ABAB's side. The defense, though, from overtime is just gonna be cracking a little bit. I was gonna say exceptional, but both barriers down. ABAB, I think, are finding their groove, finding their flow. They have control of the ball. It's looking like overtime's kind of crammed into their side of the field here. Both these barriers still up. Neither of them going down. A lot of pressure on overtime here, whereas they were the ones putting on the pressure before. It's going to be tough for them to try and get around, as a good attempt coming out from Cardbox and Dropletto. But now Joker with the flip and a lot of presence on that field, able to push it up, keep the ball out of ABAB's hands for a little bit. Still has this flip, looking to get something done, but the ball is just kind of in a stalemate here. Joker looking to win that strike war, get the barrier, but not quite. Offense coming out from ABAB, almost able to get it in. Some very, very close saves coming out from overtime. It is a tense match. Flip, burn, and that's going to be the momentum flip that they needed. Dropletto on the ult, able to stun Luke, send it in, get it through. Bring us to a 0.5, and ABAB's starting to surge.
Yeah, Vaughn and Cardbox put on a little bit of a midfield goalie synergy masterclass at that point. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to continue that because Cardbox is off the board for the time being. But watch the two of them when Cardbox comes back online. Vaughn and Cardbox have been linking up as often as they can and just passing to one another right around the Joker, just barely skimming past the guy to keep possession behind the barrier, across the barrier, wherever they need to. Cardbox playing further back like this in the goal box and being willing to link up with Vaughn and give him extra clear angles is precisely what's allowing ABAB to make this comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. Cardbox has been known to play a lot of goalie, very comfortable in the position. Dropletto getting a big dash and flip with the ult, getting a nice KO onto Hungry Boy. This is their opportunity. We saw Joker and Luke show up with the core flip and big finish to get that second barrier from ABAB, but now both barriers down for them, and all the momentum in ABAB's favor. able to get it through the barrage, getting confirmed by Dropletto's strike, sending it right in there. That's going to be a tied game right there. Really looking overtime favored in that last point, getting those barriers early, but not able to seal it out. And this means that Dropletto could pick up the bulk up, could pick up the Demolitionist, might want some Spec or Castellast to go ult mode, but it's a bulk up sweep. It's definitely one of X's best awakenings, if not the best.
Spec on peak start. He
Exactly.
already got the extra stagger there, yeah.
Yeah, is going double stagger mode, has the spark of strength, so just a lot of stagger, a lot of power. Can't ask for much more as an X. Maybe some speed if you want to be greedy, but who needs it? Especially on this map, you're going big, powerful mode, and that's, I think, exactly what ABAB needs, especially with the KOs Drop's been able to find here off rip. Vaughn taking a lot of damage. Vaughn was able to pick up that specialized training. These Gigas might be able to catch people off guard. Almost got Joker right there, able to stay alive. Meanwhile, Unstoppable, I think, is the biggest pick on overtime on Joker. Definitely the guy I would want to have with that Unstoppable. On the breakaway, almost getting it through, not quite. Otherwise, Glass Cannon on this Momentum Boots Finny going to be pretty significant, but I think that was a very good ABAB draft right there.
Yeah, I agree. It's significantly higher value than the last draft that they had. I think that second set was won purely off of good strategy and execution on the side of ABAB, but now they actually have some awakenings under their way, and as they break both barriers, we're starting to see that effect come through, but another stray Dorito grabs a point. Hungry Boy setting up. I mean, I didn't even think that was going to do anything. I was like, okay, there's a primary there. Maybe they'll do something with it, and then it scored the goal.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking missile prop for that extra core speed and overtime. Just kind of perfect storm, just going way too fast. Vaughn ejecting back, trying to get it, but not able to. And here, both barriers down already for overtime. This is exactly how they want to play. The longer the point goes, the more opportunities ABAB has to get the damage on. But there, overtime almost sealing it out. Joker with the flip, saving it, hoping to get it in with the primary. A little greedy, I'd say, but definitely not unfounded. You're on Asher, you know, all your abilities are core flips. But now all barriers down, and that's looking like it's going to be saved right there. Not going in, and Joker with the flip, trying to remake that previous point, not able to, but the triple take really helping out on just keeping this possession. Overtime has the ball just completely in their hands right now, and ABAB getting close, getting a little bit of an offense going here. Cardbox, no energy, could be dangerous, could be a target of a lot of damage here, but until then, Dropletto has the ult. Luke has the flip though, and Dropletto's ult not able to get anything. Big Giga Blast, but the flip to respond, able to get it to Joker, send it in, and overtime, kind of trying to repeat that first set, is going up 2-0 right now, looking phenomenal.
Now, we did see ABAB come back from this same perspective last draft, so we'll see if they can replicate set 2 and get a set lead in this game. I would be impressed. This is still looking very, very difficult for them. One thing I am noticing is that Joker has put the fear of God into Cardbox. I have seen Joker just kind of like calmly approach Cardbox multiple times, and then he'll just evade. Cardbox will just evade, thinking that like something imminent danger is coming. So yeah, that's a little funny. But all of the barriers are dropping here, and we'll see who can capitalize on the open goal first.
Yeah, great flip from Vaughn, trying to get it to Dropletto mid-ult. But boom, a great pass up from Joker. Hungry Boy able to pop it with the Now Mine, send it in right between Vaughn and Cardbox. Neither quite able to get there in the end. That's going to be 2 sets to overtime, and the Awakening advantage here. That's going to be a big monumentalist, or opting to deny the heavy impact, but I think it's got to just be Monu. This map is so narrow.
But hear me out, Monu Finney. Monu Finney. We have Monu Finney on the board here as well.
That's true. Neither Cardbox or Vaughn looking to deny that. Cardbox getting the dash Awakening, going to be nice. Vaughn biting the bullet is going to be denying the Monu Finney, but Finney, or Luke playing Finney, has been getting so much value out of these ults anyway. Going to be denying the Might of Colossus. It doesn't mean that Drop is picking up that 1-2 punch. That is a big, big deal. That is a massive power spike for the X right here. Might of Colossus would have been scary, but I don't know. X already has a ton of power, does not have any size awakenings. I don't know if I would want to deny Might of Colossus in fear of the 1-2 punch. I think it might be more impactful in this game, especially in these overtime points. When they run long, it gives it gives ABAB such a nice win condition because they're able to get all that core speed and try and catch, just like how Overtime's been doing, catch them off guard. So bit of a tough situation there, but I think ABAB had a phenomenal draft, just got a big KO, and might be bringing us to a set 5 here.
Yeah, I would be impressed if they did, but we are looking at now set 4X. That certainly Dropletto is looking like the most scary member of ABAB by far. He's been consistently finding KOs now and providing power plays, which is something that, you know, he's been finding every now and again in previous sets, but there's another one right there. Every time this dude has ult, one of the members of Overtime vanishes from the game for 13 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the Monster X build, he's just going crazy, getting both barriers right there, and like, I feel like people have forgotten, we've been seeing a ton of, we've been seeing a ton of Joker doing whatever that was, just put it in right there, but we've been seeing a lot of Dropletto on Centauro, on Julie, on these picks that aren't X. You know, people be forgetting, this guy is the X guy, showing up and just, hey, getting it done, brawler style. We saw it that last point. Joker kind of responding in kind, saying anything you can do, I can do just a little bit better, getting those barriers and the goal. But still, like you said, this X that's the guy to look out for. Going for another KO, like, and you might call it greedy. I think it makes a ton of sense. It looked like that would kill, and he has that kind of power. So, you know, just the entirety of Overtime has to watch out for this guy. He is so impactful right now.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job of playing around the midfield line as well when the core gets into a more neutral zone. The Mag Souls on this X allows him to really effectively line up a lot of these abilities, especially on Demon Days where a lot of the game happens in that midfield area, right? Once more, Vaughn and Cardbox with an incredibly genius link up there on the backside. Unfortunately, the big finish clips it on its way out and does manage to snag the barrier, but it's traded on the other side of the map. Dropletto's life may also be traded in the process, but Luke is looking worse for wear as well.
Yeah, Luke Chunk's definitely not. You never want to see your goalie at half health. That's a little scary, but big flip.
Oh!
Able to be saved by Cardbox, not letting that thing go through. Dropletto playing his life beautifully. Great evade, great Giga Blast, able to shut out Joker. Still has the ball. Overtime still with this possession. Unstoppable coming into play, could be a big deal. Big KO onto Vaughn right there. Now it's up to Cardbox and Dropletto to defend. Joker getting the ball, Cardbox jumping in, just not letting anything get close to the net, stalling out this power play. Vaughn is back right now, and Joker still has this ball, still looking to get anything, but unable to. Big Giga coming out, big finish also there. Not able to get anything. Both teams just fighting for an opportunity, and Joker kind of sharking the defense of ABAB, looking for that chance. Has the flip, is going to be passing it to Hungry Boy. Looking to dive in right there. He's definitely, I can feel it. Looking for that flip, doesn't need it though. Going to be using it just to confirm. Going for that strike, flip the ball, just moving too fast. Doesn't matter, going in, overtime now. 1 point away from tying up this series.
Yeah, I mean, despite, like you said, a very strong draft from ABAB last drafting, there's still Overtime just making play after play here. I mean, every time that Hungry Boy and Luke are able to get Joker the ball, he does so much of the possession keeping on his own. I mean, look at how many interactions this guy wins. And then the few that he loses, you have Hungry Boy waiting on the midfield line. You have Luke, who's now walking up with his flip. And so, yeah, you kind of have two midfielders behind this absolute feast of Joker. The big finish almost finishes it off there. Joker catches it with the breakthrough, and now Hungry Boy has a flip. The pressure is non-stop from Overtime, and we're not even in overtime yet. There's still 15 seconds.
Yeah, working like they're getting paid that. I don't know how much overtime pay is, but hey, they are looking phenomenal here. We are looking at Joker with a flip. This could be big. Both barriers still up for overtime as well. Cardbox being forced to evade, has no energy. Could be a big target here. Joker, pop of the flip.
There it is.
Has the shot. Top side of the net, going to be claiming this game on Demon Days and bringing us to a game 3. We will be going to Gates of Obscura, but that's a tied up match. That's overtime, showing that they are not to be outdone. They are here to play. Now, I think, again, seeds 1 and 2 were projected to win. Like, that's what grand finals, that's what seeding is. But overtime, definitely fighting to get into the conversation here and really, really putting up some good evidence for it. Just a phenomenal game from all three players, able to shut out the monster. Honestly, all three members of ABAB having some great builds and having a lot of presence, but just not quite enough in the end. Overtime is going to be taking that one. Boom.
Yeah, the midfield control was so solid there from Hungry Boy and Luke. Well, and even Joker. Joker was also more than willing to walk back.
Yeah.
And, mark card box, make sure that, it was just one more thing that ABAB had to think about, right? Just one more player that they had to break through. And oftentimes it was overtime that was breaking through and then just holding it behind the barrier. And Cardbox and Vaughn, they were doing a really good job, or not Cardbox, Hungry Boy and Vaughn did a fantastic job. No, it is Cardbox.
Yes.
I'm getting my rosters mixed up. Apologies. But yeah, doing a fantastic job linking up behind their barrier even. And somehow there was that one point where they were able to keep both barriers alive despite the core being behind the net for like 40 seconds straight. So it was some really impressive defense from them, but there's only so much that defense can do if the enemy is the one that's getting all the offensive opportunities, and you aren't really getting any. So it was a hard-fought game by ABAB. It looked like they might be able to bring it back for a minute, but now we're headed into game 3. It's extra special, explosive entrance start. Talk me through this draft, Yoshi.
Yeah, I mean, just damage after damage start after damage start for both these teams that want to play damage. The X being banned from overtime, saying like, we're not doing that again. Not letting that go through. ABAB getting first pick though, banning Atlas, picking Dubu, really forcing Luke into a tight situation, looking like he's going to be either playing Vice or Luna. I'm thinking the Luna because Hungry Boy known for the Vice. Overtime saying like, we banned Vice last game. You're not getting Vice. You're gonna have to ban out these goalies and try and pinch Luke into not a melee pick. And hey, I think the Vice Luna is a nice backline. Going to be tough, a little tough on Gates. I think the Boo is powerful this patch. And on a map like Gates where both of the corners are kind of the same size, you get to play both the corners very similarly. And Dubu in the corner is a little bit of a monster. I think Overtime is going to have their work cut out for them to get through. They did round out their draft with Asher. Ladies and gentlemen, Joker Asher. We've seen it once. I believe we've seen it twice. No, I'm lying. We saw. I don't care what we saw.
This would be the second time.
This is the second time, though. We saw what it could do last game, and I do like the Asher into the Dubu. Not because it's like it's a pretty even matchup. Whereas I think most brawlers really struggle into Dubu. Asher at least shows up and can go blow for blow, ban for ban with the Dubu in terms of stuff and potential. I think this game's going to come down to which team cracks first. Because Overtime is just, they're all offense here. Whereas I think ABAB has a little bit more of a rounded team. Definitely specking into that damage with the Estelle Zentaro forward pairing. But if Joker is able to stay alive and the defense is strong enough coming out from Overtime, they should be able to do it. I don't expect the barriers to be up for too long for this team. Whereas ABAB, I think, once their barriers go down, things get a lot harder. But it's going to be very, very interesting as Hungry Boy popping the flip, looking to get something, not able to, but Joker is just ashering all over the place in the corner. It's everywhere, and that's going to be one big point for Overtime. Definitely riding the high of winning that game, too. You can kind of see it in how they're playing, and just wonderful showing here.
Well, and showcasing, like you said, how well that Asher matches up to Dubu. I mean, Dubu, easily one of the scariest goalies right now, and dare I say, just characters, point blank. I mean, look at this. Vaughn is playing Pauldrons, and he was able to walk all the way across the map there to drop a Tofu Fortress and take the final barrier. This Dubu guy is scary, and if Joker was standing just a pixel closer to the wall there, he would have died off of that somersault. So, yeah, Dubu's definitely very scary, but Joker, like you said, absolutely holding his own here. And I actually want to call out the extra special draft on Joker. Obviously, you're probably not going to play Explosive Entrance Asher. It's not like, abnormal for him to pick it. But we did just have Asher Special have the cooldown buffed. Already one of the strongest ults in the game to begin with. If you place it correctly, it is nigh on unbeatable. right? There is an unbreakable projectile in there that if you position it correctly will just ruin any goalie's career, right? And so with that extra cooldown off of extra special, Joker is going to be dropping these Asher ults left, right, and center, and it is going to really make Vaughn's time difficult, even though he is playing the defensive powerhouse of Dubu.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's got to be really nice. You know, you've got, honestly, the entire Overtime team, they picked extra special, all three of them, for a reason. It's going to be incredible. And I also want to link back to draft where ABAP banned Atlas, picked Dubu. It could very well be because they're like, we just don't want to play into, we have to get the melee goalies out of here, you know, none of that. But I think low-key kind of underestimating Luke and what he's able to do on these eject picks. You know, known for that IME goalie, been playing a lot of Luna. It looks exceptional and I think has a lot of potential, especially into, with the Asher, into the Dubu, is a great opportunity to catch this guy off guard. We've been seeing Luke play a bit more defensively, has not had a lot of opportunities to fly in and get some offense going. But as the game progresses, it is going to be something to watch out for, and ABAP definitely going to want to watch out for it too because it is a massive threat. That being said, ABAP really holding it down and boom! Hey, I was talking about watching out for Luke on the flight. Vaughn heard me. He knew. Gonna be shooting that thing straight down. No fly zone, etc. You know, and if anyone's going to be watching out for the Luna, if anyone's aware of the Luna goalie to that degree, it's going to be Vaughn. So exceptional play. Dropletto able to seal it out in the end right there with, I believe, the slashing strike. And 2 points on the board now for ABAP. One more to win the set. But Overtime not out of it yet. Well, both barriers are down. It's going to be tough, but they're definitely not looking terrible here in this corner.
Yeah, one thing that I think ABAP realizes, right? Or not ABAP, one thing that Overtime realizes, you pointed out that they're kind of this all-offensive team, which is what you think about if you imagine that Joker and Hungry Boy are going to be, like, staying in the midfield line or forward the whole game. But they realize that this Luna that they have in the goal box too much once the core is up in her face, right? And so Joker and Hungry Boy have been very willing, like they are right now, to walk all the way back and be the ones to contest Dropletto and Cardbox in their net, which I think is very smart by them, because Luke is going to need all the help he gets. When the core is way out here, Luke is comfy. We're probably about to see him dash in, throw a little rocket here and there. And wow, what a dash there from Joker. So yeah, no, this is very, very smart positioning by Overtime to account for the strengths and weaknesses of their team.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And hey, speaking of dash in, Joker just sliding right in there. And boom, dash off kickoff. I really like that out of Luke. Able to try and get the momentum going. Unfortunately, not quite able to, as this is a bit of a vicious point off the start. Both barriers down. They did trade the Dropletto for that, but struggling to get through the Boo and the Estelle right here. Just not a whole lot of opportunity, and that power play, you know, hard earned, but actually, tail end of the power play, gonna be netting 2 barriers. We are all everything's doing it again. Has these dashes on lock, able to just snipe that core out, redirect it wherever he wants, and a tie set here. Overtime and ABAP both 1 point, but overtime really showing up in after a very difficult point in this set.
Yeah, definitely. I'm impressed that they've been able to hold their own here. Vaughn actually, how is this guy able to walk up? Pauldron's is supposed to be the pick where it's like, I'm going to sit back here, and I'll let my forwards take care of it. I'll be an absolute menace in pocket. Instead, Vaughn has been able to so consistently get into the enemy net. I don't know how he's managing that. But yeah, the damage is really starting to come through for ABAB. It seems like consistently they always have one member of OT either staggered or on low evade, or both oftentimes. So crazy impressive, and the energy economy is definitely starting to swing in their favor.
Yeah, and we got Drop Leto on this flip. Is a target of a lot of damage, is now a little low. He's going to have to be looking for some opportunity, and there it is right there, dashing in, knowing that Cardbox will be able to get him the core, just putting himself in the perfect spot, getting that core flip, able to seal it out, and that's going to be a second point for ABAB in this set. Both their points that they've won, they've looked really nice. Overtime had to work really hard to get their point win, but they won the first set in a similarly close fashion. I feel like it is not out of the question for overtime to show up and get something going. That being said, the overtime barriers are not staying up for a very long time, which I think makes a lot of sense, but that's going to be Drop Leto and saying, hey buddy, I noticed that you're looking a little low, and just taking care of it, sealing that guy out, getting the MVP that set, and we got a tie game. We're looking at the bulk up, Adrenaline Rush also on the board. That's pretty scary, but we'll have to see how this draft pans out. I'm also looking at the big fish. We saw Vaughn hover it for a moment before swapping to peak performance. I think if Asher, Joker can get that big fish, contest the size on Vaughn, that could be really nice, but we'll have to see.
We're going to see spec trading and ad rush float all the way to the bottom of this draft. Take your pick on that one, Vice. Yeah, Hungry Boy more than happy to grab spec training, especially with the extra special start. So yeah, these are going to be some absolutely disgusting supernovas coming out. First one being dropped right now, but Cardbox will teleport out of it. Soup gone wrong, but Vaughn is able to save it with the somersault there. Luckily able to keep his last barrier alive, but immediately the pressure shifts. Cardbox and Drop Leto now getting their own shots on the enemy barrier. Vaughn, with that massive strike box, is barely able to keep the barrier alive again once more.
Yeah, definitely. Things are looking tough for overtime here as second barrier goes down. Vaughn with a great pass to Cardbox through the portal. Heads up plays. But that's going to be a ton of damage onto Drop Leto. Has no evade. He's looking to play back and let Cardbox and Vaughn direct the offense here. Drop Leto getting unstaggered right here. Able to push back up, but Hungry Boy popping the flip, looking to get something going. Joker taking a lot of damage here, is under threat, unable to get the barrier. Luke also looking for it, but the flip shut out by Joker, who's very, very close to a flip. If he's able to stay alive, might be able to get it and get in right now. That's going to be one strike. Does have the quick strike, it's going to be getting less energy, but Drop Leto with the stun on Luke. Follow up with the slashing strike, not letting any of that offense get up for overtime. Shutting it all down and giving ABAB another point on the board, pulling ahead this game.
And Hungry Boy and Luke in the point with no evade. Joker has flipped, so now is the time for ABAB to jump some damage onto these guys. And we've been seeing them dump a lot of damage. This is a Taro Estella comp is doing a lot, but it looks like the pressure is able to come out fast enough from overtime that Cardbox and Drop Leto don't even have an opportunity to make that happen. So both barriers do go down for ABAB, and overtime are looking quite advantaged at this point.
Yeah, one barrier down, but not a big deal as long as that second barrier stays up. But again, the back line, we're looking at Vice and Luna. Might not be able to get a ton of offense. Luke trying to dash in, but that's going to be second barrier found for ABAB. Hungry Boy looking a little low, but Joker has the ball. It's what we're looking for. That's how this team functions. Once that guy gets the ball, he's able to make some magic happen, but we've been seeing his opportunities have been few and far between starting in the second set. Been really struggling to get that offense going, and in this situation it's kind of ABAB free reign to do what they want. This map is much more open than Demon Deus. It's going to be a lot harder for Joker to have that presence on the field that he did that last game, that he usually does Weird interaction with the Joker Fortress there. Just going right through. Joker looking low, but still alive. Going to have to stay alive. But Luke, also the target of a ton of damage, could get taken down. Dropletto, damage being traded left and right, but Cardbox unable to seal it out. Luke able to catch that one. Joker trying to get unstaggered, trying to kill Dropletto, not able to do it yet, and both brawlers, both forwards, sorry, on ABAB, just not quite able to get anything in. The defense on OT is looking strong, exceptional in the open net. Joker, though, still looking for this KO, and Luke with an explosive play, able to tie up this game, get that point, get it through Vaughn, and it's tough. It is an uphill battle, but overtime, very clearly comfortable taking their chances on that battle here.
Yeah, I gotta say, we haven't talked a whole lot about Luke's build. It's actually looking pretty nice. The Aerial's hot shot is allowing him all the influence he needs. These rockets can now reach across the map and catch stuff. We're seeing him hit Cardbox from across the map with that rocket. And the hot shot is, of course, giving him some much-needed core speed and cooldown reduction, which is very nice. Another beautiful dash there by Luke to find a barrier. So yeah, definitely this Luna is starting to contribute more and more to Overtime's plays here, making several critical moments come through. Speaking of critical moments, Dropletto is able to completely eliminate Hungry Boy from the play and then gets a flip out of it and a point shortly thereafter.
Yeah, Dropletto kind of hunting down Hungry Boy, looking for an opportunity to KO. Hungry Boy forced to ult, able to stagger Cardbox, but not able to participate in the defense. And again, he's very necessary. Cardbox, though, taking a ton of damage. Joker with this flip, unable to get both barriers, or either barrier, which is tough. A barrier goes down for Overtime. I think they really need to get these barriers right here in this push, or else things are going to get a little scary. It's going to take a lot of work. The Boo is just so big, is so menacing in that corner. Luke going for a little 1-2 play with himself, trying to get in the corner and then push up. Not able to get it. Joker peeling Vaughn, not letting him get anywhere close to the core. Unsuccessful, though, as save has come out. Dropletto taking that supernova to the face, and a ton of damage to follow. Both brawlers look pretty low, but that's the first barrier. The flip whiff, though, I think is going to be a little catastrophic, because that ABAB barrier is still up. Dropletto low, Joker low, but that's going to be both barriers down. ABAB has the chance to seal out their second set, and Luke going in for a hero play, unable to make it. Cardbox blocking the Asher ult, not letting it go through the airship, has been delayed, and Cardbox with just a nice play right there, catching Luke off guard, not able to get it. Had the evade too, was fully ready for the beam to come out, but just some nice patience. Cardbox walking out of the corner to catch it on the cross, going to be sealing that one out. 2 sets to ABAB here, 1 away from winning the series.
ABAB is doing a fantastic job of making sure that Joker is not able to do whatever he wants. And this Stagger Swagger Deny is a prime example of that, because they've been able to keep him low pretty consistently. He doesn't have speed yet. Stagger Swagger would have solved a lot of his problems there. But now ABAB is able to continue to keep Joker out of the play. Unstoppable will help a little bit. He'll be able to eat a little bit of damage here and there. But definitely, between this Estelle and Zentara, there's going to be plenty of hits to keep Joker in check. As for the rest of the draft, we had a Spark. Actually, a couple Sparks picked up. One by Dropletto, one by Hungry Boy at the back of the draft there. And that was a heavy impact deny away from the Estelle Zentaro. But 2 barriers quickly go down here. Overtime still staying strong. And there's that Joker and Hungry Boy defense helping out their brave Luna goalie and keeping this final barrier alive.
Yeah, but for only so long as another offensive push in the corner is going to be sealing it out. Joker looking to get something done, but is able to find it right there with the dash and the primary pseudo dash punch, but the primary just kind of holding Vaughn in that corner, unable to do anything as the core goes in. That's going to be 1 big point for Overtime. 2 more for them to tie up the game, but it's still going to be very tough for this team to get anything done. They were able to get the barriers early on, but I feel like if they don't get both barriers in one push, if they don't get the barriers early on, we're looking at something like this, where their barriers are down, and now ABAB kind of has free reign to just hang out and take the point slow. Hungry Boy with the flip, looking to get a little bit of offensive momentum. Not able to yet. Luke holding on the defense so far. Dropletto able to unstagger. Going to be very comfortable with that. But here, Cardbox able to piercing shot it right in. Not very many people there. I mean, all of overtime coming back, but Cardbox saw the opening, took it, was able to get it in there, and that's going to be another tied set for these two teams. Again, overtime has so much work to do if they want to get to a set 5, let alone win.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing the Supernovas dropped on kickoff by Hungry Boy. They immediately deal a lot of damage to the side of ABAB, but then whoever gets hurt just kind of walks back, and then somehow the push happens anyways. Like, we saw Cardbox completely leave the play, but then Vaughn and Dropletto have just been soloing this push, and now Cardbox is able to get fully back in there. They have a barrier advantage. Hungry Boy's looking worse for wear, doesn't have stagger. He's about to get killed by the Zen ult here. This is ABAB's game to win.
Certainly, their rotations have been beautiful. Anytime someone gets staggered, they make sure that they play that guy's life. And the strike piercing shot confirmed. He's going to be taking us to series point right here. ABAB looking to close this one out. It's, again, cannot stress enough that overtime, not out of it yet, but they have so much work to do. ABAB looking so strong right now, shades of the first game. Just really, they have so much control, so much momentum, and a big power play right here. This could be it.
Yeah, looking likely. There's a brief breakaway here by Hungry Boy and Luke. And they actually managed to find both barriers in the middle. That 2 seconds till Joker comes back online with the piercing shot. Cardbox closes it out. And that's ABAB taking the series.
Yeah, big wins coming out from ABAB. Definitely hard fought, well earned. Again, second seed, like this is to be expected, you know, but ABAB, a team, again, I can't stop talking about it. It's set up to expected to win it all. One of the two contenders. It's a great showing from them. Bit of a tough situation in game 2, but overtime showing up, showing what they were made of. I think in this game, really, overtime had a good idea, had a good plan going, but I feel like Luke wasn't able to contribute enough on the offense. They didn't have enough opportunities, and they were either forced onto the defense too long, or their offense wasn't long enough for Luke to get a good shot in. And so I think that kind of made their game plan fall apart. We saw ABAB just able to play around everything that overtime had. You know, Joker was able to get in with a couple very, very nice goals, but if we're not seeing some miracle come out from the Asher, it did not look very easy for them to play.
Well, and contrast Luke with Vaughn, right? Look at this guy, assisting on 6 of his team's goals and having the most redirects in the lobby at 223, and also not shying away from shots. 44 shots, almost as many as his forwards, and actually beating out Luke on in the shots department there. The amount of consistent contribution that Vaughn was able to make both on offense and defense was baffling to me. I was surprised at how many times he was able to make his way across the map casually as Pauldron's Dubu with no speed awakenings, except in those last couple sets. He got peak and stagger swagger, but for most of that game, he had no speed awakenings. And yet, casually, here's Pauldron's Dubu. Surprise, he's in the enemy goal net now. Dropping a Tofu Fortress in your face. What are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, props to ABAB for being able to apply such consistent pressure, keep such consistent possession, that their goalie was able to actually join them in those efforts. And it's some seriously impressive coordination.
Yeah, certainly. I really love watching Vaughn play goalie. Again, he's something that he said recently that I heard that really stuck with me was, like, you have 3 members on your team, you have a goalie, why not get them into the play? And so he's always looking to get himself into the play, even on the Dubu, like you said. 6 assists, just really well done. Again, that guy has my vote for best goalie in the world. Like, would expect nothing less. But with that, we are going to be cutting to a short break. I couldn't tell you what match is up next. Hey, you can check the bracket. I'm sure there's a command for that, but Winners Finals! Goodness gracious. That's going to be soon Polar Cortex versus ABAB. Yep, so we'll be there soon. Stay tuned, you know, maybe take a break, get something to drink, but we will be back hopefully quickly. I don't know. Bye. See you later. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to more Reach the Summit Day 2. We are in the winners finals with Soon Polar Cortex versus Alien Brigade against Bureaucracy.
Yeah, big ABAB fan, honestly. I think these guys have been doing really well. I think going into it, I think these were the guys to watch, right? See number 2 for a reason, and I'm curious already. It is looking like we're gonna see Oni Village to start out the series. And it seems to me, just kind of looking over the shoulder of players, that that's what we've been going to a lot so far. A lot of Oni Village has been showing up. But on the flip side, I think something that I feel like at this point I'm gonna make go a little bit on a limb, but whenever Vaughn is on a team, I feel like they do want to create some sort of pressure in the map pick band to send you to map 2 that you might not be as practiced on. I think we're definitely seeing that here on Demon Dies. So I think it's not Demon Dies. It's Demon Deus. Sorry, I'm never gonna get that right. I'm just gonna be straight. I'm gonna reel 100 with all of you at home. Whatever, man. Demon whatevers. So, but we're gonna start on Oni Village, which has sort of been the bread and butter map so far, which has led to some longer series. And going into it, I think that Estelle ban has absolutely been what am I looking at?
Yeah, I
Break
mean,
that,
it's
do
a
this IRL.
very
I just got
important
that
set
one.
of midfield bans. The Estelle and the Kai. Normally, traded midfielders are very heavily prioritized on Oni Village. Which means that the Luna is what is picked up, I guess, for Soon Polar Cortex, which is a pick that A is no stranger to. And on the other side, Octavia for Cardbox, a pocket pick that he is very familiar with, but rarely ever gets a chance to actually pull it out. And with a bulk up start on Oni Village, this might actually be a really great shot for him.
I'm sorry, I'm still dizzy.
Okay, yeah, and then in terms of the goalies, right? Atlas, Dubu, both very defensive. One thing I do want to see is how the dichotomy of this Drakkar, who has a little bit more range, will face up against kind of the Julie, which is very used to these melee, I guess, checkmates, really, right? In terms of setting things up. But it's an Octavia, right? How much can this Octavia actually help the Julie set up?
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting too. This Luna, which I might be being played brawler here. It could be a Drakkar brawler as well. I'm actually not entirely sure. But one thing that both Drakkar and Luna can do is give out damage pressure to the Octavia whenever she wants to go to the core. But on top of that, both of them do have the capabilities to remove any cross clear options. So if the Octavia is not standing on the ball, has to rely on a goalie or brawler to pass it to her, both these forwards are actually going to be pretty well equipped to interrupt that passing play, either with a shotgun or with a boost. And if that happens, that could be a way that flow state could be denied throughout the entire game, and that could be a way for this Octavia to be shut down.
Yeah, and I think on second thought, this is almost certainly going to be the Drakkar for A and 3Z on the Luna. 3Z being kind of the known Luna brawler player, being known for his clarting, as he likes to say. And then it's a missile pop start, which actually makes Drakkar midfield on Oni not nearly as questionable as it otherwise would be, as you either want some sort of reliable speed or reliable ranged option to kind of cut the cross or look for some sort of checkmate, but the missile propulsion does kind of allow Drakkar to function as a sort of mini Estelle in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100% agreed, and that could lead to some situations where if the Atlas isn't ready, if the Atlas is short on cooldowns, it can be very drastic. Already, though, a really interesting start here. Vaughn immediately sniping away with the strike shot, which even though I kind of want to talk about, the map pick bans and the draft here, I thought it was just a really interesting interaction to start it out, just showing us the kind of confidence, I think, coming out of ABAP going into this game here.
Yeah, and I mean, contrary to what I thought, it is actually going to be 3Z on the Drakkar, and A pick the Luna, probably prioritizing that range more than, the comfort pick for 3Z. Now, on the side of Soon Polar Cortex, both barriers already failed, and it's Cardbox who takes it in with a base draw.
Wow, yeah, well played so far. Again, ABAP feels like they got the momentum right now. They're looking to keep this. Again, they got kind of they are able to see that summit right now. They are able to see themselves taking the entire tournament at this point. And when you have that confidence, it really does feel like characters that can take over the game, like the Octavia, can really, really shine just going off of it. But as of right now, we are seeing that Drakkar, right, able to intercept a lot of those cross clears that Vaughn's going to want to do, and taking advantage of the fact that there are no pockets here, not really being able to let the Atlas take advantage of what's been given to him. So far, though, 2 flips here on the defense, 3Z with a flip of his own. We'll see what he's going to be able to do here.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of dangerous from nearly staggered. Actually is staggered and nearly taken off the map. Has to continue living. Maybe A can get a pass up to 3Z, but a great astral projection pushes 3Z out of the play, forcing him to retreat for that orb. It gets sent back around, but the members of Soon Polar Cortex are a little favored here, especially now that 3Z is basically unstaggered and it's an open net. But as I say that, the barrier does fall, and Dropletto putting the Fool in a very dangerous situation. It rotates forwards, but I don't think Vaughn is really in any sort of dangerous situation with this flip still remaining.
Yeah, I agree. One thing, though, I mentioned it earlier, though, with the ability to snipe away cross clears, we're actually seeing Vaughn, every time he cross clears, he's following up with a primary, and that's to ensure that if the Luna does get any funny ideas, if the Drakkar gets any funny ideas, that ability can still actually hit. And I think that's going to be a key distinction that allows Vaughn to play a little bit safer here on this cross clears. That's going to allow him to make plays that otherwise would be denied by the composition that 3Z and A are bringing to the table. So already a pretty strong start coming out from ABAB. We'll see if they're going to be able to convert this into a set, because especially this early on into the set where a lot of Octavia's big awakenings picking up, having Cardbox get that MVP is a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the EXP situation, there's a chance Vaughn could actually get it over Cardbox, but it is very close, and maybe a good goal from Cardbox or some multiple barriers from Cardbox would actually take it there. But on the other side, it does look to be Soon Polar Cortex who are getting a good offense here. The flow state is popped defensively, and it does stay alive, forcing the Fool to use the flip. But now that this flow state is down, Soon Polar Cortex is ready to snipe it across with a great shotgun by 3Z.
Yeah, there's the cross clear that I've been talking about again and again. The name of the game: can Vaughn find the gaps in the offense, or will he just be caught out by a missile propulsion shotgun, by a Luna boost, or by any of the tools that 3Z and A are able to bring to the table here? So that's a point on the board for them. It's not out of the woods yet, especially for this set, but I also want to point out Dropletto with the back pass into the base drop for that Octavia, a really amazing heads-up play here from the brawler of ABAB. And, they're going to lose a point there, which is going to be really unfortunate. But I just want to say, reiterate again, I think Dropletto has a really good presence of mind right now, and being able to recognize that play there, and that's going to be very, very key coming into this final point of the set.
Yeah, very important. And looking once again at the EXP, Vaughn is the one that is leading alongside A on the opposite side, so this Castellast or potential Dash Awakening may not come online for Cardbox, but as I say that, 3Z already taken off the map. 2 barriers to find, and 1 is found. Second, really dangerous. The Flame Flurry popped there, the Flip popped there, and A completely flying away. Now, Vaughn with this flip may just use it for tempo, uses it there, sends it up to Drop the wins the Strike War, but the Fool still gets the clear, and with 3Z back, they have a moment to try to take this barrier.
Yeah, good Molten Bolt from 3Z too. Cardbox was angling to make a play for himself and just wasn't able to, immediately shut down. And this has been a historic counter for the Octavia. The Molten Bolt able to immediately just end whatever flow state that the Octavia wants to be building up, because they're just not fast enough to interact with Core or anyone else on the field. And speaking of experience earlier, Cardbox really wants to make this goal. He really wants to be MVP. With a KO going to be found by Dropletto, there's going to be a lot to ask for. This flip comes in. It might not even be enough of XP, but it is going to at least get the set here for ABAB. But it's going to be Vaughn there with the assist getting it. That could lead to some interesting draft decisions here.
And it really depends on who is second. Likely A, but do you really want a Dash Awakening on the Luna? Not really. And how do you deny this Octavia?
Oh my god.
Right? Atlas likely goes something like the Prime Time, and then Luna maybe just goes like Stagger Swagger or Orb Dancer, or maybe just starts sparking, right? And yeah, Stagger Swagger, probably the smart play, allows you to still be able to damage and catch the Octavia, but at least for the members of Soon Polar Cortex, the fact that Explosive and Aerials and Stagger Swagger are all gone in the first draft means that there's less to worry about for the Octavia later.
Yeah, I think this was a really intelligent draft coming out from ABAB. Not only did they pick up things that really helped them, they actually picked up things that you wouldn't necessarily think are useful here on the Atlas. But the Atlas is going to get cooldown reductions, almost always going to hit that 2 target mark for the heavy impacts here, and that means that I think this Atlas is going to be really well equipped. On the flip side too, the Dash Awakening 4 card box not going to actually pick up the aerials, which was tempting, but going to pick up that explosive entrance, because again, it's going to deny the Drakkar the impact damage that is going to be needed to actually pressure this Octavia. So with A picking up that Stagger Swagger to also deny the Octavia, there's actually very little damage going the way of SPCS. So we'll see if they'll be able to close it out, but as of right now, it is going to be an open net.
Yeah, still open, and Vaughn has his flip, so even any attempt on the barrier could be quickly nullified. And that's not to say that there's that secondary that Vaughn could also throw out to stop any sort of offense. And there's that expanse. That expanse gets popped, the boost, sending across. And Vaughn with a great flip to Cardbox to drop Leto, doesn't manage to find the score there. And A playing up this corner, looking for a pass to 3Z, who nearly has the flip himself. And same thing with Cardbox, that Tofu Fortress keeping it stuck in the corner, and 3Z pushing it upwards, looking for that barrier, not found. A bit of damage on Cardbox, but that Celestial Intervention basically nullifies the Crater Maker.
And now we're going to continue with it. This flip here for Cardbox is scary, but the Summer Assault's going to call out that shot bot side. Now another opportunity. The primary sends it forward at lightning speed. Drop Leto there to intercept the clear up top. Going to send it right in. That's going to be the advantage of the set. First going over to ABAB.
And I think one thing I do actually want to call out was the fact that Vaughn completely called out 3Z Breezy's dribble there, right? Because normally, 3Z Breezy actually would have had a free shot there, I think, on the barrier if he just went for it. Because Vaughn predicted that he would go for that dribble, because that dribble does set up for even more plays. And
wow.
God damn, that guy just got shot behind the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. His funeral's going to be on Tuesday. And if that continues on, it's actually going to be a bit of a reversal of fortune. We're talking about the KO potential of Luna and Drakkar here, but it really is, that's going to be how it is, then Cardbox is going to be able to play his game, essentially, right? That being said, as of right now, the momentum is slowly going towards Soon Polar Cortex right now. They're going to be able to drip it up the field, but this Octavia on flow state with a Molten Bolt missing, Cardbox could potentially take over this entire point here. Octavia is almost at her win condition here, but no, a misstrike is actually going to end that play.
Yeah, the Fool actually very scared and pops the flip early. It doesn't really get much of anything. A nearly taken off the map off of that Sonic Boom, and there's that second barrier. It falls. The Fool nearly taken off the map as well. Cardbox in melee with the flip. Drop Leto actually midfielding for a moment to give Cardbox a chance to use this flip offensively. Flips himself, and he baits Cardbox into a flip, but goes for the score himself. And, well, 2 flips, it's a goal. It's worth it enough.
True. Yeah, you'll take it at the end of the day, especially because you now have at least 3 points to get that flip back. And even though the energy advantage is definitely in the hands of Soon Polar Cortex right now, they're going to have to still be more efficient with their energy just because they're down here on the points. It might not even matter though. Cardbox dribbling is going to be speeding up. The Fool forced to play defensive here, and hey, with that flip being missed, all of that energy advantage that they had just evaporated. Things are looking really good for ABAB, especially now that Vaughn's so confident with that primary. KO going to be found on A yet again. Drop Leto here with a core. The Fool just too slow, not able to get it. And this is just a dominant performance from ABAB here.
Yeah, ABAB is absolutely going crazy here. And Vaughn, once again as MVP, he will be rewarded likely with this Twin Drive. I don't see him really wanting to pick up anything else except maybe a Glass Cannon to be able to push up more. The peak performance is not much of a worry as it can just be taken away by Drop Leto. And yeah, there's that Twin Drive. We do have the Spark answered, and the Fool perhaps looking for some sort of Spark scaling win con in the future, but that relies on them actually being able to win these sets, and that's looking very difficult right now.
One thing I want to mention as well, I think one of the kind of sleeper pickups outside of that team Twin Drive, I think this peak performance on Drop Leto is going to be very, very effective. It is everything that Juliet wants in this matchup. More stagger to survive the damage, more move speed to navigate your way around Oni Village. And already we've had some scores coming from Drop Leto because of his good position. Now his positioning is going to be even. So we'll see if he's going to be able to take advantage of that, but the cards say yes on that.
Yeah, Drop Leto even has more power thanks to that bulk up raid. He can look for more cheeky kills, but on the other side, the other person who has more power and speed is A with this Glass Cannon. He can actually look to be way more present in this midfield, and well, that's the first kill found on Cardbox. 3Z Breezy has to make something like this work, and there's that Expanse, but there's one more. That's the second Expanse. Twin Drive gone, but it buys time for Cardbox to return.
Again, this Atlas is just... it's awaked up the wazoo. He's got such an insane build right now. Vaughn with his prime time, the Twin Drive on top of that, the cooldown from the heavy impacts, and a no flip. It just has to do it just to maybe find a desperate play, but it is looking real bad right now for Soon Polar Cortex. Vaughn again has a build of a century. It is so hard for this forward dude to score upon him right now, and he is playing phenomenally on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, that was an insane save too, right? A nearly got that with that boost, but it just goes right around him. And Vaughn continuing to clear in these corners, not allowing the 3Z Breezy to get these cross snipes. A good pass up to the Fool, and 3Z Breezy nearly secures it. Vaughn continues to clear it again in the corner. And Cardbox, the speed is so useful. He continues to keep the flow state alive.
Oh my
Once again, it just keeps proccing. He is just omnipresent in the midfield, just dribbling back and forth and back and forth, and there's that energy burst finally burned. But what isn't burned is this flow state is still alive, and just as I say that, it drops, and 3Z Breezy finds the goal with A's Crater Maker.
Yeah, good follow from A in the midfield. But yeah, you mentioned it, you were talking about it, that's what everyone's eyes were on. This Octavia's flow state is getting scarier by the set, and we'll see if that'll be enabled, but you got to take your eyes off of Cardbox because there's still Vaughn, there's still Dropletto to deal with. They've been their own threats in their own right as well. One goalie barrier going to go down here for the full flip now for Dropletto, but it's going to be blocked away.
Yeah, and good thing for Soon Polar Cortex is his flow state just dropped, and a great whammy out by A to find that. Looks for the pass down to 3Z, not yet found, and I like to see some defensive passing here to maybe get it around to 3Z, a good rotate, and there is that Crater Maker. The first expanse burned, I think the second one is still in the cards, and the flip is burned by Vaughn, but it goes all the way around, forcing the roll from the Fool, so neither goalie should have their secondary available unless it is finally returned thanks to that twin drop.
Ooh, a bit of an unfortunate flow state. It makes the defense go a little bit longer, but it is going to be cleared out. No, 3Z Breezy an opportunity here. Now eventually going to be blocked away. It's going to be the Fool's turn this time, though, to come up. Level 7, notably, here, versus Vaughn's level 9. Oh! That's a bit of an emo into getting bodied combo there. Vaughn a little bit overconfident, but only just by a little. And I think that it's well-earned confidence as well. Again, when you have a build like that, what was a bit of your oyster, especially on OD Village here.
Yeah, and talking about oysters, actually, I don't even know what I was going to say. He's the one who got cluttered that time. And nearly a double barrier found. Surprisingly, Vaughn actually clears away from that top barrier. It buys enough time for 3Z to come back, and now double melee goalies on this top side, and A once again just got shot. And now it's another power play for ABAB. The barrier taken with the strike shot. Vaughn feeling himself after the mistake from last point, and this base drop nearly enough. But now A is back once again. This flow state looking dangerous, tries to get it past and does, but this flow state finally taken off. And now soon Polar Cortex might have a chance to go for an offense.
Yeah, maybe, but that's one secondary down. Don't forget, there's another one locked and loaded if needed to go. Flip comes out from the Fool, and unfortunately, you don't get two of those. Vaughn able to play defense against A. The space is there to play with. Play on this Atlas.
Wow.
The Flip comes out just to find the KO here in overtime and Dropletto. Okay, all brawlers are indeed beautiful, and Dropletto, an artistic finish.
Yeah.
To the point.
Quite his namesake, if I do say so myself. And I really want to call out Cardbox and Vaughn's great team play there. Choosing to, oh my god, that just killed!
Wait a second.
Glass cannon? That is it, that's all it took!
Yeah, that was crazy. He's dead. That guy died. The set's done after that. That was an immediate find. What an amazing Crater Maker here from A, and absolutely MVP. And no way, he's rewarded with a Castellastin eye. Is that what I'm seeing here? Is he gonna be? Are you gonna
but
do?
The Surge is still there, so
yeah,
you have to let the Octavia have Castellast, I think.
Wow. Yeah, and on top of that,
sucks.
Yeah, just like quick strikes. Anyways, was there for the Octavia. On top of that, you're losing your specialized training. It's just so sad around the board. I mean, hey, sometimes Octavia does that to you. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes she's gonna flow into your draft a little bit, you know. And you know, speaking of oysters,
what?
I don't know. I'm transitioning.
So something flowing. I don't know.
Nah.
But
oh wait, I just thought of a good one. No. But I'll say it when the time's right.
Yeah.
I'll get You pick up.
Anyways, the Spark of Leadership actually denied away from the Fool, which is a pretty important call out, meaning that the Fool doesn't actually have that available to him in the final draft of the game if it does go that way. However, it does get this unstop. I don't know how much I value that. I think I would have preferred maybe 3Z Breezy going for this Super Surge instead, and then the Fool pot shot.
Instead, I mean, the Unstoppable absolutely useful here, right? Because it's going to deny that dash punch combo. You really can just do it if you time that right. And it will absolutely help, especially when this dude is going to be tasked to just hold it down against Dropletto as long as he can. Oh, wow. Yeah, he got Sonic boomed out of here. He's dead.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead. He got shot as well. Once again, A having a lot of very close shaves with the edge, and well, a little too close, as shown by what happened there. And now forced to burn his evade again, so he could be at risk of a dash punch by Dropletto. There's a secondary burn, and it's cut by Cardbox. Second secondary burn now, and Vaughn, all he has in terms of strong defensive tools is this flip. And I don't know if he'll need to use it, and yeah, he does need to off of a great lock and load by 3Z.
That's one defensive tool down, but is going to buy time for him to get cooldowns. Wow, what a fantastic Molten Bullet reaction check spawn here. The flip for Dropletto is going to be there. It's a little bit scary, but the Tofu Fortress denies the opportunity. No energy for the side of ABAB right now. They're going to have to get this one cleanly and on their own, but the Fool is a little bit too good to be tricked by the Juliet punch there. 3Z and A, though, tasked with getting through this iron wall, and eventually it is going to go down. The space is going to be found. Dash punch comes through. A gets that clear down to 3Z Breezy. He needs to put it in, but it is a 1v3 situation for the brawler of Student Polar Cortex. Overtime not fully there, but oh no. The strike shot, the curse of strike shot comes through. That's going to be a point going the way of Student Polar.
One thing I want to check with Prod, can Prod do a quick power check on the Fool? Because I think he might have enough power to red core and strikes in overtime.
Apparently we can't.
Okay.
We are limited by the technology barrier, unfortunately.
Yeah, because I think I was catching that, and it's basically like the Fool's playing with Team Player on Oni Village, which allows A and 3Z Breezy to play way further up. And despite the fact that A goes down there, the fact that Fool having flip and still a barrier left means that Student Polar Cortex is maybe not in the worst of situations unless the Fool is forced to burn flip there. And now with an open net, it's looking dangerous. A also goes down, and A has had so many deaths, and it looks so bad for Student Polar Cortex.
Yeah, it's just super unfortunate. That might be a goal here. Yeah, Cardbox, the patient is immaculate. And speaking of oysters, Dropletto has been showing some muscle with these KOs. And he's been finding these KOs here onto the Luna, and I think that's been creating a lot of opportunities, just like we saw in when a game's this close, each point is going to be that critical. And the fact that they found 2 or 3 points off of it is a game decider right now if ABAB do end up winning this game.
Yeah, every single point, if you come upon it and in a good way, you'll find the pearl that lays within the oyster. And, well, you have to see more of these plays from both sides. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
No, speaking of oysters, we're fishing for opportunities here, and I'm gonna stop cooking before the steam. Okay, I'll stop. I'm getting hit by people. But we're gonna get back to the game here right now. A is looking good for energy. He's not KO'd. The flip is a little bit too late from Bond. The Molten Bullet now finding the reaction check, but the Fool is holding. I hear a do-boo cheer coming from the crowd here, and I think that is absolutely warranted. The flow state building up, but Vaughn just has to hold a little bit longer. There's going to be one more opportunity, and there is Dropletto almost able to get the Shaolin score there. A is able to pass it up to 3Z Breezy. The strike ward's going to be one. It's dangerous. Dropletto needs to win this interaction here in the midfield, but it's not going to happen. And now 3Z Breezy looking to maybe end it, but whoa, A finds the core speed into overtime, takes that point. They're going to be 1 point away from evening up the entire game here.
Yeah, I think momentarily I thought I saw Dropletto actually strike that after 3Z, and then A catches that with the boost. So very well played by A, noticing that he needed to use that there, and does capitalize, bringing them to set point. And now with Student Polar Cortex on set point, this could be exactly what they need to take their map back. And a lot of damage on A, loses the flip and the barrier, and with the Stagger Swagger, it doesn't mean much if he has no evade, because a lot of the kills are knockback based.
Yeah, agreed. That being said, A, once again, going to be vulnerable here. The flip comes through. Wow, Dropletto. A beautiful angle there. Going to open up the net now for Student Polar Cortex. Cardbox with a ramping up flow state here. It's going to be a little bit scary. This drum, the base drops comes through, but Vaughn going to be tasked once again on defense. Has all the tools in the world that he needs. And Cardbox has reached critical mass. Yeah, the speed is there, and he's going to be zooming around. The flow is stated. Cardbox going to take
The
that.
flow is stated, the card is unboxed, and he finds that goal to tie them up in set 4. And this is game point on Soonpolar Cortex's map in favor of ABAB.
Yeah. Right now, the fortunes are looking good for ABAB here. They've got the energy advantage, but only just for a little bit. Breezy might have an opportunity when he gets his flip, but it's going to be A who's forced to play this brutal midfield interaction just over. We see him just having to win crazy strike wars, taking so much damage, and even if he gets through it, Vaughn might just walk up and do that. Now it's going to be an open net for the side of Soonpolar Cortex, but this Crater Maker is looking good. It's now going to be a critical point for both teams here as we enter potentially the final few strikes of the game.
Yeah, and there's that base drop. It's dropped in the midfield, but Cardbox, he has this flip. And it just goes right through. Full save, Dubu. That log did not even stop the dash punch.
Yeah, that is just super unfortunate, but that's going to be ABAB taking the game, taking the game, moving on with the advantage here in the series off of a very strong performance. And even though it felt like we did see some of that strategy coming through, I think that 3G Breezy really did catch Vaughn off guard in a lot of these reaction checks. There was that opportunity here. It felt like Dropletto and Cardbox had more cohesion, and on the backside, Cardbox and Vaughn had that cohesion as well. Yeah. Not to mention, I mean, in the first few sets, heavy impacts, missile propulsion, twin drive Atlas. That's just disturbing. Vaughn was very empowered throughout this entire game.
Yeah, the fact that he just got so many cooldowns with so many high impact abilities as well, right? With this missile propulsion strike shot, this allows you to just kind of strike shot almost anywhere on the map, and then your primaries can also go pretty much to half point. And then the twin drive, right? You now have 2 secondaries. You don't have to really be threatened very often because Cardbox has this flow state that is already explosive powered and then Castellas powered after that.
Yeah.
Meaning that he is always so threatening, and the moment his threat stops, well, now you have to get through a twin drive Atlas.
Yeah. Just like you mentioned, it's a little bit disturbing. It's a little bit disturbing. I think there's no other way to put it. That draft was haunted. It was haunted, and the ghosts of ABAB were there to reap your souls. So they're going to move on with the advantage for game number 2 here, and it's going to be a dramatic shift in tone. Yep. It's going to be Demon Deus. Yeah. Demon Deus.
Demon Dice.
Demon. It's going to be DD.
Yeah,
DD. They're going to go there, and it's going to be a big shift of pace. But notably, this is ABAB's pick. Yeah, and I think, if I recall correctly, they did pretty well against Overtime. It was a back-and-forth series, and that probably leads me to believe that Overtime might actually make a showing in like losers finals or grand finals. In my opinion, this is a mostly inoffensive start because, yes, there's the bulk up, right, which makes it a pretty heavy KO game, but everyone does get that bulk up, and it also provides you a bit of defensive stats as well. Yeah. Estelle actually going to be banned out here. It really feels like I believe they're the one that bans the pick. I originally thought it was because of an Oni Village, but it looks like they just don't want to deal with this pick at all.
Yeah.
Coming from Cardbox, but it's going to be an instant Vice lock-in, which obviously incredibly strong on the map. A very good character just currently right now, I believe, and that's gonna be I think Soonpolar Cortex's game plan immediately. But yeah, why did you run that? Wanted to run us through that?
Yeah, and I was kind of talking about this when I was watching the Overtime versus ABAB series. I think that you should probably have one of Finny, Imi, or Vice banned, and then you should just be okay with handshaking the other two, right? Mm-hmm. In this sort of situation, it heavily favors red side. Yeah, you can get this Vice, but now you're stuck dealing with an Finny, Imi, and then you have this Era and Julie, and for people who don't know, this is very likely the A era, the same era that won NASA.
You know what? And you know what's awesome here? It's against Dropletto, who is literally like the #1 high-level era hater. Like, he thinks this character does nothing. So if A pulls out a win here, and let's be clear, like I've heard some of the things that Dropletto have been saying. He's been saying like this pick only works because it's NASA under. This will not work in a NASA level game. Like Arid has just too many exploitable weaknesses, and if Dropletto loses this, he's gonna have to shut up. He really is. He's gonna have to shut up because it happened to him in an S tier.
Yeah, and this is a NASA level game, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely right. We got 2 NASA champions here, and the rest just legacy players. So Dropletto absolutely needs to put his money where his mouth is, or else we can't be posting the "what does she even do" image anymore. Can't just be doing it. We have to stop it. So there's pride on the line here. There is yeah. Speaking of oysters, there is pride on the line here. And speaking of lions, both teams are going to be here to roar. I don't know what I'm saying.
Also, speaking of Lions, I think they're still alive in the lower bracket. BP Lion versus overtime, right? I think that's still going on. I'm not sure if we can get a check on the score there. I'm assuming one team has won game 1, and we're probably sometime in game 2 right now. On the other side, oncoming traffic is already 2-0'd gratification overdrive, so they're waiting in top 4, right? Which is going to be the series that is played right after this. But before that, we have a Demon Dice game to go to.
Yep, and this is to get your ticket in the grand finals of Reach the Summit here in Colorado. So both teams obviously going to be wanting to take it. Already, we're off to an aggressive start. A in the midfield here, going to be represented with, I believe, the Magnetized Souls, which feels like kind of the default forward pick coming into Demon Days. It is so powerful, especially before the goalie gates open, when everyone is in the mosh pit, very, very claustrophobic. So Vaughn already, we're seeing some of that aggression. We saw it earlier, I believe, in his Gates game when he was playing Dubu. Just really is unafraid of just walking up. I mean, just look at that positioning. Just positioning themselves without any safety nets, just saying, hey, we're going to win this interaction. I'm going to put this in your face, and even if you get it through us, I'm going to have enough time to react to it and save whatever the core wants to do. So it's paying off already because it's going to be an open net for the side of Soon Polar Cortex, but Threezy Breezy does have a flip to work with here.
Yeah, still has a flip, and so does Fool. Fool actually burns it really early, and no barrier found. Threezy Breezy looking completely staggered. The big finish actually dropped on his own barrier in hopes that Vaughn can try to look for some sort of defense, but it's not even needed as Cardbox with a great glitch bob, and crucially, Threezy Breezy taken off the map in the heat of things.
Yeah, well-earned Imi punch, just the hi-ya to go through with that point. It's going to be a slight advantage here for ABAB. Energy advantage for Dropletto specifically in this brawler matchup. I think it's going to be really big. This Vice could potentially struggle when Dropletto gets in his face, but as of right now, when that Vice gets the offense, we're going to see stuff like that where it's going to be an immediate open net for the side of ABAB.
Yeah, I mean, against the BAM Thunderstruck guy himself, they find that great ult, and Threezy Breezy capitalizing with a dash punch afterwards on the open net.
Going to be a quick way to even it up here. 22nd point for the side of Soon Polar Cortex, and just actually slowing the cast down a little bit. Just going to be talking about these awakenings, right? We're going to see the double Magnetized Souls. Kind of, this map really does favor it, especially in the early game where you want to get it. But on the flip side, the momentum boots for the Fini, which I think is kind of what you want to do. It's going to allow for so much of that aggression. Ooh, but a crazy bounce means that this is an opportunity here for ABAB. Dropletto trying to win this midfield interaction against the air, but it's actually not going to be found. 3 strikes in a row. 4th strike goes through as well. And that's going to be a point. Cheers from the crowd comes through. Dropletto, 4 strike wars in a row is going to be taken away by A, and that's going to be a point for Soon Polar Cortex.
Hey, all I'm saying is maybe the era has it, right? A absolutely pulling out some great plays, and that was a really good magical Maelstrom actually set up there. Opting to detonate it very early instead of waiting for that guaranteed heavy hit just says, you know what, I can trust my team to win some strikes in the midst of that. And yeah, the trust was well placed.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be, wow, KO found here. Flip going to be expended for it though. Vaughn going to have a little bit of space to work with. Yeah, and the clear's going to be made, but the Fool with the eject button comes through. Flip just to buy space. It's going to actually buy a little bit of time. The save's going to be made. A KO's going to be found as well. We have 10 seconds, but no, the core finds its way through. Vaughn and Cardbox going to be an open net. The Fini special is going to be there, though. One down. Yeah, low health all across the board. But the clear's going to be made. Wait a second, the Fool's going to get there first. And it's going to be stolen away. Things were looking so good for ABAB in that point, but the Fool going to find it. Going to take that set and going to earn MVP. It's going to be Soon Polar Cortex making the first strike on Demon Days.
Yeah, Zoro making Vaughn look like the fool that point, and this is a lethal draft. Look at this heavy impact for Imi, Zen, Julie, Stinger available, Deadeye available, the 1-2 surge. It's all the damage, and the glass cannon too for goalies. Like, what happens here? Vice takes the Spark of Agility to Spark Scale, but there's so many strong picks still available.
Yeah, this is a little bit disturbing, I'd say. Like, especially, right, I think that the Spark Deny from the Fool is really interesting. I think it's, maybe reading how much Vaughn wants the movement speed here on the Finny to continue the playstyle he's having. Wow, Breezy exploded. But I think that was a bit of a character read. I don't think that normally happens. But regardless, Vaughn got the glass cannon anyways, which means that he's going to be damaged, loses the Deadeye in the process, which is a little bit unfortunate, but look at his positioning, right? Playing that second midfield, playing, you know what, the third forward effectively, and that's going to be an open net here for Soon Polar Cortex off of that. And not to mention, right, we saw at the beginning, right, 3Z Breezy just getting blown up, continuing to getting blown up, right? The damage pressure is there, the move speed pressure is there. It really feels like ABAP have a game plan and a win condition now off of this draft.
Yeah, but we see one barrier taken, perhaps a second soon. 3Z taken off the map now thanks to the Oni's Blade. A trying to catch his core off the opposite side, tries to intercept that pass. No interception found. Cardbox with the flip ready. Where does this flip go? Go to the top side where the Fool cannot be found, and that's a goal for Cardbox.
Yeah. And I feel like Dropletto right now saying any other midfield could have saved that. If they had a blink to go to that top side and that, they could have saved that, but we saw error there, a little bit of weakness there, not being able to deal with it, especially, right, the same weaknesses that Error Goalie has, right, when it's right on top of her, no tools to stop a fast core, right? So, going to be able to take advantage of that. Dropletto going to find a KO and a 3Z Breezy, going to be a power play situation. Vaughn with his flip as well looks so scary. And they're going to hold 4 now, 3Z Breezy up in 3 seconds, but one barrier going to go down.
Yeah, one barrier found, second likely soon to be found off the flip from Vaughn, and now that big finish detonated right before the evade disappears, and this might actually go in. The speed from Vaughn is enough to catch it, and now A is the one taken off the map. The Fool trying to stall this for as long as he can. 3Z Breezy taken a little low, but Fool's Thunderstruck trying to make a hero play himself, but not yet found. The members of ABAB are just dribbling this up. Vaughn playing this third forward. A just has to get it past Vaughn, and he tries, but nothing just yet. The big finish still sits in the midfield. A good dime up actually found by A, and 3Z looking for a potential Shaolin kick play. He has an evade and lives for now, but maybe not for long.
3Z Breezy barely able to survive there off the Oni's Blade. The Fool, ooh, loses the interaction to, 3Z Breezy is actually able to find that. Snipes it right away. The 50-50 shot comes out of nowhere. Well played, staying calm under pressure. It's got to feel really great, especially after trying to be KO'd the entire point. Soon Polar Cortex gonna right now look to lick their wounds and potentially fight their way back into this set. Which, I forgot, they're ahead. It doesn't look like it, but they are ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this draft was a very lethal damage stacking draft, and it does look to continue working that way as 3Z, his life is just under threat again and again and again. And the Fool and A are doing their best to keep this defense alive, and Cardbox is doing a great job in this corner, making sure it stays there and continuing to stack the damage. But now A is the one who's taking into the opposite corner, winning a lot of strike wars. 3Z Breezy nearly taken off the map, finds the evade, retreats for the goalie orb, but with no evade. This might be the last time he can do it in a bit, and Dropletto finds that barrier. The Fool patiently waiting to not give Dropletto a good chance to take that goal.
Yeah, and the Thunderstruck able to actually make an error for Cardbox on the strike. That means that's going to be goalie barrier going down. Open net for both teams here. Dash there from Cardbox. Oh, it's going to be found, but the clear is going to be made. Thunderstruck comes out as well. No cooldowns on this Vice. It's going to be very scary with that Fini special. Cardbox, though, tries to pass it down to Dropletto, but it's going to be intercepted by the two forwards of Soon Polar Cortex. The Fool now down to A in this overtime situation. Set to the top side. The flip's going to be there. Cardbox with a flip of his own. Sends it there. Not parried by the Fool. Going to be sent right in. That's 2 points for ABAB. They're going to be looking to take this second set here in this game.
Yeah, no counter flip, and I think that's probably the right call. You likely want to keep that flip so that Fool can maybe, use it for a potential barrier offense here. Though I'm not sure if we'll be able to reliably get something like that. Maybe that was the right chance to use that flip, but both the defensive members of Soon Polar Cortex, one flip's available, and as I say that, one of them drops a good supernova to intercept Dropletto's flip, and Dropletto now in this offense here, the Fool uses the flip to clear it and buys a little bit of space, but no health, and Dropletto's looking to chunk him even more, and just as the Fool nearly taken off the map.
Fool has to play without any energy. No real goalie here, so it's going to be up to 3Z Breezy to find a score with this, because the minute that it goes the way of the Fool, who's able to play good footsies right now, is actually able to stay alive and potentially find a goal here. No. Going to be blocked away by the card from Vaughn. Now Cardbox, the midfielder, looking to make his way over. Maybe find some damage here on A, who's looking a little bit low himself. with the interactions midfield go the way of Soon Polar Cortex. Going to be Vaughn on defense again, 3 seconds away from overtime.
Yeah, 3 seconds away, and now we're going to have to deal with so many red cores, but
Oh,
maybe not. The Fool nearly gets that, and A actually falls. A great save out by Vaughn. Breezy trying to buy some space with that Flame Flurry. The Firewall Sentry dropped there. That's the first barrier found. Big finish. A great save out by Vaughn, and the Fool, a good clear up to Breezy. Buys some space as Breezy strikes it forward. A respawning now, but it's now Breezy who's looking like he's going to drop. Burns that evade. No evade left here. There's that Thunderstruck. Is it going to get up to the Fool? No, it doesn't. He has to eject back, but he's almost at this flip. This flip could be really crucial. Pops back to grab the orb, and now Breezy looking for a play of his own. Tries to shove. That's an idiot. Showing the power of the era.
Wow, what a absolutely beautiful beams. All beams from A are beautiful. That's going to be a point. Going to even up the set. This is a potential game-winning point from Soon Polar Cortex. If they win this, they're going to have a massive advantage with an era on their team, right? That scaling can absolutely happen, even without the X to follow up on it. There's still so much potential from this team. The damage is there. The core control can get there as well. But it's going to happen. It's going to be off the back of whatever this point goes. 2 barriers going to go down. Soon Polar Cortex, an opportunity maybe to defend here. It's going to be ABAB, though, that wants to end out the set.
Yeah, ABAB trying to end out this set. A lot of damage coming out to the members of Soon Polar Cortex. Barrier taken there, and it's very crucial here for Soon Polar Cortex to actually lock this down if they want to have a good chance in the series. And a great fiery fist by Breezy to take Soon Polar Cortex up 2-0.
Absolutely huge win. I'm hearing cheers coming out from the team. They are feeling good. They want to carry this momentum into a win, and it's going to be a 3-spark Vice. It's going to be here, and it's going to be undeniable. Looking farther into this draft, though, I'm looking at things like the quick strikes, the explosive entrance for the Zentaro as well is going to be absolutely huge power spike for Dropletto. So right now, I think two members of this team have an absolutely supercharge, and it's going to be the Vice, it's going to be the Zentaro, and it's going to be the IME with the Super Surge Adrenaline Rush. I think there's a lot of explosions waiting to happen. We have a powder keg of a game going on right now.
Yeah, insane powder keg, and some of the ones you didn't even mention that are very powerful. The Finny having Timeless Creator make these ults way more lethal to deal with if they do land on your barrier. And then on the other side, Era actually this dash range, which now makes her even faster as well as her teammates, combined with the Castellas, so you have way more map pressure. It's almost like you have like a second Mako in a way.
Absolutely, yeah. Speed up can be so big, but on the flip side, look at A. You can't speed anyone up if you're going to be dead here, and that's exactly what's happening right now. No, barely survives by pixels here. Cardbox wins the midfield interaction. Finally going to find that KO, though. No Adrenaline Rush proc to actually end the set, but oh my god, Dropletto is able to find that score. Brutal, completely unsavable. ABAB come out swinging.
Yeah, I mean, a great play by Cardbox to find the 90 for Dropletto, who gets the eye rush to secure it. And looking at the energy situation, it is definitely in favor of ABAB, but honestly not by as much as you would think. The Supernova and the big finish actually traded there, but in the end, it's Threezy who actually finds a barrier.
Right now, though, the Fool able to try to open up the net. Not going to find it, though. One barrier down on his end, unfortunately. But it's going to be Vaughn looking to play defense. No cooldowns, unfortunately. But no, just strikes are going to do it. But the flip comes out from the Fool. No, it's going to be defended again. I think an accidental save coming from the NATO of the era. And Drop is now rotating over to the midfield. But he is going to be bruised and battered. Now, open net for ABAB. Breezy on the prowl. Has the cooldowns. No, the kick is a little bit unfortunate there, but the beam now makes it very hard. Vaughn going to be slowed down. The NATO's going to be there. The Supernova is frame perfect. He's going to find the goal, evening up the set here for the Soon Polar.
Yeah, a great play out by the Fool. It looked like he wouldn't be able to utilize that Thunderstruck with where the ball was, but it actually just got up there in a moment's notice, and Breezy is actually deleted in a moment's notice, and look at this ult combo. It's so dangerous. Soon Polar Cortex was saving it for a really long time, surprisingly enough, and now A staggered, taken off the map. That's a triple kill. No triple, though, but a goal indeed.
Yeah, that's an Adrenaline Rush. IME with Super Surge on the prowl. You gotta respect it or you're gonna get shot. That's 2 points here for ABAB. Cardbox with flip, a potential to open up the net very, very quickly, especially as soon as he gets his turret up. Even though it isn't as powered as what we see from traditional turret IMEs, he's gonna have damage instead, and that could spell. Disaster already in open net. The flip's going to go through, denied by 3Z Breezy, however. 2 points actually going to go down. An opportunity for Soon Polar Cortex. The dash, unfortunately, not going to be able to find it. The Oni's Blade is there. Vaughn able to play out. And oh my gosh, Dropletto almost found it. No! Card box, a beautiful save. As now the Fool has to use Power Chord to save, and no cooldowns for this fight. It's just going to be strikes. The flip going to be there to take some pressure off here on the defense. The beam is going to be there. The Fool's trying to take it with a Power Chord, but no, Vaughn's going to be able to have it with the save. The flip comes through as well. Now it's trying to go up to Dropletto. The Fool has to play around his life. This is a final opportunity. Dropletto almost dies from the Supernova. The power play is going to not actually be found here on the card box. Vaughn taking over that role of second midfielder. Card box looking to limp his way forward, but has to play so passively. This Centauro also just playing on a knife's edge, but the KO is going to be found. The adrenaline rush is going to be here, and this might be disaster, but Dropletto is not able to find it, but Card box is able to the set to rest. He's going to find that goal with the strike, and he is going to be taking the set for Soon Polar Cortex.
And man, I feel for Student Polar Cortex. That comp with those builds look absolutely miserable to play into. Despite that, they were playing so well and holding for so long. This Aimi likely picking up something like a Twin Drive here. And yeah, Twin Drive, Super Surge, Ad Rush is a little disturbing. It also means that no Twin Drive on Vice, but the Hot Shot's actually picked up. Stagger Swagger denied away, and I guess the Era getting prime time is actually pretty good here.
Yeah. And then prime time with the cast to last can be quite annoying to deal with, especially I think the Aimi matchup in the midfield. Aimi actually is one of those midfielders that does care about the size and power that you are taking away from her whenever you beam her. So this can actually sway the midfield position a little bit in favor, but already the hot shot core speed is so brutal. Cardbot going to look really, really low, going to be taken out before he even realizes what goes on. Dropletto now going to be worse for wear as well. The passing plays are here. The triangle is fully formed. Able to try to get the core past Dropletto, but the defense is going to come through. 3Z Breezy with the dash. Nothing that Vaughn could do about it. When a quick, brutal point coming out from Student Polar. They're going to be looking to close out the game.
Yeah, so a few really good things we saw from that set that came as a result of that draft, right? This hot shot allowing the core to accelerate so quickly to make sure that the Fool doesn't actually have to worry about a defense on kickoff. He can actually just go right in and make plays on kickoff. And then 3Z Breezy being able to use that size to take more strike wars, take more reliable dash punches, it just makes things way better. And a very awkward Supernova used there. Still actually found in Flame Flurry, used to try to neutralize the big finish, but instead it's a double barrier taken, and 3Z Breezy completely staggered with no evade.
Yeah, this is super unfortunate, but gonna get a very serendipitous core pass there. Core speed coming through. He's able to get one barrier, but it might not mean anything here. The offense now coming out from ABAB. The Fool has flip if he needs to use it. Dropletto playing so patiently, playing reactive to what the Fool wants to do, looking for a mistake, and it is going to be off. The dash is going to be there, and immediately the Fool going to find 2 forwards just in his face. The dashes come through. These forwards can be really anywhere at any time.
Yeah, actually, funnily enough, that was the Zentaro Sour Spot, I believe, that actually hit it right past A, funnily enough. And I feel like the Fool's use of flip there was a little bit of an error. I don't feel like you needed to flip there. You had some time you could buy. Maybe just wanted the tempo, but I don't know if the tempo is really necessary.
Could absolutely be correct, and we'll see if he's going to be punished for that, because without that flip, the defense is going to be a little bit hard here for Dropletto, but it's also looking really rough right now is 3Z Breezy, and just getting battered and bruised this entire game from the 2 forwards. On top of that, Vaughn as well. Going to be an open net. Dropletto going to be sending 3Z Breezy out with an Oni's Blade. Going to look worse for wear as well. Going to be staggered. Not going to be KO'd though. Dropletto missing the slashing strike. Supernova going to come through. The dash going to find the KO here on the A. It's going to be a 2v3 situation, but the strikes come through. Dropletto now has to actually play a little bit for his life, but Vaughn looking good with a big finish there. Going to find the point. He's going to be celebrating as well. Going to find 1 point away for taking the set.
Yeah, 1 point away from taking the set, and that could bring us to set 5. And ABAG maybe taking this in 2-0 fashion. Convincing in the first game, but actually a bit of a back and forth fight on the second. The Fool pushing up, likely wanting to use flip, but a lot of damage falls on him. Means that he could be a target of some of the damage dumping that is coming out of ABAB. And the barrier actually found there by the members of Soon Polar Cortex. A good flip to rotate it down. Both A and the Fool, a lot of damage. That second barrier is also found, and this could be found here. Vaughn with a good flip to save it for the time being, and a lot of damage. And the Ad Rush proc means that the second barrier could also fall. Great Flame Flurry flip there by 3Z, and it continues to get saved. A good strike by 3Z, and A finally returns. Cardbox has the flip ready, but may die, lives there for a moment. But Dropletto, a lot of damage, wins the strike war, and takes 3Z Breezy. The ad rush is popped. This is so dangerous, and that's the set.
Yeah, that KO spelled doom for that point. The IME here, just so much damage, so many cooldowns. The Adrenaline Rush is just so deadly. And Vaughn going to be MVP, has peak performance, has Monumentalist, has specialized training, but might have to deny the spark of leadership out of all things. I'm wondering if he's going to do that. Yeah, I'll make sure takes the election away here from the Fool, but he still has that extra special to work with, and it's going to be a little bit brutal. Vaughn not going to find the power that he wants coming into this final set. But on the flip side, I think right now that Juliet and this Vice are going to be very empowered to close this one out.
Yeah, this is honestly mostly a deny draft actually from the side of ABAB, trying to make sure they don't let the lose conditions fall to Soon Polar Cortex, right? The Monu that would go into Era makes these NATOs actually very lethal to deal with, similar to how Finny would be, denying the spark of leadership to make sure that you don't have a triple spark leadership Fool, right? And the Fool and the rest of Soon Polar Cortex, they start to get so many awakenings that power them up in this final set. This peak performance bulk up and the extra special, both big shouts.
Yeah, the KO is going to be found though, and that's still the win condition for ABAB. If they find the KO onto 3Z Breezy, onto A, this could still go their way. And look at that, the pressure is just undeniable from ABAB. The save's going to come through, but at the cost of every resource, at the cost of the life of the Fool. And Flip gonna come through, gonna find that final goalie barrier.
No.
Weird bounce now is gonna set up Dropletto. The dash is gonna be there. 3Z Breezy now stemming a miracle play with a flip if he has any hope of taking this point, and that might be what happens. The Supernova comes through. The Oni's Blade gonna hold it in place, but the flip now gonna come out and gonna be denied right away. 3Z Breezy finds it. The blow up from the big finish is just not there in time. A key point goes the way of Soon Polar.
Yeah, an insane point. Vaughn had the idea in sight, but unfortunately it was the execution that messed up, and that's a lot of things I've seen from Vaughn today. He has had so many great ideas, and the times he loses is just because of this execution, some of these missed times, and it's so hard to get these timings so in these stressful moments.
Yeah. Right now, claustrophobia is coming through. He is able to get 2 goalie barriers, drop Leto there in a blink of an eye with the eye rush. Vaughn going to play defense, but A's playing so patiently. It doesn't matter though, the clear's going to be made. The Oni Blade now going to go there. Going to be an open net for both teams. The Tornado making its way downfield. Drop Leto has possession of the core. The flip comes through and almost finds it, but it's going to be 3Z Breezy. The speed is there. He's going to find the strike. And Era speed makes the difference. And the entire discourse of this pick in Nassau now on the line, 1 point away from A proving that this character can do it.
Yeah, maybe Era can do it, but we can't speak just yet. That's one barrier taken, a second taken. The Supernova ready. 3Z Breezy in the face of Vaughn. The big finish, the Firewall Sentry popped to just try and clear it. That's no barrier actually falling in favor of ABAB just yet. And Soon Polar Cortex offering to just play it slow, hoping that they don't have to take too much damage. And it's Cardbox who takes a lot of damage, nearly goes in. It forces the flip out of Vaughn, and Vaughn needs to be so careful. He sends it up to this top side. A can collect it and send it back to 3Z Breezy, denying the orb away from Cardbox. A has a flip ready, and this Era of flipping this into the net would be the icing on the cake. Doesn't actually find it there. That's one barrier found. No second one yet, but it does make it really awkward. That's the second barrier found. A taken off the map. The Fool taken off the map. We need Iron Wall 33 in the house. And will we see it? We will for now. Owned by 3Z Breezy.
Yeah, and the way that you beat a wall, you walk around it, and that is exactly what ABAB did. 2 points away from securing the series, but obviously 1 point away from going to a game number 3. ABAB are going to look to want to take this out, but already the damage is coming through. Drop Leto has lost all of his HP. Vaughn still able to hold his barriers though with a big finish. One's going to go down, but going to able to find one in the rebound here. And now the Fool has to play his life. There's no orb here. He has to take all this damage on the chin.
Yeah, all this damage on the chin indeed, but there's one evade still available for Fool. Cardbox a lot of damage, but grabs that goalie orb, does regen a little bit, but a lot more damage still back on him again. A good glitch, and 3Z Breezy wins the strike war. Another open net in favor of Soon Polar Cortex, but we saw what happened last time. A lot of damage and a lot of A is assassinated, and the Fool looking to make a hero. The hero play may not be.
Oh my god!
No, that deals the near finishing blow, and we're on set 5 Silver Scrapes.
What does she even do? She dies, gets taken out, gets clipped. And that is absolutely a highlight play from Dropletto here, who is now 1 point away from punching his ticket to Grand Finals. One goalie barrier has gone down. It's looking bad. The flip's not going to be there. The KO going to be found. And now all of a sudden, it is looking terrible for ABAB. The defense has to come through, but no, it doesn't. Soon Polar Cortex is going to find their victory here on the dies. And they're going to be taking this game, this series, to a game number 3.
Yeah, soon Polar Cortex showing the not just era, but the era. He, an absolute master of the making Dropletto eat his words, and I don't think that's going to make them ban the era, but it's definitely something to be worried about. And look at the damage numbers. The damage numbers are crazy, and even if you see the Vice era Julie having a good amount of damage, the KOs, it's what, 21 to 3?
Yeah, I definitely felt like in terms of if it was League of Legends, I think that ABAB would be winning. They'd have won this one.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Omega Strikers is a core control game, it seems, and they're going to be the ones taking it out here on DD, and they're going to be moving us to a game number 3 here to punch their ticket in a grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing I do want to say is, how happy are we that we're not seeing a single Atlab, Night Market, Clarion, or Tycho game this series? It's Oni, DD, and Goo. All maps that are a little less played by people, and I want to see how Goo is played, especially at the top level, because Goo is a map that I really enjoy playing personally, because I like, thinking in portals. But the top level players, they generally have a lot better idea of how to deny these portal plays. So I want to see how often these portal plays are actually used.
Yeah, we'll see. And I think the question going into this draft, what does she even do? What does she even do? Where is she going to show up? Is A going to bring her out again? Because this isn't a terrible map for the pick. Absolutely playable on this pick. And hey, if you want to shut up the haters or the hater on stage with you, you absolutely can. But there are still a ton of things that could be busted out. I'm mainly thinking, right, the Dubu and Vaughn, who's been playing this on Goo, he's been playing this pick.
Fool as well.
Yeah, the Fool as well. I think it's going to be very hotly contested. And on the flip side, I think things like the IME 4-card box can be something that will be a point of contention as well. But I think when you mention it now, I think that Dubu is going to be that number 1 pick up here going into the series. I'm very curious to see where this character will fall here on draft.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, ABAB will have side selection this game, yes, because soon Polar Cortex did dictate map 1 and map 3. ABAB has side selection, so I want to see if ABAB is going to opt for that blue side in order to... Okay, ABAB does opt for blue side, yes, which means that they have prio over the Dubu, so we'll have to see if that gets first, or if soon Polar Cortex opts to just ban it, and a heavy impact unstoppable start. There is a real chance we don't even see a Dubu, and we maybe just see stuff like the Vice Centauro IME like we saw the previous game. I want to see if there's some sort of dichotomy between a Dubu team and a full damage team.
Yeah. I'm going to see where this heavy impact goes.
Yeah,
I foresee it having a heavy impact on this draft, and we'll see what ABAB pulls out. They so far as well, I think Soon Polar has been banning out this Estelle.
Yeah.
Seems like that's something they're generally pretty scared of. We'll see if they end up doing that, because with the Unstoppable, the Estelle actually is quite less of a threat with the primary. You really can use that just to deal with one of Estelle's biggest tools. So we'll see if they'll end up letting the Estelle through it and think of banning something else. Oh, right, wait. Wait.
Yeah,
You know,
Unstop did get nerfed. The knockback is still present.
Yeah.
It is a 30% knockback reduction, but it is a full damage reduction.
Yeah.
Right? So Unstop is good against some of these big damage like pops. It's not really great against, consistent damage. So if you have something like the Vice IME Centauro, may as well just take heavy impact and try to do whatever damage you can back.
100% agreed. Yeah, the Vice had a very explosive performance coming out from the Fool, and we'll see if that's going to be picked up again. But
yeah,
I think I am holding my breath for this ban phase right now. This ban phase into round 1, I think I'm holding my breath for, because that really will dictate the pace of this selection. And as of right now, I'm looking at it, and it does look like we are missing 2 players from the side of Soon Polar.
Yeah,
might be
A and
quick.
3Z Breezy, I think, taking a break after that second heater of a game. They desperately need some sort of break, some sort of, not to say mental reset, but moment to cool off if they want to go to Goo and absolutely dismantle ABAB.
100%. The Zoro, I think. Who is he talking to? He's talking to someone. Look at that. Who is he talking to?
His
What do
inner
you-
demons.
His inner demon, you think? Yeah, he's like, "Jeez."
Or
I'm
he's just
curious.
chewing on something. I don't know.
No, he's laughing. Someone said
Oh.
something back to him. He's doing something. Wait. All right, Threezy Breezy's back. So, but maybe the spirits,
Yeah.
spirits were there, and the spirits were talking to him. I don't. Yeah. What do you think he'd be saying? What do you think he's?
I don't know. I mean, he could be talking to someone, and someone might be convincing him to bring out the Kai. Though I don't know if this would be the drop to do
be
it.
the voices.
Yeah, those would be the voices. The voices telling him to bring out the Kai
Heavy impact
and
start.
fly on the heavy impact start. I don't know if that's really what should be done, but Vice Dubu, I think the big contenders, and Zen I think is also pretty big, but you don't really want to be picking the Zen into the Dubu because yes, it's a heavy impact start and that can just completely shred through anyone. But Zen is so hard to play into Dubu from a scoring perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Dubu, just the king of shutdown right now. It definitely feels like, right? Very, very. Again, just gonna reiterate it again. I think it'll be a very contested pick, but we'll see what Striker's like. Hey, I know already. We saw that Dubu just gonna be banned out by the red team. Just doesn't want to deal with that right now. That Julia banned by ABAB, respecting what Threezy Breezy brings to the table on that pick, and yeah, Vice pick up. I think now the pace of the game is dictated. We know exactly what is going to be happening. It's going to be a bit of a damage race here coming out from both teams as ABAB is going to secure that Vice for I believe it could be Vaughn or Cardbox, but I would assume it'd be for Vaughn.
Yeah, and I kind of want to see if we do see a Rastel pickup or an Estelle Zentaro, perhaps, for the members of Soon Polar Cortex. The Zen is already picked up for 3Z, and the Zen likely being played into the Vice. The Vice can still be flexed, but I really don't like Vice midfield on this map because you have so much space you need to control, and Vice wants to be using a lot more of abilities for damage as opposed to just core control. And Zen Asher, this Asher pickup is absolutely insane. It functionally does something very similar to the Dubu in being able to lock down this corner so well, and I kind of want to see what the members of ABAB are going to be picking to deal with this Asher.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm sorry. I normally don't watch Twitch chat, but I have it up here. This copy pasta is really good.
Yeah, I normally watch Twitch chat, but this time I didn't get a chance to read it because I had stuff I wanted to say. And yeah there's that Rastel pickup, so Vice goalie.
Yeah. That you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, the Asher is something that could be shut down. Yeah, it could be shut down by it. So we'll see, especially if they're able to play around the Asher as well. That I can do some defensive plays as well to make up for it. But
yeah,
it can be brutal, especially just if you don't have two melee characters to kind of stuff it out. But on the flip side here, Zentaro, I think, going to be empowered. I think Vice is very scoreable on by Zentaro. Zentaro has to fear the damage from Vice more than her core control prowess. Absolutely. And with the heavy impact, with the ability to kind of just shoot Zentaro on the table at all points of this game, he's gonna have to kind of walk around. He's gonna have to kind of tippy toe his way into some scoring, and we'll see if that's going to be happening here. As it seems like our communions are finished, the spirits now have left us and gone back to their final resting place, and we'll be moving on in just a second to the game.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how things go. I don't know if Prod is able to give us an update on the other series that are going on. Whatever happens.
He's not able to, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Prod unfortunately is not able to at the moment. A little preoccupied. But yeah, okay. Brickbat, you can give us the details.
Yeah, there are literally nothing has happened. Yeah, literally the other series is still going. It's 0-0 apparently.
Might just not have been updated.
Yeah, might not have been updated yet.
I'd imagine the overtime versus whoever they're facing right now is probably 1-0 in someone's favor. I just don't know who. And well, this is actually interesting. It's not the traditional Rastel offense. It's actually Vaughn on the Estelle goalie.
Whoa. Yeah, that is actually rather interesting. I wonder why they elected into that. Again, the Threezy Breezy does still, Estelle, especially with this heavy impact, is still going to have to respect damage that can come out. But on the flip side, it's actually going to be the KO found onto the Rasmus here. We'll see. Oh, that is, onto the Rasmus here. That's going to be Dropletto. And the corner offense comes through, but unfortunately not going to amount to much. In fact, it's going to amount to -1 barriers.
Yes, indeed. And It just goes around, and this Supernova basically wasted. No damage even found on A by that Supernova. It's 3Z Breezy, though, who's looking kind of low. He has some evades to work with. Unfortunately, the core is kept on that portal side, which means that it's hard for it to really get or stay in, and the Fool putting that flip there, a little bit of a crucial resource. One barrier found. 3Z Breezy looking for the second. A good save out by Vaughn, and now one barrier apiece. Damage in favor of the members of ABAB, but it might not be that way for long.
Flip come through, immediately going to be save after, I guess. Denied by the pass splitter. 3Z Breezy going to be sniped away, not going to be taken out. Has that Oni blade to use defensively, still has his flip if he really absolutely needs it, but might not get that opportunity here. Supernova comes through, actually going to miss the core, unfortunately, but the triangle is starting to form. Not going to be found. 3Z Breezy able to be bailed out here by the portal, though. Now Vaughn misses his flip. The curse of Strike Shot tries to push 3Z Breezy away, but unfortunately he's only pushing away his own chances to make that save. Flip, though, going to be able to be workable here. Dropletto soon to get flip as well, but going to be losing a lot of HP in the process.
Yeah, and 3Z Breezy, I think, has been staggered for like 20 to 30 seconds. He's still somehow living, though, despite the stagger. Finally running out of an evade, and this is a very dangerous situation. Dropletto actually finding the pass to Cardbox. I really thought the Fool was far enough to be able to strike that out of Dropletto's pass, but surprisingly enough, not so.
Yeah, just really good play from Dropletto overall there to find that lane. Going to be able to maybe take advantage of that here, especially with damage this explosive. You can get more damage, you know? You can double down or you can deny durability. So when you have these damage starts, this mean a lot. Okay, you're going to be found just raw here on a Dropletto, though, and it's going to be a power play here in the corner for the side of Soonpolar.
Yeah, and Fool trying to send it through the portal to get a cheeky barrier against Vaughn. And 3Z Breezy, they're actually forcing the flip. The Fool sending it right back. A great Rose Orb by Vaughn to save that barrier. And once again, Vaughn just continues to save these barriers. And Dropletto taken off the map once again by 3Z Breezy. The Fool, though, continuing to save this core on the defense. But it's just... Vaughn is doing such a good job, and the members of Soonpolar Cortex are not able to get a solid offense.
100% agreed here. This is looking... What KO'd him?
That was, I think, a Zen primary again.
That is just, super
He died 3 times to a Zen primary back to back to back.
Well, 3Z Breezy unfortunately has his number, but on the flip side, the damage is going to come through. 3Z Breezy has to try to stay alive through this. A is going to be the one taking the orb, leaving 3Z Breezy high and dry to deal with this. But this is a situation that from last game, he's a bit familiar with, it feels like, and he's been playing around it fantastically. Like we saw there, able to snipe away the goalie barrier. Dropletto now has an opportunity to find the passing lane up to Cardbox. The corner pressure is going to come through here. No portal bailouts this time for Soonpolar Cortex. Going to find one barrier. Still going to have to defend it, but eventually the clear is going to be made here.
Yeah, eventually, and 3Z Breezy continues to stay staggered. Dashes right over the Death Touch and just uses the Death Touch to return back to his side. Nearly gets rolled into the Supernova, but it just goes right through thanks to, I believe, a glitch pop.
Yeah, able to get that glitch pop, send it right past Vaughn just a little bit, just a pixel too far away from Vaughn to get it with a strike hitbox, and that is going to be an even set now for both teams. Corner offense coming there, and looking like Vaughn is positioning, making an adjustment here, looking to play a little bit more aggressively when previously he was looking to play more of that kind of artillery support, getting those primaries and Crystal Thorns away to get the strike pressure for his forwards. But now he's just looking to walk up and strike it himself, looking to get some of that dirty work done, but it's not going to find any purchase right now. It's Dropletto going to be sent off the map yet again.
Okay, sent off the map. The Fool answering that flip, sending it around, but Cardbox is dribbling, looking for a play of his own. The Supernova nearly catching it, but it does catch 3Z and A, both of them taking a lot of damage. A having to evade there, so he's actually at threat of whatever damage comes in next.
3Z Breezy looking to maybe get core possession, but actually going to be taken out. A this time going to be the one to take the brunt of the damage, but Dropletto again has to play so safe, or he might find himself spending even more time in the penalty box, especially with overtime coming through.
Yeah, one barrier finally found by the members of Soonpolar Cortex, and it's going to be tough for ABAP to find that barrier, and as I say that, it's dropped. It nearly goes in off of that piercing shot. Cardbox the flip there, doesn't get it. Vaughn trying to go for a Rose Warp dribble, doesn't accomplish much, and Dropletto playing this corner defense. 3Z finding a great strike to take that barrier, and now it's an open net. The Fool having a flip in case of any dangerous situations, looks for a pass up to 3Z Breezy, the breakthrough. 3Z Breezy tries to catch the strike shot once again. Vaughn very good with those, especially in the first game, and now once again, A looking for a flip. 3Z Breezy, what does he do with this? And the slashing strike actually to beat the strike from Vaughn.
Yeah, well played from 3Z Breezy, who is getting that core flip very soon. The Fool as well, right? Has the unstoppable, has the flip, has, you know, Asher's entire kit. It's going to be very hard to get through, and it really does feel like ABAB have been struggling to consistently get through it. It feels like just Asher actually has been the one shutting down the forward duo instead of the opposite.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what you're expected to do as an Asher, if I'm being honest. That is what the Asher is picked for. It's kind of like a second version of Dubu on this map. And the Fool this time, he is forced to use this flip, so the shutdown effect wasn't fully effective there, and the Supernova being very dangerous.
Oh, wow.
The members of Sumo Polar Cortex still managed to save that there, and now ABAB is in a bit of a dangerous position. Vaughn forced to use the Rose Warp. 3Z Breezy and Cardbox both in pretty tough situations when it comes to their health bar. Dropletto, though, he has this flip, and I don't think he wants to have to use it here, but there's a chance he might, unless the Fool has an unforced error. And Cardbox, a lot of unforced errors from both sides, and Dropletto dribbling up the flip down to the Fool. The Fool passes it back up to A, and on this defense, it's looking dangerous. A great combo play, and the Fool is taking off the 3Z Breezy, trying to stall it for now. It goes up to A, the death touch burn, and Dropletto gets the angle to slot on the top side. The Firewall Sentry, slightly too slow.
Yeah, a little bit messy from both teams, but the winner's final nerves are setting in here. This is, you know, this is a LAN, and this is the puncher ticket in the top two at the minimum. Right now, it's going to be tied up here in set number one. Ooh, Cardbox, a beautiful Supernova KO to start out this point. And look at Vaughn. He is that third forward. It's just 3 forwards. The pressure is here. The pass splitter does a little bit of work, but another KO going to be found here. And it's going to be a continued power play. Dropletto finds it as soon as the goalie barrier is open. And even though it was a little bit messy, it was a little bit finicky, ABAB are able to find the first set here.
Yeah, that brawler's pretty beautiful. He might finish that out. And, well, ABAB taking set one. Crucial pickups here, the peak performance, the bulk up, the stagger swagger. This feels so bad because what's likely going to happen is pick 1, 2, 3 are going to be... Oh, actually, one of these picks is going to make it down to the IME.
Yeah, that's really interesting. The Fool has been prioritizing Sparks a lot throughout this entire series, and initially I was like, oh, he wants to deny the move speed from the Fini from the other team, but that's not a thing anymore. Why do you think the Fool is doing it? It's just Cardbox. It's a different player. But regardless, I mean, it is interesting to see Sparks prioritize just so much, especially with Spark of Agility already gone. Yes. Interesting to see. Maybe just the cooldown is just that valuable, but we'll see how these builds shape out as we get farther into the game here.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, right, cooldowns in general are both damage and core control, and for a Vice, I think cooldowns in the midfield are so important because of how powerful her abilities are.
Yeah, absolutely. That absolutely makes sense, and we'll see if this Gambit pays off, because that's a lot you had to give up. You had to give the bulk up, you had to give the peak performance up, you had to give, well, you didn't have to give the stagger swagger, but you could have given away the stagger swagger if that happened. So we'll see if this ends up paying off. The Spark of Leadership and the Spark of Strength is still on the table, and honestly, right, the double Sparks of Strength cooldown is kind of pretty good on its own, even though it's not like a game winner or anything like that. Ooh. As of right now, it can give a lot of pack to Cardbox's punch.
Yeah, now 3Z Breezy moving up to this bottom side, tries to go for that play, misangles it a little bit, and a lot of really great vertical passing plays with Dropletto and Cardbox that I've been seeing a lot. A good Soren angle into that bottom side, and the Fool clearing it for the time being. Vaughn snipes it out, sends it to Cardbox, who flips in melee, flip stuffed by Asher. That's the one thing you don't do, flip in front of Asher, and the members of ABAB are punished for that as that second barrier is found. The Fool clearing it.
Oh no.
Beating out Dropletto. A great strike shot. That is not the curse, that's the blessing of strike shot there by Vaughn, and the breakthrough sending it forward once again. A looking to be the next one on the cards for Flip as 3Z Breezy sends it down, and now these vertical passes looking dangerous. The Pat Splitter defensively, and it's Cardbox is taken off the map, and the Flip's not even needed as 3Z Breezy finds a great strike to the bottom.
Yeah, back and forth there was a little bit scary, but I think a fortuitous KO there on a Cardbox really opened up that opportunity. 1 point now for Student Polar Cortex. They're going to be looking to maybe bring this here to a set number 2.
Yeah, set number 2 indeed. And one thing I do kind of want to talk about is returning LAN winners just for a second. Is 3Z Breezy is the only remaining returning, okay, the LAN winner from the previous LAN, the only one that's still alive in the bracket. So I'm interested to see if Student Polar Cortex can find that. Maybe they can get into a favorable position. And back to you, I guess, for play-by-play.
Yeah, we'll see what can happen here. As right now we're in a little bit of a lull as Cardbox going to get iced, off stage there. Now power play opportunity, 3Z Breezy. Wow, is able to find that strike, which now Vaughn, no defensive tools. Should the core get into his face again? The piercing shot's there, but it's going to whiff. Not able to find the core with a glitch pop right now. It's going to be up to the Fool to maybe defend for now. All too easy, though, with that Asher primary. And oh no, the own goal comes through for Cardbox. The KO going to be found, but at what cost?
Worth? Question mark? I don't think so.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, 3Z Breezy maybe lost a little bit of energy, but that is a goal. And now the members of Student Polar Cortex have 3 whole points at worst to generate that energy back on 3Z. And, well, he's a Zentaro. He's already at 2 full bars of energy.
Yeah, just so many hits. As wow, the patience from both teams really coming into play there, but it is going to give you 3Z Breezy able to take that first goalie barrier of the point. Dropletto now able to dump it into the corner here where some corner offense can go, but Cardbox now taking a brunt of damage might have to prevent this offense from forming. The Supernova comes through, and yeah, just like that, the power play is over. 3Z Breezy is going to take a lot of damage on the way out, though, which may present some more opportunities here later in the point.
Yeah, I think Abe potentially looking there for a Cyber Swipe flip kill. Unfortunately, does not find it. His health bar isn't really in any sort of danger, though he doesn't have the stagger. It's actually 3Z who's in a bit of danger. And Vaughn with a slight misclear, trying to send it around the center, but does take his own barrier. That's one barrier found on the opposite side. Second one off the flip from Dropletto. And maybe the Fool is looking a little worse for wear when it comes to the defense situation. But he still has a flip. Burns the flip there against the Supernova. And the Supernova now... Crazy. I think he had a free shot to the top side and just does not opt for it. Vaughn with a great flip to the opposite side. The Fool clearing it, and that's the foul. Dangerous strike shot once again, finding it. A great Thunderstruck to interrupt the pass to 3Z Breezy, and now to the top side, this path splitter cutting it off and looking for a pass. A pass found to Dropletto, goes up to A, and A cuts it off once again. 3Z Breezy winning the strike war strike shot, finding it to the opposite side. Cardbox looking to close it out here. He has a flip, potential pass up to Dropletto. Dropletto burns that dot touch, doesn't just have it there now, and Cardbox flipping in melee. Past the Fool, looking foolish, missing that strike.
What a defensive masterclass from Vaughn. That point absolutely won for the record books there, as he was able to deny amazing offense after amazing offense. And that good play from Cardbox, the patience of mind to recognize, hey, wait a second, the Fool's probably going to strike on the end of my core flip. So if I just wait it out, I could actually win. It's in this high pressure situation. So good mind making sure to get that point there, and now it's going to be 1 point in the way of ABAP.
Yeah, but they still have a lot of leeway to make up. The 3Z Breezy looking low actually means some good stuff for ABAP. If the previous points are anything to go by, 3Z Breezy will likely be low until overtime or even longer than that, unless, you know, they allow him to recover by grabbing that orb.
Yeah, 100%. Does have some evades to work with here. He is able to use one as soon as I say it. Strike does not come through, and now he's going to be staggered yet again. One goalie barrier going down. Cardbox, Supernova just to buy space away from 3Z Breezy. 3Z Breezy is able to barely live, but he's got no energy to his name. When his blade comes through, piercing shot going to send him away, but this little mosquito of 3Z Breezy is just buzzing in the face of Vaughn right now. One goalie barrier to go down, though. Going to be an open net here for Student Polar. An opportunity maybe to get a point here, but this Asher is causing so much hesitation. But ooh, a beautiful snipe coming out from the power court of Cardbox. They're going to be evening up the set here.
Yeah, and that was insane. I really thought there for a moment that the Fool would have had that strike, and unfortunately for him, that power court catches it either before or after it. And now this crucial decider point. Will Student Polar Cortex be faced with having to make this reverse sweep to end up in grand finals, or will they be able to take us to a close game? Both flips actually stuffed out by each team respectively. But on the other side, there's 2 flips to 1 in favor of ABAB.
Oh!
Burned, and a flip burned by the Fool. 3Z Breezy is trying to answer back, wins that strike war, taking that barrier, and now it's a 3v2 power play. We might actually end up in a favorable position. Cardbox has a flip, is moving up this bottom side. Flip missed out, a great clear by the Fool, but it may not be enough as the Fool is looking a little dangerous. The death touch actually burned by Drop. It's taken off the map now, but it's still on the side of Soon Polar Cortex. A great strike shot. No! For a second, but he actually has it there, and ABAB taking it 2-0 in sets. They have 1 more set to go to end up in grands.
Wow, Cardbox barely getting that point by the skin of his teeth there. Able to clutch it up for his team, and that's going to be a huge advantage secured for ABAB. But looking at this draft, things are a little bit interesting. The extra special going to be denied, which means that it feels like it's going to be awkward for all teams to really draft the rest of this. I'm going to expect size maybe to be denied here by the IME, but on the flip side, Hotshot going the way of Cardbox, I think probably the biggest pickup of this entire draft. Not much left for the Fool. The Monumental is going to help a little bit with his passive, but beyond that, a very low power draft, I think, relative to what we've seen so far this series.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, the Hotshot plus heavy impact, I think, now should mean that all of Cardbox's primaries should actually red core.
Yeah, that could be very huge. And on top of that, right, getting that double cooldown can main your primary. It's going to be up before stagger regen is done, or before it starts and really ramps up. So you could really potentially just end lives continuously and find that damage win con, but that does not work if you are in the KO box like we just saw right there.
Yeah, and we saw really good corner offense there by the members of ABAB. And one midfielder getting sniped off, another one getting sniped off right after, and now it's a very dangerous situation for Soon Polar Cortex in this corner. The Fool not having much to work with, and 3Z Breezy's health bar also looking kind of low. Oni's blade there to try and get it through. Good defense there by Vaughn to make sure that it stays up, and it goes to the opposite side. 3Z Breezy trying his best to live, but a lot of ability is going to be on him. Flip burned by Dropletto, looking for that barrier, doesn't find it, but it's still stuck in this corner. A has to be careful. His health is starting to get a little low. The Pat Splitter being burned there also means that it's not available for this next offense.
Yeah, Dropletto is really just trying to find any space he can against the Asher, but it is just not happening. The Fool has so many tools to deal with Dropletto, especially when it's that claustrophobic. It's just so hard for the Rasmus to confirm anything, and that's going to buy some crucial time for Soon Polar Cortex to get to this noticeably less, or more vulnerable Estelle, who, when it gets in her face, does not have as many tools. And look at that, the defense from the Fool is just so immaculate right now. The flip's going to come through from A, creative angle immediately blocked, though, by Dropletto, who feels like he saw that coming from a mile away.
Yeah, he absolutely did. He was just waiting right there beside the portal and absolutely stuffs that. 3Z Breezy nearly taken off the map, has no evade, has a slashing strike maybe to work with to reposition or maybe catch a sneaky goal attempt. And now on the defensive side is Soon Polar Cortex. A with no evade in the corner. A lot of damage really coming down. And look at the evades on the forwards of Soon Polar Cortex.
Yeah, I just have to point out such a beautiful interaction from 3Z Breezy, who had the presence of mind to really fake out Vaughn in so many situations where he's trying to find that KO when trying to get the orb, and that's going to let him stay alive for this play here, which can really go the way of Soon Polar Cortex. It's dangerous right now for ABAB.
Very dangerous, and a mistimed DI rush means that's... 3Z Breezy nearly had the shot, Yodsman angle there, and the Fool looking for some sort of defense up to A, and 3Z Breezy. The Dimer is there, but it's interrupted by the Crystal Thorns. And A, an assassination on Dropletto. And now in a 2v3, the Firewall Sentry up this top side. 3Z Breezy looking to close in. A great save with that Rosebud. Forced to use the flip to make sure it doesn't go in. A nearly has a flip of his own, and Cardbox buying time for Dropletto to return.
Dropletto now going to hook it to his midfielder. An opportunity here. The corner offense ramping up slowly, and when there is a corner offense, there's damage to be had, but none going to be found at just this moment. Cardbox close to flip, just a second away, but 3Z Breezy maybe an opportunity here, not going to be able to capitalize on it. And again, the corner offense from ABAB is coming through. The chain lightning's going to be there. The flip going to be immediately taken away. A little bit too close to the sun for Cardbox, and things are looking really good for Soon here. Flip might be needed from A. No, it's not. Going to be sent right through Vaughn and Dropletto. Classic Omega Strikers, a golf clap is heard, and I think that's exactly the right reaction to that point.
Yes, I agree. A very classic and well-played Omega Strikers point. And honestly, I think props to A for finding 2 very clutch kills there. The first assassination on Dropletto to get some good pressure for them, and then an assassination on Cardbox in that corner defense there. A lot of damage on both Cardbox and 3Z Breezy. 3Z forced to use as a fade, and that means that Vaughn can snipe him off the map, but you have Fool, you have a Firewall Sentry. How are you supposed to attack against that? And A with the flip as well means that if he needs it on this defense, he is very willing to use it.
Absolutely, and again, we're seeing Vaughn playing aggressively, just doing anything he can, even recklessly, one might say, right, to get through the Fool here, and unfortunately, yeah, the risk is unfortunately not going to give out its reward, but Cardbox and Dropletto, cooldowns being pumped into A, but again, nothing to be found. Ooh, and a good KO actually going to be found eventually, though. Open net for both teams. Oh, Vaughn, so beautiful, does it all himself, is able to find that, and they're going to be evening up the set here.
See, that's the sad boys Vaughn I know, not hungry like nephew. That's a goalie. Vaughn picking up his midfield Estelle for just a few seconds there, and a great snipe. Cardbox nearly taken off the map in that open. 3Z Breezy, though, taking a lot of damage, has 2 evades really to work with, and he very well might need both of them, but Depth's just barely into that swing sweet spot, and that's what takes him off the map.
Yeah, just an unfortunate KO, but the power play still has to be made. His Asher is there, and his Asher and Aimi have been such a nuisance for ABAB this entire game so far. And again, they're going to hold 4 now. A going to be knocked out onto the other side of the field. Comes through, the KO is going to be found as well, but the Fool still a wall to get through. Vaughn looking to use his cooldowns to get the core for it again. The reckless aggression comes through, but it's not paying off right now. It's actually not going to be found, and now Vaughn has to blow flip 3Z Breezy an opportunity here.
Yeah, tempo flip really from Vaughn, because I feel like he could have just accepted to lose that barrier and then continue sending it forward, but wanted to see if they could make something happen with the power play, and unfortunately for them, they are not, but a power play soon may to become, as 3Z Breezy is looking kind of staggered, but he's in the middle, right? Not much you can do against a staggered target if they're just sitting in the middle unless you coordinate very well. The Supernova getting charged for this corner offense, a lot of abilities pop, and one barrier is found. No second one found just yet, as the first barrier still is alive to provide defense for the second one.
Yeah, and still, I mean, just has to get through this Asher. It's buying so much time. Yeah, just, again, great striking, great use of cooldowns from the Fool. An absolutely textbook Asher game, and even with the from Dropletto is just not going to fall in this situation. 3Z Breezy, again, given the world, given the opportunity, finds the KO here on Vaughn. And it's going to be up to the Fool to get the core up to 3Z Breezy. 3Z Breezy has it, doesn't even need it. Dropletto, an unfortunate pendulum swing. A little bit of deja vu from the previous game. This time, though, gonna lose them out on the point.
ABAB.
ABAB.
All good. Dropletto, he's had some really great moments, and he kind of has to balance the scales with things like those. But hey, Dropletto has a flip pretty soon, and he may need it to equalize here. The Fool playing this defense pretty well, and I want to see if Dropletto can get it popped without the flip. No, uses that flip there, and now has no energy. A lot of damage coming in from the Aimi and the Zentaro means that Drop is at a bit of threat when they're focusing on the offense.
Absolutely. Dropletto is going to be the one, though, to be taken off the stage right now, unfortunately. Though, able to use 3Z Breezy's cooldown against him. Opens up the map, the piercing shot, not able to save it. Very good idea. Unfortunately, just mistimed to the slightest increment. Now, the Fool with the flip here has to play defense. A little bit of portal play right now. Just sending it back and forth between messengers. The flip now going to be Dropletto, a good pull. Maybe means that the offense is there, but the teleport from Cardbox unfortunately gives away his position. It's going to be up to Vaughn to play hero here on the defense. The portals come through. Oh, the flip comes out, and as we enter overtime here, another flip comes through for Cardbox, but the Asher's just too hard to get through. 3Z Breezy again has the opportunity, finds it, gets the set for his team, and soon Cortex stay alive here.
Yeah, soon Polar Cortex not going down without a fight. The members of ABAB playing that offense so well, but Fool continuing to stuff those attempts. Now, what I want to see here is, does A actually opt for either Explosive or Super Surge, or does he just want to go for the Stinger? Because I feel like any of them are pretty valuable, and I think, yeah, the Explosive is likely the most valuable of all of them, and then you leave both the Stinger and the Super Surge up for Zentaro.
Yeah. That's going to actually be taken away from the Vaughn, but Zentaro able to get his Super Surge, which he is more than happy to be taking. And drop Leto, able to kind of get aerials, which can help, but not really what you want. You really want those things like the size, anything really, to help deal with your strikes against this Asher, because you really need to find a game plan, because it really does feel like the only time that the Fool is able to be scored on is when the Fool makes a mistake, and that's just not where you want to be.
Yeah, and I mean, I am a little worried for the members of ABAP just because of the draft that just happened. The double dash range getting onto Aimi Zintaro. I'm speaking from personal experience when I say it's pretty tough to deal with when you give it to the opposing team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see what the offense can come through again. Again, just nothing going to be found. 3Z though can't walk towards the court, because even though Vaughn is playing very aggressively, he is saving some of his cooldowns to primarily snipe away 3Z.
Oh!
But on the flip side, speaking of primary snipes, A is going to find one here and drop Leto. Now forced to play defensively, has to use here. Now it's going to be up to just good old standard striking to save it, and that's not going to happen. Vaughn looking to play patiently. Drop Leto able to catch that cross clear, and it's just looking dangerous right now for ABAP.
Yeah, a very great offensive pass splitter there up by Fool. Those are few and far between, but when they do happen, the Fool has shown that he is so good at using them there. And that Supernova looking very dangerous. Strike board, one out by Cardbox. The death touch burned there as well, and it's off to the side of Soon Polar Cortex. 3Z Fool. 3Z out as he finds that flip. Dropletto looking to flip in melee. The Pharaoh Sentry placed defensively. Flips. Where does this? Right into the Fool. Like the Fool there, a great Rose Warp out by Vaughn. It goes back to A, and A is probably one of the people at threat. Both midfielders actually looking kind of low.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate. It really felt like they had an opportunity in their face, but it wasn't. Take hard box. An immaculate Supernova finds the KO. The Asher cannot use their primary. The Asher's in the cooldown box, and that's going to be going for ABAP 2 points away from punching their ticket to Grand Finals.
Yeah, and that right there was a 70% knockback Supernova. That actually did kill there, because funnily enough, I believe Fool did actually have the unstop available, and even then, he died.
Wow.
Well, that's a crazy Supernova, if I do say so myself.
Yeah.
Heavy impact. But as we get into the point, right, soon for Cortex taking the first barrier, second one too. Cardbox has a flip available, maybe not getting a chance to use it as the members of Soon Polar Cortex keep the offense up this bottom side. This Oni's Blade looking very dangerous, but not for long.
Yeah, the defense is going to be made, but I mean, you got it in front of Asher's face. Congratulations. You're going to have to deal with some cooldowns, and those cooldowns do come through. 3Z not able to find the score off that strike war win, but drop Leto, maybe an opportunity. No, the Asher a little bit too fast to catch that core flip, and it really feels like these core flips are really starting to come out of frustration. It really feels like it has to be used to just find any ground on this Asher, which means that answer is still not found, and it's just going to be scary. But right now, a little bit of goalie checking going on right now. As the Fool looking dribble, but unfortunately he's just going to have to give it up. It's going to be up to 3Z Breezy to maybe do a hero play here with a flip. Not going to be able to have the opportunity. Going to be stun locked out of it. Is A going to be back on the board here? The flip's going to be there. No, actually not going to be used. Now finally going to be used, and Cardbox is there. Drop Leto looking to find finds the yoink onto the core here. 1v1 situation, but it's exactly what Asher wants when it is in her face like that. Vaughn looking to get the core outfield once more, but the offense is might be there, but Cardbox so perfectly positioned with a Supernova, a masterclass of Vice specials right now, and 1 point away from ABAP. They're taking it to Grand Finals here in Denver.
Yeah, ABAP so close. They can taste the Grand Finals within them, and all they have to do is score one more point here. But the defense is looking pretty good from the Fool and A. No barriers fell just yet. And I was about to say, as I say that, one would have fallen. 3Z Breezy looking kind of low. He has to step out of the play for a moment. That's the first barrier falling. The Supernova actually getting taken down, though, by Cardbox. Cardbox, though, staggered. No found in return. A great save out by Vaughn. And the Oni's Blade not even finishing Cardbox off.
Yeah, this is looking really good for the side of ABAP. Momentum is starting to go their way. Cardbox still has that flip, able to preserve his life. The dashes are there. 2 forwards there in a blink of an eye, but no goalie barrier to be found. The flips being used cautiously here. Cardbox forced to use it defensively, and now 3Z Breezy offensively. Gonna take one goalie barrier, but that's still another that you're gonna have to contend with, but you've still got 2 flips to work with if you are soon Polar Cortex. Cardbox going to be knocked around right now, not able to participate in the play, but the Supernova is going to be there, is almost able to find it, but no, just barely pixels away. The KO going to be found. A has a flip to work with, might have to make a hero defensive play as the Fool now uses it to try to get tempo, but not going to be found.
No.
All defensive flips have been used by Soon Polar, and this might be it. Vaughn now looking to close that final away. We could see him looking for an opportunity to walk forward, but it's going to be Dropletto here. And now it's going to be the final few strikes of the game. Cardbox looking to lurch the core forward. Vaughn with a flip, looking to play. Cardbox looking to rotate back. But it's going to be Breezy finding an opportunity, not going to get that final goalie barrier too, but buying some precious space here. Oni's blade comes through. Vaughn with a flip. He's going to look to do it now or never. The flip comes through. The shot not able to find it. The back pass comes through, but it is just not over yet. The Fool does not want to lose, and he's looking to continue the point.
He's continuing the point indeed, but look at the flip situation on the forwards of ABAB. Dropletto has it. Cardbox soon to have it. On the other side, Breezy nearly has his. He finds the barrier there, but it says Yoltzman angle, and Breezy has a flip available, but it might not be needed. He burns the flip defensively, sends it to the opposite side, trying to buy time. It goes to Cardbox, burns the Oni's blade, it sends to the bottom side. Burns the Oni's blade. Return strike, and ABAB goes to grand.
ABAB will be pushing your ticket to grand final. It was messy, it was bloody, and what does she even do? We don't know, but we do know that the Air only took one game, and that was the only game she was. But regardless, ABAB, an amazing performance here, had to deal with a wall of Asher, and they finally got it through. They're going to be the ones representing here, top 2 in grand finals.
Yeah, ABAB, an absolute titan, coming in as seed 2, the highest remaining seed left, as seed 1 was eliminated earlier, taking down Polar Cortex, a titan of their own, getting some upsets. I am excited to see how ABAB performs in the grand finals, but soon Polar Cortex, they will have to fight their way back in the lower finals. And look at this.
Yeah.
With 177 saves, but also A with 60. Like,
yeah.
It was on the side of soon Polar Cortex for so long. If you look at the shot situation, Cardbox, Dropletto, always keeping the core on the opposite side, and it's an absolute miracle that soon Polar Cortex was able to hold on for as long as they did.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, wait, there's 1,000 redirects on ABAB. There's 1,000 redirects coming out from ABAB. I think that is just such a statement in its own right. Such a good play coming from that. Cardbox 7+2. It looks like the roles are a little bit reversed there, but an amazing performance from this player overall. Absolutely. I think just an amazing performance from the midfield of ABAB.
Yes. But all things considered, that was an amazing series. We have more series at our hands, but those will have to come to you after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LAN venue. Here we have oncoming traffic versus overtime. In a little bit of overtime on this one, the losers semi, we're a little out of focus, but the players themselves are very focused on this one. But I'm going to turn over to Sloth here to get a little bit of the background on this one, because I think it's going to be a bit of a banger.
Yeah, it's gonna be a banger for sure because both of these teams they've been having a really good run. Oncoming traffic, of course, coming through from the loser side, having not lost the series yet today. Obviously, that's a momentum that you're coming with. You're going up against, I think, Ferd first, and then it went up against Go, Seed 1, beat them in loser side, so they're driving on a high 100% coming into this series. On the other hand, you have overtime started in the winner's side, dropped down against ABAB, but continue to thrive against the PP Lions as well, right? So both of these teams here to win, both of these teams here to compete, and more importantly, both of these teams here very willing to lock down goalies. So we might have some long games.
We might be seeing right now an Atlas versus a Dubu on this one, but we are going to get off on Gates Obscura, so that's a bit of a fun map there. A lot of opportunity for those wall goalies to have some forward pressure, so not quite as terminal a case as we might see in other maps. But it is going to be a Dubu Era X versus an Atlas Estelle Julie, excuse me. So bit of a, I think, fairly conventional on both sides there. Definitely not the full KO comp we've been seeing on some cases, but fully embracing the wall.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like, especially for ongoing traffic, it's kind of like the theme that I've seen, at least from all of their games that I was able to kind of screen sheet onto, essentially. They are really loving that X era right now, and they're just playing it almost every game. And evidently it's working, right? Because they're now sitting in this loser semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, X has been a perma-ban of mine for this last couple of seasons. He just felt really good. I mean, it's just me coping and not being able to play against him, but he does, I mean, great core flip there, I will say, from Hungry Boy to secure the goal. Great angle on that. You know, X may be good, but at the end of the day, you have a core flip on Hungry Boy there. Beautifully executed on the defense. I was like, oh, that's a great core flip, perfectly timed to negate all the offense. And then he finds that sliver of an angle to just cut it right below the dude.
Yeah, exactly. And then to looking at the starting awakenings as well, by the way, I didn't even realize it's Super Search specialized. So Coin is having an absolutely lovely time on that specialized training. But we don't even need to use Coin's ultimate for it because Tempomel just found an absolute beautiful nado to get herself a KO and now power play for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, and in that power play, though, it's defended beautifully. The Astral Protection, the Tofu Fortress, actually meaning that it goes backwards into the barrier there, and that's going to be the barriers evened up in a negative power play. Nicely played by Luke and Hungry Boy on the defense there. Joker in this brawler role, trying to keep things together, trying to keep the X off the field, and Coin is very low. The flurry comes out, and that is the specialized training on this Julie, meaning it's a lot of damage on a very staggered X. There's no hope there. Somersault from Dubu is really nice, so again, a power play on the other side now. Both teams trading it back and forth. Tempo with the core flip to secure the barrier is going to mean that there's a lot of momentum going forward here, but the Portuguese beam does not quite get the connection.
Yeah, but Tempo it does have a little bit of issues with HP, especially because Hungry Boy is going to continue to look to harass her, right? Make it difficult for her to play the game. And she can't walk back and help here either, so Mango just has to hold this 1v2. Does do that successfully, though. Meanwhile, Coin just harassing Luke, and it does work. Luke has to move up to avoid the punches, and the strike shot is not there in time to actually save it. This evens out this set 1-1.
Yeah, bit of a tragic strike shot on that one, because I could see the vision. It was just like a half second off, even not even that much. So awful to see that if you're on overtime side. But if you're on the side of oncoming traffic, definitely what you want to be seeing. Coin there, dashing forward, but not getting the barrier. Actually, a lot invested here, and the defense flips to an offense. Barrier gets taken. Joker with a core flip in the corner, not even needing to use it. Gets the first barrier. Luke getting it forward. The Ash Protection does whiff. Cosmic Expanse also comes out. Coin keeping the corner. Tofu Fortress as well is going to be used. Air Nado comes through a little bit too early, doesn't get the connection, but does stall the play out a little bit. Tempo Melon getting a nice connection for the barrier past the strike shot from Luke. And Joker running forward with the core flip through the Dubu. No, the log comes out really well timed by Mangoes.
Yeah, so difficult to get that flip through a Dubu when he does have all of his abilities ready. You need to try to play around or just force out these abilities earlier. But as of right now, to overtime still very much in the advantage in terms of barrier and I'd say position as well. Game state overall as well, I feel like they are bound to win the earlier sets a bit more. But in turn, oncoming traffic is going to be a lot stronger in later sets, and that's even better for them if they get plays like this now, where they can start contesting set wins even early on into the game, because an Era X late game is going to be an absolute menace. So it's very much high time and high pressure for overtime to make sure that these early sets where it's easier for you to play, that they count for something.
Yeah, I mean, oncoming traffic does get worse during rush hour, so you do have to be mindful of that when they are on the clock for this one. Tempo Melon with a great flip doesn't get the connection. Hungry Boy, though, just on point with the core flips, either using them or countering them. Beautifully done.
Yeah, just completely in the way of where Tempo wanted to play there, and it just gets its core right in. And sometimes it's as simple as that, right? Just stand exactly where the enemy wants to play, and suddenly it becomes really difficult to execute on what they really want to be playing for. So they're now 1 goal away from getting themselves a first set victory, which, like I said, is going to be important for them. And they would also hope to get a lot of snowball, but Coin has something to say about it, at least for now, as 1 barrier drops on both sides.
1 barrier on both sides, and I feel like it's going to be the story of a lot of these points. These teams fairly evenly matched, so they're going to be trading a lot of barriers back and forth. Mango's walking forward a little bit, maybe trying to get another Tofu Fortress angle to secure a barrier, and you see that there with the log as well, walking very far forward. And there is a kill, though, onto Tempo Mel, which is going to diffuse the play a little bit, force Mango's back on the defense, even as he was trying to be on the offense there. Coin, though, falling back, becoming the midfield that he had to be, even though he wants to be a brawler there. But the barrier is defended. Tempo Melon's back on the field. The somersault, the bell ringer, both used. Core flip, counter flip, and a kill. Joker goes off the field at the end of all, but the barrier is gotten, and the goal does open up. Bull Rush comes out, countered by Crystal Thorns. Luke playing forward with the strike shot, trying to keep this X era away from the barrier, because if it gets close, it's basically cooked. And Mango's almost getting countered by Joker, the great portal play on that one. Core flip from Luke is going to be used there, but Mango's does get the pickup on that one. Joker trying to get down to the core, but he's back and forth with these portals, not quite getting where he needs to be, not quite getting the setup that he needs to go through Mango's.
Yeah, and the attack is still building on both sides. You do have Tempo with the flip available now, but right now Mango's under a lot of pressure. Does get the clear out in time. Luke now being forced into the corner, drops a barrier without even a flip expended from the side of oncoming traffic as the first one comes out, goes through the portal, and a beautiful stun by Coin will actually get rid of all defenses. Didn't intend to hit the core, but just made sure that Luke and Hungry Boy had no chance at interacting with it.
I think that's about the most brawler you can get in a flip. Completely ignore the core while you're in the goal box and just go for hit stun on 2 people, but it works so well. Just good awareness by Coin on that one. Good awareness on Joker to look for the kill, but Coin is staying alive on this one. Tempo Melon playing forward. The super long range somersault from Mango's means he's a forward for a few seconds there, and the barrier is going to get taken off the back end of that a little unfortunately. Portal play means that the log takes another, so he really is a forward at that point. Mango's trying to counter this Rose Warp dash from Hungry Boy and Joker. Barrier goes down at the end. Strike shot counters X, and the Crystal Thorns gets it forward. Piercing shot is going to miss, but Coin gets a kill after the Bewitching Beam buff, and that is going to be the corner play once again. Core flip forced out from Luke, but Mango's gets the pickup.
Gets a pick up and immediately the counterattack. Coin now needs to be careful. Joker has a flip as well. If you're too close to the edge, you might be taken out as the piercing shot gets you out, and the flip will be the KO. Power play now in favor of overtime, and even though they have an open goal on their own side now, Tempo Melon doesn't really have any HP to contest the core, but she does do successfully still. It takes a lot of time for the side of overtime to get an attack going. Mango has a flip available. Coin is back up, and we're back to a 3v3 even game state. We'll see if they can find a KO, and Tempo Melon or Coin can get a score, because Tempo Melon with an absolute beautiful Aeronado just completely disrupted Luke there. Nothing he could do.
Yeah, no HP, no problem on Tempo Melon there. Just staying in the middle of the field, staying alive, space gliding around everything. And that's going to be a Dubu. And there's a couple schools of thought on Dubu. There's the speed, stagger swagger, but I think it's probably going to be the might of the Colossus with that Pauldron's pickup.
Yeah, size on Dubu is just so efficient, especially if you start with Pauldron as well. It goes for the Castellas, which also kind of makes sense, right? Because we're in a very lockdown-heavy matchup here. You want to hold these barriers as long as possible. In an Atlas with Castellas is really difficult to deal with. Also, little known, I don't know if it's little known fact, but Castellas Somersault, I'm pretty certain, is a true hit into Tofu Fortress. So if someone's forcing you at the corner, you can just kill them for that, which is also very fun. But across the board, I feel like pretty solid pickup. Some size on X is good. Heavy impact for an Era is, I'm not sure how great it is in the grand scheme of things, but it's definitely not a bad pickup, as you have Stagger Striker and Quick Strikes falling on the other side, and more dash range for the Estelle. So yeah, she's going to get the half the map at this point with one ability.
Yeah, and that'll be something to keep aware of, because already Hungry Boy with these Rose Orbs have been on top of things. But Coin and Tempo Melon also on top of things. The Aeronado, not quite the perfect connection there. Does mean the core gets around it. Not quite enough time to cook on that one, but Joker cooking plenty with the flurry as well, with the strike afterwards to get the double barrier. Really nicely played. Strike shot going to whiff the core, but slows down Tempo Melon for just a second. Portal play from Coin is really nice to get the setup. Witching Beam hits the Estelle, making her tiny for a little bit, but not too much more. The flip is really nice, but it is going to be defended so far. Joker going for a bit of a dribble, trying to get some damage on Tempo Melon and get the core at the same time. A little greedy, but it works out. The piercing shot with the hit stun gets the core into the goal. Overtime once again with that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, the long knock being quite in position there to actually catch the core. And looking at the energy now as well, it does seem to be pretty even. Joker has a flip, Tempo Melon basically has a flip, but on both sides, someone also has no energy to work with. As the flip comes out from Joker, now gets one barrier. The second one still stands though, and Mangos does not want to give that up. Tempo Melon uses the flip as well to get a counterattack going, but Luke reacts accordingly at the core. Tries to find his way out, but a tough fortress is just so oppressive. But in the end, overtime can likely defend the situation.
Yeah. They are looking to try and defend in this, but that core flip in front of the goal is actually going to mean that overtime doesn't quite get the offense off of the defense, I should say. It just flips back and forth so often in this game. Their defense, their offense, they really are looking, especially those portals. Hungry Boy getting the pass up to Joker, intercepted by Coin actually on that one. Portal play attempted once again. Butching Beam goes wide, so does the piercing shot, and it's going back into the corner. The Aeronado comes out, looking to potentially force it through the portal with the tornado, and the dash punch kill onto the Dubu, but the play is still alive, even if the Dubu isn't. But there we go, piercing shot past to Joker. Joker gets it done. Beautiful final dash punch, and great execution to just keep control of the core.
Yeah, but still a really great defense by Mangos. There are at least 2 attacks in that last point that just felt like the core should have gone in and somehow didn't. So even though overtime currently is leading the sets 2-0, it still is very even in the way that they're playing it out. But obviously for oncoming traffic, you do need to find a new approach. You do need to find a better way, because as it stands right now, you're being taken out, you're being KO'd, and the attack in the power play is going to come your way that you're going to have to hold against, with Tempo Melon on no evades, with Mangos only having 1 available as well. Joker just clean strike cores up front, gets both barriers out, still has a flip available, but the bewitching beam from Tempo Melon is going to hit the core and get the barrier. Open goal on both sides now. Can oncoming traffic find this goal?
They're looking for it, but overtime is also looking with the core flip in front of the net. Coin, though, gets a dribble with the bell ringer. The astral projection gets it past him. Can they get the core back to this X? The answer is yes, but the strike shot intercepts a great find by Coin. And these teams just going for tit for tat on every single thing. But there we go. Julie's off the field. The core flip as well is not going to be able to be used. The Crystal Thorns, the piercing shot. So many abilities being used there. The astral projection gets it forward into the portal. Going to stall the play out for another second. Now Julie's back on the field. The strike shot comes out. Hungry Boy almost on a flip. Luke with a flip. Massive energy advantage for overtime as they're looking to close this out. But they have to get the position to use it. Tempo Melon takes a lot of damage, but gets an orb immediately after, and that's 1 core flip down. Piercing shot, though, onto Mango's, really nicely found.
Yeah, unfortunate to not get that reaction out in time to get that save, but in the end, it is 1 set of in the game where you need to get 3 of them. So overtime do find themselves the first set, and they're going to get rewarded with a prime time Estelle. Definitely a really good pickup to keep up that pressure, to keep up that control across the field. On the other hand, you're going to have X who can go Adrenaline Rush if he wants to go KO. He can also just go more size, which is what he's going to opt for. Together with the Might of Colossus, it's obviously going to be really great. The Monumentalist Deny has to come through by the Joker, because if that falls down to Era, it becomes so difficult to play against it. As Timeless Creator is a pickup for Dubu, Glass Cannon, solid pickup for Era as well. And Siege Machine for Atlas, I mean, we've seen today what Atlas can do with the range on his projectiles, so definitely a lot of value in that pickup as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot of value, and we can see that right there, followed up by a strike shot as well. But Mangos is aware of that one, not going to be caught off guard. The Aeronado comes out. We can only imagine if it wasn't Joker taking the sacrifice to deny that Maelstrom Monumentalist. But Coin putting so much damage in, getting the work done to get 2 barriers. The log not getting connection. Core flip used as well. Coin gonna have to fall all the way back, and Joker looking for the kill with the flurry, and that is going to be the first blood of this set. And Mango's passing over to Tempo Melon, and Tempo finds the angle. Negative power play doesn't matter.
Yeah, just so smart with these strikes, just realizing there's no pressure for Tempo to strike that core early, just able to wait out the reaction from overtime and just puts it in right there. Really well played by oncoming traffic as they want to continue on this momentum. And obviously with an arrow speed off on kickoff together with Super Surge, you have an immediate attack that's going into the enemy half, but well defended from the side of overtime as they're holding a very aggressive line as well, with Luke sitting in midfield basically.
Yeah, Corvo as well is going to come out. Joker gets the barrier secure there, and that is going to be an open goal versus a closed completely goal. 2 barriers still alive for overtime. Crystal Thorns, Hungry Boy from downtown, managing to get the connection.
does get the core through to even up this set, so we're back into a more neutral state. You do have an energy advantage on the side of oncoming traffic as all of them are getting closer and closer to those flips, but obviously you need to get the value out of the flips as well. And if you're going against something like Atlas, that might be a bit more difficult, but as of right now the attack is still being built at the top. Coin almost being taken out, but it's going to stay alive for now as not a single barrier is dropped just yet.
Yeah, incredibly so as well, with all the abilities being invested in the players just knowing each other with the reads they've been getting. Anyone else would have basically the point over at this point. But the Arenado's going to find Joker from the sideline. Joker hit completely by surprise. The oncoming traffic T-bones him right off the edge of the map. Coin looking to get something as well, but is actually going to be taking a lot of damage on his own on that one. Templeman rushing forward with the core flip. The Bell Ringer clears it out with the core flip as well. Just used for damage there. Arenado forces out Hungry Boys evade, and the damage just keeps stacking, and the hits just keep the regeneration from happening. Joker getting a flurry with a strike, but it's defended until the somersault goes a little too far. Templemelon up at the top of the portal play from Hungry Boy buys a lot of time. They're looking to potentially get the kill onto Coin here, but they have to get the defense first.
Yeah, they do have to get it first. Tempo did use the flip for that, so now only Mangoes has flip available on the side of oncoming traffic. As Overtime's continuously just harassing Coin, does find the KO in the end. There's Hungry Boys not trying to close in, but the flip is getting blocked by the Tofu Fortress. No value out of that one. You don't want to see that. It keeps the dribble up top to get the attack going. A nice Rose Warp will send the core down, but it gets defended still, and Coin is now back on the map. We'll see if the 3v3 is going to change the situation, as the Joker almost finds a KO in Tempo, but she does survive for now.
Yeah, and the side of oncoming traffic has been so aware of Joker's dash punches. He's been lined up completely for them. He's had the hit stun from the flurry, and they've just been dodging out of the way by narrow margins. Barrier does go down, though, and oncoming traffic is looking to make use of those abilities as the Bewitching Beam comes out as well. Mangoes with the core flip not going to invest it just yet. Might have to do it soon. There's the core flip used from both the Joker and Mangoes. Somersault goes way too far away, and that opens up the goal for the Joker.
Yeah, the upside of Super Surge Dubu is if you land next to someone or land on someone, you do a lot of damage with it. The downside, well, if you miss, you're going on a hike, and you're going to have to take a while to come back. And in that situation, it looked like we took a little bit of a trip. But anyways, it is not over with the set just yet, as the attack is going to be built. Again, the Atlas ultimate coming in clutch to keep Hungry Boy alive. The Joker trying to get the barrier there through the top, but cannot find it either, as both these lockdown goalies are just doing such a good job defending. Coin, even with the X Maximus, not able to get it past Luke there, as the evade bars are filling up across the board. A really good somersault will hold on to the barrier there still, but the dash punch will be enough. Oncoming traffic still in the back, in the defense. Hold on to the barrier for now, as the flip will clear it.
Yeah, I think that was every single ability used on the forwards of Overtime, only to get even just one barrier. Incredible defense there from Tempo and Mangoes. Coin as well falling back on that one, but the barrier does go down in the end. It is a 2-barrier lead once again for Overtime. Core flip from Tempo goes straight through the portal into 1 barrier, but they cannot find the convert onto 2. Somersault does stun if Joker gets the clear past him. Arenado comes out though. Joker looking for a dribble up the top side here, almost at core flip, but it's going to be Coin looking to potentially get rid of the core flip just with sheer damage there. Core flip does get used, and it's used very well there. May have been forced out by the damage, but Joker used that as a perfect opportunity to dash punch it straight through Mangoes and take another set.
Yeah, Joker realizing that the log came out a bit too close, and it's going to disappear once it hits the flipped core, waits it out and gets it through, and they're going to get rewarded with Hotshot for Estelle. Now together with Primetime, this Estelle is going to be an absolute menace with all of the pressure and the cooldowns that she has to work with. You do get explosive entrance for Arrow, which means this speed up is going to be a lot more difficult to deal with, but I feel like Overtime, together with the Volca pickup here as well, are just kind of continuously gathering what they were looking for. The size for the Atlas doesn't really change that much, but on the other hand, you get a spark on the Dubu and a spark on the X. I don't think the side of oncoming traffic really got what they were looking for either here. So I think Overtime has the best chances possible to close out this game in this set, because if they don't, we're going to a set 5, and we're looking at a lot of awakenings going into the pool that might be very, very scary.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about, X being strong in set 5, but he has to get there first, and getting taken out in the first about basically 10 seconds of the point is not the way to go in that beautiful find by Overtime. Not looking to go to Overtime on this one. Tempo Melon and the Tofu Fortress, though, able to buy so much time. Coin's back on the field. He's ready to get back in the corner. He's actually pressing to himself through the portal there. Really nicely done. Tempo Melon falling back to pick up the goalie orb, and Coin just trying to get some connection to the core. Astro Protection does say no, however.
Yeah, the flip does come through in the end to defend it. Coin is going to be taken off the map now as Temple Melon's going to have to hold on to this point. They'll use the flip to get the second barrier there. So now open net on the side of Overtime as they're trying to get core control to get an attack going. But a really good time stall from Temple Melon and Mangoes is going to be enough for Coin to come back onto the field, which now makes it back to a 3v3. The Tofu Fortress sends the core flying, and Luke being a little bit too far positioned outwards of the net. There's no way to interrupt the core anymore. And actually it was Tempo that got the last touch on it. I didn't even see that. I thought that was just the Tofu Fortress.
I also did as well, but I guess Temple Melon found the last little bit of redirect necessary to get that perfect connection into the goal. There we go. It's going to be Joker trying once again for this corner aggression with the portal, with the piercing shot. And the Arrow Nado actually not finding connection. Joker finding everything he needs, not even needing the core flip. Just the flurry, just the strike. I think a punch as well in there. But no core flip necessary means that energy economy, Luke and Joker so far up on that energy.
Yeah, it's quite immense and very difficult to deal with because now you're in an even game state in terms of score, but you need to make up for these flips. You need to find ways that you can maybe force these flips out of the enemy without them wanting to use it, and that's what they're exactly trying right now, getting an attack through the top, but they did not find it actually. They do find a KO though, really good combination by Coin and Mangoes there to not only get a power play, but also get rid of that flip on Joker, which puts them into an advantage now, and surely with the 3v2, they're going to be able to get this flip out of Luke as well. No, they don't yet, but they get one barrier for it at the very least.
Yeah, but they also trade Coin's health bar and a barrier of their own off the back end of the play. And the Ash Protection, the Tofu Fortress backfiring, forcing out the core flip from Mango's own goalie there. Unfortunate lining up of that ability usage, but it is going to go back to the other side. Ash Protection does get the clear into the corner. Dash Punch not found by Joker. Temple playing a very dangerous game there, but managing to find the angle through. Core flip used from Coin and Luke. Going to mean that the barrier stays alive for now. Estelle's going to go off the field as well. Power play once again for oncoming traffic. They're going to try this corner aggression one more time, but it goes around Coin. Tempo Melon as well, not getting a connection. The X Maximus not enough either, and actually the great Cosmic Expanse actually gets the defense and offense taking a barrier, but now Coin finds it on the other side. Every goal is open. We are in overtime, and of course, one of the teams, they're named after it, so they might have the slight advantage.
We will see, yeah, because the nice control by Temple Melon. She's playing so well with these portals. She's being everywhere she needs to be. She's being so oppressive with a character that you wouldn't really think of as oppressive in that way, but just playing it out in the right way. And even in that point, she just kind of stood where she needed to be that threat and take advantage of those slight misstrikes that came out of the side of Overtime. As they're now one goal away, but immediately we're into a hectic game already as both teams have lost one barrier.
Yeah, both teams losing a barrier, but Coin losing a lot more health on the trade, and Hungry Boy still with that core flip available. The energy economy just seems to always be in favor of Overtime, but the great bull rush from Coin means that Hungry Boy has to use it or die, so that's going to even that out a lot. Tempo Melon very close as well to a core flip there. Goes back into the corner there. Mango, it is in your court. Can you get the clear? The somersault says maybe. Joker says no, though. Piercing shot as well. Gets a hit stun on the back of him. Means the control is not perfect on the out clear. And is going to stay in control of Overtime for a little bit longer. Oncoming traffic, though. They have the Tofu Fortress behind the bell ringer as well. They get a clear out finally. And then, though, Overtime buying a lot of time. Hungry Boy getting killed there by the Nado. The Flurry getting a kill on Dubu. It's a 2 versus 2. And somehow the core flip goes into the goal there. I was just about to say somehow nothing's happening, but then immediately Joker finds the angle. The dash punch doesn't hit Tempo, but he wasn't looking for the kill. He was looking for the goal.
I didn't even notice Mangoes died. I think to myself, oh cool, oncoming traffic got a power play for themselves, and then suddenly the goalie's gone. So Joker just doing a lot of work up front there as he gets taken out though. The X Maximus with the arrow beam, obviously so strong with size, Might of the Colossus, specialized training, such a danger around the edge, but Hungry Boy is still very much fighting, gets both of the barriers in a negative power play in the end for oncoming traffic. As they get one barrier, Coin has a flip soon, probably wants to use that to get the second barrier because it's going to be a lot easier. Needs to use it though to evade the ultimate from the Joker to make sure to not be taken out, and even then almost gets taken off the map. The Overtime looking really good to get this point and potentially this game.
Yeah, they're looking good for it, but if they lose this point, there's a fair chance that the X-era scaling takes over. So it's really this point or lose the game just about. It's only the 4th set, but it's basically might as well be 5. Mango's looking for a clear here, goes down to Temple, and Crystal Thorn's not able to get the intercept. Strike shot neither does find it. Joker taking a lot of damage, but Coin is already very low and cannot really get into the corner of the play where he wants, but it doesn't matter. Tempo actually able to get the barrier, and I think Hungry Boy accidentally saved Coin on that one as we see the goal open up oncoming traffic. Opportunity for the pitching shot from Hungry Boy. Finds the goal, finds the game for overtime, and oncoming traffic might have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Yeah, Mangoes went for the read, right? In that position, you have an Estelle in the pocket. She has a piercing shot. If you just hit it directly towards her, she's just going to shoot it right through you. So you need to try to go for something. Mangoes did try to go for the read, for the cross pass, and then just hit it that way, get the somersault, but it ended up not working out. Obviously, it always looks a bit silly, but I mean, it's a big hamster. Everything he does looks silly. So in the end, though, overtime coming through and finding themselves the first game victory here on the map pick from oncoming traffic.
Yeah, and that is pretty good. If you take a game on the map that your opponent chose, that's a pretty powerful thing. Of course, they do get the side selection if your opponent chooses the map, so it could be one of those cases where both teams like the map and you get the side selection, so it's your advantage in the end anyways. But I also want to point out, though, the numbers in this game, pretty darn large. I mean, 108 saves on Mangoes, 50,000 damage on Coin. I mean, it's not every day you see that much damage in a game that doesn't even go for 5 sets.
Yeah, exactly. You can only imagine what the numbers would have looked like if it went to set 5, but especially with Coin then scaling even more and everything together as well. But I do feel like it was a very solid showing from both teams, and I'm curious if there's going to be an adjustment to it, because oncoming traffic, like I said, they've been playing this Era X for a decent amount of their games so far, and I'm curious if this matchup changes anything, right? If they're realizing, okay, cool, against overtime, maybe we do need to have some adjustment, maybe we need to prioritize something else, and I'm curious if they're going to go for that, or if they're just going to stick to their guns and just say, you know what, Era X works pretty fine usually. Well, bad games happen, you know. We can't win all of them. So we'll see what they're going to do as we're going on to AtLab, which is overtime's pick now. And oncoming traffic ended up going for the blue side first pick. Makes sense. And it's an extra special start. So there's a lot of funny picks here to be looking out for.
Yeah, but it's not going to be Vice that's immediately getting banned. I'm imagining either a Luna banner pick is about to come out here with that extra special. But one of the things I want to touch on just in the last thing for that last game, Hungry Boy played out of his mind on that one. There was one instance in particular where Mangoes gets a clear, and then with that double dash range you were talking about, Estelle rose warps all the way across the map, gets a pixel frame perfect, both right in front of the barrier, send it right in there after the clear. So I don't know if Hungry Boy's going to play at that level again. If he does, he is definitely worthy of winning this tournament. But it's definitely going to be on oncoming traffic to play against that in an overtime to perform in the same way. Of course, though, we're back to Atlas. Probably a Dubu about to be dropped as well. I mean, extra special on them are pretty good.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And the band's also in line with what we saw last game. Obviously, Hungry Boy, one of the best Vices we know, and Templeman, one of the best Lunas that we know. Both of them really dangerous, and especially if you were to give them an extra special, yeah, you're not having a fun time. So, but it makes sense. We're going Lockdown Goalie, we're going Atlas, we're going Dubu Answer, we're going Estelle because it's a really good midfielder, and oncoming traffic's going to stick to their guns. They're going to say, you know what, we're going Era X. This time around, though, they're not playing into an Atlas, they're playing into a Dubu. Now, I don't know if that's a better or worse matchup, but that is yet to be seen. It could go either way.
Yeah, we might actually get a full swap here. I don't know if we're going to see a Julie pick, but that would just be a swap of the goalies and going forward. It also would be the Cannon team that, of course, see the Estelle, the Dubu, but it's going to be Asher instead. I think that's a really good pickup. You see the X locked in. He does a lot of damage, so you can use your secondary just to tank so much more than just about anyone else can. So definitely agree with that pickup there. A little sad that we don't get the flip match, but I think it will be pretty fun nevertheless.
I mean, it's going to be played out like the same. You're just going to have maybe a little bit less edge KOs, but in terms of like getting a barrier, getting a goal, it's going to be pretty similar. That Asher's just going to be waiting up front, trying to get the core from the Estelle delivered to her, and then just force it through. And obviously the Joker, we all know he has an Asher, right? You all know he has a really good Asher as well. So he's going to be pulling that out. He's going to try to find that consistently. And into an Atlas, I'm not sure how much I like the matchup, but depending on, it's going to be a war of like who's going to manage her cooldowns better. If Asher's going to run out of cooldowns before Atlas does, then she's not getting a pass. But the other way around, Atlas has a terrible time defending into her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the cooldown game is definitely going to be one of the biggest things. But of course, extra special does help out a lot with that. So Atlas, not necessarily known for the defensive ultimate, but if you can just keep your allies alive, then that is going to be so necessary even for them. I don't even say it's good. It's going to be necessary to win this point, because if we're able to see the connections from Joker, end up in kills. We saw it. When Joker found those kills in the last game, it was insane. They were able to capitalize on power plays really well. They were able to just do so much damage, a couple of chain KOs as well. So if that happens again, it's going to be brutal. So you're going to need to be absolutely on top of that assault.
Yeah, most definitely. And also keep in mind the other awakening star was a size awakening. So if someone doesn't necessarily want an extra special, they're going to be very happy to just pick up that already as well, especially because we have a Dubu, an Atlas, an X, and an Asher. All of them are fine to go size. Obviously the Brawlers are a little bit better on it than the goalies, but, well, actually no, Dubu's really good on it as well. But I do wonder where the picks are going to be, because I would assume most of them went for the extra special here, because it just gives you more cooldowns, more abilities, and more value across the field.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a full extra special sweep, though, in the end. Interestingly enough as well, almost a full Slicks game, but it's going to be Tempo Melon on that Magnetized Souls pickup, and then Pauldron's Dubu versus Strike Shot Atlas. Of course, we do kind of see that pretty standardly from last game, even though the goalie players switch. The goalie kit is basically the same. You really like that Strike Shot on that Atlas and Size Dubu, of course, you talked about it earlier. Big Hamster, he's silly, he's funny, but he also gets stuff done. So, Hungry Boy getting hit by the Witching Beam, I thought that might have been a KO. Not enough knockback on the era primary generally, but it was really close to the edge. But we're going to see that Black Hole goes up, Joker doing a lot of damage to himself and Tempo on that one. Hungry Boy, though, first to get the flip, going to be using it through the Astral Protection, gets the barrier, the goal is open. Joker with the second flip of the game gets a first goal.
Yeah, and hits the shrug right in front of it as well, trying to get into their heads a little bit, right? You're up one series, you're getting a good goal off the get-go. Gotta play the mind games a little bit as well. But to get this goal, they used both of their flips there, which means the energy advantage is actually on the side of oncoming traffic here. So if they can get these barriers, if they can get these flips and work with them properly, it's actually going to be a roughly even game state. There's a lot of the damage is being dumped into Coin there, and no KO found. And even if they did, the Atlas Ultimate would have been there to assist with it.
Yeah, that is a powerful ability. It was used to heal Joker up, so it's going to be out for a while, of course. Extra Special does mean it's going to be up instead of like a minute and 40 seconds-ish. But that is not enough time to save Coin from that great Rose Orb from Hungry Boy. I think he might still have it from that previous game, still playing out of his mind on that one. Piercing shot, able to not get the connection, but does get a hit stun. Keeps the core in possession of overtime here. They managed to get the Token Fortune in the corner and the barrier as well. So a lot of connections. Crystal Thorn forces out the core flip from Mangoes, and it's going to be the barrier going down here. Joker dribbling up on the top of the Astral Protection gets it through, but Hungry Boy is there on the cover. Tempo Melon dribble off the Black Hole. Coin trying to kill Joker. Will get the connection with the Bell Ringer. Hungry Boy, can you do it again? Can you 1v3 this? The answer, not quite yet, but he is stalling it out beautifully. 5 seconds till Asher's back on the field. Luke getting this corner dribble really nicely as well, getting it across as well. Crystal Thorns gets it through Coin. Pass to Tempo Melon is intercepted, and Joker is back on the play.
Joker back on the play. We're back into a 3v3 as now the push is coming through from Tempo Melon, but the Joker just disrupts that completely with an Asher ultimate, flip for flip being traded here, and the beautiful pass down to the Joker is going to slot it right in. Mango's not able to react to that in time. And something I want to point out as well that you see the Joker do, Asher's very known for forcing through the enemy, being really good with that ultimate, with these primaries, but he's also extremely good at using her to just interrupt. So often is the core flying towards Mangoes on that defensive side, and he wants to walk into it, he wants to do something and defend it, but he just can't, because there's just Joker that popped an ultimate on top of him, and now suddenly you can't move anymore. So really well executed by Joker there as well in these points so far, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that in this game.
Yeah, but we also see a very even game, one barrier to one barrier. Seems that oncoming traffic have found their stride once again. They're not going quietly on this one. Coin taking a little bit of damage, not too much. Joker taking a lot more from the Black Hole, but that is another barrier nicely found by Hungry Boy. The barrier beam as well, but the Cosmic Expanse in the end, the Path Splitter is able to get that, but that was so close. The clear was almost completed. The defense was so good, but there was just one more ability that Joker had in his pocket.
Joker just hit the goalie with the most wholesome combination. Flip into Asher ultimate. Yes, that looks very defendable. Either way, we're going into the draft. Twin Drive is on the field, which I would assume would have to be denied off the Atlas, and it will be taken away. You do have some other awakenings here as well. The ad rush could come into play if someone wants to play for KO, and Overtime has been playing to get the Coin low HP and off the map. So that's going to come into play for the Estelle, which is going to be very valuable. Some range on Atlas is good. Castellas is an excellent pickup for Tempo Melon as Size finds its way onto the Dubu as well. And last but not least, a Spark pickup. I feel like in the moment right now, Overtime has gotten the better draft. But again, it's the same situation as last game. If this game goes to a set 4, set 5, this Castellas on Tempo Melon could be quite a problem.
Yeah, another great save by Mangoes there, able to keep Coin on the pitch there. Tempo Melon as well, staying alive, although very low on health. Luke playing up and letting Hungry Boy goalie for a second. The barrier does fall. They get a little bit of forward pressure, but it is at a sacrifice, unfortunately for them. Didn't quite work out that time, but the black hole is also there. Coin, nice dodge, does prevent the core from taking him out on that one. Crystal Thorns keeps their generation from happening with a nice little hit there. Tempo getting through the Joker on that one. Luke trying to get the corner clear with Tofu Fortress, will be able to get it even though the Aeronado was used, and Joker picking up the kill.
Gets the kill, gets the power play, and Coin also taken out as Luke is playing incredibly aggressive with that Pauldrons has the damage, but the barrier is still standing. Hungry Boy and the Joker both have a flip available. Don't want to use it yet, as now Mangoes uses his own, and the barrier still stands. The entire team is back on the field now, and the flip's still available for overtimes. If they do want to get this goal, they need to start going soon. One flip not finding its target. The Joker close range tries to get it through, but a well defended and well ability used by Mangoes will hold on to the barrier for now.
Yeah, Joker with a core flip, able to get the barrier. Oh, and a little bit too early on the goal, unfortunately. It was still opening, unfortunately, and so the core is going to stay on the pitch. We are in overtime, of course. Once again, the core is going to be going very fast. Luke has the barrier, though, as a little bit of leeway. Coin taking a lot of damage once again. It seems that overtime does not want to let this X have any presence on the map, but he is trying, and he is actually getting a lot of damage. Traded back on a Joker. Red going off the Tofu Fortress, off the Cosmic Expanse. The Crystal Thorns not getting connection. Nicely found there. Coin using the core flip as well. Hungry Boy trying to get it through. The Astral Protection was nicely placed there. Piercing shot, nicely defended. Mango is able to get the last frame on that one.
Yeah, really well defended there, but the player is not calmed down in any way, shape, or form, because the side of oncoming traffic are having a really tough time getting it over to Luke into an attacking position. Luke is playing such a strong line offensively as well that even if the core is getting close to midfield, he's already sending it right back. And even there, the flip from Mango is not really able to do anything with it as it gets interrupted, and the score comes through for overtime to get yet another point lead in the second set.
Yeah, and really nice teamwork there between Joker and Hungry Boy. Joker not trying to force it through as you normally would on Asher, but just trusting in the midfield to get it done. But there we go. As soon as I talk about Hungry Boy, he does get taken off with a really nice nado from Tempo Melon. The battle of the midfields as the brawlers are also trying to brawl each other off. We just about need the goalies to go ahead in the midfield at this point. But Joker does find a really nice clear in the end there through the X. The nado almost finds Joker, but he is aware of that one. Black Hole is back in the middle of the field. It's probably going to do a lot of damage here, not too long, but it is going to be the core flip defended really nicely by Mangoes. One barrier does go down. Luke playing all the way on the other half of the field, the log as well. But unfortunately, Tempo Melon does not find the angle to get that barrier off the corner. So Luke is not going to get punished for that one. Is going to be able to have that forward present. The Aspiration doesn't counter the Tofu Fortress. Log used just a little bit of insurance there. The core flip countered nicely by Coin. Is aware that Luke just inside of Luke's head on that one with perfect read, and does get the goal as a reward.
The strike shot reset on the X Maximum is just so strong, and Coin just made complete use of it there to get themselves the goal there to even it out. But we do have, again, energy across the board. It's kind of even, but I feel like where the energy is allocated is important here, because Hungry Boy is the one that has flips soon, and on the other hand, it's Mangoes. And generally speaking, I prefer having my flips on forwards. And sometimes you don't need a flip. Sometimes you just need an Asher that just absolutely walks through the defense, because the character has so much power. As both barriers are now dropped, you do have a flip for Coin and Mangoes to be working with, as one gets used but immediately answered by Hungry Boy's flip as well to keep the top barrier alive there. But the push is still alive. The piercing shot together with an Asher right behind it. Mangoes had to flip so early to try to get that out of it. Did not flip in time, and another goal is found for overtime.
Yeah, and even if you do flip there, there's a chance that they get it off the clear, so he's going to like to just use that for a little bit longer, maybe use it to get a kill or something else to swing the momentum on that one. But Tempo Melon trying to get it through into this corner here, defended by 3 members of overtime. The entire team is there in this corner, looking to also get the kill onto Coin, but he is going to be healed nicely by that Atlas ult. Hungry Boy is going to use the Crystal Thorns to get it forward, but is not going to be able to get the barrier. It is now a barrier advantage for oncoming traffic, as well as an energy advantage and a health advantage after that. Really nice nado there. Joker just staying up on the top side to get the orb, but he's out of position, not able to help his defense, as we see the core flip goes straight through, tying up the score.
Yeah, really important point to be found there because that puts you into a 0.5. And again, oncoming traffic, they're looking to scale, they're looking to go later into the game. So stealing a set at this point is so important, and you're so close to it as well now. You have a flip on Mangos as well defensively if you do need to use it. Meanwhile, the thing you need to worry about is Hungry Boy, who's starting to build his own again, trying to get this top barrier. The Nado almost gets a kill on the Joker as the flip comes up from Hungry Boy, and more importantly, does not find the barrier immediately. One does drop in the end, but Coin and Tempomelon immediately on the attack to actually get one back on their own, as they're now trying to set up to take the top barrier off of Luke, who's been playing so well so far as well. But it does drop in the end.
Sloth with the instant caster curse on that one. I'm going to blame you for that. And Coin low on health, though, means that it's not going to be over just yet. Luke passing over to Joker, but the Asher secondary is not able to get it through. Mango's still holding onto that core flip, still holding onto the barrier as well. There's a lot to go through for overtime, but oncoming traffic is trying their best. Tempomelon with the butching beam up, but Luke has the somersault. He's pretty good at those when it's not rolling all the way across the map with a little funny super surge. But Coin trying to get it down to Tempomelon, even using X Maximus, not going to find it. Tempomelon dribbling on the bottom. Log not going to get the interruption. Trophy Fortress will, however. Joker with pass splitter with the dash. Finally, Mango, great core flip on that one, worth saving it. Does get it forward, but actually doesn't get too much else. The defense was the intercept on the offense from oncoming traffic is really nice. Overtime just not letting them have a chance to set up what they need to set up to get through this iron wall that is Luke.
Yeah, and it's a bit unfortunate the Joker was able to get Flip off of the orb, but being a bit worried about Mango's kill potential, used an evade immediately, which ended up just being the flip. So Joker now down to 0 evades and 0 flips either, as the attack from oncoming traffic is coming through. The Tofu Fortress will block down any kind of attack through the bottom, as a missile, not missile prop, but a primary from Atlas coming through and try to get the pressure up. But again, really nice clear from Mango's. Will keep the core and the barrier alive like that. Hungry Boy has a flip available. They're probably looking to set themselves up to make use of that flip to get this barrier, because it's so much more difficult to get the barrier off of an Atlas, but it just can't do it. The strikes from Coin and Tempomelon are just so good. Mangos doesn't even have to get involved.
Yeah. And we see Tempomelon with the pass up to Coin. Coin trying to get it through. The X Maximus is going to up the top. The Tofu Fortress with a bit of an unfortunate layout there. Just unfortunate when you see the Tofu Fortress happen like that, but it was just because the core was hit by Tempomelon just a little bit earlier. And it just hit the core, stopped right there. Tempomelon knew that would happen, pops the X Maximus, sends it right back where it came from, and just had the confidence to do that really nicely. Knew that there would be a gap in there. And Era, let's see what she picks up on this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the priority should be, because Hotshot's really nice for the Estelle. Maybe there was an angle that Quick Strike should be denied off of her as well, though. There's a lot of high-value awakenings going back and forth. Hotshot, obviously, a great pickup for Luke here to help defensively. The specialized training together with extra special for Coin here is going to be quite a dangerous situation as well. 1-2 punch for the Joker is going to allow some dash punches to be found there as well, but I do feel like the biggest pickup in the end is simply just going to be those quick strikes for Hungry Boy, giving those strike advantages to the Estelle and making it easier to carry the core up to the enemy field is going to do so much for you. But it doesn't matter if you can strike quick if you're just going to die.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it does also deny it from the Exo. It's a little harder to die too, but Bellringer is going to be answering a lot of damage on Hungry Boy, who's still alive for now. Joker as well, finding a barrier in the midst of all that. And the double kill from Tempo, absolutely insane Nado on that one. Joker just going to pick up the orb to get a little bit of energy for next set. Take the wins you can, but Tempomelon took the absolute biggest win on that point.
You can't be doing that, Tempomelon. They have family. I was taking a sip as well. I was about to spit that all over the setup. You can't be doing that to me. All right, beautiful data, though, from Tempomelon in the end, and gets another point advantage for the side of oncoming traffic, and that's got to be really good for the mental as well, right? That's going to be one of those moments during play that you just kind of can chuckle at and just gain that confidence, gain that comfortability playing out the set as well. So it's going to do a lot for you, and you can see that immediately. The pressure that they're throwing into the side of overtime immediately is just so suffocating.
Yeah, Joker low on health, Hungry Boy is at half as well. Joker has core flip, but it might not be long for this world if a little bit more pressure is put on him. But of course he is regenerating now. Coin now the one that's on ice, or on thin ice I should say. Coin low on HP on the edge of the map. Never a place you want to be, especially with the somersault from Dubu, but he is going to live for now. The Tofu Fortress not getting the kill, even with the help from Piercing Shot. The Crystal Thorns is able to find it. Now it's the power play for overtime. The pass splitter comes out, keeps it in the corner. The Aranito does come out and keeps it, but actually sends it backwards. Unfortunately, Piercing Shot, not enough. Mango's with a great clear up to the top, buys a lot of time, and X is back on the field. Core flip from Tempo stuns up Hungry Boy for just a second longer. Bull Rush comes out, core flip forced out of Hungry Boy there, and Black Hole explodes. A lot of core flips off the field now, just on the goalies there. no forward energy to speak of, as Coin also has to evade their somersault. Tofu Fortress, bit of a weird one on that one, but it does get the clear in the end. Joker trying to get it through, but there's just no forward pressure. They have to get it to the other side, then get it set up, and it's just intercepted time after time. Luke has a great defense. The X Maximus not even enough to get through it. Joker trying to find the answer on Tempomelon there, even as he's low on health, but it's not quite going to happen. And Luke, once again, just trying to get it out, but Coin and Tempomelon not giving him the chance.
Yeah, but still holding on defensively, and that's the important part here, right? He can. Why do I speak?
I set you up for that's my bad.
Oh yeah, the defense there was still really good by Luke. In the end, the speed together with the era allow Coin to just find that interrupt and get that strike through, and that puts oncoming traffic into a 2-0 position here. And again, they're just going to scale even further the longer the game goes on. They're almost losing the barrier there, unfortunately, and does drop it in the end, as the Joker is going to be able to secure it. But Mangos does have a flip available if he does feel like he needs to use it, as Coin's trying to set up a bottom barrier take, but well defended by Hungry Boy.
Yeah, Hungry Boy on the unofficial goalie on this one a lot of times, letting Luke play up as much as he wants to. But it is going to be a barrier going down in the face of so much power from the side of oncoming traffic. Somersault comes out, stuns up Coin, gets a little bit of damage, but not too much to speak of. We're in a bit of a neutral state here at the bottom side of the map. Each team just trying to get that set up. Tempomelon whiffing a strike, unfortunately. Passbitter comes out. Core flip from Joker, though, instantly accelerates, finds an absolutely narrow angle, the threading through the eye of the needle on that one, between the flip from Mangos, who just thought that Tempomelon would be able to strike that one and so didn't use it. Completely fair. Would have been a waste, but ended up being that he did need to.
Yeah, and I'm pretty certain as well, Mangos not using the flip themselves was a conscious decision there, because they know they are still just one goal away, and holding a point that you were already slightly losing is not as valuable as having that flip available to maybe win a point that's even, and uses it here to defend. Is going to get it out, and another flip coming through. A KO found for the side of oncoming traffic as they're trying to get this power play going. The NATO being set up by Tempomelon does not find a KO nor the barrier as they're rotating up to the top of the Joker, helping so much defensively. Asher Dubu is so difficult to get through, especially if they have their abilities, and it stalls enough time for Hungry Boy to come back into the play.
Yeah, Tofu Fortress behind the pass splitter as well, maybe a little overcommitting, but defense is defense, and Joker is able to get the barrier on the end of the play anyways, so it is now in favor of overtime. Oncoming traffic has to find another thing, maybe another NATO like we saw earlier is what they require, but right now overtime looking pretty good on this one. Joker has a flip available. Luke rolling far out again, really does love to do that to get some middle pressure on that one. Coin sacrificing the health bar to do damage to Joker, and now Brawlers are just each other down into the grave as they have no health bar to speak of.
Yeah, just trying to stay alive. Coin is able to get some orbs. Joker got one on their own, as Hungry Boy almost gets a score in a 1v3 situation there, but it gets defended, and a clean save by Mangos sends it up to Tempo, but immediately gets bounced back as they're now contesting the core in the bottom of the map, trying to get something out of it. Coin gets a KO though, and another power play, but again, you're running a power play against Asher Dubu that are both trying to defend a singular barrier. You need to find some kind of giga strong approach. You need to get a Aaron or something like that set up, because otherwise they're just going to hold on, and Hungry Boy now back into the field. Aeronator coming through, but not able to catch the core as they would want. Almost the Joker getting a goal there, but still ball in play.
Yeah, Mangos Yummy on this defense, has the core flip available, not going to use it. Of course, even for Tempo at this stage, it's not worth it when the goal isn't open. It doesn't even matter because Coin with a beautiful X Maximus is able to send it right through, and I think it's maybe a little dangerous, but I think it's mostly safe to say that Era X is scaled and the traffic is oncoming.
Yeah, and that is the issue, right? Because now, if you're overtime, you are forced into a set 5. So every single awakening, you're going to have to find a way around. And with Castellas, getting explosive entrance is going to be so much more dangerous as well, because not only are you a lot faster now on these era speeds, they're still lasting very long due to Castellas. You need to deny size off the X because he's already been a menace, but X still happily picks up a second spark for himself, which also just sets himself up because he gets more speed and more cooldown. And I'm not sure if Spark of Strength is still in the pool, but if overtime wins this set, you need to deny that off the X as well. Movement speed for Mangos here does wonders as well, so it looks pretty difficult now for the side of overtime to play this out unless they find a very different approach to how they want to score.
Yeah, I believe that Spark of Strength was in that first draft. It was a pick between the agility and the strength. He took the agility over the strength. So it is going to be the end of the sparks, but still, 2 sparks are plenty happy with, especially speed and cooldown, because it just enables you to play so much more. Luke, though, not able to get the barrier defense that I thought he was with the somersault, but Coin comes in the end. The strike shot, Dupu with the log all the way up again. We've been talking about it all game, but Luke is playing very far up to try and get things done, and it's off. They still have 1 barrier for now, and they have the goal open, but X Maximus core flip so much used there. Going off the field, though, not finding the barrier even with all of that invested, and Temmelin not getting the Miracle NATO this time. Mangoes are yummy, getting a great defense against the Asher, though, playing all the way at the edge of the map, and as well, the Witching Beam gets it down, and a great defense as well. Mangoes are yummy, battling it out with the core flip from the Joker.
Yeah, I looked at that situation now. I knew what Mangus was doing, right? He was just kind of calling out Joker, saying, "You're not getting this core past me without the flip." So in my head, it was like a situation where he'd be fine if the flip head's used, and then the core is likely going to go in, but it still didn't go in. So you just get resource after resource out of the side of overtime here, and you're still alive, as now the Joker is being put into stagger, and Luke interrupts the score early, needs to use another flip to get the attack going, but they just can't find their way past Tempomelon and Coin. Barrier does drop in the end. The team play coming through from Coin and Tempomelon here. Never mind, the dribble from Coin alone is going to be enough. Almost a redirect by the Joker to put it in, but the X Maximus together with a flip will be enough. Luke not able to get the Tofu Fortress out in time.
Was maybe a couple of frames off on that one. Tragic for Luke, but nicely found by Coin, having all of the extra speed on that one from the overtime, and the core flip just able to put it right through. The confidence on Coin in this game for these plays is immense on that one. Just going for the goals, getting it done, and of course, Brawlers do get it done. The X goes straight through the Dubu time after time, and oncoming traffic again, they're oncoming. They really are scaling in this one. X Maximus is just doing damage, hitting the core, kind of doing whatever he wants and getting it done. Barrier goes down. It's now a 1-to-1 tie, but it's still in this corner, and overtime is just fighting for their lives to try and get the clear.
Yeah, trying to get into overtime actually, as their team comp would do a lot better if the core is going to be able to get cleared a lot faster. But they're just being suffocated so strongly here for the past 20 seconds. They've just been on top of their barrier as 3 people trying to hold on to it, using ability after ability to stay alive. And even then, you're still getting KO'd because you see Coin get another KO on Hungry Boy. This X is just so scary, so difficult. Joker gets a beautiful clear out, and that's going to stall a lot of time, and you're going to get into overtime and you get a KO as well. Overtime actually the one in the power play now. This is your moment to try to take the barrier off of Mangoes.
Yeah, but great stall by Tempo. They're just standing on the core for a half second there. As well, the Crystal Thorns countered by a core flip really nicely. Joker wasting the core flip, unfortunately. Thought he could catch it after the rebound, but unfortunately was a little too far away by that point. X Maximus invested as well there with the NATO to try and get it down on this bottom side. The Atlas ult as well is really nice to keep Coin on the field, but he is still quite low in a potential kill angle if he gets too close to the edge. Not quite going to find it though, and he's back pretty much in the play at this point. Picks up the goalie orb as well. Luke is too busy defending to pick that one up. Just an absolute goalie nightmare there. You have an X in your face, he's stealing your orb, and you cannot do anything about it.
You just have to watch him do his thing as he immediately procs another ultimate here, just harasses Hungry Boy, makes it impossible for this Estelle to play where she wants to. And also, talking about making it impossible to play, keep in mind, Castellast on the beam also applies to the debuff. I feel like I haven't seen Joker be at full size in the past minute, because he's just continuously getting harassed by Tempomelon. And another clean attack from Coin will take that barrier. The Joker now trying to set himself up to get this barrier and get the goal in, but they cannot find it. The defense from Tempo and Mangoes is just too strong, and they also have 2 flips available, one coming through now to get the core up to Coin, and Coin not able to get it past Luke just yet.
Yeah, it was a bit of an off thing on the bell ring there. Was trying to go for a vertical dribble and it went backwards a little bit. A bit of panic, but the point is not over yet there. Pass better comes out. Joker trying to set up on the bottom here, maybe get it up to Hungry Boy in worst case scenario. Luke doing a lot of damage, but that kind of favors the blue side here. Oncoming traffic as they have that Atlas ult just to heal them back all up to full health. Joker, core flip, but low health, might be looking, might be a target for the KO at this point on that one, just to take all that energy off the field. But so far, so good. Luke, great Joker Fortress, the log as well. So many abilities being used, but the goal is still not scored. And the core flip from Hungry Boy diffused completely by the Atlas secondary there. Joker able to find the connection up to the top in the strike shot, just a frame too slow.
Yeah, really good mix-up there. Mango's not able to react to that in time, and Joker also, more importantly, good that he didn't end up using the flip, because it's actually in that situation easier to try to predict where the flip is going. Trying to react to that as the Atlas, as to just a clean redirect like he found there. So really well executed by Overtime, but again, they're still down a set. They need to find more, and the game plan and gameplay from Oncoming Traffic has and will stay oppressive in this game, but they get double barriers really swiftly here. This is a really good opportunity for them to get a set lead, or a point lead in this set.
Yeah, and that is pretty important. And they are going to Overtime, able to find the goal, potentially clawing themselves back into this match, saying that the X scaling isn't enough, although if they win this, it still takes us to another set to more X scaling potentially.
Yeah, most definitely. And you got both these barriers and you got that goal, but now you don't have any flips on either of your forwards. You only have it on Luke, and Luke is going to have to hold that for a potential coin situation, as they do get one barrier though. Mango's not able to hold on. They do get a KO on the edge of the map. The Joker almost being taken out as well. Basically a 3v1 at this point, because if Joker's trying to get involved, he's just going to die. Luke is going to have to hold on to this. Does not use the flip just yet. The barrier has dropped. The beam comes through and the goal goes in, and actually, I forgot, we're not in a 0.5 yet. We're going into a 0.5 now, so I don't fully dislike that Lucas still has his flip, because now he can make a play with it.
Yeah, but there is no energy really on Hungry Boy or Joker, but there is on Tempo. So, I mean, we were talking about Luke playing forward, so he might rotate forward and use the flip, but as far as energy for offense goes, it's definitely in the hands of the oncoming Traffic here. Joker getting countered by a great Cosmic Expanse there, and we just have another pass from Tempo, intercepted by Coin, nicely done somersault from Luke. Abel, piercing shot as well, going through the NATO. Joker not getting connection through the X there, and the Black Hole also doing a lot of damage. Joker gets the barrier, but does trade his life for it.
But the end one is so important there to actually get it. The flip comes through, the barrier does drop, the attack is going to come through, but Luke with the Tofu Fortress will stop that attack for now. Joker's going to be back on the field, so we're going into a 0.5 with a 3v3 on the field. The Atlas ultimate going to be there to keep Coin alive, going to be so crucial for the attack of oncoming Traffic here, as they're trying to get the core up to Coin again to do his thing, but Coin just going to try to harass the Joker here, but not able to find a KO with it. Hungry Boy walking up with a piercing shot, and will find the goal and force a set 5. Now this is great that you're in this situation, but again, we've mentioned it a few times already. There's a draft coming your way, and you're going to have to somehow solve it.
Yeah, and we have not... I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the best for X, but I mean, there is a demo. There's a heavy impact. Definitely not bad ones. Maybe not as BIS, but I definitely don't think he's upset with getting any of those.
Yeah, most definitely not. You do get the Stagger Swagger for the Dubu to allow a little bit survivability and a little bit mobility as you get the exercise for X again. X being so good when he has all of that size to work with, and the primetime pickup for the Atlas is going to help so much as well, as there's going to be a lot more defensive utility for him there. Heavy impact is a solid pickup for Hungry Boy, maybe some more KO threat angles that they can be looking for, as Era gets peak performance for movement speed, which is really nice, and Unstoppable at that point was more so the best of the rest, I would argue.
Yeah, and I think it was actually, was it Monumentalist there that got eaten by Demolitionist, because that was the first pickup was Extra Special versus Demo, so it replaced something, and I don't think we've seen Monu, unless I'm mistaken on that one, but I think Era would have picked that up.
Oh, that is tragic. That yeah, that must have been Monu that got eaten up. That is tragic for Tempo Melon, that is not shown up, but either way, we're still looking at a pretty even and competitive game, because both of the teams, again, just cut one barrier down. And as we're seeing, oncoming Traffic still being so oppressive in the top corner, making it so difficult to actually get the core out. Overtime needs to find their adjustment, and they did last set, they just need to do it again.
Yeah, there's X off the field. They have a chance with that. Hash Reaction almost gets a kill on a Hungry Boy there. Would have been a sour way for the power play to go. Core flip from Joker is nice to get a lot of forward pressure, but in the end, the somersault keeps it forward. The tempo is still in play, but also Coin and Tempo are now in play together. The core flip countered. Mangoes, the instant counter flip, really nicely done. Hungry low on health. The chance for oncoming Traffic here to pull this game back. Coin doing a lot of damage, but also taking a lot at the same time. Doesn't get the kill onto Hungry Boy, just last strike of the ultimate, not enough to get it. Tempo Melon has the core flip though, and this is again the chance for oncoming Traffic to get something done. The core flip is in front of the goal. Tempo is trying to position for this, but the intercepts from Overtime have just been so good to prevent that from happening. Never mind, as soon as I say that, Tempo Melon's up the top with the core flip, and the core is right there with her.
I mean, talking about intercepts, you just saw it yourself there. Overtime just tried angle after angle, but the pure movement speed that the air up gives Coin and Temple herself, it's just too much. They can just move to the core and strike it from there. They're just going to disallow you from getting the core out. As the flip is inside of the Tofu Fortress, that is a very predictable situation, but not a barrier drop just yet. But a lot of damage being found onto the side of Overtime and getting up one barrier. Luke trying to walk up now as well, trying to assist in the second barrier take. But again, the defense from Mango's, Coin, and Temple just being so good to hold on to this, as the Joker is going to find a much needed KO and a barrier with it. Luke is ready to get a flip up top and doesn't even need to, because the force by the Joker and Hungry Boy will be enough to put the goal in.
Yeah, Luke just there for aura, just menacing with that core flip there, just saying, you might get a clear, it's not going to work. So tying it up completely 1-1 on 2 sets to 2 sets here. There is still the game advantage to Overtime, so they do have a little bit more leeway and a little bit more of a break here. Joker also finding a barrier. This could be the end just about, but Coin not finding the kill there, all importantly, was very close to it, but didn't get the connection. Luke with the somersault is able to save this top air, keep the play alive, and it seems like oncoming traffic just has just about a mountain to climb at this point.
Yeah, very much so, especially as Coin is being put down into Stagger's going to try to stay alive somehow, as 2 flips available for Overtime here to try to get an attack going, but it gets well defended by Mangoes there. Core is trying to get pushed through Tempomelon here, and even though they do need to flip for it, they were able to again bet a lot of damage into this era, but the Atlas coming through clutch there to get a lot of that HP back. Put us into a 3v3 situation, as you would expect, at the barrier still very much being alive by Luke, as a flip has to come out to stop Coin from attacking.
Yeah, and that gives the opportunity to actually score the goal. Now the flip's out of the way, now the cooldowns are out of the way, the barrier goes down, the X Maximus comes out, but it's going to be the strike shot keeping it forward really nice. The core flip comes out down to the bottom, and I mean, Coin has just been on lock with those core flip goals.
Yeah, he's just been so good and so lethal up front, right? Be that finding KOs or be that finding a barrier or a goal with it. He's been doing so well this entire tournament so far, and that's why they're in this loser semi, right? And that's why they want to find this last goal and force a game 3, because their tournament run should not be done yet. That's what they're saying. They're saying they're going to make it all the way, and they have to prove that. But as of right now, Joker and Hungry Boy very much have something to say about it, as they're taking Tempomelon off the map, taking both the barriers off of Mangoes, and a flip coming through in front of the net, but still defended for now. Tempomelon back on the field. Can they defuse the situation? No, the piercing shot will be found.
All right, it's set 5.5. We either go to game 3 or OT goes up and continues to the losers final. So relatively high stakes on this one, because I think if you go to game 3, there's such the exhaustion on the players having played for 2 days and then having another full best of 3 on that one. Coin finds Joker getting a little too close to the edge on that one. Almost has the core flip himself as well, so it's looking good for oncoming traffic to take us to this endurance match of a game 3 here. The Crystal Thorns, the core flip, the log though means the barrier stays alive, the somersault as well, the piercing shot, but the bull rush from Coin is the deciding factor on that one. The final move in that play. Black Hole gets sent through with the Bewitching Beam from Temperament. Nice to find the angle on that one, and the setup is really good for On, but a hit stun from Hungry Boy's core flip means that Coin cannot get the connection he's looking for. The Bow Ringer, the X Maximus, but the log comes out, the somersault comes out, the Tofu Fortress as well. Every ability from Dupu except for the core flip has been invested, and then Atlas just heals up X to full.
Yeah, and that's going to be difficult because Hungry Boy, no evades, no HP, basically not able to play the game because Coin is even just remotely close to him. So Luke going to have to hold on to this defensively. The Joker almost finding a KO. Flip coming up by Luke. The stall. Tempomelon has a flip in front of the goal here. Will not use it just yet because the Joker with the ultimate is going to disrupt yet again. The Joker's going to have a flip soon as well. We'll see if they can get the barrier off of the side of Mangos there, but no, the defense holds so strong. Oncoming traffic. Now we're transitioning into an attack, and the flip comes through. Tempomelon finds the goal, and they force the game 3.
Tempomelon with the absolute clutch plays this game. The double NATO from earlier, that long shot on that core flip to finish it out, and the MVP as well in the end as well, well deserved. When it comes to clutch, it seems that Tempomelon cannot be stopped, but compared to Hungry Boy from last game, it just seems like it's a midfield game on this one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, most definitely, and I think both sides just... Again, it's a long and drawn-out game. We're looking at 33 minutes. We're in game 2, by the way. I forgot how long the first game was, but again, we're looking at save numbers over 100 from both sides. We're looking at redirects nearing 400 already from some of these players. So, yeah, this is gonna be a long series, and it's gonna feel like an endurance battle because you know one of the maps is that takes very long usually.
Usually, I'd say Oni Village.
Well, yeah, the other one though.
Night Market.
Yeah, that's our game 3.
Maybe they go kill comp. Maybe
Yeah.
they go Luna Vice goalie.
Yeah,
There's a chance.
I'm sure the two teams that handshook Dubu Atlas all games are gonna go kill comp. I mean, I'd be very down for it, but I mean, it's yet to be seen. You can read into it a little bit too much if you'd like. As it stands right now, Atlas has won both of these games, and Dubu was the loser on both of them. So you can overanalyze it and say maybe that is the thing. Maybe you do want to prioritize one of these two goalies, or you can just say there were just overall circumstances. Because in this game, again, we've said it often, Era X they scale, and in this game, Era got a pick very early. Is that quick strike?
It is. It might be. It might well be a quick strike.
All right. Yeah, that's going to be a fun game for sure. As there's going to be just a lot of high speed. And they've played 30 minutes on end now. The strikes being so well timed, trying to get themselves organized. Now that's just going to be all faster. You do have prime time as a secondary pickup, but I'd be surprised if anyone picks it up just because quick strike is going to accelerate the game so much. And on a map like Night Market, where getting these strikes so more consistently has so much value, it is so important to have that awakening for yourself. And overtime said it's enough for Era X because they're taking out the X.
Oh, yeah, so they are. Maybe this will be enough to break the pact. Maybe we see an Atlas band coming out here from the side of oncoming traffic, and then maybe we'll be free from the wall goalie. There's a chance. Hey, it is! I predicted it. I'm inside their heads just like they're in each other's heads. We're going to see. It could also just be an Asher goalie. They steal it away. But there's a chance that we have something like a Luna come out, even something with the prime time. We could see something like a Rune midfield come out, especially on Night Market. You get that Mon, you take up an entire lane. There's an option. There are plays here. We'll see what the teams go for, but definitely a lot of potential. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a restart on that one. It's going to be... They agreed to remake the quick strike on that one.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree.
That is fair. But it is going to be cast to last and spark of strength. So I think there's some Dubu value, Atlas value, and Era value. And there's an Era ban.
Yeah, that Era value is immediately seen as well by the side of overtime. You saw what they were able to do the moment they picked up Castelas in the last game, and they're just not trying to run that back. Take out the Era. Again, try to force oncoming traffic onto a comp that they haven't been playing all tournament and see how well they're going to do with it, which I'm going to be very curious to see how they're going to be approaching. One important thing here, though, is I was hoping the pick might come through, but no, the Octavia is going to be banned off of Huss, which obviously makes sense. Joker, one of the best Octavia players we know, and not wanting to deal with that, especially on the Castelas start, is very normal. But we're going to see a Vice Lock, so we're actually going to go into that damage aspect, I believe.
Yeah, there is a chance for that. Could be midfield, could be goalie. We'll see what it ends up as. But also, we have finally answered the question of what does Era do? Well, she gets a NATO double kill.
Yep.
A last-second core flip goal, and then gets banned.
Exactly. has a little bit too much value for one game, and suddenly she's just shot in the head. It's just not dealing with it. But yeah, I'm curious to see where the pick ban is going to go for oncoming traffic, because again, like, they were playing that kind of team comp so consistently and so well on it, and now your midfield is gone. So they're still looking the X and the Atlas. They're still saying, hey, we really like those picks, but I wonder what they're going to pair with it in the midfield. You could play something like a Now, you could play something like a Kai, and maybe have a similar effect, but it's just not going to be quite the same because you don't have that debuff to be working with. The Dubu Estelle pickup is coming through for overtime as well, which is actually a bit confusing me. Does Joker play midfielders? I mean, yeah, I know he plays midfielders, but does he play him in Brawler, or they're just going to double midfield with it?
They could double midfield. And there's the rune. I was going to say, there is a world where we see somehow the Atlas Ford coming out, and then we see some kind of double Brawler Mako. But instead it is going to be the rune coming out, which I like. Now, it's not the prime time from last time, but it is still Castelas rune, and I do like me some Castelas rune. The banish length, the length of the pillars, as long as you're not trolling your goalie, and they don't last too long in the middle of the goal box and block a clear. And I think these players are a little too good for that.
Yeah, most definitely. But I'm going to be curious how this is going to pan out, because even though we started with a Vice pick, I'm not sure if we're going to see a lot of, like, just straight up damage KOs. It's possible because, again, Hungry Boy obviously a really good Vice player, right? And he has that too as available to him now. There's a reason why the Vice was picked in both the games banned in both the games previously. It's because he has so much value on that pick. So we'll see how he's going to translate that into this position and play with it. And yeah, I agree. The rune actually does make a lot of sense here. Castellass, really difficult to deal with on the banish and the pillars, and you have so much interruption opportunities and also cover opportunities because you're going into double ranged on the side of overtime. So if they're trying to attack your goalie, maybe he's not going to be able to reach everything because he's still an Atlas. So having that extra creation is going to help quite a bit as well. Also, creation decently uncontested for the side of oncoming traffic, which is nice as well. You have Dubu that could deny it, but he's not dying to take something like Timeless.
And I mean, in some cases, we've seen it before. The Monumentalist on Dubu can be a bit of a backfire because the log just disappears because it hits someone it wasn't supposed to if it was just a little smaller. Now, but we off. Tempo with a very safe start there, the anomaly before the kickoff just to secure it. But we see it's been 7 seconds, no barrier, so no blitz on this one just yet. The anomaly gets up to the top, the Vice gets it through. The piercing shot looking for an angle on Coin. So I think we're still going to end up in a very similar situation where we have Coin being brawled out. But this double midfield situation is definitely going to be a bit of a weird one to navigate, especially on Night Market, which is usually more of a kill map.
Yeah, most definitely, and I'm curious to see how well the Joker is going to be playing an Estelle into an Atlas pick, because I'm not quite sure how well it does conceptually. I feel like it might have some issues to kind of punish the Atlas, but then again, if you can play around them or attack them from a range too far away, it's going to be quite valuable. But as of right now, the KO has actually come through. Coin taken off the map, Hungry Boy on this Vice, dealing so much damage, and the Joker able to confirm it. Oh, but actually, it's a min-max play because Mango's just used this secondary there as well, which means he's not going to have it for this next kickoff.
It also means that Hungry Boy is a little higher on the draft order to get things like Heavy Impact or Extra Special. So if they win the set, or even if they don't win the set, just having Vice on that higher prio can actually be nice, because Estelle has a lot more things that are really good on her, and I feel like Vice, if you get those one or two really good things, could be really good. So Coin, a lot of damage as well, so double midfield apparently is also KO in this case, and I mean, Joker, I was going to say Hungry Boy, because we saw Hungry Boy Estelle earlier doing this kind of same thing, but it just seems that Overtime's usage of Estelle in general is just immaculate. They get these long-range core flips, they get the long-range like Crystal Thorns and Rose Warps, they are just on top of Estelle this pick.
Yeah, most definitely, and you can also just see like how smart Hungry Boy is being on this Vice pick, because Coin, again, not a single evade. So what do you think Hungry Boy is going to do? Hungry Boy is just going to be close to him, and once he can, he's going to start casting this ultimate. And what's Coin going to do about it, He's just going to have to take it, and then it gets increasingly more difficult for the Sex to stay on the map. A really nice play by Tempo Melon will take the second barrier there, though, as oncoming traffic are trying to find their first goal of the game. But as it stands right now, Overtime just feels a lot more in control, even though they're down on barriers right now.
Yeah, even though they're down on barriers, they have so much control with the the double midfield. There goes the ult. Tempo on a really nice evade there just by teleporting away, not having to use the core flip there. That means there are still 2 core flips available for Mangoes and Tempo. Great Rose Warp strike there, stuns up Coin and gets the barrier as well. And Hungry Boy finds the angle to the bottom, which means that Mango has to use the core flip, no choice about it, and wins a strike core in front of the goal there. Really nicely played there by Overtime to take a first set in a 3-0 sweep. And is that the first 3-0 sweep set we've had?
I'm not fully sure. It could be, because we've been having very competitive sets all around, right? So I very much could see it, but looking at the draft here, I think the snowball is going to start to speed up, because you have a specialized training here. You're going to get hotshot onto the Atlas more than likely, but Estelle's still getting prime time, which she's still happy with. And if you don't take the hotshot on Atlas, Estelle's getting it. Rune's going to be able to pick up a Timeless Creator potentially. No, goes for a Monumentalist, which is actually pretty good because he can start playing for KOs in that regard as well. Matter of fact, I didn't even realize Tempo Melon did not go Castellast. We're going full Spark of Strength on the side of oncoming traffic. They're looking to KO. They're looking to find damage. But again, as the story has been with this team, they're looking to scale. So this first set victory, very good for Overtime, but it's not the end of the world yet for oncoming traffic.
Yeah, although the one sad thing about the Triple Spark is that really only one person can make full use of it. It is a little bit of extra damage, but they won't get the full value on that one. Temmelon misses the banish, unfortunately, and Joker not winning a strike where their Mango's on top of it this time is able to keep that barrier alive. Piercing shot power chord, so many abilities being thrown to the court, but there's not really any setup right now from the side of Overtime to actually get the connections into the barrier. Crystal Thorn's piercing shot again, not enough to get it through. Joker's not able to win the 1v1 on this one, and that's basically all the abilities gone, even though you do have that prime time. The hot shot was denied, so you don't have that cooldown reduction, so once you use both those primaries, it's a while before you're back at full strength. That piercing shot there does get the barrier. Core flip forced out from Hungry Boy as well, but the point is still ongoing. Token Fortress comes out, piercing shot as well. Goes down to the bottom left corner here, and almost getting killed is Tempo Melon. Hungry Boy making use of that specialized training, but not quite able to get the kill.
Talking about not getting the kill, though, that's gonna not be Temple Melon as she finds a combo, finds a double barrier. Really strong play on that rune, getting the power play value out of it. We'll see if they can get themselves a goal out of it as well. No, the defense from Luke and the Joker is going to hold strong, but the Joker, again, getting put a little bit low, but so is Coin. Both of them need to be a bit careful. Stagger onto Coin now. The Atlas Ultimate gonna help a bit with survivability there, as the ping pong between Temple Melon and Luke is gonna find a flip out of Luke. And still, the core going very fast now into the hands of Overtime. Can it find the goal past Mangos? No, the Atlas is going to hold the defense strong for now, and so will Luke.
And a double banish triple, if you count the core there from Tempo Melon, means that the cores are going to go for another cycle. Never mind, these teams are just too good. They're not going to let even a triple banish get in the way. X Maximus comes out, but doesn't have enough power to make the core speed Luke there. And Mangos are going to be own goaling up the night market angle. So unfortunate. Defending so well for so long, but in the end you make one mistake and that's all you need. Unfortunate there for oncoming traffic. Overtime happily willing to take that goal, even if it's not the most calculated one in the world.
Yeah, oncoming traffic here, just having a bit of a tough time getting the core into an attacking position. Luke hasn't been really properly tested yet, right? Had some barrier losses, but overall the core is still very strong into half of oncoming traffic, just due to that range and that oppressive force by the Estelle and the Vice together. Flip coming through by Hungry Boy as well there, but the barrier doesn't drop yet. A banish comes through, but gets denied by the Joker to not get the KO combo onto Hungry Boy, but the Joker needs to be a bit careful in terms of KHP now, because Coin might just be running him down. Coin down a few levels as well. Finding a KO here would be incredibly valuable, but they cannot find him. Mangos using the flip to stay alive, gets a barrier, and the KO being found by Coin. So now we have a power play flip coming through, but it gets defended by Luke. Well played by Overtime to keep this point alive.
Yeah, and now it's Estelle a few seconds off, but Tempo Melon getting a kill onto Vice from seemingly out of nowhere, and that's really the hallmark of this rune. You just don't expect a Rune Brawler to work, but then suddenly it does, and suddenly you're just losing all of your lives, as Tempo Melon is just landing incredible kills on this one. But Hungry Boy back on the field, the power play is dissolved, the Ash Protection goes into the corner, the Vice ult actually sends it backwards, the Banish, a lot of damage coming out as well. Joker and Hungry Boy low on health. Coin looking to get the kill onto Hungry Boy, and even with the evade, it's just not enough. Oh no, negative power play, Joker getting vengeance for Vice with the goal into Atlas.
Yeah, Joker just so calculated there, saw that top barrier angle, goes for the self-pass off of it, and the piercing shot just perfect to get it through. And even though the side of oncoming traffic are finding their way into the game with their damage win condition as well, Tempo doing such a good job getting damage out on these rune pillars through. It's Overtime right now, who's still standing in a total 5-0 in terms of goals. Keep in mind, oncoming traffic have not found their first goal of this game yet.
Yeah, that is actually crazy now that you mention it, because it was a 3-0 into now a 2-0, potentially 3. Coin getting a kill though. Bellringer X Maximus combo is really nice to start off this power play, but can they make use of it? So far the answer has been no. Tempo Melon not able to find the barrier there, has the core flip, might have to invest it, gets a double banish incredibly, and the kill onto Estelle, but somehow Luke's keeping his barrier alive without even needing to use the core flip. Ash Protection comes out, core flip invested by Tempo Melon, and Luke cannot defend against that one. Barrier goes down, but the goal is still alive, and that's the important one. Estelle back on the field. Hungry Boy a little bit low on health, but 2 orbs in fairly good working order now. Has the teleport spot in front of the barriers as well, just in case. Piercing shot doesn't get it through, and that is going to be an X having to use most of his ultimate just to dodge out of this Vice ult. A little unfortunate, but a great counter from Hungry Boy on that one. Tempo Melon as well trying to counter as well, but Hungry Boy gets a nice stun. The passing play between Joker and Hungry Boy is really nice to get that top barrier, but it's only one barrier after all this time. The second one not going down just yet, and that's going to be Joker staying alive just barely. Core flip from Luke forced out there, and the power cord sending it backwards a little bit there. Coin, can he find it? No, not just yet. Joker finds it. Great anomaly from Tempo Melon out of nowhere, gets the stagger to Estelle, but Hungry Boy is still alive for now. Log comes out of the top side. The Thunderstruck as well at the top. Hungry Boy in 2 places at once can teleport to the top if he needs to, but it doesn't matter because Coin gets it through.
And a much needed goal for the side of oncoming traffic, as they were fighting for this for so long, and they do get it in the end. Tempo Melon getting more and more comfortable with playing out this rune to get these KOs and get these confirms, and it's starting to get a lot more smooth in the way that they're playing this out. And obviously the side of overtime need to be adjusting to that as well. They can't be getting complacent now. Just because they got 5 golds in a row doesn't mean it's over already, because oncoming traffic is starting to fight back, and the Atlas ultimate will come through to keep them alive there. Again, a lot of damage being pumped into them, but Mango's Ryumi still has that flip available on the Atlas. Their banish comes through, but the pillar's immediately denied by Hungry Boy, because again, if you don't, the Joker would have just been dead on the spot right there.
Yeah, but I will say right now, even with just the Spark of Strength Monumentalist, I mean, I say just if it's not a lot, but with 2 Awakenings, it really cost Hungry Boy's entire health bar to keep that the Joker from dying. So a little bit more damage on Tempo Melon means that even if you deny the anomalies, you're basically just trading your life for the life of the person you're saving. So not looking forward to that if you're on the side of overtime. But right now, the X is going off the field. Hungry Boy finds a really nice angle on that ultimate, just sending Coin off the mat. Joker able to get a core flip with a shot as well. The log from Luke is great to keep this for Tofu Fortress as well. But another pitch on to this Estelle. Tempo looking for the angle on this kill, but does take a lot of damage on the back end of that. Joker, though, very low. Coin trying to get something done, but not able to find a Joker. Finds the angle to the top and saves his own life. So I think with 3 people around him like that, if he doesn't get that clear, it's a lot of damage very quickly.
Yeah, definitely, and this draft's starting to get a little bit do or die with oncoming traffic, because you're looking for value here. And even though you have extra special, which would be great for the rune, that's never going past Vice. Can I remind you, Vice has specialized training as well, so that's going to be very difficult to deal with. You do have 2 sparks here that can be picked up by both of the forwards, which is going to help them with just their respective stats. Size going on to X actually makes sense, not wanting to give that to Dubu, as Dubu's denying Twin Drive, and Spark of Agility being a pickup for Mangos, which is actually going to help as well, because with 2 sparks, Spark of Agility already has a decent amount of movement speed, which allows Mangos to walk up a bit more and maybe help with that core control in that midfield area.
Yeah. It is real. It's kind of a weird one where you usually don't like seeing double spark, but I think in this case it's the perfect sparks that they need, and now there's 2 people that can pick up a spark of leadership for a 3rd spark, and I think it actually works wonderfully if oncoming traffic can get a set in. But Coin already dying, does get saved by a nice ult from Mango's or Yummy, but that is not a great omen for things to come. Coin's X Maximus also not getting much done. The barrier is still standing for the side of overtime, and Tempo Melon no energy, half health, but is enough to deal with the Joker for now, and Luke actually playing the forward role in this case. Joker playing pretty far up as well, and Coin looking to this Estelle.
Yeah, trying to find a KO, but just cannot do it. Joker being so smart about the positioning. Even the Rune Pillar there, not going to be able to find him and find that KO on the map. But the core is still very much in control of oncoming traffic as they're trying to get these barriers now. Saying, you know what, Amy, we couldn't find the KO on Joker anymore, so let's just focus on getting the barriers. But at this point, Joker again back to full HP, trying to find the KO onto Hungry Boy, but the X Maximus is not going to be able to find it. Again, this overtime has hit, and overtime is just in so much control of this game.
Yeah, the double midfield in overtime is really nice for that, but of course Rune in overtime is pretty nice, just being able to anomalies so you don't have to worry about reaction time or anything if the core goes blazing fast. But even still, open goal here for the side of oncoming traffic. Overtime has the chance to score. Luke actually really loves this play where he stuns the core up and then just kind of leaves it, doesn't overinvest it. Even if he whiffs a strike occasionally, he's just keeping alive in the log. Nicely set up there for Luke to just allow the Joker to make use of that, and nice execution of the Joker to be aware of that log placement and to use it as a tool to score the goal.
Yeah, most definitely. And on top of that, overtime does have a lot of energy, a lot of flips to be working with if they want to continue on getting a lead here and play off of it. Mangos has to use the flip to avoid a double barrier there. As the banish comes through by Tempo, a lot of damage. 1 barrier down by Coin. Luke still holding on to the second one though. Hungry Boy has to use the flip to try to get the core out, but they cannot do that as Coin and Tempo Melon are just playing so well, playing so oppressive with it as well. As a KO on the Joker gets found, so much power on the Rune Pillar, send it directly into Mango's hands, and the strike shot will confirm it, which gives the power play into the hands of oncoming traffic.
Yeah, Tofu Fortress a little bit of a dud on that one, but does get the clear in the end. Is able to get around the anomaly, because of course there isn't any duration on this anomaly. I think the only thing remaining, because I think Timeless was already in the draft, we only have Siege Machine, but that'll also be more damage. Tempo is definitely looking for that, but for right now, no extra duration on this rune. But Joker, no extra duration on this would seem, as he gets 2 barriers. Luke, unfortunately, not getting the angle on the flip, Joker's trying to get this done. Coin also trying to get the Joker done on off the field, but low health bars all around doesn't make a kill just yet, even if the log and the piercing shot are coming out and trying to find him.
Yeah, the flip coming out from Hungry Boy there, trying to find an angle, but finds a KO. A double banish from Tempo Melon going to help a lot with defusing the situation, though. As the Tofu Fortress will just annoy the core and just make sure it's not going to go too deep into the defense there. And the Joker with a crucial teleport will jump directly into the path. Super Surge value coming through right there. And now Overtime are now 1 goal away from finding themselves in the losers finals against Soon Polar Cortex.
Yeah, I mean, from some very close 2 games into an almost sweep. I think it's, 1 point so far on the hands of oncoming Traffic. And it could be the last point here if Overtime is able to score this. And the X not getting the scaling is saved, which is a great start to this. But can they get what they need from all of those abilities that have been used? Tempo Melon has just been denied the opportunity to get the kills. Just Overtime is playing so well around this room.
Yeah, they're playing so well. They're making it really difficult for Tempo Melon to get herself involved the way she wants to, and it's just not an easy matchup to play either way. As a teleport, the damage to knockback comes through, and Tempo Melon gets taken off the map with her flip available as well. So now 3v2 situation, flip on Hungry Boy. Luke has one soon as well. Tempo's going to be back on the field soon, but he's still in a very defensive situation as a flip from Hungry Boy gets used. The barrier is still very much alive though, and Mangos has a flip.
Yeah, clear down from Mangos, gets it to Tempo, but that is going to be X going off the field. Coin not able to stay alive on this one. Joker gets almost a clear up to the top, or a shot up to the top there, but Mangos gets a great intercept from the strike shot. Hungry Boy gets the ult, forces out the core from Hungry Boy, but a great line straight down the middle means that it goes over Tempo Melon, but they're just back and forth. There is no longevity to any of these plays from oncoming Traffic. They're not having the oomph behind them as they really need to, so they're getting the core over and it's diffusing. Meanwhile, on the other side, the power core from Hungry Boy secures a barrier, and now this open goal is the only thing standing in between Overtime and the losers final. They're looking, but unfortunately Luke actually owned barriers there, cuts the angle too close, and the foam Joker whips, and that's going to be a goal scored there by the side of oncoming Traffic. Tempo Melon finding the angle in a little a mistake there from Overtime to allow that to happen too.
This is not the time for this, Luke, alright? You gotta lock in, you gotta get these strikes through, and you gotta get the defense through, but this is a grace for oncoming Traffic. That's a beautiful Atlas ultimate, it will keep Coin alive there. Joker taking a lot of damage now as well, being difficult to get involved. Flip coming through by Hungry Boy, but gets double denied by a pillar and the Atlas secondary. Still not a single barrier dropped. Luke trying to get involved as well, trying to get this flip and get some barriers for it, but still not a single barrier dropped as Tempo Melon and Coin are trying to get this core upfield. One fouls now finally. The Joker being able to find it, but the X Maximus there to disrupt.
Yeah, and I mean, it could just be a little bit of a caster curse, but I feel like oncoming Traffic has really found their way with this comp for the most part. Say that, we have a great finish actually on the court with the anomaly. Insane defense by Tempo there. Coin as the goalie, but it's not going to be enough. And that is going to be the victory, going to overtime. We will be welcoming to the losers finals, potentially the grand finals if they keep up with this one. But good game.
Really well played from both sides. In the end, the comp adjustment from Overtime was what was needed for them to find this victory against oncoming Traffic. Oncoming Traffic still having an absolute amazing run. I believe they finished 4th now in the entire LAN, which is still a crazy placement. So both sides playing really well, but in the end, that adaptability to go for that double midfield, to take out that era, was what was needed for Overtime. And it was that adjustment that worked for them so well and was deserved or made them get that victory.
Yeah, and I mean, I got to say, double midfield, I didn't have a bingo card, but if it was, I probably wouldn't put that on there because I was like, oh, people are going to be taking this seriously. Midfield, double midfield, usually kind of a limbo. You're just kind of passing the core around for 5 years and waiting for them to make a mistake. But somehow I don't feel like it was only capitalizing on mistakes. I feel like Overtime was genuinely in control of that entire game in a way that was just not seen in any of those, which were very back and forth. This one, only 2 goals scored by oncoming Traffic, 1 in each of those last 2 sets. They had the chance, they had the hope, but it was just dashed by the entirety of Overtime. But the Joker's insane Rose Warp at the bottom there to squeeze it through at the bottom. Hungry Boy's amazing ults all throughout the thing. And of course, Luke just being a madman playing so far up and giving so much support to his forwards. You're playing double midfield. It's really a triple forward at this point.
Yeah, basically, and there's just so much pressure on oncoming traffic all the time because you can see it in the save numbers here. This game didn't feel as long as the others. Mango still broke 100 saves. That means they were just playing in the half of oncoming traffic so much and had Mangos be involved so much that just made it so difficult for them to really answer it properly. And again, oncoming traffic, a great run into tournament, but this is sadly where it did come to an end after an intense series against Overtime. And Overtime now trying to lock in, trying to get ready for the next matchup in the loser finals.
Overtime, go into overtime. We'll be seeing them as they continue through this. But till then, see y'all in the losers finals and eventually in the grands. Cheering on everyone that's made it this far. It really is an achievement. Even if you get knocked at this point, there's definitely no shame in this one. Congratulations to Oncoming Traffic, our 4th place in this tournament. See y'all around.
Hello, guys. This is Pato Means Wave. I'm with Average Alex here, and we're at the losers finals, guys. We're in the home stretch. We're gonna decide who is gonna go home third, or who is gonna go up and meet the team in the grand finals. That was ABAB, I believe. So a lot of strong teams coming on, but we're here. We're here, and it's gonna be great. And
I'm sadly here right now. I'm not gonna lie.
you're sad we're here right now.
I'm sadly here. I'm hungry.
You want more games. You're hungry for more
I'm
games.
hungry like that boy on stage.
hungry like that boy on stage. I love it. All right, are you an overtime fan then? Are you
I'm a little biased.
Okay,
I'm gonna keep it in though.
I'll be biased for Soon Polar Cortex SPCS, who is the seed 5, who are technically the underdogs here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is true. They
Yeah.
were seed 5. They've definitely outperformed that so far. So
Yeah. All right, so you can be the vouch for all the hungry people out there, and yeah, we'll continue. We're gonna go on first map, Night Market. We see spec training. There is some commotion on
there's
stage.
people.
Yeah,
They're raiding the stage right now.
I'm not really sure what's going. I mean, there's a lot of people who are hungry, just like you said. You know, they're hungry for photos.
I think
You
they're
know.
hungry to see this game too.
Yeah, hungry like nephew. You know what I mean?
Maybe. One
Yeah.
might say. I actually never heard that saying before. Where'd you get that one from?
You never heard of hungry like nephew? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I don't know who those guys are.
Yeah, I
They're
have
probably
no-
not very good. If I don't remember them.
probably. Yeah, you're gonna make them a little sad though if you keep saying that. So.
Oh, like sad, like boys? Would you say?
I mean, I think they're all boys. They might be men, but you
I don't know.
sad boys a little better at
Maybe boys self-proclaimed. You know what I'm saying?
self-proclaimed.
They're being humble.
Yeah. Boys being boys. Yeah. All right, so we're back. We see spec training and timeless. Yeah. How do you feel about this? We see some IME ban. We see X ban.
Well, I see that OT got Vice.
Yeah.
And that Vice character a little good on spec start.
Yeah.
Hungry Boy is also definitely the one piloting it. Wait, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Joker. I think Joker Estelle here.
Oh wait, they're double midfielding it.
Yeah.
That's
So
very interesting.
they actually just came off of that comp against oncoming traffic. And they had a pretty handy win on Night Market as well. Obviously, the start's a little different here, but I don't think Vice is complaining about spec trading.
Oh, definitely not. Looks like they're going to be playing, I guess, pretty heavy into damage, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I was going to say, maybe Dubu forward. I was going to get excited.
No, I mean,
no.
it's as planned as last game. And against them, we see I3Z and the Fool playing the little more standard comp with a normal brawler, with an era. You know, we see how it goes. So, yeah. Tell me a little bit more about these comps going on.
Well, honestly, I'm not entirely sure what they're cooking up with the double midfield on Night Market specifically. It's not a crazy damage start, at least for like Estelle. Like obviously, with the Vice spec training is going to be fantastic. But I assume they're going to try and go for a damage-based game plan. You know, try and maybe get and then run some good offense, like good pass offense. I'm not entirely sure if I'm reading that properly, but. You know, who knows? I feel like I know Hungry Boy pretty well. That's probably what he's going for.
Yeah, I mean, this Vice is doing mega amounts of damage. 3Z immediately has to burn that flip to respect. But to be fair, it is Soon Polar Cortex who has the one barrier left, the Fool doing his best to hold on to it, and even gets the second flip out of Hungry Boy this time. Luke still holding on to the flip, a threatening Maelstrom, but it's going to be pretty good so far. And the Joker, there you go, equalizing the barrier count for overtime. And the Fool is there in position. The Joker threatening with that Estelle in the midfield, just complete control of that Night Market gates, but not if Breezy collapses just like that. Luke has to use the Token Fortress, but the Flame Flurry is going to hold a wonky angle. Isn't able to get the gates. Joker going to contest the Fool there, but the Astral Projection enough to save the goal for now. The Fool holding on to flip. Both goalies actually have flips, so we might see a few more sequences. We might get a long game here. A weird off of that, but there we go. That's what the Fool was holding on to that flip all this time for Breezy. Trying to set up for a dash punch, but the core is going a little too fast in overtime here, Alex.
It's getting a little scary, and Era not known for being like able to respond very quickly. Can't just teleport onto the core.
That makes sense. Yeah, Joker just rose warping right there, just threatening like that. A has to just kind of walk. I mean, he can walk a little faster though with that secondary, which is exactly what they're gonna do. But the Crystal Thorns coming out from the Joker. Great start for overtime.
Yeah.
I mean, it's working. What do you say about this double midfield now?
Yeah, I mean, clearly we're up a point right now. It can't be that bad. It probably plays pretty well into the Julie as well, something I've been pondering here. You don't really have to get super close to the core to be threatened to be like KO'd by Dash Punch. You just hang out.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, and Vice also plays fantastic into Julie as well with the spec training. You know, you read a Dash Punch, Julie's the one who perishes, not you.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, Vice immediately online round 1. I mean, that's pretty crazy. I mean, and Luke just jumping in there with the core flip. Unfortunately, the core does slip through, and now 3Z and A just in position with the Night Market gates. But Joker this time is going to get it. The Fool does give him the old run around and an actual projection coming out. The Fool is the one with the core flip now, but Luke is just coming up trying to set up with his double midfield comp here. The gates were open. Hungry Boy takes it. A in control though, make sure that the rotations aren't as easy, and doesn't have a teleport, but Era does move mighty fast, and if anyone can pilot Era, this is going to be a master class here. Gates are up. A is going to take it. Luke just hopefully fortressing out just for safe measure. Rose Warp onto A, who answers back with a primary of their own. But yeah, this double midfield comp controlling from overtime coming out as the core goes faster. We're going to be in a long match, it looks like, Alex.
Oh yeah, melee goalies. You know what I'm saying? Great
Yeah.
defense. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of long games today. And it's kind of a wonder that you're still hungry for more. I'd be pretty full, but there you go with a nice dash punch coming out. Luke did also use his flip, so this is the Fool potentially able to just turn the core with a speedy rotation, and 3Z Breezy trying to position with A, even gets Night Market gaze, but the Joker once again sniping it from the Fool, who wasn't able to react.
What a find too.
Yeah, great find there. I mean, it's definitely have to adjust here. Soon Portal Cortex, I'm not sure how much experience they have with double midfields this tournament, but it looks like they're going to need to adjust a little bit. What kind of things do you think they can do, Alex?
It's going to be tough. I mean, definitely keeping it towards that pocket and really trying to force that like Julie pressure for dash punch, and playing around the fact that their team, like if they wide clear it, there's going to be a lot of projectiles coming their way. The Crystal Thorns, the Power Cord, who knows what else.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, like Joker just wonderful dribble off the top corner into the piercing shot, and yeah, they're going to have to adjust fast. They're going to have to isolate these midfielders one by one and take them out, keep the core in the corner like you said. But for now, we see Joker rewarded with an amazing set of awakenings here at the start.
Oh god, what have you just done?
Uh,
We're blind. Stream, we're blind.
Yeah, we're back.
We're back. I can
Okay.
see again.
So I can't hold tab. We're good. Estelle does pick up hot shot over primetime. Vice gets a primetime now. I mean, can you tell us about any key awakenings in this draft, Alex?
1-2 is gone.
1-2
That
is
is a
gone.
big deal.
You'll
But
get 1-2.
oh, not going for a rush on the Julie here. Very interesting. I thought that'd be like almost like a no-brainer. Try and scale later into the game. Maybe get a little bit of power behind it. But maybe just thinking that the dash punch isn't gonna come out here with the ranged presence of the double midfield.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's just like you said, right? They don't have to get as close. And oh, what a great find from 3Z. He's going to pay for that with his life, though. Hungry Boy is angry. And now the barrier count is equalized once again. A trying to stay in between, cut the passes. They do, but the gates. Hungry Boy gives them the juke. And the piercing shot from the Joker gets between A and the Fool. And now it's Luke with the hot dog with the Tofu Fortress coming up. Hungry Boy gets the gates once again. And A, the Maelstrom goes awry. Great back pass to the Fool, though. I mean, you can see how much in sync Soon Polar Cortex is. And now both teams have the gate open. 3Z dashes in, but Luke counters with the log. A looking mighty low, but the Fool is going to heal him right back up. And both teams are really wanting to win this, but right now it looks like A kind of getting beaten around, and they're getting out-brawled by the double midfield comp. But this Maelstrom might change things. Hungry Boy and the Joker waited out. They have a lot of energy and contesting the orb there. And now Hungry Boy was using the flip in the corner. The Fool able to answer with an expanse of his own, and a nice strike shot attempt. And A is covering, but the Crystal Thorns once again. The Joker has an answer for everything.
And that's that wide play I was talking about. If we can just go around the Fool, that expanse doesn't really matter very much, does it?
Yeah, it's crazy, and yeah, like 3Z hasn't been able to find the KOs on Night Market. I mean, Julie traditionally a very feared brawler here, but Hungry Boy and the Joker just running around this Julie right now. And once again, we see a lot of damage hopped on. 3Z did pick up an orb though, and 3Z is with a core flip, so we might pressure Luke into a reaction here. There we go, immediately the core flip kind of coming out, but the Fool
nice barrier.
Once again, yeah, great barrier find from the Joker with the Crystal Thorns again. I am going to be so scared once the Joker gets some cooldowns up. Hungry Boy defending, but there we go, 3Z, he saved this core flip for this time, and a wonderful dash punch follow-up once again, an open net from both sides. This game is super close, and the Fool just core flipping it over, but the double midfield just holding it down, just keeping the pressure on Soon Polar Cortex, and nice block from 3Z into Crystal Thorns, just lets the Fool get the strike war win. And A trying to rotate up. The Maelstrom, I think, is going down. Yeah, and once again,
just the battlefield for Era. It keeps changing, and what she can't commit to a direction with a Maelstrom right now. The full and A doing a wonderful job holding even weights out that piercing shot. Great patience, but Luke just doing a lot of, but there we go. 3Z punching it through with a dash punch, and finally we see some signs of life from Soon Polar Cortex.
What a great showing from him that point, too. It's so hard to flip so close to one barrier and still maintain position to get the second without a little bit of team play, and he did it all himself. He was crawling in that corner.
Yeah, I mean, the quality of the teams at Reach the Summit has been very high, and that was almost a great save by the full. Unfortunately, does lose the barrier. Nice lineup from the Joker into Hungry Boy Supernova. A is close to a flip. Luke is there. Expanse immediately comes out. Great respect from the full, and that's going to let them keep control. A immediately knocked off the field. The full read it, but it's just a little bit too late. But the Astral Projection, though, is going to be amazing. But now it's going to be a power play situation for this double midfield overtime comp. The Joker is low with no matter, and the Power Core almost gets it, but the full reacts just in time. 3Z once again almost at energy. He's gonna use up some abilities, get that now, and I think he's just 1 or 2 strikes away from getting it. A really wants to link it to 3Z. 3Z wants to feed it to that Juliet, and Mindful not out clearing from the full, just wants to punch it through, and they certainly do have the skills to do it. A lining it up, but the piercing shot is going to get it out. A nice dash in, and that Supernova is going to hurt 3Z quite a bit, and now Crystal Thorns threatening the life of 3Z Breezy. Luke is going to just save his flip, let Juliet live, but this does mean that 3Z is going to be still out of action. There we go. He's going it. He wiggles out of the log, and once again trying to use the Night Market Gates to dodge everything and get into a better position. He's all healed up now. The full wonderful out clear this time, and the Tofu 3Z was mindful of it, and he does like a top diagonal pass instead of just going straight ahead. But once again, it's overtime. Once again, we're in, and the barrier. It's slipping, Alex. We're seeing some chinks into armor, but not like that. Joker's Crystal Thorns.
These Crystal Thorns have been scoring. Like, barriers, goals, anything you want. And unfortunately, the full had flip. This is the second time the core has slid right past him. Not ready, not willing to burn that meter.
Yeah, I mean, how is this Crystal Thorns mechanic working? Why is the full losing so many strike wars against this?
I'm honestly not sure. I actually do have a theory. He might not be used to playing on such low ping. That he might be striking preemptively, as opposed to if he was playing like some nice little solo queue, little competitive on like 60.
Okay.
I could see myself doing the exact same thing. In fact, when I was playing Rune just a little bit earlier, I would pillar too early because I'm used to having to, like predict a little bit harder just with that on that 60 ping. So that could be what's going on here.
That is a wild theory, and I'm here for it, Alex, because 3Z just got a great pick onto Hungry Boy, and this is exactly what Soon Polar Cortex needs to pile on pressure onto Luke. He might need to burn flip here. Great rotation, has to burn flip, and A coming in, trying to team up with 3Z Breezy, but the power play does end here. Hungry Boy is back with a vengeance. Look at that Thunderstruck, forcing A to use his evade, and now it's against a spec training bias. That's a really scary moment for Era. Even there, Joker coming in with the piercing shot, just sniping.
Oh my, he
like
finds
the
it.
Greatest stealth. And oh my gosh, finds a route around the expanse. The full has a giant expanse thanks to the timeless, but still they find a way around, and this is some masterful control here from Overtime. And once again, we see Overtime. We're going fast, and with Joker coming in, Rose Warp, the
Nice
full.
flip.
Yeah, great flip from the full here, but we have double core flip situation here from Overtime. Hungry Boy uses one immediately. I think respecting 3Z's dash punch here, but oh my gosh, a follow-up from the Joker gets the Era off the field here. I mean, Alex, they just need to come back, but Era just continues to get shot.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't really have a lot of ways of indirectly interacting with the core. That Arrow Beam is better spent potentially shrinking other targets, but there's no brawler target here either.
Yeah, who do you shrink?
Hey, frankly, oh! Wow. I mean, disastrous.
That was unfortunate. The momentum just stopped on its tracks. Obviously, the game, though, the round itself, like every point, it seems like Overtime has a real handle on it, though. So it's really up to Soon Polar Cortex to make the most out of this, because they got a huge break just now. 3Z coming in with the Flame Flurry, and he also has the core flip. The Joker does use the Crystal Thorns, but that Hungry Boy's power chord actually gets that core away from him, and the full has to burn an expanse, but also loses a barrier, so barrier count is equalized. A trying to rotate around with the Night Market Gates, and there we go, great flip from 3Z. Angle slightly too far down though, and Luke doesn't die. Oh, and there we go, the full great save onto A. 3Z and A both have really low energy, but no matter.
Luke, resources.
Yeah, low on resources, but gets the barrier. Luke is almost at core flip, and it's gonna be really scary. Joker looks for a snipe, fails, so that's Estelle out of gas in the tank. Hot Dog comes back just in time for Luke, and I think Luke is going to get, nice immediate core flip, but 3Z punches it through, and there we go. They get the chance they've been given, and they make the most of it.
Absolutely, and what a comeback. It was looking a little grim in the early half of that set.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy, and you can hear the fans of Soon Polar Cortex going wild in the background as we see 3Z. Maybe this is any of these awakenings a big break that he needs?
Potentially some stagger might be helpful here. I respect the extra special. I just realized the denial. Definitely still looking very good for Era potentially down the line here. We're going to see the Estelle pick up the quick strike, which I've been a big fan this LAN, especially when you're on 20 ping. The strikes feel really good. Having them more often, I'm on board. And there's the for Era as expected.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, do you think any team got an edge on this draft? Because we were seeing Missile Pro Vice, but we also got Peak Era.
I think seeing extra special go away here to Soon Polar is really reassuring for them. They're not going to have to deal with that spec training Vice every point.
Yeah, absolutely. So we see Siege Machine on the Atlas as well, and maybe the Fool can use that to, buff his astral projections a little bit. Misses the strike shot, but in there in time. And what a roll from Luke. But A just coming in and poking the second barrier down. Joker coming in, though. Great expanse, preemptive use of the expanse, but it looks like there's a lot of pressure on this barrier, but they hold. The Thunderstruck actually not quite in sync, but another hold. There we go. The Fool's adjusting to the ping potentially, and now wins against the Crystal Thorns time and time again. 3Z coming in.
Oh my goodness, here they come.
Kills Luke, gets the goal. Soon Polar Cortex coming back.
It's so scary when they're that close together and they're coming at super speed. There's only so much you can do, and look at that specialized training plus extra special. He's already got it back. 3Z's ready to swing again.
Yeah, it's, they're piling on the momentum here. A great shrink into the Maelstrom. Finally, the core is kind of being kept in a corner, and they're rotating on their own terms when the gate's up, when they're ready to use it. And a great follow-up from 3Z, keeping the Joker low, keeping him honest. He's rotating around the gates, but the action's a little too far right now, and the projection just buffeting him away. And there we go. Soon Polar Cortex have found the break. 3Z has core flip. Hungry Boy answering back. He has his own core flip as well off of that power core. Joker looking dangerously low, though, and he's just getting buffeted away. And once 3Z gets that Flame Flurry, it's going to be easy to find to confirm. Joker does come back, gets the orb, though. Yeah, and here they come. Hungry Boy just setting up, trying to make space for his team. 3Z coming in with the Flame Flurry. No on the flip trigger, though. And nice save from Luke.
Oh, Maelstrom setup.
Yeah, the Maelstrom setup with the donuts. Gets it away, does Hungry Boy, and a great usage of the power core. 3Z does use that flip for a kill. Power play denied on the side of overtime, and this is not how they want these sets to be going. They want to maintain that early lead and try to get away with it. But right now, A is just poking. 3Z gets the gates coming in, rotation, but the Joker's back. Power play is ended. A just controlling the Night Market gates. Great wait by the Fool, who has a flip as well. And now the core, once again, such speed. Luke is holding everything, though, but a miss on the corner means that 3Z will find it. And soon Polar Cortex, suddenly, they made some kind of change, Alex. I don't know what's going on.
I mean, the momentum's just swinging in their favor. I want to see overtime answer back sooner. This could be a graphic next set.
Yeah, it's I feel like is a Brawler era comp better in this? Oh my goodness, double barrier. And we might see a quick second set, gets it into
oh my
Tobu.
Goodness,
It's a great hold from Tobu's gonna stay there.
Tragic.
Timeless Creator biting him is a double-edged sword there.
His own worst enemy.
My goodness, Soon Polar Cortex has some fans in the crowd right now.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's
look
Surplus, but
yeah.
Look at these awakenings here.
Surplus may be carrying it all by himself right now.
Yeah.
A lot of size to pick from here. Interested if we'll see bulk up or we'll go for size with the Mighty Colossus. Yep, Mighty Colossus with size. Stagger Swagger would be a pretty decent pickup for the Era as well. Just gets to ignore all this range damage, and look at that. I'm going to be honest, I think this is a nightmare draft for overtime. I'm not seeing any super strong awakenings that they're going to be able to pick up for themselves. Maybe a little bit of like Mayor action we could get later on. Not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, that does look like a really strong pickup from Soon Polar Cortex. I mean, A has been ruling the midfield for the past set, and it looks like he might continue that dominance. Me Tofu just coming out from Luke. 3Z trying to get in on the action, but the core is pushing away. Hungry Boy, great push onto A, but he is going to get that orb and come back straight back into the action. A great rotation from the Joker, followed up by Hungry Boy's Thunderstruck, and it looks like they're going to switch places just now, but the Fool uses the protection, and dashes collide, but it looks like Soon Polar Cortex is going to come out victorious here. Barrier down, 3Z, great rotation, great find, and the Joker looking dangerously low. He has no evade, and A is just going to beam him. He's slow now, and 3Z almost has core flip now. Hungry Boy just getting in between. Great flying from Hungry Boy as well, but the Joker getting buffeted by the expanse. This is looking really scary, and now, oh, he was so close to death. He was seeing his relatives or something, but then 3Z finds the core flip. Great dash in from Luke. Luke is going to get a core flip potentially, and he has it. There we go. And the Joker trying to run away, trying to buy time, trying to buy space. Hungry Boy finds that space, sorely needed, and the full core flip just for good measure. But now overtime isn't going to let them get away with it that easily. Has to dodge, but the supernova from Hungry Boy.
Beautiful stuff. And I mean, I'll be honest, even though they managed to pick up the point there, the pressure's been suffocating on the other side. Such speed, such KO from the Julie. And even the Atlas great on defense. It just seems like there's no great answer.
Yeah, it looked really rough there for a bit, but they did find the points, and that's what matters. Because Soon Polar Cortex, that's what happened to them just last set, right? God-given, point, and then they just ran away with it. Luke here with the only core flip in the lobby, opting to just wait it out, using the Tofu Fortress in the midfield, giving their double midfield some time to move forward. And Hungry Boy, there we go, Night Market Gates rotated, immediately slowed by A though, and 3Z, what a dash punch find, and A is going to be right there, but not if the Joker has anything to say about that. But the Bull has some amazing holds and uses the expanse now into Night Market Gate contestant. 3Z Breezy wins once again the Thunderstruck. Not quite in time, but now Hungry Boy is setting up there, and they have to respect it. If there's one thing they have to respect in this lobby, it's going to be that Vice Supernova here. Crystal Thorns goes right from the Joker. Hungry Boy and Luke trying to clear it out and retake control, and there we go, dashing in, and a piercing shot, nice, but the Bull does dodge the core, so it's not both players hit situation. Maelstrom coming out, but we see the Tofu Fortress just to answer it, and masterful defense on both teams right now as they hold on for dear life on their last barrier. 3Z beating out the core flip out of the Joker using his Flame Flurry. But once again, we reach overtime, and a dash from 3Z Breezy. It's the promised land here from Soon Polar Cortex. The core goes fast, and they can buffet it through. Missed Astral Projection, but the Bull gets it still. What a great goalie. A power play, though, on the side of overtime. This means the Joker can set up great expanse, full size. Going to last a long time. 3Z with the core flip has plenty of time to stall. 4 seconds, it comes back. A is going to come back, and it's going to be power point ended. But Hungry Boy keeps it in, wins the strike, uses a flip, setting up with the Joker, but great Maelstrom from A just denies any momentum, and 3Z coming in, forcing Luke to use his Tofu Fortress, and the Night Market Gates once again win. The Bull biding some time, using Astral Projection. It's overtime, so the core goes so fast on these, and what a wonderful read dash from Luke, coming in with the energy, and nice rotation around the expanse as well. And the Bull is looking low, but the Maelstrom's going to carry it all the way back. Luke just trying to not die, hold his core flip, because it's going to be so important now. Hungry Boy and the Joker both playing defense just to make sure that the President Dubu is safe and can hold the core flip. Hungry Boy rolling, Luke rolling into 3Z Breezy, going to heal right back up with the Atlas though, and 3Z trying to get in the nice spine. Luke rotates it around, and we're trying to see, and finally the second barrier falls, and it looks like a dangerous time for both teams now. 3Z can't just, another bounce off the Tofu Fortress. It was calculated. Luke finally uses that core flip he's been holding on for so long, and it's such a crucial time. 3Z, nice corner offense, but the core's going a little too fast. A nice rotate through the Night Market Gates, but Hungry Boy was there with their Thunderstruck, and the Joker rose warping through, and finally the Crystal Thorns find their mark.
Wow, what a point. I will also say that that's like the type you want to see in a situation like this. Both melee goalies really holding for a long time. A nice little overtime presence for both teams. And frankly, I think that should theoretically favor Soon Polar here, considering that some of the abilities of some of the abilities of overtime have a little bit more wind up to them. But as I say that, they don't want to play overtime. They just want this over with.
Yeah, if we're losing in overtime, guys, we just win. We'll get Hungry Boy in there. We'll get him using that Supernova, and we see heavy impact Vice immediately hovered over, and this is going to look pretty rough. But what does the options look like here for Soon Polar as well?
Well, let's see. I think definitely a Spark. Well, it's hard to deny both Sparks from the Dubu here, especially after the Twin Drive Atlas. There's no way to deny it. I wonder if you're going to take one away. No, you're just going to opt to take the CTL from Era. Not going to be a lot for Julie at the end here. Just probably like unstoppable, unfortunately. And frankly speaking, that was a stellar draft for overtime. I think that Soon Polar is going to have a lot harder time at this point.
Yeah, one thing that I want to ask you about, Alex, is that Era did not take Monumentalist there. Is it just because there's a timeless creator pick already?
That may very well be the case. I also just think it was probably just a little bit scared to see Dubu with such low cooldowns. Probably already having a little bit of a hard time scoring, and keeping it on their side. They want to make sure that they can take advantage of that window that they have, where Dubu just doesn't have an ability to just shut them down.
I see, yeah, and yeah, I mean, A has been doing great with the size of Mindstorm, and great back pass into the full, who does get it out. 3Z using the Flame Flurry right back, getting it right back into the action, but the Luke holds, and it's been an amazing rotation out from Hungry Boy, gets it and passes it, and the Joker uses his Crystal Thorns, messes up the full a little bit, and now they get their own barrier, the Maelstrom pushing through, and 3Z rotating through the Night Market gates, and the Token Board is coming out. A loses a Strike Ward, though, against the Hungry Boy, and great piercing shot from the Joker. Oh, but amazing Supernova from Hungry Boy, gets a pick, and now it's Overtime's turn to wreak havoc on the backlines. The Fool and A holding wonderfully, getting such maximum value, but the piercing shot, everyone just lined up, and it's gonna be Overtime that comes out ahead.
And that's the core flip classic. We flip it, we wait for it to just barely expire, and then slowly cruise it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing how much brawling that this double midfield comp has been doing here. And, oh, the Joker even dodging 3Z's nice little dash punch there. Great look, but the Joker is there. Nice piercing shot to stun, but doesn't get the barrier off of it. Luke is just walking up all the way, believing in Hungry Boy to get the rear, and 3Z is stuck. 3Z is stuck.
Oh my goodness.
And Atlas saves 3Z. And Luke's log does go awry, and Hungry Boy, nice Supernova once again, and this fight seems to have cooldowns for days, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show you that it would be really bad news if that CD Spark had managed to make it all the way to Luke. It would have been more cooldowns all around, not even just the hamster.
Yeah, Luke is playing so confident right now, just taking the Night Market gates, rolling on the members of Zoom Polar Cortex and Joker and 3Z, just having a little tussle at the top, and a great push from A. Luke saves the popsicle bounce. It was a little weird, but there we go. A great redirect from the Joker, but equally answering with the Astral Projection, and once again, 3Z getting sent halfway across the map by Hungry Boy, and Luke is just sharking around. If you get there, it's gonna... Oh, the Rose Warp, though. Wow, 3Z is just out of play, and Overtime, they're looking to get away with it. They're on match point.
Yeah, very scary stuff. Energy economy looks in their favor as well. Luke, the only one who's looking a little bit frail there, but if they just run this point really quick, I'm not going to have to worry.
I mean, did you see that strike shot from the Fool? The Fool is on top of it, but even so, yeah, Hungry Boy and Joker getting it through. A just healed back up, and this could be the break that they need because A did get the Night Market gate rotation. 3Z does lose a Strike War. It wasn't 1v2 though, to be fair, and this is such a hard way to rotate, but A does find that angle, gets it around the secondary of the Vice, but Joker has core flip now. A just barely has an evade. And nice rotate, nice punch from 3Z. 3Z and A trying to keep it in this corner that they desperately need to do. But once again, the core slips through. The Fool even uses their strike shot, but it was going to be rough. Great expanse from the Fool. I mean, the Fool has been wonderful defense, but the Joker is just finding these slight, tight angles, and now is looking to see an OT victory here as we see the Fool, the backline gone, and Joker gets it around A. And Overtime, I'm so impressed right now. This was Zoom Polar Cortex's map choice.
Oh yeah, and unfortunately, their Demon Deus, I've heard myths. So, unfortunately, the Fool with great defense, but you can't defend if you're not alive, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, just major props to all the players here. I do want to say, I mean, look, the Fool had 121 saves. Like, he was getting shot halfway across the map, right on top, but he's been holding on like a champ. Unfortunately, not quite there. But, I mean, yeah, double midfield comp, it's working out, Alex.
It really is, and frankly, I think that it did its job, too. You see that Zoro had to save so much, or the Fool, forgive me. He had to save so much, and that's the power of the double midfield. The core control was just so in their favor throughout the entire game, and the damage, too. They get so much passive chip damage as they try and struggle against that midfield presence.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, wonderful plays once again coming in from Overtime. They're really showing that double midfield pressure. Next map is actually Overtime's pick, but this is Demon Days. And I don't think we're going to see double midfield. Surely not on Demon Days, right?
I mean, it's possible. I mean, if the other team's going to build another team composition around Era, I think we could actually see a double midfield again. Frankly, I think that might be the original reason why they picked it. I know that Joker doesn't enjoy being shrunk perma, so I'm kind of right there with him. In fact, I'm more of the person who likes doing the shrinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen Joker have some impressive plays with Asher tonight, and I bet yeah, if A just picked Era, he was gonna perma shrink Joker, and you don't want to be an Asher brawler when you got an arrow right on your tail. So
Yeah,
yeah,
Asher and X, they're not big fans.
yeah, but they did. I will say they did almost completely erase A from that moment here, and
That's gonna be a violent game we're about to watch.
yeah, I mean. A return of the Vice, surely it's going to be a ban, right? But the Soon Polar Cortex has blue team.
I mean, if Vice goes, I mean, probably Finny
Luna.
goes as well. I think you might have to let Luna through here, if you want my honest opinion. You definitely don't want Finny,
Okay.
I think. And
Not
I
on
definitely-
DD.
Yeah, probably not on DD. The other tricky part is if you're a damage goalie, you're
Right.
not going to do very well against Finny special.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah,
not.
yeah,
Luna
absolutely
Luna
not.
can handle it though. I think Luna could be a valid pick for the net too. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, A has been trying to make Arrow work. He has been trying to make Arrow work. He has made it work a few times, but I think we're gonna have to see him on some kind of damage at least this time, surely, right? I mean, heavy impact Arrow is okay, but
Yeah, I think it'd be a foolish decision at this point, with both of these awakenings being as strong as they are, to not partake in at least utilizing a little bit of it, the
Yeah.
damage end perhaps.
yeah, for sure. I mean, both teams surely have a lot on their minds right now. But what do you think is going to be a pick? Let's say assuming pick one is going to be the Luna, right? What does red team have to answer?
That's a very good question. This is honestly a disastrous brawler start. I think you probably have to go. Maybe you're looking for Juliet, right? Uses the heavy impact pretty well here. Potentially, maybe even X. Like you could
X?
use a little bit of the impact, right?
What
And
about
it's
Zentaro?
Zentaro, that's true, but I almost expected to see it be taken away with a ban too as well.
Both Finny and Luna live.
Yeah, at this point, I'm very curious. Yeah, Zentaro could be a good option. When there's a lot of damage flying around, though, that could be pretty scary.
Yeah,
He's not known for having some meat on his bones, unfortunately. Low
absolutely.
stagger pool.
I mean,
I can't really make any predictions until I see the first pick here. I imagine that OT might want the Finny. I know Luke was playing some Finny on this map earlier, I believe.
Luna picked up by Soon Polar Cortex, but this wasn't an immediate pickup as opposed to OT taking Finny and Aimi just like that. They were waiting. Whatever's left, we're going to take it. And so
I
there we
believe
go.
that's going to be the 3Z on the Luna as well, knowing him. I think he's a really big fan. They could obviously just pick up Zentaro and throw him on it, but I have a feeling he wants that for himself. He wants his highlight reel.
Yeah, Zentaro did slip through, and Zentaro heavy impact is dangerous. So we're seeing a little bit of deliberation. We see the Drakkar actually,
Oh my goodness.
and Rasmus. No Zentaro to be seen, but it could be Zentaro here. So it could be Zentaro, Aimi, Finny,
oh, there's the
Juliet.
Juliet.
from overtime.
Yeah, I think that's a solid lineup. I'm a big fan. I really like Drakkar on this map. I think he's really great at taking the initial two barriers.
Right.
The only issue is everything after that. He's not really he doesn't have a great presence once the barriers drop and the map really opens up. I think that Luna, on the other hand, has great wide clear coverage, so perhaps potentially like a really good composition being built here. And the Rasmus with a nice backbone there, a little bit
Yeah.
of hit stun.
Always nice to have a Rasmus.
Absolutely.
I do think this might be a game of surviving against Aimi and Finny though, and it could potentially be really disastrous if they get into stagger. Juliet has a really nice confirm right with the
Yeah.
flame flurry.
Absolutely.
So-
Something that Vaughn and I have mentioned in the past is that Drakkar gets bullied really bad by range damage.
Right.
And he, again, is another character that doesn't have like great opportunities to not like interact with the core and still have impact. He has to be close, and he unfortunately gets hit quite a bit when he does. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Drakkar weaves in and out of all this damage and sees if he can get like good value and survive in the meantime. So
Right. Does this Drakkar midfield or?
I actually, yes. Okay,
Yeah, it looks like it is. Yeah.
I was making a lot of assumptions, but I assume that we wouldn't see Erasmus midfield. I hope not, at least.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It is a 3Z Luna, and great start from the Drakkar as well, just getting it through Luke. And Luke and the Fool both have been some impenetrable walls here, and it's DD, so there's a lot of damage going out, especially with heavy impact Deadeye start. But yeah, and great damage. I use A immediately using his level 2 skill, his spike, But unfortunately, both the Joker and Hungry Boy are going to just kind of heal back and answer back with their barrier of their own. And now Hungry Boy, IME turret as well, but also equally as well answered by Soonpolar Cortex and a dash punch from the Joker. But 3Z just sniping the core, and that's going to be what gets the point.
Yeah, and you know he loves this Luna. You know he's confident, and you see those pummelers. He's looking to get violent, too.
Oh, you're right.
He's not looking for that Mag Souls 4 control. Miss me with that. I'm trying to hurt people.
Yeah, they're returning the damage back here. And Luke is also just walking up so confident with the Fini. I mean, it's a lot of gumption, a lot of bravery showing for both teams, but the Fool is going to take advantage of that. Nice pendulum swing going in, getting it around the Joker. And IME, though, just coming in with the glitch pop. Nice cyber swap with the turret coming up, but A just gets it out so easily, seemingly. And Luke and Hungry Boy on the back foot as 3Z just looking for another snipe, another missile, another nuke potentially, and almost getting it out with the pummelers, but the Fool reacts wonderfully and even denies the Juliet. The orb, A, just popped from downtown, and there we go, the kill confirm from the Joker. I mean, the Joker and Hungry Boy looking really low, who uses a flip to create a lot of that space, and Hungry Boy looking a little low. He's going to get that orb, though, and 3Z, unfortunately, wasn't able to get him in time to pull with the core flip, though. He's going to able to save it, but not like that. What a great find off of the IME turret as well. And the A is back, so the power play has ended, and yeah, Soonpolar Cortex looking really good at the start right now.
Absolutely. A lot of damage being flung around, but no decisive points scored on either side. Unfortunately, it looks like overtime is looking like a little worse for wear with their barrier down, and Joker's not looking healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Fool can constantly just punch this Juliet with the whiplash, with the pendulum swing, with the hooks just like that. And the Joker, if he gets too close to the Fool right now at this moment, yeah, he has to respect the core flip here, but does get a kill confirm onto 3Z Breezy's Luna, who just silently is dying on the other side of the field. And I feel like that's what's going to happen a lot this map, just both teams forwards just dying silently across the field and somehow finding confirms. But yeah, the Joker and Hungry Boy passing back between each other, buying time for Joker to get his health up, and finally can contest that Rasmus hook. And great dash punch immediately, and even wary, and a great redirect from the Joker around the Fool.
Beautiful stuff right there. And it's very interesting. I really thought the Joker was going to be perishing at some point, pretty late into that point, but managed to actually find the KO himself.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy how long the Joker lived, and even was able to serve a critical piece of Overtime's plan there. And unfortunately doesn't line up the core with the Flame Flurry. I think that might have been A's sneaky doing. A nice pull from the Fool, trying to confirm the Joker, but it paid. A is there acting wonderfully as the second goalie. 3Z looking low once again, has to wiggle out. Hungry Boy's cyber swipe clutches, but Joker punching the Fool, and now barrier open for Overtime. The Joker's looking mighty low though. The 3Z wonderful wiggling. Every ounce of damage is potentially life-threatening here for this Luna until some kind of Stagger Awakening's out at least. But for now, it's full punches thrown. Luke's walking up now. Big finish coming up. Core flip ready. Hungry Boy also core flip ready. Just a cyber swipe is all they need with this core flip. Just a glitch pop with the Joker's Flame Flurry is all they need. But the Fool just dodging, expert evade. Cyber swipe. Hungry Boy thought a little bit about the core flip. And 3Z, a slight off angle, I believe, didn't get the core in behind the barrier, but the Fool and a wonderful defense until the Joker punches it through. Overtime take the lead.
Wow, and it looks like the energy economy is, again, in Overtime's favor. They're looking really good right now. And this is not a team I want to see scale, actually, if I'm Soonpolar. One of those creations could be really, really, really bad for them. A Monu Finny, maybe even a Timeless IME. Why not both?
Yeah, why not both? And I think I just saw a sneak peek of how 3Z was just dying secretly. He was just getting just few abilities, and immediately that Luna's gone. 3Z very bravely fighting against the brawler that is Joker here, but has to still get out of harm's way. Sniping Joker with a missile isn't gonna do damage. He needs to really survive. Nice dodge, but the Fool does lose the barrier while that is all going on. And Luke just walking up so confident. Great special from A is gonna get the core around, and 3Z great stun onto Luke, and he can do some damage of their own. But right now, damage answered, and there you go, barrier count answered from Soonpolar Cortex, and nice core flip. 3Z unfortunately losing the strike war. The Joker wasn't pulled into Oblivion. The core instead was in control, and nice glitch pop awareness from the Fool, trying to get around with a big finish with Joker dash punch, but the Fool wins. But the core flip though, the Joker just gets it through, and Overtime leading.
Absolutely. And you got to hope they get some stagger on the board here, because I think there's some more damage coming.
There's a lot of damage coming, and right now it's the Joker show. Yeah, Monu timeless.
Remember that one time when I mentioned those like 2 really funny awakenings?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're real funny when they're on screen together.
Yeah, I mean, they're funny when you're not on the receiving side of it, you know.
I wonder if he's going to wait to not pick any of the creations to try and give one to his Finny. I think he is.
Yeah.
And they're going to get exactly what they want.
Both creations go Drakkar off sort of aerials instead.
I'm going to be honest with you. That might be one of the worst drafts I've ever seen.
In terms of someone made a mistake, or in terms of just like, look at all these
I think I would have denied one of the creations. I don't think aerials was that big of a deal, frankly. Clearly going to get some use out of it instantly here, but I have a feeling that this is not going to be fun for the Fool. He's going to be looking foolish.
This is not fun. Oh, 3's a great bind, though.
That's
and
Super Surge,
yeah,
right?
it's coming out. I mean, if anyone got super strong here, it is Breezy Breezy with that Super Surge. Luna is supposed to be reckoned with. Immediately gets the barrier open on that power play. A has to be running around, though, because he is looking mighty low. Great pendulum swing from the Fool, as well as the hook. And oh! Through the Monumentalist beneath, a little bit of a oopsie from Luke, but Zoom Polar Cortex, again, that's the break they need.
Absolutely. He looking just like me out there on the Finny. I just can't help myself.
Oh, diamond moment. Yeah, okay, hungry boy. That's how it is. And you know, that's how it is. And the Joker, nice strike wars, but they get it through the Aimi turret, and A is gonna get kill confirmed here. 3Z nice dash in though. Looking a little more confident on the Luna, honestly, with the Super Surge pickup, but that's not enough to stop them. Nice nuke coming down, and they do have double core flip on the side of the pool, and 3Z, that Monumentalist Benito looking mighty scary as we see Rasmus taking the place. 3Z just has to use their core flip and boost out of there. Does get Hungry Boy on the upside though, and Joker is kind of beating up the Fool with the help of Hungry Boy, but both forwards on overtime looking really low, and the Orb Hungry 3Z and A do get out alive. Fool looking really low though, and the Joker is going to kill confirm just like that, and Joker has core flip now, and oh, unfortunately the core goes back to the Joker, and Joker's not going to miss that. He's too good.
It's simply too easy, I think. There's so many different possibilities where he could shoot it, and A looked like he had no resources ready to answer.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, the Joker really looking strong. I was thinking, wow, the Fool's actually countering Julie really well, but the Joker's actually been beating up the Fool left and right here with the help of Hungry Boy, and nice rotation. Joker gets the first barrier of the of this point. He has low energy though, so that's something, and A is shotgunning him down. Luke is walking up to the midfield. That triple take so oppressive. Joker finds the second barrier even as he is getting pummeled. He is looking really low though, but A also looking really low, and once again it's Joker who comes out ahead, and Joker once again who gets the core for a relocation into Zoom Polar Cortex's net.
And this is looking pretty suffocating. Honestly, like, there's just so many scenarios that just don't look good for Soon right here. If you're by the wall, Julie gets so much value and pressure, and Finny can even drop the secondary by the wall to maintain core control. If you center it, there's tons of creations that could just slam it into both of your barriers. And I don't know where you take it. I guess you just pray you get the barriers early and keep them on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in Zoom Polar Cortex's comeback potential. They have good mental, and they want to win. You can see, like, they haven't given up even after that disastrous draft situation. A and the Fool just rotating really well. A getting bought time for the orbs. Joker coming in though, threatening the dash punch. A has to give up that top corner, and the Joker is going to find a core flip though. Is held by the Fool, but no matter, the core just comes back anyway. Nice defensive nuke here from 3Z Breezy. Lets the Fool heal up and beat up on the Joker, who has no evade, by the way, but both A and 3Z unable to confirm, and that huge finish coming in with the dash. Oh, but Luke holds. I mean, this guy is so good, and the Joker once again on the winning side. This man never loses somehow, and a great cyber swipe follow-up from Hungry Boy calls the Fool out, but where do you clear as the Rasmus?
All options covered, it seems. Perhaps a Soren angle was in the cards, but even then it might have reached into the net. I'm really not sure. And I don't know if I want to see them get much stronger. This is graphic. A potential dash for the Aimi, quick strikes potentially. I bet you this is a good map for it. Lots of close quarters interactions. Let's see what he goes for. Missile prop away from the Luna. I kind of like it. I like it.
Yeah, I think they're in a good enough position, right, to take it a little safer.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And honestly, I do not think Finny having quick strikes is good news for them either. Something I might have taken away if I was the Luna there.
Yeah, I mean, 3Z taking glass cannon though, it might be scary, but how often is the 3Z getting beat right now?
I mean, often enough to make me question the pick, I would say.
I see.
I think maybe if he just hangs a little wide, right, potentially gets like, a sneaky missile, sneaky dash, gonna have that power online still if he's not out of harm's way. If he is out of harm's way.
Right.
Maybe that could be the idea here. Because he definitely is playing for KOs. That was the idea of this Pummeler's pickup.
That's true.
He's not here to core control. He's here to take lives.
Yeah, 3Z does line up, does get out of harm's way quite a bit. So this glass cannon is actually building up and almost gets a goal there, but Luke and Hungry Boy, just such a tight backline here from overtime, and the full trying to get through to Joker, has to give up, and a great call out from Luke all the way from downtown, gets that triple take, and that misdirection, and now the Joker's gonna get it. What a dash punch, and it's just so rough here for Soon Polar Cortex.
And something I didn't even mention yet, Demolitionist is quite the pickup on this map as well. When one barrier falls, you usually see a second one close behind it. And that's 6 whole seconds to the Joker's kit back. And I don't really like Julie Dash Punch if I'm the fool. So
yeah, I mean, the Joker is getting the energy beat out. He is low, no evade. The full, and Joker doesn't die for free. He's not losing HP for free. He always kind of answers back with a barrier. Even if I die here, it's going to be worth it because I opened it for Hungry Boy. And Hungry Boy is going to answer back with a core flip. The Fool has to react here. He's holding it, and the Fool reacts. Great break here from Soon Polar Cortex. But the dash punch answers again by the Fool. Once again, triple take layered on, and finally a kill confirmed. Joker finally falls. But it's a power play. But what can he do? The glitch pop, the huge finish from Luke. And now Hungry Boy on defensive, he just puts a turret in their face, and 3Z, gets a kill onto Luke, and then power play continues on, but the Joker's back. Julie goalie in the box, and Hungry Boy and the Joker have to buy 3 more seconds in their arsenal, and then they're gonna find it now with this rotation. Luke is coming up from the bottom corner. Joker setting up. Great rotation from the full. 3Z finds another kill. 3Z is unlocked. This Pummelers is gonna see some value here. Huge finish. Once again, this Monumentalist is such a huge pickup from overtime, and 3Z sights up the missile. Luke just hits down the corner, wins against A, and Hungry Boy comes back to power play neutralized. Once again, 3 power plays, all blocked here from overtime, and the core's gonna go faster, but I don't know who's going to come up ahead when it's overtime right now.
My goodness, not going to find the KO right there.
There
and frankly, though, we've seen so many KOs on the side of Soon Polar Cortex at this exact point. And we haven't really seen the point.
Yeah, that's so rough right now, and it's match point here from overtime. They really haven't put the pedal off the metal, and we have to find something from Soon Polar Cortex, but I'm not sure what it's going to be, Alex.
Maybe like 8 KOs, and we might see the ball go into the net at this point. Unfortunately, I can't say I blame them either. There's so many creations to get through. The Julie's pressure of dash punch and that suffocating offense. Like, where do you go? What do you do?
Yeah, 3Z just forced to go all the way back, and the irrelevant Joker contesting the Fool's core flip there, and they can make these plays. They can do these aggressive plays because they're so far ahead. The Joker even just punching 3Z Breezy, even though they're so low, just believing in their evade and the follow up. And great redirect coming out, and the Bull is holding like a master in the master goalkeeper that he is. Luke also taking over the midfield though, and it's a power play surely for Soon Polar Cortex. But why is there so much pressure on their side of the field? And now Joker's gonna come back. They finally equalize the barrier count. Both nets are open now, and if it's the point they need to win is this one, this tournament life on the line, 3rd place and 2nd place difference, and the Full coming in, getting it to A. I mean, 3Z getting beat out by the turret, and the Joker's gonna try and kill confirm. That's good. But the glitch pop coming in, and the Joker just finishing it all.
Oh, man, what a team composition. What an awakening draft for the side of overtime. And what could they do? It didn't matter how good they were, it felt like.
No, it didn't. And Soon Polar Cortex, unfortunately, they were so close to getting into grand finals first, confirming 2nd place at the very least, but that snowball against ABAB just really got to them, and now they find themselves 3rd. I mean, very respectable. This land was stacked.
Absolutely.
But congratulations to Overtime, who we're gonna see them in grand finals against ABAB, who I believe is Dropletto, Bond, and Cardbox.
Yeah, they're working overtime right now, and it doesn't stop. They got a lot more to give. I can't wait to see a reset potentially. I mean, I said I'm a little biased, but like a reset's always good for viewership, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, when you look at the redirect count here, Alex, like it doesn't look that different, right?
No, not really.
But the score itself is so different. I'm really not sure where the difference came from here.
I mean, the creations were doing most of the work, I feel like. Once they finally got like a solid attempt, like it was really on their side, it feels like they didn't need many redirects. It was just, you can't do anything. You drop the finish special on the barrier, you drop the Imi special on the barrier, you have Joker with the dash punch to follow up off of it. Like, you don't need many redirects, right? Just need that one chance.
Yeah, that was really scary, and it's gonna be hopefully maybe not as much damage in the upcoming ones, because we've seen a lot of damage in the past 2 games.
Yeah, I don't think Soon Polar wanted to see that start either, if I'm to be honest. I think they really like their, as it's affectionately called, their kitten comps. We want to see that X era set up maybe with a Mako, or at least some variation of that with an era at the center there.
Yeah.
But you can't be picking that into that much damage.
No, definitely not. And overtime, we're gonna see more overtime and ABAB in the upcoming grand finals. So we'll be right back with some different casters. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you.
3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Reach the Summit Land in Denver, Colorado. It's been a long weekend. We've had some upsets, we've had some dark horses, but at the end, 2 teams stand. On this side, coming in on a hot streak and looking to climb the mountain, we have Overtime. With and facing them, right now standing as close to the summit as we can get, down from the heavens, the alien battling against bureaucracy with Dropletto, Hardbox, and all. The basic finalists, Vaughn, Joker, 5 lands they have competed together in. This is number 5 they have matched in the grand finals every single time. 2-2. Let us decide who will reach the summit, and as the players head to their seats and get ready to play, let's have one final cheer for each OT! And let's give it up for ABAB! Let the games begin!
Sorry, didn't see you guys there.
Yeah, when did you guys get here?
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, grand finals.
Grand finals,
Yo,
we're here.
We did it, Weston.
We did it.
We did. We played through 2 days. We made it to grand finals, and we got to the caster desk. We're
Yeah.
popping off.
We're here.
All right, no. Beams aside, Grand is going to be exciting. We got ABAB against OT. We got a great matchup here, right?
And big shout out to AJ Cannon for that intro.
Big shout out
for
to
all
AJ
the
Cannon. That was
production
very
here. It's been an awesome venue in general, and that was just even cooler than anything we've seen. And I'm super excited to see these 2 teams get into it here.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, we've seen great performances from them all around, right? And you can go from the seeding as well already, right? They were expected to do well. Overtime coming through that loser side, so they have a little bit of an uphill battle at this point to find their way into a winning position. They need to find a grand final reset to play for. But I mean, you've seen the past games they've been playing, you've seen the form they've been in, and I wouldn't put it past them. Both of these teams have been having such a great showing already, and I'm sure they're going to keep it up as we're going into an Inkies game 1 already with a monumental start and adrenaline rush. Quite polarizing, I'd say, with the Awakenings there.
Yeah, really interesting. I don't think we've seen much Inkies at all, at least on the stage games on the mainstream here. Definitely not today, I don't think, a single time. So really interested to see that it was ABAB who went for it, and I know this is a map that they practiced, and straight away they get the barrier in about 2 seconds there, so that's going to be a lot of pressure. It's going to be so volatile on this map all around. Whoever gets that first barrier and finding it that quickly is going to be big, and Cardbox with the on Hungry Boy there. All straight away, 9 seconds, we have our first goal here.
Yeah, and you want to know something funny about ABAB, actually? They've played Inkies 3 times this tournament already. They've went 9-0 each time.
Wow.
They have not been scored on in Inkies yet. So as of right now, ABAB is 28-0 on Inkies. So this is very much their map. They very much found a way to capitalize this map and play it out properly. And we'll have to see if Overtime is going to be able to match that, or if they're just going to be another victim of ABAB Inkies.
Yeah, great stat there to show the dominance. And I think you usually think about this map sort of like an Otten City where you're playing those different goalie picks, but Vaughn's just on the Atlas here, just comfortable doing what they've been doing the entire time. So we'll see if that can work out for them here. A little bit more pressure from Overtime here, potentially the chance for the first point, and there you go, right as he said, 1-28 now, and our game's all tied up.
This might be the most generational caster curse you've heard in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, obviously, I mean, it's Overtime. They've been on form. They've been playing so well, and they would be the team that is going to bring the battle to this map as well. I also want to point out, Overtime going for a rather, I would say, abnormal comp for Inkies, right? Double speed with Era now, and then having Joker on Asher. Even though Joker's Asher are obviously excellent, it's difficult to make a comp like this work. So I'm very curious to see if they're going to actually realize those same results that they did get in other games on a game like this as well, or if it's just going to be ABAB kind of taking control of the game, because they're a lot more consistent, I feel like, with what they're playing.
Yeah, and you're seeing that so far. A lot of really quick points in contrast to what we've kind of had all tournament. And the Era pick, I think, is really interesting. It can be very strong. Can also be really difficult to find value out of Era's cooldown, specifically that NATO, because there's just so much open space to clear around. But they're doing a good job in this point. They force the flip out from Cardbox. The Atlas ultimate comes down, but now Cardbox potentially could be vulnerable, but instead it's Luke who goes down. The dash there from Dropletto will create a power play. We'll see if Hungry Boy and Joker can play enough defense as the core speed is kept up by Vaughn. Sent to Dropletto, who opens it up, trying to get it, and now it back to Cardbox. A beautiful play, and the first set goes over to ABAB.
And even though Overtime was able to break that streak of not being scored on, ABAB still victorious in every single set that they've played on this map. And they're going to get rewarded with this draft where you have Quick Strike, Extra Special, Super Surge, Specialized. Especially looking at the team that ABAB is playing with, you have a lot of Awakenings here that can help you so much.
Yeah, interesting to see what they go for. I'm surprised the Atlas ended up MVPing, but Vaughn, you know, maybe we weren't saying his name, but doing a lot of work there. And yeah, the side of OT is really trying to make use of that space with the triple Monumentalist, just trying to stuff as much as possible. Era getting that extra special is going to be really interesting. Dropletto, though, going to get some speed, make sure that the damage is not a factor at all. And I think nobody getting anything too crazy, but Atlas getting that Siege Machine going to help on offense a little bit, help make some of those opportunities. But we'll see if OT can really start to kind of clog that space up with these creations, as Joker almost goes down there, able to live.
Yeah, most definitely. That's what you're gonna have to try to get, because if it comes down to just pure striking as well, Hungry Boy Cardbox was able to pick up himself a Quick Strike as well, which is gonna help so much with the Vice, right? She's not necessarily the best at just purely forcing, but if you just have more strikes, that usually does the job. And we can see if that's gonna come into play or not as well, as the barrier does drop on both sides now. The Water Beam coming through, but not finding the result it wanted, as now Water Beam's coming into Joker. The flip needs to be used to defend that point, but the point's very much still alive, but no, great passing play from Hungry Boy, sends it down to the Joker.
Yeah, beautifully done to get the barrier there right as the beam was about to go up. They survived the water jet, and then Luke and Hungry Boy doing a great job being patient, setting Joker up, and a nice pass at the end there. So it is a set lead here. Like you said, it was 27-0 in their first 3 games. This is definitely the first time they've been down in a set, so we'll see how they can respond as Joker goes for the dash punch. Not quite finding it, but Cardbox going to find a ton of damage with that Vice ultimate.
Yeah, and that's so disruptive. Almost immediately, though, the Specialized Training now ultimate is coming through, just helping with that HP, getting at that all back immediately, which helped so much, but that still doesn't stop the pressure that's being built by Vaughn, Cardbox, and Dropletto here. They get a barrier, they get the Water Beam. The barrier is still very much alive. Dropletto up front, but cannot find the goal.
Yeah, beautiful job by Hungry Boy to beat the X Maximus strikes right there. Huge situation, and now it'll go back to Overtime, trying to set this up, but Dropletto just has the flip. Gonna try to find it, but Joker falling back, playing some defense, nearing a flip as well, so if they can get the core to him, he's gonna have a lot of pressure on this Atlas, playing gently, dribbling to the top side, and waiting for Hungry Boy to try to set him up. Doesn't want to use that evade as he wants that flip to try to confirm it, but Cardbox pressure, Dropletto as well, and we'll see what Luke can do with this NATO being set up.
Yeah, the NATOs are going to be difficult to make use of on Inkies, right? Because you don't really have a convenient way to force the core with it. The flip coming out from the Joker there, not finding the barrier and getting answered by Vaughn. As a beautiful bull rush by Dropletto will find the goal for ABAP here to even things out.
Yeah, things looking a lot more back and forth than we might have expected, considering how dominant ABAB had been on this map. I think you're seeing glimpses of what Overtime wants to do with this comp when you have those NATOs, those now secondaries coming in, but so far they're just not quite able to convert as consistently as the, more consistent comp of ABAB is able to do.
Yeah, most definitely. Cardbox using the flip to get it out, but immediately gets answered as well. Luke playing very aggressive there, being that nuisance up front, but a KO being found by Dropletto is going to be enough power play in favor of ABAB now, as they're trying to take the barrier off of Luke, but he's interrupting that so early and so well, making it oh so difficult, and the Joker almost back on the field again. The barrier does drop though.
Yeah, and that's that Siege Machine from Vaughn right there, setting up the winning strike war for Dropletto, who's able to get the barrier. They'll make use of the water jet now, and Vaughn being extremely patient, using that bottom side, setting Cardbox up. They're able to get the core through to Joker, who puts down the pass splitter, but isn't quite able to set much up. You just see the chip damage from the Atlas, from the Vice, coming down onto Joker and Hungry Boy, that now is able to do some healing, but it might not be enough for Joker here.
I don't think it's going to be enough unless you have that ultimate specifically. It's going to heal a lot, but that's going to be a long cooldown, and he can't be dropping that every time, and the damage that the Cardbox and Dropletto are able to put out, together with Vaughn's Atlas damage as well, which is not to be underestimated, it's just going to be a bit too much for the Joker to stay alive, but a beautiful strike interaction will actually find the goal, and a point that felt so over for Overtime already actually went in their favor.
Yeah, I think every time you see Joker pick this Asher, you see him do something that you just don't see other Ashers do. He makes such good use of the striker resets on that dash. That time is able to find a beautiful angle into the corner, and now with the help from that NATO, looking to set himself up, but it's Cardbox using the quick ultimate there to set it up. It seems like this point is just cascading away. We'll see if Dropletto has to use the flip or if they can stall it away from him for long enough. Luke with the NATO is going to set up the space. They do end up forcing it out from Dropletto, but that's going to tie this set up here. And now this feels like a really pivotal point in this game here.
Yeah, very pivotal, because there's a difference between ABAP going up 2 sets or everything evening out again. In terms of energy economy, Overtime does have the slight advantage, so we'll see if they can work with that, or if ABAP's just going to run them over off of kickoff right now. They're doing a really good job at that, but the clear is getting found. The Joker taking a lot of damage again. Hungry Boy has a flip, he's going to try to take the barrier, but Vaughn is there to strike it away.
Yeah, beautiful coverage from Vaughn and Cardbox there. Now Luke with this NATO trying to set it up. Cardbox might be able to take out the Joker, but not quite. He's barely staying alive in this play, but it means that he's not able to help Hungry Boy, and Hungry Boy trying to do it all on his own, trying to get some help from these Maelstroms as well, and it's just Dropletto winning that strike war to the perfect spot, setting it up. We'll see what value they can get with the water jet as the Joker does force out the flip there. A lot of pressure in the face of Vaughn, but he stays strong. Luke with the patience is able to get that out, and now the Joker might have a great opportunity with the pass splitter, but it goes just a bit wide.
Doesn't find its target, but immediately the core is still within control of ABAP. They're trying to set themselves up again. Dropletto dashing up front. Flip has to be used to Luke to stay alive, as the primary is going to save that barrier for now. But Joker still very much in an aggressive position. Has a flip here, gets the barrier in front of the net, and doesn't get the goal. It does save. Vaughn gives his life for the point. The point's not over. Another 2 flips available for ABAP. Are they going to be able to do anything with it?
It didn't look possible to save that, but Cardbox and Vaughn, whoever got the strike in there, was able to do it. Vaughn is back on the pitch now as well. Joker comes back as well. This is anyone's, and it feels like the awakenings are going to be huge, whoever gets this, and it is Dropletto who found the KO, now finds the perfect angle to the bottom, and a miracle point, a miracle set from ABAP there.
And what an important set that is for them. They got a 2-0 lead now in sets. They get another draft priority, and they're getting twin drive for Atlas more than likely. And even if Vaughn doesn't want twin drive, Hotshot's right there. You have so many good options. You can get more damage for Vice as well. Twin drive is going to be the choice, and it's going to be the effect as well, and it's going to make it so much more difficult for Joker to try and get past that defense of Vaughn.
Yeah, Vice, interestingly enough, taking away the Castellas from the arrow, which I think would make life a lot harder for Dropletto. So kind of taking one for the team there, taking not much for himself, but does take that away. But I do think that Asher and the Now, the forward duo here, did find a lot in that hot shot, and that 1-2 punch is going to set up a lot for them. And Era having that glass cannon, it's going to be difficult to keep it up, I think, against the Vice and that chain lightning. But when it's up, it's going to make Luke's job a lot easier. But Dropletto's making everyone's job harder right now.
Yeah, I mean, Drop really just showing us why his X has to be respected, why he's so good on that pick, because he's finding KO after KO. But even in a power play against them, they find the barrier off of Vaughn. Luke trying to push up, trying to assist to get this goal in, but it does not find it now. The water beam being used to get it out, and the control still very much in the hands of Overtime.
Yeah, Hungry Boy trying to set up the Joker, doing a little bit of back passing, making great use of the space, and the 1-2 punch from the Joker, almost finding it there. Now has it on the bottom side, but Vaughn has enough speed to get there, and he keeps it up, keeps his flip as well, so the defense going to continue to be difficult as they don't have the water jet anymore. The pass splitter setting it up in the corner. Still a lot of control for Overtime, but there it is. The hot shot from the Now sends it in quickly. It gets just around Vaughn, who didn't think he had to quite use the flip, so that is the first point once again in this set, going to Overtime.
Yeah, an important point, and you got to keep on playing off that momentum. You have a lot of energy to be working with as well. Vaughn has a flip defensively if he does need to use it, but optimally he isn't even forced to do so as the expanse comes out to stop that attack almost immediately. Hungry Boy now trying to attack through the bottom. Flip coming out from Vaughn, but Dropletto not able to connect to it.
Yeah, and it's a very consistent plan from the Joker every time. As Dropletto with the X-Max sets it up, but NATO is able to save it for now, but he just every time is dribbling on this bottom side, trying to set it up in that corner, trying to really stuff it into the Atlas. Not quite able to that time, and doesn't use the flip, as Vaughn, with a perfect clear, just knows how to maneuver that side and get it away from the Joker right when he's getting close enough to try to punish.
Yeah, most definitely, but the Joker is trying to make use of this flip, trying to get into a position, but Cardbox and Dropletto just kind of not allowing him to move there. And even if he does, Vaughn's right behind it. The attack's still alive for the side of ABAP, but 3 flips available in Overtime. Surely they can make use of them here to get a barrier. Flip from Joker will get the barrier. The attack's still very much trying to be built here as Hungry Boy flips it up front. The water beam coming through as well, but the defense from Vaughn holds strong.
Yeah, and the Monumentalist from Atlas seeing a lot of value there. The 1-2 punch from Joker, but doesn't quite find it in the corner. Vaughn is ready for that one as Luke will try to set up Hungry Boy now. The ultimate from Cardbox sends it away with a lot of speed. And as this battle goes on, the Joker goes down. Dropletto finding another KO. Now finds the dash as well as we're in overtime. The core is going to be going quick, but Luke is in a position to save it. Has the flip as well, and a Hungry Boy giving a dribble to Dropletto there. Maybe a little bit of negative value, and then loses it. Cardbox with a perfect clear to the bottom, punishing that clear from Hungry Boy, and we are tied up in this set.
Tied up in the set, but very much not tied up in the energy economy because ABAP is almost on 3 flips. Meanwhile, on the side of overtime, you only have Luke that has one. Hungry Boy and Joker still need to work on it a little bit until they can get themselves that offensive pressure, but maybe they don't need it. Joker is on the attack. Asher is a menace in close ranges, but that's why Vaughn is going to get it out, but the expanse comes out a bit late. The barrier does drop.
Yeah, Dropletto looking for a KO with the flip there, but doesn't quite find it, and a beautiful clear by Luke gets it down as well. Might not get much value out of the water jet, but they do still have the advantage in this point as Joker looks forward, tries to force the flip from Vaughn, and he does. It goes wide, but they're able to keep it alive for now as Luke steps up, tries to set up his team as the core goes away just a little bit so the play will stall out, but that gives him time for another Maelstrom. And you see so many of those Maelstroms, even if just 1 in every 2 maybe can find the value, that can be huge for them because it can set up the checkmate confirms that they might not normally have.
Yeah, and you can see they really want to make use of Luke's flip here, him earning up as well, Hungry Boy being more defensive. Maybe don't even have to, as Joker's trying to push up, flip comes out, Vaughn does save it with a strike shot, but it does get answered almost immediately again. Now Cardbox against Hungry Boy, gets it past. Dropletto trying to get a dribble as well, but cannot find a good position for it, as Vaughn is going to deflate the situation.
Yeah, and Cardbox has just, as he gets KO'd there, right next to the jet, now Luke will set up the Joker. We'll see what he can do. A lot of stuns there, and a great save from Luke with the primary. He's able to set it up. Joker maybe going for a KO on Cardbox. The Atlas ultimate goes down. They're able to stall it out for now, and the core speed means that it just takes so long for the core to get back. The water jet is back up for the second time, but still not able to convert.
Yeah, the X-Maximus is getting popped up front, but they cannot get it past Hungry Boy and Luke there. As we're in a very much a stalemate situation of both teams trying to find the angle, but in the end, the pass up to Dropletto will do the trick because he finds the angle past Luke. Era having such a hard time with wide attacks like that. If you don't have the speed, if you don't have the beam, there's not much you can do right there.
Yeah, map point here. I feel like we've been saying Vaughn and Dropletto's name a lot, but Cardbox has just had Hungry Boy's number, been knowing exactly where he's going to clear every time on those barriers, especially as the core goes to the top. A great pass by Cardbox sets it up there. Hungry Boy now with the flip though, gonna have to burn it, and now might get taken out by the Vice ultimate. Not quite, but does get KO'd eventually, and this seems like a difficult position, but Luke finds a beautiful clear to the middle to stall the play out for now, but not a lot of cooldowns. The Era, it's so difficult to play the defense, so Joker is doing the help. Hungry Boy gonna be on the board now with the goal still there, but just one needs to be found for ABAP here.
Just one needs to be found, while overtime needs to find 2, but they're going to have to find him soon. They do get a barrier here. Joker in a setup. He has to flip and uses it, but gets defended by Vaughn. The ball is still not in. A KO coming in for Dropletto. Power play in favor of ABAP. Can they find the goal? Can they find the match with it? Dropletto uses the flip, cannot find the KO on Hungry Boy just yet, as Luke saves it out. Hungry Boy trying to get involved here. Vaughn walking up as well, trying to press the enemy, but they do get it out. And Joker finds the goal!
Joker with a hero play right after the hero play by Vaughn. I don't know how they keep saving these right on the goal line, but Joker says, cut the clip, don't send it quite yet. This game is still going, so if one more point can be found, it'll be more scaling for them. But it's going to be a tall task, as we've seen Dropletto and Cardbox set up these offensive opportunities. The Maelstrom here as well, but that secondary stays around for so long.
Yeah, most definitely. And the scaling will be so important for overtime here as well, because their team comp does so well with that. But as of right now, ABAP has something to say about it. Get the barrier almost. They do it in the end. The pressure is enough. Luke now defending against Dropletto. Gets taken off the edge of the map. And with that, ABAP take Inkies and take a 1-goal game lead.
Just one game away now for ABAP, as you hear the crowd in the background. I hope you can hear that on the stream. And yeah, we had a lot of fight there from overtime. We had some hero plays on both sides, but Cardbox and Vaughn, I don't know how they kept saving those on the goal line. Some incredible saves there as we get here to our scoreboard. Vaughn, you see with the 51 saves, the most redirects on his team. Hungry Boy did what he can with 185. It felt like they really had offense, and like it felt closer than a 3-0 game, but still ABAP just looked much more comfortable on the map. I think they were, I'm sure, ready to pick it all day, and they got the chance to here. We'll go to Demon Deus in the second one, which I think historically for teams with Vaughn on them has been really strong. But I think that ABAP has struggled a little bit on the map this weekend. I know I saw earlier in the day some games where they struggled on the map, so I'm interested in what we have there.
Very interested as well to see what kind of picks are coming out there, right? Because there's a lot more traditional picks that are being used, but there's also just ones that work really well for the individuals, right? Especially something that I'm thinking about is the Dropletto X. We saw it right now, and on Demon Dice, he has so much value, so much pressure with it as well. So I'm curious to see if that's going to be a prio, maybe a ban, or if there's going to be a completely different way. The starting awakenings could also determine a lot here. So I'm curious to see how heavy we're leaning into damage, or if maybe, I mean, I find it hard to believe, but maybe there's a more controlled Demon Dice angle as well possible.
Yeah, and I think I've heard Vaughn say before that it feels like almost any character is viable on Demon Deus, as a goalie especially, and just in general. There's so many different directions that you can go, and I think both of these teams are experienced enough and strong enough players that they can really do whatever they want here, as we have Spark of Focus and Bulk Up, which is somewhat of a neutral start. The Bulk Up gives some damage and some survivability, so nothing crazy out of the start here. Like if you saw a Monumentalist or a Timeless, obviously you'd be thinking about that Finny, about Era, maybe about Now, but a pretty neutral start here, and we do see that X from Dropletto get banned away, the Asher banned away from Joker, so going to be different brawlers for each of the players here.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense to then go for the first pick Julie, because if the brawler pool's already been shrunken on a map like Demon Dice, you want a good brawler, you want someone that's consistent, and especially with what has been played so far, you need something that can shove. So Julie, a very solid pickup. That does open up a Vice Finny, though, for the side of Overtime, which is very scary if it comes to damage. Arguably the strongest two pair in terms of damage output in the game.
Yeah, they decided their comp would pick 2 and 3 right there. They were deciding we're playing damage this whole game. They're going all in for that plan. And we'll see what the Juliet can do to survive here. If they decide to go for something like an Atlas to try to fight back against that, if they go for more damage. We saw Vaughn on the Estelle earlier, which I think can be a very strong goalie pick on this map, and we might see it right there. We have the Estelle and Amy, which could really go into either role, but I would expect it's Vaughn on the Estelle. So they do have some damage to fight back themselves. We'll see what rounds out this comp for Overtime. But yeah, like you said, Vice and Finny, I think considered at points the 2 best just in general on this map. They get both of them here, and I think Luke has looked really strong on the Finny pick today, going with the Zen to round it out. So just really all in on damage as much as possible here.
Yeah, they're playing to take you out of the game and play off of those power plays. You do have a lot of control opportunities still with that team comp, but you do shine whenever it comes to damage dumping and taking someone out. On the other hand, ABAB has Amy and has Julie, which are both really strong threats around the edges of the map, while also being really good at forcing. So even though Finny has a lot of defensive utility as well, she can't really hold well against a dash punch or a cyber swipe that's well placed. So I feel like it's going to be a battle of who's going to get to their win con quicker. Is it going to be Overtime? It's just going to kill you and play off of that advantage, or is it going to be ABAP that's just going to force past you before you can do anything with the core?
Yeah, I think Overtime does have a little bit of insurance on that, as far as they have the Finny ultimate, which if you get something like Timeless, if you get something like Monu, it can set up more of those forces for yourself, but they don't exactly have something like an Estelle where you would force it into that ultimate, where you would really make that a consistent opportunity. So yeah, I think it's really going to be all about the damage for Overtime. They're going to be using those triple takes purely for amplifying the damage, and yeah, I'm interested to see who really can get to their game plan first, like you just said.
Yeah, most definitely, because that's where it's going to be, and that's also on Demon Dice. It's such a snowballing map, which means the first set means everything. There can be awakenings in there that can just single-handedly win you the game. Just imagine a heavy impact falls into the hands of Overtime here, either on Vice or Zentaro. That can be completely game warping, right? Or a hotshot prime time for the Estelle can do so much work for ABAP as well. So there's going to be so much value in being that team that wins that first set.
Yeah. And you see Dropletto and Cardbox egging on the crowd right here as they are chanting. They're excited for this second game, and so am I. We're about to load in here, and we'll see how it goes. But it is actually Vaughn on the Amy. I can see it on the other monitor here, and it's Cardbox on the Estelle, so not quite what I expected. I haven't seen Vaughn play Amy a lot in this last Nassau season in general, but that is the orientation they decided to go in here. So they have a plan with that.
Yeah, curious what the idea behind it is. Well, I mean, we're going to find out as we're going into the game, and the kickoff immediately starts off again. You can see abilities dropped immediately, and Vaughn's HP bar just disappeared. Very hard to stay alive against that team comp, so we'll see if they're going to find the KO or if they're just going to be happy with keeping Vaughn low. The Finny primary will get a pass and get the first barrier off of Vaughn's defense there, but the barrier is still very much alive across the field. It does drop, no.
Yeah, and a missed strike from Vaughn there, so the barriers are down, and the damage is starting to pile up on a Dropletto, on a Cardbox as well. And Hungry Boy, Luke, and Joker look very comfortable. They're all on defense here, but they're running into them. They're getting those abilities onto Dropletto, onto Cardbox. who just don't have the survivability yet to consistently take those. Joker going for the Zen ultimate there, but Dropletto finds a dash punch KO on the side. Joker isn't quite able to use the flip here. They'll try to get it to him now. He goes for the KO instead, but Dropletto does stay alive, has a potential to go for some orbs here, but gets one in the back and a great evade to stay alive from Hungry Boy there.
Yeah, and Cardbox has a flip soon, so if they do want to play to win this point, they have the opportunity to do so. Vaughn jumping up front now to get pressure, as a lot of damage is being found onto the ABAP forwards here. Cardbox, no evades, no HP, gonna try to get this offense going, but needs to be careful not being taken out, as the barrier still stands. Luke holding on to it. First KO found. Joker now on the offense. Hungry Boy at the bottom. Leaves very difficult to defend. Dropletto really low as well. Flip has to come up by Vaughn, and gets the barrier for it. Open goal on both sides, and Hungry Boy is coming back in 3 seconds, and is back now. Cardbox.
Yeah, Dropletto doing a perfect job cutting the pass there to not let Hungry Boy and Joker pass to each other. The Joker might get KO'd now. The Zen ultimate's going to be coming up soon, but he ends up finding it. It goes into the goal. Vaughn didn't have a dash left, and it is the first point in a crazy one going to overtime.
Yeah, most definitely, and something that cannot be forgotten, right? It's not anyone that's playing on a Vice here, it's Hungry Boy. It's Hungry Boy Vice with a bulk up start. There's going to be a lot of damage. There's going to be a lot of danger coming out of that as well. And you can see that already, as again, the Cardbox and Vaughn just have no HP to be working with anymore, as both teams have already lost one of their 2 barriers.
Yeah, and the card just barely hitting the core instead of Vaughn there, but he does take the secondary, takes the Zen ultimate as well. Almost staggered there, but not quite. Gonna try to step up, go for a KO, but instead it is Cardbox who goes down instead. Now they're gonna point their sights at Vaughn to find a KO here as Luke steps up. The Finny ultimate is perfect there to get the last one. Hungry Boy Vaughn out of the play, and the Joker spends the flip there, takes it 2-0. A lot of energy on his teammates as well, in a great position overtime to get the set here.
Yeah, and you can just see what we were talking about. There's just so much overwhelming damage on the side of overtime. ABAP has such a hard time playing into that, because anything they're trying to do, they're getting met with Finny cards, they're getting met with Vice ultimates or Zentaro abilities. It's just so difficult to stay on the map and do what they want, but they do get 2 barriers here. Flip by Dropletto will secure it. The piercing shot is not enough though. Vaughn running up as well now. They're trying to get this goal fast, because the longer that this point goes, the more chances that the enemy team can find damage and can find KOs.
Yeah, Luke very patient there, gets it down to Hungry Boy, who has a flip, but they're just not quite able to get the core in the right spots yet. And Dropletto, they haven't really had the damage that overtime has, but Dropletto has been finding those dash punch KOs on the edges, and that's what you said going in. The Amy and the Julie, that's what they can do to you. They're not quite able to convert it yet. Luke and Hungry Boy with a great job, but Dropletto, we keep saying his name, just finds it right in between them and gets the first goal of the game for ABAP here.
Much needed goal as well, because again, we've talked about how important this first set is. There's so much danger coming with that first Awakening draft and that first Awakening pick. So it's so important that ABAP can find themselves in this game and find these goals. But again, off of kickoff, ABAP the first one to drop a barrier here, and damage just continuously being spread across their team.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to be very mindful over time of when they play around these edges, when Luke clears around the edges, and Hungry Boy as well, because both forwards have kind of been set up in scenarios where they really have to go take the interaction, but Dropletto's been punishing those every time with the dash punch, so they really have to think about where they're putting the core to get rid of those. But the damage not quite gearing up in this point like it has been in the past. Flips are traded there, but no barriers found. The Finny ultimate goes a little bit backwards, but the damage is starting to pile up now from Hungry Boy and Joker. Dropletto and Cardbox both a little bit low. Vaughn having to do the defense all on his own, does it for a moment. The Joker now finds the stun with the primary, and it's the set going to overtime here.
Set going to overtime, and a set MVP, I believe, going to Joker as well, which is very scary. Zentaro with the right Awakening can be an absolute menace, and what is he gonna get? You have Stinger, you have Primetime, you have his own hat as well if you do want to go for it. Hotshot, a great Awakening as well for the Estelle here, so very curious to see how these teams are gonna draft through this.
Yeah, you didn't quite have like a Super Surge or a Heavy Impact that they would have really liked, but he will take Stagger Swagger. It's named after him for a reason. He makes great use of the item, even in its new form, and I think it's especially just a deny away from the other team. The Stinger taken away as well means that Finny gets Monumentalist, which is going to be really scary, both for the damage, both for setting up on those barriers, and Vice getting more cooldowns as well. Vaughn will have a little bit more survivability with that peak performance, which I think will help, but I think the draft clearly going to overtime there in a great position for them to continue doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like in the long run, ABAB has picked up better awakenings, but they don't need something that's good in set 4 and 5. They need something that's good now to change the outcome of the current sets and get these wins going. Because as it stands right now, the damage is just still too big. Dropletto down to a stagger. Cardbox and Vaughn also down to half HP, with Cardbox having not even a single evades to his name either. So we'll just have to see if they can find it as the Vice Stun comes through. The Monumentalist Finny being so difficult to get the core out of, and the attack still very much alive for the side of overtime.
Yeah, trying to find this last barrier, but Vaughn is doing such a great job, but gets KO'd by Joker there. Dropletto returns one of his own, though, so no power play will be found for very long. We'll see what Luke can do, but Cardbox and Dropletto are just holding these edges so well. Finds a second barrier as well, and it's Dropletto doing everything in this point. Now has to use his own flip to try to stay alive and might get KO'd, but ends up just getting sent to the center instead. But great teamwork from Joker and Hungry Boy. Set it up there. Luke uses the flip, doesn't quite find the barrier yet, and we'll see what they can do to try to convert this power play, but that damage has been brutal.
It has been brutal, and it's going to continue to be brutal as the barrier now does drop. Open goals on both sides, changes the way that Team Dice being played so much. Now Luke and Vaughn both having a tough time getting involved up front because the barriers are just, they need to defend the goal that's so far back in comparison to the barriers. The attack's trying to be built on both sides now, damage being a bit more difficult to find as well, as the bounce almost goes in, but it gets defended by Luke.
Yeah, in these open goal situations with an Amy and with a Finny, you have to react so quickly. They're both trying to guess where the other side is going to send it now. Joker trying to set up a mix-up of his own. A beautiful flip by Vaughn there, but now going to be a difficult situation and just nowhere to go, really. Sends it down to Hungry Boy, and Cardbox not quite able to get there for that pass. So it will be another point going to the side of overtime.
Another point going to the side of overtime, and 2 flips pretty soon for Joker and Hungry Boy as well. They can be playing off of those if they want to. They do get a barrier off of kickoff already. The Finny ultimate coming through as well, completely shutting down play towards the top as Joker's taking a lot of damage. Uses the flip as well. Needs to be a bit careful not be taken out here. Does get a healing orb to stay alive for now. Hungry Boy now with the flip as well. The barrier does drop. Open goal already on the state of ABAB as overtime's trying to convert it as fast as they can.
Yeah, the Cyber Swipe hit the core there to save it, but didn't hit Joker, so now he's going to be back up. Not even staggered, I don't think. I think that's just the bug here as Joker and Hungry Boy. Luke stepping up as well, trying to set this up. The Finny ultimate is there, but it is Joker that ends up going down, so we'll see what they can do with this power play, but both barriers still up. A lot of cooldowns for Luke and Hungry Boy. They're going to take some damage on a Dropletto here, but he is going to be able to find most likely both barriers, and he does. Joker is back on the board, but Dropletto with a perfect strike between Luke and Hungry Boy ties up this set.
And again, a really good point for the side of ABAP, but you need 2 more if you want to find a set for yourself here. And they've been battling so much to find these barriers, to find these goals. And it's definitely going to be a continuous uphill battle as long as his damage is still as high as it is on the side of overtime. Because you can see again, Cardbox just tries to play the game, but he's not allowed to. Almost immediately being put into staggering and has a flip now, will use it. But there's a blessing and a curse because now there's no evades on you anymore. And you know what's going to happen? You're probably going to have Finny and Vice just damage you continuously.
Yeah, but Joker isn't quite able to put the damage on right now because he's trying to keep himself alive as the Amy turret sets up a lot there, gets both barriers, gets the KO on Joker as well as Luke tries to get it to Hungry Boy, tries to get away from Dropletto, who is taking a lot of damage here, but it's a scary situation for the defense. 2 flips on the board now, though. Gonna make it a little bit easier, but the pressure being kept on here by ABAB.
Yeah, the flip doesn't have to come out just yet. Luke and Hungry Boy still have it, but they don't need to use it defensively as the attack is now going the way of ABAP, but a great deny by Vaughn there will get the attack immediately again. The Joker trying to get a barrier, but the defense holds strong. Cardbox and Vaughn just doing such a good job defensively here to not drop these barriers.
Yeah, and they still can't find them. The Finny ultimate goes out as well. They finally get one now, but Vaughn and Cardbox, Dropletto as well, doing such a good job taking up space, just not letting those EVC opportunities get through for Hungry Boy and Joker to stay on the offense, which is really when you start stacking that damage. And Dropletto finds it in the middle of the Finny card, sends it to the top side, and it's a 2-1 lead in this set for ABAB.
So difficult to predict that properly. That timing was so tight to make sure that the dash only hits the core, but he tanks the card with it. Just so excellently played by Dropletto there, as now ABAP are 1 goal away from finding themselves a set victory, but Joker has something to say about it, as he's immediately taking one of the barriers.
Yeah, a lot of strikes exchanged there, and it is Luke and Hungry Boy who are able to win it. The exchange there, but Dropletto finds a KO on Hungry Boy on the edge. The Joker trying to make it all happen, and he put it in right as the goal opens. That was going to be a for ABAB, and instead Joker ties the set up.
Flip And at what value was it as well? Putting yourself into a 0.5 now, and again, such a crucial point now because we're at a crossroads. Either overtime's going 2-0 up in sets, or ABAP is evening it out. So this is so important to try to find this next goal here.
Great rotation by Hungry Boy, and they're able to get it up to Joker in advantage. Both the Vice and the Finny Ultimates going out, gonna set up some damage. No one quite in KO range yet, but Dropletto, Vaughn, and Cardbox all starting to get there. The first barrier of the point does go to the side of overtime. Dropletto and Joker both 1 health, and Dropletto has that flip as well that he wants to use for a KO, but he's just gonna get tossed around here by the Finny and the Vice.
Not only tossed around, he's going to be taken out by Joker as it's now a power play. The Finny Ultimate coming through as well, but Vaughn holding strong defensively, almost even getting a barrier on his own there. Still very much trying to play through this power play as Dropletto's coming back right now, and the barrier has dropped. It does drop down now. Joker is on the attack, cannot find the conversion for it though. Luke walking up trying to assist, and the strike does not hit the core. Overtime, finding another set victory and going up 2-0 with yet another draft priority.
Yeah, some hero plays by Luke, by Joker we saw in that last point, and I think Hungry Boy has been doing a great job in such a difficult position of having to play so much of the defense, try to get that core to Joker as much as he can when Joker is not quite dead yet, and we see heavy impact show up here for the Vice, extra special as well, and they do decide to go extra special on the Vice instead. Explosive entrance and adrenaline rush will go to ABAP, so they're really trying to take the KO game onto their own side, but that does mean that Joker gets the heavy impact here.
Yeah, this game is going to be incredibly chaotic just by the damage output. The extra special makes so much sense because you want to get all of these evades out, so it's much easier to KO the A side of ABAP. And the same thing is, like, surely you don't want a heavy impact on Centauro, but what else are you going to give him? Explosive entrance or adrenaline rush? There's nothing good to give him. So at that point, you're just going to optimize your own damage and try to find ways to counteract it. But it's going to be still an incredibly hard game for ABAP to play it out. But Cardbox doesn't seem to look like he's having a hard time as he's taking both barriers off of Luke almost immediately.
Yeah, and Vaughn having that dash range is going to make it difficult on offense. You saw right there, beating Hungry Boy in that scenario. Luke with the card is able to keep the point alive. We'll see if Joker and Hungry Boy can try to find the barriers here, but Luke at least extends it for a little bit. The secondary finding a little bit damage, but when they're going to put defense for this long, they're not able to get that damage win condition. And Dropletto with a beautiful hit stun, able to get the first goal of this set for ABAP as they need to claw their way back into this.
Yeah, that is that pure, like, force that ABAP does have. If they can make it work, if they can position themselves for it, it's going to be so effective. But again, it's always a question of time. It's always a question of how much HP do you have, because HP is a resource that you want to be using. And as of right now, Overtime's making sure that ABAP is short on that resource. As Cardbox is again down to stagger, taken out by the flip from Joker. But in turn, they do get both barriers off of Luke.
Yeah, and Dropletto making sure he takes a barrier with him before his teammate goes out as Joker tries to set it up, but Vaughn has so many tools to play defense here and play offense instead. The quick flip to the top side, Luke read it as a bottom side with the card instead, so just not quick enough, and Vaughn turning defense into offense there on the power play. 2-0 very quickly here for ABAP.
And they got to keep on that momentum, they got to keep up that pressure, but right now both barriers gone. That Finny Ultimate just being so difficult to deal with, and the flip immediately converting it into a goal. Hungry Boy being so aggressive and so efficient with that flip.
Yeah, just 7 seconds that time, and took Vaughn's energy all the way down as well, so we'll see if they kind of put a target on his back with that triple take with potentially the Vice abilities, but he's dashing in. I think that dash range was so important for him in that last one as one barrier goes down on each side, but really helping him help the offense here. But Hungry Boy winning a huge strike war, and they have the goal open very quickly, just like the last point.
Yeah, but they need to find the goal in the end. Still Vaughn holding on defensively. Luke trying to walk up as well to apply pressure to make it difficult to defend. The Finny Ultimate coming through there as well, but the core does get cleared. Dropletto not able to find the barrier just yet. Cardbox trying to get involved, does get the barrier open now. And now ABAP trying to find this goal, trying to find the set victory. But they'll have to find a way past Luke first.
Uses the card there, is able to keep it alive, send it down to Hungry Boy. He's trying to set Joker up. The core speed sends it to the top side. A weird bounce as well as Joker tries to set himself up. Has the Oni's blade as well, tries to set it up, nearing a flip, but also nearing getting staggered or KO'd here. Beautiful strike to the middle, keeps the core speed up that Hungry Boy created, and we're all tied up again. And one here for overtime means we'd be heading to a map 3 in this first series.
And that's what they need if they want to take on this entire tournament. They need to find this point here. They need to find themselves a third game and a grand finals reset. So we'll see if they can do it, because they do have 2 flips available for themselves. We'll see if they can get the value out of them, or if it's going to be defended extremely well by ABAP. As one comes out by Carbox, another answer by Luke. Does go around Vaughn, another one by Joker. Not a single barrier dropped yet, as one finally does go down.
Yeah, Hungry Boy trying to push it into that Finny ultimate, not into it, goes backwards instead, but a KO is found. Vaughn goes down as well, and the Joker seals it out. We'll go to a map 3 as you see them celebrate there. Felt like a close game, but once again, it is a 3-0. The damage from overtime worked. They were able to bounce back from that first map, and it's a long way to go still to reach the summit, but they do get a map right there and force it to a third.
That was nice. That was nice. Yeah, but a very long way still. Obviously, you got to go for the game 3. You got to go into the night market as well. But in regards of this game, you saw that game plan that they had. It was clear from the get-go. You have Vice and Taro Finney. You're going to take some heads off. You're not going to get at the enemy team to play. You can see how difficult it was for Dropletto to play as he's sitting on below 100 redirects. And that's just simply because there was so much pressure all the time on him to stay alive. He didn't get to interact with the core. There are a few times where he got the chances to. A lot of value was being found, but it's just very difficult to find those timings when you get dealing with Finny debuffs, with Vice ultimates, and the constant spam that Centauro can bring to the table as well.
Yeah, it felt like every one of those redirects was used extremely well. But we will head to Night Market on our third map. Completely different games, those first 2. We saw Vaughn on the melee goalie, then we saw him on the Amy. We both going in assumed it would be a Stell goalie and Amy midfield, and it did seem really hard to execute. I mean, I think Vaughn did a great job, found some of the goals at the end that almost extended that game, but just extremely difficult to execute on that map, and it was Overtime, who just seemed like they had the easier comp. They had just so many damage abilities to throw at them, and they converted better, and that means we'll get to a third map here where Overtime once again has banned the X away.
Yeah, X very much, they're still very aware of what happened game 1, right? They do not want to give Dropletto that character, and it's incredibly valuable to get rid of that as well. You have Siege Machine Spark of Agility start, which is a bit of an inoffensive start, right? Pretty neutral. If you're not happy with Siege Machine, you're going Spark, that gives you more speed. But Siege Machines are still a pretty solid pickup for Atlas as a baseline. And I mean, we've seen it all tournament what Atlas can do here. So I'm curious to see where the Atlas is going to end up falling here, if it's going to be an early pick, a later pick. But the Asher being picked out as well, really just again going into those signature brawler picks and saying, we're not going to let you play what you want to play.
Yeah, same as the last map with those 2 bans. The Joker and Dropletto being pushed off of those main picks, especially. So we will see the Vice picked from Overtime here again. Like you said, Hungry Boy infamous for that pick and looked so comfortable on it in the last game. So I think Night Market can be definitely different than it is on Demon Deus, but it's what Hungry Boy plays. I'm sure when they've scrimmed, it's what he's playing a lot of the time. So they take it with the first pick here, but we will actually see Cardbox here going on the Octavia. Kind of a signature pick for Joker, Cardbox as well, and it is Cardbox who goes for it here. The Dubu as well, which we have seen all land long. It lands into Vaughn's hands here, and we'll see Luke going for the Atlas, which is a pick he is especially known for as well.
Yeah, and he's still coming through for the Joker as well now. So them just going for the same comp that they've playing before, but I'm really, really excited to see an Octavia here because you're putting all your eggs in one basket right now. You're saying, hey, we got an Octavia. We don't have an insane starting awakening, but if we're getting any kind of good awakening on that character, you're going to have a terrible, terrible time dealing with her, which is going to be, it's quite a scary move in a game 3 of Grand Finals, right? Because if you cannot enable this Octavia, it's not really a great character anymore, but obviously Cardbox is going to make wonders with it, gonna make it work for sure. I'm curious to see how well Octavia Rasmus can score past an Atlas though, because Atlas is so strong defensively, and especially in a map like Night Market where you're attacking through the lanes and have a lot of head-on attack. Atlas thrives in those situations.
Yeah, and this is something we didn't really talk about on the cast, but we were talking about beforehand of Joker has gone to this Estelle pick to try to beat the melee goalies. I think the thinking is something like a Dubu or an Atlas. If you're X, if you're Julie, you have to go straight through it, and they have the tools to push it away. Instead, with the Atlas, you try to, or with the Estelle rather, you try to really go around the melee goalies, which have looked so dominant all land. And it has worked for Joker to the point to get to Grand Finals, to get to a chance to reset the Grand Finals here. against a goalie like Vaughn, I think he's going to be ready for that, and I'm interested to see how this Estelle pick works. I think like you just said with the Octavia, where it feels like kind of a risky pick, like it either will work really well or not at all, I think the Estelle is kind of the same thing, and the Joker, if there's anyone who can make use of it against a goalie like Vaughn, it's got to be the Joker.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm curious to see how well it does as well, especially because you're trying to play around the goalie, right? That's what you're going for. But it usually works pretty well if the goalie's playing far back. Now, if I know anything about Vaughn, is that I know he doesn't want to sit in goal box. He wants to walk up. He wants to be aggressive. He wants to play on that midfield line if he can. So maybe it's going to be more difficult to play around him if he's already in your face anyways, as we're immediately on kickoff and immediately a barrier drop on the side of overtime. Dropletto using that Erasmus as an excellent move there to get one down already, but it gets immediately answered by the side of overtime.
Yeah, we'll see how they deal with Cardbox, and it is the Joker going down to the dash from Vaughn there with those parents creating enough power for it to happen. I'm interested in this Cardbox how overtime tries to play around it. If they try to just KO, because they do have the Vice, but the Estelle making it a little more difficult. Has a great clear from Luke there, keeps the barrier up for now. But you know, a set one Octavia who doesn't have a lot, you have a little bit of speed, but not really what you're looking for. We'll see what Cardbox is able to do, but it feels like this first set probably should go the way of overtime if they want to stay ahead on the scaling.
Yeah, most definitely, because again, ABAP, they have the Octavia, they have a lot of scaling with it. You do not want to go late. You do need to take these early advantages when the Octavia still is weak and play off of those. But as of right now, both teams are just giving each other so much difficulty to find these barriers, to find these scores. Dropletto almost dead. The flip comes through from Cardbox and will get the barrier down. Open goal now on the side of overtime as Vaughn's trying to set it up to Cardbox. Dropletto fighting for dear life, almost getting the goal in even. Hungry Boy trying to convert the KO, but not finding it as Cardbox is still not successful in getting the push through.
Yeah, Dropletto coming back and playing a little defense, and the fact he lived so long ago was huge. Now they get the barrier open here. 2 flips to try to get through both offensively and defensively, so it's going to be a tall task for overtime to get this first point. But like it's felt like we've had every game, a very long first point as both teams trying to battle. Vaughn has to use the flip as he was caught throwing the log out there that time. They're not able to convert yet, but Joker runs up, finds the perfect strike. It just barely rolls in, and a beautiful job by Joker. Kind of got it around the Dubu like we were talking about, and the first point goes to overtime.
First point to overtime, and that's a lot of momentum as well, together with the fact that Vaughn, Dropletto, no evades. Cardbox has 1, so energy very much in favor of overtime here. Very much more momentum that will favor them, as the ultimate from Hungry Box will actually find Cardbox there. 1 barrier, 2 barrier, Joker will get it, both of them. An open goal on Vaughn now. This is going to shackle him on the defense a little bit. Can't help with the offense as much, especially because Luke has a flip that can just be a threat immediately.
And Cardbox couldn't really help there either because he was staggered, able to stay alive now, but Dropletto does find the out, does find 1 barrier, but Joker now dashing in, has that flip, gonna try to find an angle like he did last time, but it's the strike shot from Luke downtown. You were talking about Vaughn stepping up, but it's Luke this time instead who finds it, a beautiful punish on the clear there.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking about 2 lockdown goalies here, all walking up to the midfield, and I feel like that's the most exciting game that we can have, right? Taking these risks and getting such huge rewards out of it as well. And both Luke and Vaughn have been doing such a good job at that gameplay already. Obviously, they wouldn't be both in Grands, right? The flip comes out from Cardbox here, but it gets answered by Hungry Boy immediately again, and the Vice Ultimate will be enough to get the core out, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, all 3 members kind of holding hands in the goal box there. They're able to set it up. Hungry Boy trying to get the core to Joker here, and you know, something we didn't really talk about, that Siege Machine is a very important thing for Atlas, and you saw it right there. It wasn't the primary like you usually see, instead it was a strike shot, but he's able to make that pressure without having to step too far up, as Joker now dribbling in the corner, doing it all himself, is able to get 1 barrier, tries to set it up to Luke, who is trying to take those speed gates away from Dropletto, who is just desperately trying to survive against this Vice.
Yeah, it's so difficult to try to stay alive there. And the barrier does get found off the flip as well. The Joker and Hungry Boy now trying to get his core past Vaughn to get a set 1 victory here. And they almost will. The somersault has to come out. Vaughn still has a flip. Cardbox being very low as well. And so will Dropletto. Dropletto not even having evade available. But the barrier does drop a clean attack from Cardbox, and Dropletto will get it past Luke as the attack almost finds a target. But no, Hungry Boy and the Joker on the attack again. Flip coming out from Vaughn. And Luke not able to react to it. That first goal for ABAP in this game.
Vaughn and Dropletto quickly in sync there, and the KO barely not being found on Cardbox, and meant that Luke had to clear it down, and that set up the flip play from Vaughn, who had to use it before Joker did. Does mean that Joker still has a flip here, but if they can get some damage pressure on him, maybe they can burn it out, maybe they can make him use it in a position he doesn't want to, as he finds himself on the edge, and that's exactly what they do. Cardbox with the ultimate there forces out, but they are able to get 1 barrier, but Luke with the Atlas ultimate just a little bit too late, almost finds the barrier with the strike shot, but now Dropletto, Cardbox, and Vaughn all closing in here.
Yeah, the attack very much alive, but they're doing so good at just keeping the score away, keeping both the barriers alive as Joker's now back on the field. Cardbox half HP as well with the flip active, probably wants to make use of that pretty soon before he's going to get damaged up by Hungry Boy. But another KO being found by Cardbox this time. Power play for ABAP, but the barrier drops nevertheless. Dropletto almost gets a barrier, but the strike shot from Luke will hold on to it for now.
Yeah, beautiful job, and Luke has the flip as well, getting it away from Cardbox here, sends the flip to the top corner, almost finding it, but Vaughn was ready for that one. So Joker is back on the field now. We'll see what he can do like he did last time. Almost a great setup there, but Vaughn ready for it once again. We're seeing exactly what we talked about before. Vaughn is ready for these plays, but Joker has still been able to get the better of him on a lot, just seeing two of the absolute best go at it, but Hungry Boy not quite able to get Joker in a scoring position for a while here.
Yeah, Vaughn does have a flip defensively as well if he does need to use it, but for now there's not enough pressure on the field that he would be forced to do so. Dropletto has a flip soon as well. Core going back to the defensive side of AB. AB as they're trying to get the attack going onto Luke, but the defense holding strong on both sides. This is more of the normal double lockdown goalie gameplay that we're used to.
Yeah, this flip forced out from Vaughn there, and we've had, I think that was the second flip of the point, so just going so much back and forth. The roll goes, and then everyone just standing in the area, and it ends up being the Joker who wins the strike war. He set up the strike with the first point of that set, and here it is. Overtime have a lead in this game, and if they can do it, we'll be going to a grand finals reset.
And they're going to get rewarded with quite a few things here as well. You do have the hot shot, however, the Octavia's going to be there to pick. I feel like you have to take the Super Surge. You do not want to give Cardbox anything to work with on this Octavia. So even though hot shot for Estelle would be nice, you need to make sure that Super Surge doesn't fall down to Cardbox. Cardbox still very happy to pick up another Spark, though, to get that stacking going as early as possible.
Yeah, and the fact it was a 3-1, but still in the XP you have 2 and 3 being sides of ABAB shows how close those points were. The hot shot going to the Vice instead of the Estelle does still create some of that core speed, and I think on the Brawler Estelle especially, that Super Surge can really help you cover those out clears in the way that like a Rasmus hook would. So it's still going to be a really good pick, but yeah, the fact that the draft went the way that it did meant that Cardbox got a second Spark, which he's really going to enjoy there, despite the fact that they lost the set.
Yeah, most definitely. And another awakening that's definitely going to be enjoyed is that missile prop on Dubu. Vaughn obviously is going to be walking up as much as he can now, trying to make use of that Tofu Fortress because it is so oppressive. It's so easy to push that past the enemy defenses. Even if you're going into an Atlas, you're going to have those tools to force it through with that Tofu Fortress.
Yeah, and Vaughn going for Joker. He found the KO in that first point, but not finding it there. Luke with a nice little dribble and then a back clear to Hungry Boy, and him and Hungry Boy have looked great on the defense, especially in this game, making use of the vertical clears here, as Hungry Boy might send it backwards but waits long enough, trying to set it up to Cardbox, past Cardbox rather, and to the Joker, who has the flip but just not able to get in a position to use it yet. But Luke just looking really on this defense, and Joker knows how to make use of those hit stuns. Gets the barrier here, almost finds the dash here instead, and Vaughn ends up using the flip, even though he won the strike war. Just a lot of being by overtime.
Yeah, and attack being built by Dropletto here. The flip has to come out by Luke to save the goal for now, but Vaughn is still steady in the back. HP bars are getting full again. It's going to get a little more difficult, a lot more control-based, but again, all these ranges from both the lockdown goalies are making it difficult to really get into a strong attacking position, as Hungry Boy does not find anything with that ultimate, but the barrier from Luke still very much alive, and Hungry Boy soon has a flip available for himself.
See that missile prop from the Dubu, cutting off the whole top side right there, but not enough time for it to matter too much as Dropletto finds a quick hook, and the barrier will use the flip here as well. Joker with the teleport had the right idea, but Dropletto just sent it a little bit too quickly for that defense to work.
But this is how you can see both of these teams are just all so on the same page. They're all so locked in, trying to make themselves get the most optimal play possible, because Joker knew what was going to happen, but it was literally just a thing of like milliseconds of not being there in time to get this piercing shot out. And it's just that level of play, that these small errors that are going to be the ones that lead to barrier and goal losses.
But look at Luke, Hungry Boy go. They don't drop a single barrier there despite all the opportunities, and Joker finds a KO on Vaughn on the side there. not something we've seen at all this game, and they're maneuvering the core around. Dropletto and Cardbox doing a good job, but once again, it's a strike shot from Luke, which helps the offense there. Hungry Boy's able to find the second barrier. Vaughn is back, but his barriers are gone once he respawns, and we'll see if they can fully convert this, as the super surge from Estelle means sends it straight up. Not quite able to get in a position where they're putting the pressure on Vaughn, but they're keeping the defense up for now.
Yeah, both flips traded there to keep the barrier alive. The attack still very much alive. Cardbox is continuously stacking this Octavia secondary as well, which makes it so much more difficult to deal with, and really hard to get it out, but they do in the end get away from the Octavia speed buff there, as the attack is alive for overtime now.
Yeah, Hungry Boy trying to get this core to the Joker in a good spot where he can make use of this flip. Luke stepping up as well, and there is the pressure. Joker doesn't quite find it though. Maybe could have just struck as the roll was going through. Instead tried to hit a hit stun as Hungry Boy goes for a crazy angle, trying to find it in the corner, but Vaughn is just ready for it all. Is keeping it up right now, but the pressure is still being kept up by overtime. Cardbox playing some defense there as well, but it is Hungry Boy who's able to win the strike war against Cardbox, and we're tied up in this second set.
And it feels like they've been playing so long already in this map specifically, but we're somehow still only 2 goals deep into the second set of the game. And it's just going to get more chaotic and more faster as well, as more drafts are going to be coming through. But again, the attack is coming through from ABAP, getting one of the barriers almost immediately, as Luke is going to focus on holding it down, but the one being traded back, as Vaughn's trying to get aggressive on the double pick, but not quite finding the answer he was looking for.
Yeah, great pass up to Dropletto, who finds a perfect strike right down the middle, just out of the range of Luke, so that second barrier does go down, but Hungry Boy coming in is forcing out the evade, and Cardbox ends up striking, so taking a lot of damage. We'll see if they have the pressure to try to KO here, but Luke's just doing such a good job with the strike shots and primaries all game of keeping the core up, but Dropletto is finding a pressure this time. Joker almost sets it up, but Vaughn is ready for the mix-up there.
Yeah, sends it to the safer side, makes it easier for them to get it out, but even then, it's going to be a lot of pressure to be dealing with. Luke being so oppressive with these strike shots as well, sending that core almost immediately back to Vaughn's side as Cardbox pops the secondary, tries to get interaction, but does not find it. Flip available for Cardbox as well. Dropletto trying to get it past the defense from Luke, but they're holding strong.
And a KO is found, and the goal as well from Cardbox. Luke just out of range, could have maybe used the flip there, but it's such a quick play. The KO and the goal found from Cardbox, and a chance to tie up this game at 1 set apiece here. I think overtime, their plan has been looking strong. It's just been the execution so far in this set, as Hungry Boy is going to do a ton of damage. Cardbox, though, somehow stays alive as the crowd begins to chant KO here.
Yeah, obviously trying to find it, and they do in the end. Power play for overtime now. Can they find the barrier off of Vaughn, though? He does have a flip, and Dropletto assists as well, making sure there's no easy path to go to the second barrier, as in 2 seconds, Cardbox is going to be back on the field, and is able back into a 3v3 with both the goalies having a flip. Joker almost finding a kill onto Vaughn, but just barely missing it.
Yeah, Vaughn a little bit more ready that time than the last one. Luke ends up investing the flip here, and the core will go all the way around to him on the top side as Joker and Hungry Boy try to set this up. It's a little scary when everyone's in the lane there because the pendulum swing from Dropletto is such a pressure, but they're just trying to take Dropletto completely out of this play. He has a lot of energy, but finding himself a little bit low on stagger there, but able to get the orb, keep it alive for now. Now has the flip that he'll try to use in either side, trying to break open these melee goalies and get the goal open.
Yeah, it's still trying to get attacks. The Joker needs to use the flip there to stay alive, otherwise be taken out. Now Cardbox needs to fear for his life, as a lot of damage being found on top of him. Has a flip available as well. Might have to use it just to stay alive. As Vaughn uses his, sends it up, can use the flip to get an attack, but it gets answered by Hungry Boy almost immediately.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can find the KO on Cardbox here. They had to use some cooldowns on defense there, but they do end up finding it. The core just barely goes away, and Vaughn doesn't have a flip on the this time, so we'll see if they can convert as they rotate the core around to Hungry Boy, setting himself up and gets it all the way around Dropletto, who might have to use this flip defensively. They're able to keep it alive for now, but the goal is open now, and Luke just not letting up. Joker not letting up on the pressure here as Dropletto finally gets a chance to use this flip and does convert it.
That's converted. Open goals on both sides. It's Open just coming through, sending the core into the half of overtime immediately. The core's going so fast. Just a slight misstrike can be the error that leads to a goal here, as Luke is going to try to get it out. Has a flip available. Dropletto trying to apply pressure. Almost being taken out by the Joker, but not being found. Again, both of these teams playing it so well, making sure that they're not leaving any gaps open.
Yeah, Hungry Boy uses the ultimate, and Dropletto once again for the second time this set, almost KO'd. Luke has a flip, Cardbox has a flip, Vaughn is nearing one, so it feels like we're getting to a point where something has to happen here. Flips traded, Cardbox wins, but Luke wins the strike war. The ultimate is gonna set up some pressure. Instead, Joker who gets it through everyone. Vaughn is not able to get there, and we're tied up in this second set.
And that piercing shot was so valuable because Joker still has a flip available soon. Hungry Boy is close to it as well. And now we're in a 0.5. And again, I've mentioned it so many times already. We're in a situation where either one team goes up 2-0 or we're equalizing. And as of right now, overtime is looking to make it a 2-0 lead. Dropletto has something to say about it though as he gets one barrier almost immediately back. Flip coming up from the Joker but gets answered by Vaughn.
Yeah, kind of had to use it to not get KO'd there, but not able to put much pressure on Vaughn, who still has the flip of his own. But the positioning still for overtime is setting up that pressure. Flip gets used by Vaughn and importantly gets it barely around Hungry Boy, so that might be able to set Cardbox and Dropletto up for a KO for setting up offense. But all three members of overtime just pushing up consistently and setting up the pressure on Vaughn.
Yeah, just trying to make it so Vaughn doesn't have an answer anymore trying to defend it. But as of right now, they're not having the success that they're looking for. Cardbox, on the other hand, though, really low, needs to be careful not to be taken out. And almost the Atlas Primary is what it does. Hungry Boy has a flip soon, so surely going to try to farm some energy here, trying to get that flip available. The pass play coming through from the side of overtime as they're trying to get the skull in. Flip coming up for Hungry Boy. They fight the angle through the top. Overtime going 2-0 up in sets, and they're looking really good to force a bracket reset here.
Yeah, not sure if Dropletto was trying to hook the core or hook the Joker there, but either way, it kind of set up maybe a distraction for Vaughn in the end there. A beautiful shot by Hungry Boy, is able to get that second set. We have two sparks here showing up, so that means Octavia is going to get one of them. But it does mean that Joker is able to get his hat for the second game in a row, and he was able to win that first one. So we'll see what happens. But the prime time going over to Vice with that hot shot as well, creating the core speed that I think they really need to score. And that's what you've seen. When the core speed gets up and the Estelle is able to keep that up, that's how they're able to score. I think the fact you have the missile prop and the timeless now on Vaughn will help set up some of those offensive opportunities with the Tofu Fortress. And Cardbox getting that third spark, that's going to be a very fast Octavia.
It's going to be a fast Octavia, and keep in mind it's a leadership spark, so that means it's going to be more speed even for the entire team of ABAP, so we'll see if that's going to come into play. But yeah, you said it, core speed is the name of the game. That's how we're going to have to deal with this. That's what you're going to be looking for. And it's just so difficult to deal with when you're talking about core speeds like that, where seemingly almost every second ability is just immediately going to send it red, as both barriers are now down on ABAP. Overtime, really looking to find this goal lead and get themselves into a position where they can close off this game.
Yeah, Vaughn uses the roll at the right time there as Hungry Boy, Luke, and Joker all close to a flip. Cardbox and Vaughn as well, and Cardbox is the first one to get it. Uses it to rotate the core here, but Hungry Boy was ready for that. Has to use the flip to stay alive, but still setting up a lot of offensive pressure are the Joker and Hungry Boy, but they're both in a position where they could get KO'd here.
Yeah, most definitely. Dropletto also taking a lot of damage now. Has a flip soon as well, so would like to not have to use an evade there. A beautiful strike that will get it past Luke as Dropletto gets taken out, and Cardbox again very low, not in a good position to participate. And a beautiful pass upwards to Hungry Boy will actually get them the goal. Overtime going up 1-0 in this potential last set of this game.
Yeah, and the Joker did a great job waiting for the speed gate, so he had enough time to get up there, make the pass to Hungry Boy. Vaughn didn't even have a chance to flip the core on the pass angle or on the shot. So just beautiful execution. And it really looks like overtime want to force this grand finals reset as Vaughn sends the Tofu Fortress out, doesn't quite catch the core, but still able to keep the barrier up for now.
Yeah, for now, but the barrier's dropping on the other side as well. Dropletto with a beautiful double barrier there, putting Luke under pressure, but Joker immediately getting the attack going again against Vaughn as well. Dropletto trying to play around with the core, but not able to get past Luke. Luke being so oppressive as well, walking up and being that annoying Atlas, making it so difficult to score on him.
Yeah, the glass cannon giving him a lot of speed to be able to do that as well. As Dropletto dribbles, sets up, forces the flip out from Luke. But, you know, if they are, as Hungry Boy is almost able to set it up, but Vaughn with a miracle save, just like we saw in the last game. If they're able to win this set, Cardbox is going to get something. There's 2 Dash Awakenings left, and he's really trying to make that happen. Dropletto uses the strike ward to Luke, so not quite able to get it yet. The hit stun set up a little bit there as well. And Hungry Boy with a save. Luke and Hungry Boy doing a great job like they have all game, but it's just not quite enough. They're not able to get the core far enough away, and Dropletto gets the goal there. And yeah, like I was saying in the middle of that point, feels like if they don't get this set, the scaling is really going to be there for the Octavia.
Yeah, most definitely. So many Awakenings are going to be good, and you can see it in the positional play as well by ABAP. They're just doing so well at shutting down these angles, making it so difficult for Luke to get it out, but he does it over and over again. But again, we're 1-1. Both of these teams are playing for everything here. They're playing for the entire tournament, that they're trying to find themselves an attacking angle as the missile prop Tofu Fortress comes through, but a well-answered defense by Luke.
Yeah, Vaughn doing a little bit more of that pushing up that he really wants to, especially with the build of the missile prop and the Timeless Creator. Right now trying to get it to Dropletto, and Dropletto trying to win a strike war to put the pressure on Luke, but really Luke is just able to put the core away every time it's getting into that midfield. Hungry Boy holds the Vice ultimate as long as he possibly can there, but you can see Cardbox really stacking up that speed, and they're able to find a KO. It feels like the damage is really on their side now with this Rasmus, the Octavia, and Vaughn put up as much as he can to set up offense and set up the opportunities. But in the reverse power play, Hungry Boy is able to get that without even using the flip.
And they didn't even drop the barrier on the side of overtime either, so now you just have 2 flips available for yourself to find yourself another goal here and get closer to that reset. But as it stands right now, ABAP's trying to get the attack going here. It just gets answered so well by Joker and Hungry Boy all the time, and even if they fail to do it, Luke has it locked down in the back.
Yeah, sets it up to Joker here. They have the strikes ready off the hook from Dropletto. They're going to set up some damage. The core is going to get to Vaughn, and Hungry Boy finally going to make use of this flip, and Vaughn with a perfectly timed roll is going to answer it, so he'll keep his own flip. He'll get it away from Hungry Boy, and unfortunately the Expanse sets up an own barrier there. Cardbox puts it all the way in, but Joker is able to get it up. Dropletto going to have to use the flip maybe, passes it to Cardbox instead. Cardbox breaks everyone's ankles. Find a map for Hungry Boy and Luke there, and Cardbox finds the spot right in the middle.
Just playing around him so perfectly, not allowing them to even touch the core Octavia, just being such a menace when it comes to speed and core control as well. As now ABAP are 1 goal away from winning themselves a set and giving themselves a much needed awakening for Cardbox on this Octavia here, but the attack still continuously being built. Cardbox trying to stack the speed, trying to be so oppressive with it. Will use the ultimate to get 1 barrier, 2 flips available for ABAP. Does not to find the barriers, but they haven't found either of the barriers, and they do in the end. Luke with a misclear there. It does get answered almost immediately by overtime, but still this is an open net on the side of overtime.
Feels like they're really figuring out how to make better use of this Octavia, and Cardbox has been doing a ton. Dropletto finding pressure and finding KOs as well, and we've talked about it. This set feels really important as Cardbox tries to set it up. Dropletto uses the hook to try to get away from Hungry Boy, but they just can't get it away from that flow state. They finally do, and Cardbox doesn't have a lot of energy, so this feels like potentially a window, but Vaughn is putting it up, keeping the pressure on, and not letting overtime get out of this goal. All 3 have to stand there.
Yeah, and it's just a question of time until Vaughn is going to have that Tofu Fortress again to get even more pressure up front and make it even more difficult for the side of overtime to save it, as Hungry Boy with a clutch ultimate there will actually still hold the barrier and hold the goal for now.
Yeah, the flow state does go down, and Vaughn with a beautiful roll. The flip got buffered there for Hungry Boy as well, so that is a huge swing and a huge potential swing in this point for ABAP to try to continue it as the wall gets set up. Dropletto now trying to win the strike wars. Cardbox trying to get in with that primary. Nothing found quite yet, and we continue to go back and forth as Luke has the flip here to make the defense a little bit safer.
Has a flip on Luke, a flip on Joker pretty soon as well, so we'll see if that's going to come into play, but as of right now, Dropletto is trying to do everything, but no, the flip comes through, a KO coming through as well. Flip by Luke to get the situation under control and get an attack going, as overtime is trying to get this core spawn, but they just can't find it. Vaughn being so good defensively here.
Yeah, beautiful patience to get it away from Joker, and Dropletto almost found a angle at the top, then the pendulum swing, the hook there sends it down, but not quite able to find it. Luke is ready with the Expanse. Dropletto getting set up by Cardbox there, and just such a good job of Luke keeping alive here. But Cardbox now has the flip, uses it far away, on the top corner, and he extends this game. We'll see if he MVPs it, but that is a huge play to extend this. He gets the MVP, and let's see what he can get in this draft.
What is he going to get rewarded with? And he got to last! Oh my, Octavia's gonna get castle last. Oh, this is gonna be, okay, this is gonna be very, very fun. Because you know how Cardbox has been everywhere across the map already. So much speed to be working with. Well, just kind of like double that. Just have it all the time. That's such a huge pickup for ABAP here to get their way into the game again. Extra special, gonna be a beautiful pickup for Hungry Boys still to make sure to get more damage out. The heavy impact deny as well. Peak performance gonna get a little bit more movement speed and survivability for Vaughn there. As I feel like a lot of these pickups are good, but nothing compares to the castle last on Octavia.
Yeah, the Vice going for the extra special just like the last game instead of the heavy impact, trying to get those evades away. But yeah, Cardbox found more speed with that cast to last, but it doesn't matter if he gets KO'd. The extra special there. Dropletto also finding speed in the form of that explosive entrance means it's going to make Luke's life a lot more difficult. And the way he's been playing, the core away in the midfield. Hopefully for ABAB, the speed on both sides is going to mean they're able to get it very quickly back to them once again. But let's see what that Castellas can do, as Cardbox got KO'd earlier on, but now he's putting the pressure on Hungry Boy as Vaughn continues to hold down this barrier. But Hungry Boy doing a great job with that prime time of finding it.
Yeah, most definitely. The pressure is not letting up though. Cardbox still on the same secondary activation right now. The flow state not going anywhere as he's continuously running after the core. And you can see it's just turning into this small little annoying mosquito that he can't get past. Because it doesn't matter if you're hitting it up, down, left, right. He's going to get there. He's going to be there. Has a flip available as well now. Will send it up front. The KO being found by Dropletto. A great flip by Luke. Will keep it alive. And the point is not found just yet. Joker trying to find it. And yeah, it goes in. Vaughn does not hit it right. And a goal goes to overtime.
Kind of like what we saw in Inkies, it's a hero clear somehow from Luke and Hungry Boy there that time. And Vaughn going for the pass angle up, but just barely it goes back, and he had the roll ready too. Almost got there. Still, we saw in that point, not to call it a fluke or anything, but this Octavia and this Rasmus is so oppressive, and it's going to make the job very difficult for overtime. But they were able to save it long enough there to extend the point, but Dropletto and Cardbox just have too much for them that time.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the team comp that they have, right? That amount of pressure that they're able to be playing for, and that they're gonna be putting onto overtime continuously. Points like that is gonna be, I feel like, more of the standard at this point. But obviously, overtime can find angles to play around that. They can try to get Cardbox just off the map because it's still a squishy Octavia. But again, after a certain point of speed, I don't know how you're gonna do that because she's just gonna run away from you continuously.
Yeah, like when you're new to this game and you're playing against Octavia, they tell you just clear away from it so the flow state goes down, but there's nowhere to send it that Cardbox can't get to, it feels like. And Dropletto with the pendulum swing gets the goal open, so Cardbox doesn't have to use the flip yet and instead sends it to Dropletto. Luke had the read with the strike shot, but it's just a little bit too late, and Cardbox and Dropletto look so dialed in on this offense. It looks so difficult for overtime to play, and they're 1 point away from tying our grand finals completely up here.
Yeah, and they do need to find this goal, and they need to find the next set, because again, another draft might just be another awakening for Cardbox to play with, which you do not want to be dealing with. You do have the flip being used by the Joker here, Hungry Boy trying to use it as well, but Vaughn holding on defensively, another one coming out, and a KO being found by Cardbox. This Octavia is just being so difficult to deal with, not only because of speed, but also because of KO pressure.
Great patience and clears by Luke, though, means they haven't found any yet. They get the first barrier, and Dropletto will try to set up Cardbox, but that flow state does go away. But the fact that you have the 3 sparks with the focus here means that secondary is up so much quicker than it normally would. So you just really have no downtime, it feels like. And Vaughn, with a beautiful roll, is able to set it up, sets up the wall as well. Cardbox has to use the flip to not die there. So a great job by overtime to get the pressure back. But Dropletto has the flip now, and that flow state is going to be up soon here for Cardbox.
Yeah, the defense needs to hold strong by overtime here. They do have a flip on Luke that might be used to counter the Dropletto flip. You do need to make sure you don't drop this barrier, because on open goal it's going to be so much more difficult for you to defend this, as Joker and Hungry Boy try to find an angle past Vaughn here, but he's just playing it so well defensively. Flipping used by Luke as well means he doesn't have that anymore if Dropletto is going to flip in his face, which he does not find. The core just barely going past him.
Yeah, has the secondary now, but doesn't quite find it in time. But that wall from Vaughn is going to set up a lot of pressure. But you've seen Luke and Hungry Boy have so many of those vertical clears right across the barrier, and they found a huge one there. So now Joker's able to get a little bit of pressure, but Vaughn's able to just keep it. But it doesn't matter. Hungry Boy with prime time, able to get it on Cardbox, and the Chain Lightning hits it in. So as much as it has felt like ABAP has the momentum, just 1 point here could reset our whole grand finals.
and this is a do or die point for overtime. You do not want to go into a set 5. You fought so much to get into this position, to get yourself this close to a grand final reset. If you're not winning this set, it's going to be so difficult for you to get a set 5. You've already found so many good angles. You need to make sure you convert this properly. As the flip comes out by Hungry Boy, does not find the core as a target. No barrier drop just yet, and ABAP trying to build their attack here.
Yeah, some cooldowns being tried to use on Cardbox, but not quite low enough that the pressure matters too much. Great strikes from Luke and Hungry Boy set it up there. The Chrono, the secondary is still staying up, and Dropletto is trying to find the pressure in this corner. Flip used just in time from Luke, but the core ends up going backwards. So now we'll see if Dropletto and Cardbox can find it as barely up, and Dropletto finds a huge KO on the Joker.
Power play in favor of ABAP now. You do need to convert your goal here. You do not want to give them that opportunity to have a 3-man defense. And they do! Dropletto sets himself up, and with a pendulum swing, will send it in. We're going to a set 5 in this game 3.
And I believe the awakening you might be looking at here, it is actually Dropletto who ends up MVPing, but I believe Aerials is still in there.
Twin
drive as well, but the Octavia is all the way at the 5th spot. So if there's a saving grace, it means that your Atlas or your Vice is probably going to get drive here. You can maybe take the Aerials away. You also have strikes. You also have Adrenaline Rush, what they've been finding, you know, a little bit of that pressure, but not as bad as it could have been as far as the scaling for the Octavia here. But those last 2 sets, it has looked so difficult for overtime to try to fight back, and they're not going to find a ton for themselves. They have that Adrenaline Rush, but it really hasn't felt like they've been able to find a lot of KOs, and if it has been anyone, it's been Cardbox who got big fish.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see how well this quick strike comes into play, because it can be the difference maker defensively. But obviously, if there's too much force, more strikes aren't going to do the trick either. But Joker immediately coming in and takes one of the barriers off of Vaughn's hands.
Yeah, of course, sent backwards there. Cardbox with all this speed is sending it into the corner, and Joker, Hungry Boy, Luke all having to play defense right next to each other as the speed is just too much for them to get out. They're winning all the strike wars to keep the barriers up as one finally does go down, but they just can't get this flow state away from Cardbox, who is everywhere, and Dropletto, as that happens, is finding so much damage and finds a KO right there.
Yeah, the KO, the power play coming through as well. Luke finds the clear and diffuses the situation. This is going to allow Joker to come back onto the field. Cardbox mispositioning Luke a little bit awkwardly there, but the barrier is still alive on the side of ABAP, as now Overtime is trying to find this core up front, but Cardbox just being so oppressive on the speed, it's going to run out eventually. They do have 2 flips to be working with as well on Hungry Boy and Luke, so we'll see how they're going to be used.
But they just can't ever get enough pressure on Vaughn. He always has roll and he always has flip, and it feels so hard to get that second barrier or even think about scoring when that is the case. Cardbox and Dropletto passing back and forth quickly. Luke has the flip, but somehow it gets through the primary there, and it is the first point. The lead is finally taken in this last map by ABAB, and just 2 more points for them to be reached the Summit champions here.
Yeah, they're looking just so good. They just have so much to be working for themselves, but Overtime very much not done with this game yet, as the attack is going to be built on both sides. Yet again, the Tofu Fortress being so oppressive, but Hungry Boy with the ultimate will be able to kind of control that situation, get the core away. Luke has a flip here, and the Atlas primary will do the trick to take one of these barriers off of Vaughn's hand.
Yeah, but it feels like we can't even talk about the Joker and Vaughn kind of battle that we had in those first few sets, because Cardbox and Dropletto are just taking things over. The flip, the evade is forced out by Cardbox there. He still has this flow state up, and now almost 2 flips for them as well here. Joker has an opportunity to try to set it up there, but the speed just means they can't possibly lose the core, and Cardbox will have to use the flip there, but it's actually the Dubuwall who saved him on the edge there, so he's able to stay alive for now, able to get a little bit of that stagger up, and Dropletto finds another KO there on the Joker.
Yeah, Luke has to flip to disfuse the situation, but Dropletto has a flip on his own now, which is probably going to be used in close range. The strike from Luke is going to be good. The secondary is still there. The defense holds strong, and the goal's not in. And a KO on Dropletto. The barrier does go down. Cardbox trying to get the attack going. The flow state's still very much alive, but the power play for Overtime, it's actually going to be a negative one, as they're just trying to keep the core control. Excellent passing play, and Cardbox, no speed left anymore.
And that's what you have to do, but that means they're not really able to make use of the power play as far as getting this barrier, but Joker is in an offensive position, almost finds it, but instead it's Dropletto sending it down to the bottom, uses the hook to get it away from Hungry Boy, and it's the pendulum swing taking out Luke. 1 point away here for ABAB, and it feels like they have everything they need with this team comp.
One more goal is all they need. They have energy to be working with. They have flips to be working with. They just need to set themselves up. They need to get themselves into a position where Luke, even though he's been defending so well, cannot do anything against it. One barrier does drop off Vaughn, but again, we don't care about one barrier if the other one's still up. Hungry Boy needs to use the flip to defuse the situation, but Cardbox being so oppressive. Trapletto getting the first barrier, and Vaughn now trying to walk up with a flip here.
Yeah, but it's Vaughn goes down. We haven't seen that since I think the first or second set, so some fight still left in OT here as Dropletto gets the core away. Joker looking for a second KO here, uses the flip and does find it. Cardbox might just keep his own energy, but Vaughn is back on, and that means there's always a chance to save these as Cardbox gets it away, keeps the state up. Third point, KO in the point found by Joker, and he gets the read from Vaughn as well, so they're able to extend this point one more game.
Overtime, just finding KO after KO, positioning after positioning, just making it so difficult for ABAP to play this out properly. As again, we're going into another kickoff, and energy advantage is going to be on the side of overtime. We'll see if they're going to be able to convert those or not, because again, ABAP just being so oppressive, sending the core up front. Hungry Boy trying to use the ultimate to get it out, but it cannot, and Cardbox flow state still very much alive.
There it goes. It just feels like if you're an OT fan, Cardbox is the villain right now. You want to keep it away from him, but he's able to keep that flow state up for so long. It finally goes down, but in the meantime, he's built up a lot of energy, and overtime still just can't get this core past Cardbox and Vaughn, so they're able to put the pressure on. Joker almost KO'd by Dropletto, but that time he bounces off the edge, so he's able to stay alive. Still setting up a lot of pressure. Vaughn in an offensive position. They're trying to get the core, and they find the KO on Joker. Let's see if that's what they need to get this last point.
Yeah, the attack coming through, but Luke holding on strong. Again, Luke has a flip as well if he wants to use it. Will use it early here to get more time for Joker to come back. Another flip by Hungry Boy. Gonna put Cardbox pretty low now. The barrier gets found. A nice redirect. Dropletto has a flip available. Is he gonna be able to use it? Not yet. KO being found. Flip in front of the net. Does not hit the core. Joker on and Hungry Boy on the attack now as Vaughn is using the flip defensively, and the barrier still alive.
Yeah, they managed to get it out with both flips there. It stays alive for now, and Cardbox about to be back on as the roll stalls the play out a little bit. Cardbox has that flow state, and here he comes. Luke clears it down. Cardbox is able to keep it up. We'll see if it's Dropletto, if it's Cardbox, the defense being the time being, and Vaughn is able to clear it out for now to keep that barrier up, but the pressure is still on. It gets to Luke now, and Cardbox just able to play it slowly, gets it down, and Dropletto with the pendulum swing. They reach the summit here. ABAB has done it, and Dropletto and Cardbox get their first S-tier wins as you see them celebrate there.
And what a performance from both of the teams, but especially ABAB, just being so controlling again, having such a good showing across the entire tournament, coming through from the winner's side, keeping themselves up, having an impeccable Inkies performance overall, and just being the absolute best showing by their all side. Very much deserving S-tier wins for all three of them.
And this is the summit. Here they are. You can see the crowd celebrating there. Just awesome energy we had in here, and you can see all the players there shaking each other's hands. It was such a good fight by overtime. They were so close to that grand finals reset, but it just felt like once that fourth set went the way of ABAB, that was all the scaling they needed. And Cardbox, Dropletto, Vaughn all doing an incredible job there and get a much deserved win here in Denver.
Yeah, most definitely. That Castellas came from the heavens for Cardbox there to enable that Octavia pick so much more. It was a question going into that game. How well is this Octavia going to do? Is this Octavia going to get the awakening set they need or not? And in the end, it was what they needed. And ABAB take the title.
Yeah, and I think throughout the games you saw, different moments of people kind of being the hero. Like in that Inkies game, we saw some crazy saves from Vaughn. Dropletto finding so many KOs, so many pendulum swings. He finds the last goal in that last game, and Cardbox with 446 redirects in that game 3 is able to do it. It was a 35-minute last game, and it ends up going the way of ABAB as you see the scoreboard there. Just an incredible back and forth, and what a grand finals that was.
Yeah, the intensity of that game. No single person has less than 300 strikers on it. Both of the goalies have at least 130 saves. Just so intense in the way that's being played out, and so difficult for both sides, and just a beautiful grand finals to close off the tournament with.
Okay, we're going to have the team on here for an interview. You'll hear from the S-tier winners as we wrap up this incredible event. But don't go anywhere. You're going to want to hear from them. The first win for 2 of them. Thank you for casting with me. Thank you, everyone who came out here and everyone who is watching. This has been awesome. We'll have the winners interview in just a second after this break.
Hello, everyone. We're here with the winners for today. It is Vaughn, Cardbox, and Dropletto, ABAB, as they're called. And first of all, I guess, how'd you come up with the name?
We wanted a silly acronym name, and then we thought of Dropletto, and then ABAB, and then we put it.
It came to mind. Man, it's like this is just Dropletto's S tier. Let's name it after him.
Yep.
ABAB. Wow, thanks guys.
Of course. And well, I probably did amazing today, so it was worth.
Yeah, actually, I was talking to you a little bit, Box, before yesterday, I think, before we slept in the same bed. We were
Yes.
talking a little bit about the Octavia, and that's a pick that has not shown up at all in recent times, right?
No, not at all.
Why'd you pull it out?
I saw Joker, and the lore is Joker is the person who taught me everything. I didn't. Well, he didn't never coach me, but I just watched him, and he taught me my strikes. He made me love Octavia. I wanted to go at him with Octavia, and it was amazing.
Yeah, and Drop, I know that you always talk about your notable S tiers, right? And I know some have been saying that you're the best player to have not won an S tier. But how do you feel now?
Well, luckily, first off, it was true. Second off, it's no longer true. So I'm feeling pretty stoked right now that I feel like that all of my S tiers, I was one smidgen away from guys taking it all. And now I was finally able to close down. Didn't even need to go to grand finals, which might have had some PTSD in there. So I'm really glad we didn't. But
You mean bracket reset?
yeah, bracket reset, my bad.
All good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Box, you showed up big time in the final game. I know I already mentioned the Octavia, but when there were so many KOs happening, I guess, how did you keep calm? How did you keep your speed up?
Honestly, my entire goal of that game was how do I look cool on stream while also winning. So I kept going for it, and I was just hoping Drop found the magic to find what I was trying to look for, and he did. It was beautiful. Sometimes he didn't even need me. Yeah, I'm stoked.
I'll take it to you, Vaughn. You've been here before, right? You've played these games before. You've won like this before. I guess, what makes this one different?
The reason this one is different is because this is the only S tier I've ever won without Bells or You Already Lose, and I did it with these two guys. And I really wanted to play with both of them. I've been fake a little bit with the person on my stage left. And pretty much literally in July, I said, I want to team with both of you, play with me. And I made us work so hard, and these guys never complained, and they kept like mentals high, and I don't think I could ask for better teammates. This is probably, I didn't really think going into this would like rank. I had no like opinions on how the experience would be, but this is definitely, it's probably one of my favorite wins ever. It feels like super special. And it feels really good knowing like we figured it out together, because all three of us came from very different teams and experiences, and we all had to learn from each other. Even me, like there were lots of things that like I had to work on in our games, and when it all like came down to the line, like these two guys on that Nightmare game absolutely like stepped up in 1v9 while I was really struggling to hold the double ranged. So this is like a really special. This is probably my favorite S tier win in a long time, like a long time, like Nassel 2 at least. So. That's my answer.
Yeah, and I guess to the two new S tier winners.
Yep.
First you, Box. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. Like, I didn't see myself winning an S tier, honestly. Like in recent times, you know. Like I didn't think Vaughn would pick me up. I think he's a big part. He also carried me through most of it, made me feel comfortable, and Drop just said, okay, I'll listen to you. And he did, and it made me feel really comfortable throughout all of it. So I just felt like I was able to show what I had. And like after like a break, I'm down. I'm so happy. Super happy.
And I want to say for me, I've always kind of just done my best to listen to my midfield. Now the reverse kitten, the fork. Just kind of making sure that whatever they want, I'm going to do my best to get to them. And it's how why my original playstyle with like 0 redirect Scott, because turns out most midfielders are egotistical, clip farming bastards who just give me the core, please. But I don't know if you guys saw that Rasmus game, but I felt like a beast just kind of walking over that game. It kind of was the first time in a while where I really felt like I was thinking about how I'm going to move up the ball alone whenever box was down. Of course, my flow stays up. Back to kittening, but I felt really good today. Like Vaughn said, we all came from very different teams, but I like to say before going into this, and definitely for sure now, that these two players are some of the most comfortable people I've played with in this game, probably ever. So, and most games because League of Legends sucks, but whatever.
All right, and before we go eat the $300 worth of pancakes and also some pizza on the side, I guess, starting with Vaughn, anything else you want to say?
Yeah. I'd like to shout out, first and foremost, Tony, Brett, and Fresh for warming us up for Grands. I'd like to shout out everyone we scrimmed, especially Hug with You Already Lose. They helped us a lot. I'd also like to shout out every single person at the Airbnb, and I will keep it brief, so I'll just, again, shout out my two teammates. This was definitely one of the most fun experiences I've ever had, like, in the history of OS, and I'm super, super glad, like, we could get the chip together because holy fuck, we earned it. Like, wow, we put so much work for this, so I'll pass it off to you, Drop.
Of course, all the shoutouts is above. Of course, I'm going to start, well, I said that twice. I'm going to start with the usual, my mom, who's always helping me get out to these lands, and every single one of them, I have a complete blast, and I don't have a job, so I won't be able to make it here without her, so really happy that I'm able to get here, and this time, I can, like, pay back how much the flight costs, so. And I would like to shout-outs to everyone playing Pokemon right now, because I'm having a blast doing that. And I'm really very happy playing a game that is not Omega Strikers I enjoy right now, so shout out to anyone who's introduced me and anyone's helped me out.
I have one. Yeah. So I want to shout out my parents and my brother first and foremost. You guys gave me so much support. I'm pretty sure you guys are watching right now, unless you guys fell asleep. But thank you so much. I also want to shout out my girlfriend. Love you so much. Very good support. And most importantly, I want to shout out Snowball, because he's the GOAT. He brought me here. Basically paid for my hotel, so I wouldn't be here without him. I can't even think right now. But
And I'm also going to shout out my Spotify playlist, which is all the Umineko OST, carried me to finals. All right,
Yep.
here you go.
Oh, wait. One shout out.
On that,
One more shout out. I want to shout out Lolamel XDDD. I had Umapoi Legend running the entire time. I did, and now I'm a legend.
Vaughn, are we going to shout out your playlist?
Oh, shout out to Megan Trainor. That one was for you.
All right, well, with that, congratulations once again, ABAB. And that's it. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hopefully we'll do another one of these. Maybe. Goodbye.